Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search process feels like it has picked up. Recently, the Cardinals brought out Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, took him out to dinner last night, and will have his second interview today. But for a full update on the search, head to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Wildcats went to BYU last night and survived. After being up 19 at one point, needed a Braden Burries block with 3 seconds left and 29 points to leave with an 86-83 win and are now 21-0, which matches the best start in program history. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight. They are home for the Brooklyn Nets. Devin Booker still out with his ankle sprain, but Jalen Green is listed as questionable for tonight's game that tips at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU and GCU both go tonight. ASU is at UCF at 5 over on ESPN 620, and GCU is in Nevada for the Wolfpack. That game gets going at 8:30, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. 50% of Bickley and Marotta mornings, they are aglow with their unbeaten Wildcats basketball team.
I don't know if you know this. I'm a huge Nebraska Cornhusker fan. So
Are you really?
I'm still glowing.
How weird is it that in the Big Ten, Indiana is a football school and Nebraska is a basketball school?
How about it?
Yeah.
Everything is all wacky right now.
Cats
in
and
college
dogs
sports
living together.
That's kind of what it is.
Mass hysteria.
What an ending in Provo, Utah, huh?
Well, for some.
Do you want to say anything? I'm giving you a forum to talk about your basketball team. Will you speak?
It was a really good game for about half the game. U of A pulled ahead and looked great.
So
like they
when
were
the game
handling.
actually got good, it turned not good to you.
Correct. Yeah. That's exactly how it went.
They were up 19 points in the second half. They were up like 10 or 11 points with a minute left.
Yes.
And through a series of unbelievable, BYU couldn't miss a shot.
They scored like 12 points in a minute.
We couldn't make any free throws, and the refs made 3 questionable calls in a row.
I was going to say, maybe Tony Padilla had BYU plus 1.5.
Vic, do you want to know the text message I sent to Jarrett and Sammy last night during the first half of that game?
I was going to say,
you think I didn't see through that text?
Yeah, seriously.
Am I that?
Yeah, come on,
Am I that
Vinny?
transparent? Enjoy your championship this year. Team is a damn machine. If they don't win it all, it's a total failure.
Oh, you're laying that on them.
You said that at
You're
halftime.
laying that on them.
At halftime.
I truly believed it. They were putting on a clinic.
They were. They took the air out of the building.
It took a miraculous, they did everything to blow that game and have it blown for them through various circumstances. It took Burries showing who the best freshman on the court was last night with an unbelievable defense. Also,
Listen, you know what I've been saying all year, man. The first sign of a really connected basketball team are the teams that really help defensively. And Brandon Burry's last night, that was a fantastic defensive kind of play.
If you watch the play and show, Bradley grabs the ball and slows him down on the drive for Burries to come over and but man, that was amazing. It was way too dramatic.
Yes.
It was one of those things where like I couldn't even believe what was happening as it was happening. So I was just like laughing at the ridiculousness that we could lose this game, that they could lose that game.
I can only imagine your text threads last night going on with your friends.
Yes.
Well, I like
I hate this team.
I like what Vinny laid out there on you because now it's throwing all that pressure in your corner.
course.
Like,
We'll
oh no,
Final Four is not enough. They have to win the whole thing, or it's a total flop.
Oh no, and they have to win it while being unbeaten.
Yes,
right.
Imagine their next game, I believe, is at ASU. So ASU has the chance to not only break the unbeaten streak and undefeated record, but U of A tied their best start to a season last night.
Are you guys about at the point where you want them to lose to get all this pressure off you and all this attention off you?
I asked Jarrett this yesterday.
Okay.
I went into last night accepting that they might lose, so trying to prepare myself. And I don't think they're going to go through this stretch is brutal. They're playing all the good teams to finish the year here. But once we got into the game, I certainly did not want to lose.
Well, like a team like Gonzaga, they're 21-1, but their one loss is by 40 points
to Michigan.
Yeah.
And like
they almost lost to San Francisco.
Yeah. Michigan plays Nebraska tonight.
Something's gotta give.
Oh boy!
You want to know?
These guys are low key thinking cutting down the nets, man.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And if they don't, again, total
failure. If they don't win it all. I'm with Vinny. At this point, they are so good. Total failure if they don't win it all.
Only one team can win, guys.
It's like Top
Only
Gun.
one team.
No points for second place.
Every year is a failure if they don't win.
All right.
I'll give you just some of my texts from my friends when that block happened.
All right.
Yeah.
Remember, we are governed by the FCC.
I know. I'm using a lot of blanks here. Get blanked. Blank you mother blanker. What a blank you play. Blank right, the blank off. Blanking block of the year.
Wow. You went to school with a bunch of English majors, huh?
Yeah. Your peer group is a bunch of true vulgarians, Jerry.
It's pure emotion.
Well done.
All right.
Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns hosting the Nets tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, second game of a 5-game homestand. Since Devin Booker got hurt at the end of the third quarter Friday night in Atlanta, Bick, the Suns are shooting 34.7% from the floor and a woeful 17.8% from three-point range. So, the last 60 minutes of basketball, an anomaly or a sign of things to come? And will we see Jalen Green try to push through his hamstring issue? He is listed as questionable for tonight. 7 o'clock tip here on Arizona Sports. We got some other questions about the Suns we're going to explore later today. Pretty ho-hum night in the NBA. Only 2 of the 7 games decided by single digits. The stat line of the night in the association belonged to Luka Doncic of the Lakers. 46.7 rebounds, 12 assists. 8 of 14 on threes for LA. They beat Chicago by 11. Has Giannis Antetokounmpo played his last game for the Milwaukee Bucks? Mark J. Spears of ESPN thinks so. Giannis left last Friday's game with a calf injury, expects to miss 4 to 6 weeks. And of course, the NBA trade deadline looming in a little more than a week. February 5th at 1 o'clock Arizona time. Could Giannis actually be moved from the only franchise he's ever played for?
Yeah, and you wonder exactly what team would want to ante up for a guy that is right on that cusp.
Yeah.
The age and the injury, the recent injuries, I don't know.
The two most common landing spots, at least from my purview, have been Atlanta and San Antonio.
Oof.
And San Antonio, I don't know if I would tinker much with what
they've got such a good thing going. Yeah, I don't know.
They're young. And Atlanta, maybe. Top-ranked Arizona did survive a scare in Provo, beat BYU 86-83. Wildcats led by as many as 19 in the second half, but BYU stormed back. They got to within one, had a chance to win it. But as we just talked about, Braden Burries blocked a Robert Wright shot with 3 seconds left and hit 2 free throws to ice it. Burries and Jaden Bradley, incredible for U of A. They combined for 55 points. Arizona still unanimously number 1 in the AP rankings that were released before that game on Monday. All 61st place votes. They're followed by UConn, Michigan, Duke, and Nebraska.
This U of A team is so good. They don't even have games where everybody is good at the same time. And they still are undefeated.
Well, that doesn't happen a lot in basketball anymore.
Yes, that's true.
You got 2 or 3 guys powering the effort. L.A. Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur getting a second head coach interview with the Cardinals, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. Social media was ablaze with reports of LaFleur going to dinner last night with Cardinals brass, and everybody was speculating on where they went. And the common refrain was...
Steak 44. Yeah,
certainly
right.
not a chain of Phoenix sports bars.
Hopefully not. We've not been able to finish
where there
the
was
meal.
some stuff going down last night across the valley. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported yesterday that Dolphins DC Anthony Weaver got a second interview with the Cardinals on Monday. Elsewhere around the league, Grant Udinski, the offensive coordinator of the Jaguars, pulled his name from the Cleveland Browns search. He's still in the running for the Bills job. If Udinski doesn't get that job, he gets a new contract from Jacksonville that includes a raise for next year. Monday was a bad day for North American all-star sports festivities. The NFL's Pro Bowl announced that Cleveland Shedeur Sanders will participate in the Pro Bowl games this week as a replacement for New England's Drake May. They're down to like 8-9 quarterbacks deep to fill these spots for a game that doesn't even exist.
That's brutal.
Still, what are we doing?
And then in the NBA, Mac McClung, who has played a total of 9 NBA games but has won the last 3 slam dunk contests, said he's not going to participate. He's going to release the dunks that he was going to do on video after the event.
Oh, my goodness.
So my question to all of you is, as a humane act, you get to either take the Pro Bowl games or the NBA slam dunk contest, tie it to a tree, and put it out of its misery. Which one are you picking?
Oh, I'm getting rid of the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, so am I.
They both suck.
Yeah.
But the Pro Bowl games suck worse.
Suck more.
Tonight's schedule outside of the Suns, ASU on the road at UCF to take on the Knights at 5 o'clock here on Arizona Sports 98.7. ASU coach Bobby Hurley will join us on today's show. GCU looking for a 4th straight win. They're on the road at Nevada, 8:30. That game is on FS1. There you go. That's what you need to know in today's Splash heading into Tuesday. Coming up next, does LaFleur have the highest ceiling for the Arizona Cardinals? Oh, we're off and running on this Wednesday. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakuchonis, steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates, gives to Brooks right wing for 3. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply. Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Marotta.
Hey, Tuesday morning. I legitimately forgot what day it was earlier today, but it is Tuesday. Sorry to tease anybody earlier. Tuesday morning, good morning. Shout out and a thank you to our audience in Chandler. We appreciate you listening, watching in Chandler this morning and every morning. The Cardinal Decision, Dan Bickley. Are we getting close to it? We're certainly getting closer. It seems like this week could be the week.
Yeah, my radar, my spidey sense, whatever they call that, I would not be surprised at all if something comes down today. It just seems to me the way they have structured these 2 days with Mike LaFleur, it almost feels like this is the guy they're not going to let out of the building. To begin with the dinner, right? Mm-hmm. That seems to me to be kind of what you do after the interviews. And for whatever reason, it just strikes me that a lot of signals and things have been pointing that this might be the guy they want more than anybody.
Yeah, the dinner part is always kind of a funny aspect to all of this, because you wonder if the other candidates, Anthony Campanile, is he watching from Jacksonville going, they didn't take me to dinner?
Yeah.
Raheem Morris, like,
is he getting potatoes au gratin?
I was hungry.
Is he getting that extra dish of asparagus?
I wanted to go to Steak 44.
Look, I could have eaten.
I could always eat.
But seriously, when you think about this, it's the idea of going out to dinner. It's not conducive to a job interview. I don't know if anybody has had experience with that. I have. It's very difficult when you go through an interview process and you're really hungry. Hey, let's go get food. And now you've got a bowl of chili in front of you or something. Can you imagine Jared? Yum, 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 yum.
I was going to say, do you think I could focus on anything but eating?
No,
that's my point.
Jared, you wouldn't make it to the interview because they'd be so turned off by the amount of food you
right.
Or they'd be so turned on by, amazing capacity.
The CEO would look at you and go, "Why did you eat my sandwich?"
Jared gets up
I don't know. I didn't think you were going to eat it. You went to the bathroom and it was just sitting there.
Jared gets up to go to the bathroom, and the guys, the brass, is nudging each other. Do you believe this guy? He just keeps eating. I can't believe he got a third steak.
Right. Whose idea was it to go to a buffet?
And what was that rant about the skin on the soup?
Yeah,
I thought this was the interview. How much could I eat?
So I don't know.
I think it's a valuable part of the process. I mean, you can go in and you can have the Zoom interview and you can have the in-person interview, and you're going to find out a lot about a candidate. But I think you also find out a lot about a candidate in settings away from the formal interview process.
I don't know, man. To me, you know what this feels like to me? This feels like if you go for, and again, I'm just spitballing here. I'm not saying this is accurate. But it feels like if you're taking a candidate to dinner, you're taking them on the date. You're saying, hey, we really like you. Order off the menu. Anything you want. You want that? You want the crab with the filet, the lobster tail? Have at it. And then the next day, it's let us show you where you're going to be working. And then, now here's what we want to pay you. Please don't leave. That's what it feels like to me. This does not feel like the Cardinals need answers. It feels like the Cardinals are selling themselves on Mike LaFleur.
Because what's the dinner? What are you talking about at the dinner then?
Right.
If it's not going to be about the job
because
that you're
if the
going to
dinner
interview.
is first, it would be bad form to start interviewing somebody while he's got mouths full of, rare filet in his mouth.
Yeah, but you want to work with you want to work with. You have to have a relationship with these people. You want to make sure you can get along with them, right?
Yeah, but again.
But I also agree with you.
But it just seems like you're putting the
point,
cart before the horse. That's almost something you do at the end of it
to celebrate.
Yeah, or to kind of like to put an end on a very successful interview process. All right, what are you thinking? Or if you don't like the candidate at all, you ixnay the dinner plans.
Or what if the dinner goes really bad? Then you have the actual interview set up the next day, and you're like, oh boy. Can we cancel this?
I think, listen, and so the way that I've come down, and I expressed this yesterday, I expressed the words in print as well. I'm perfectly cool with the Cardinals taking a flyer on Mike LaFleur. Mike LaFleur. Let's see that? Mike LaFleur. And Anthony Campanile intrigues me for a completely different set of reasons. But I think what the Cardinals are doing, and it's really, you can't argue with the logic. You're just looking at Mike LaFleur, and you're looking at the name and where he's been and the tree in which he is, sprouted. And it's a good roll of the dice.
Yeah, and I know I get caught up in this process seemingly every 2 to 3 years following the Arizona Cardinals because they're constantly looking for new head coaches. And this is about the point in the process, and I was pretty outspoken on what I was looking for. Previous head coaching experience, preferably successful head coaching experience, was all about Robert Saleh. He's not coming here. At this point of the process, it just dawns on me that it doesn't matter if they hire Raheem Morris, Mike LaFleur, Vance Joseph, Anthony Campanile, or they hired the second coming of Vince Lombardi. The challenge is the same. The job requirements are the same. Nobody knows how this is going to work out, regardless of who's standing at that podium wearing the little cardinal head lapel pin on their suit and posing for pictures in a few days. And I think that's probably where you are in this process, too. And you kind of said it. Look, no coach is going to fix all their problems. Not at least cosmetically. No. There's a lot of work to be done by a lot of people in this organization, and the coach is just part of it. But you get caught up in the process. You get caught up in all the reporting. So-and-so's interviewing. So-and-so's not a candidate. Why is this person not a candidate? The job is the job, and somebody's got to come in here and really help fix what has been a failing program.
Yeah, listen, and so, and I think that when you evaluate where the Cardinals are, and the more we get away from it, the more I am astounded at how off the cliff everything about this organization has gone in the last calendar year. Where we thought they were going into last season, we thought they were a team ready to make a move. We all did. The owner did, the fans did, the GM did, the head coach did. And then from that point forward, everything has gone wrong. They've lost football games. They've lost their franchise quarterback. They've had to fire a coaching staff. They've lost the trust of their fan base, who have turned very, very hard on Michael Bidwill for a variety of reasons. And I think what this now requires is, because there's not one thing that's going to fix all these issues, you need to start stacking victories. So you need to hire a head coach who will qualify as a victory. Doesn't have to be a big one, but it has to be a victory. And then you lean from that and you link that up to the number 3 pick in the draft. And then you try to create excitement and you try to go and really kind of ace that. And then you try to build to the point where by the time we get to the summer, you've kind of repaired a little bit of the bond with the fan base because it's broken now. I have not seen it like this in 20 plus years.
I would agree with you. And we've seen certainly a lot of dips and valleys in that trajectory over the last 2 decades, but there's just a lot of people that are fed up. And I know you read it, and I wonder how many other people read the piece that Teo Mackey did on AZ Central. Cause
like to get into it today.
He went deep, and he really picked the brains of a lot of dissatisfied, longtime Cardinals fans. And the dissatisfaction wasn't just about a lot of it had to do with the on-field product, but it wasn't just limited to that.
It's the price hikes on the season tickets for the good seats, for the lower level seats that have made people really, aghast and feel very offended by it all. Even though the Cardinals ticket prices are still on the low end, it's the idea of raising them dramatically after a 3-win season. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I think all those plans are probably in place, and I don't think anybody back in September at the Arizona Cardinals headquarters in Tempe was counting on a 3-win season. But what do? Scrap your plans? It's egg on the face as it appears publicly now in real time. But that's how shocking the disappointment was this year, top to bottom for the Arizona Cardinals. Coming up next, Suns fans are starting to have a lot of questions about why Jalen Green is always questionable. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
Well, the good news is that we're not the Cleveland Browns and everybody's just pulling out of contention, so that's the good news.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have verbally agreed to hire Mike McCarthy as their next head coach.
The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. A new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, if it's keeping you from doing the things you want to do in your life, got good news for you. There's a way for you to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics specialize in and deliver advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And folks, this stuff really works. And I can say that with confidence because the patient satisfaction reports at QC Kinetics is 92% nationwide. 92%, and that includes me. I've leaned on them twice. Once when I tore my meniscus, they literally helped me avoid surgery. Another time I went through a 4-round treatment for a really bad case of tennis elbow. I am markedly better on both fronts. Emmett Smith also raves about QC Kinetics. And best of all, these are all natural, all organic treatments that happen. You walk into the office, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. No downtime, no surgery, no steroids. Go check out these cutting-edge options if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. Get a free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt, and right now get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is starting off the new year strong with big savings.
Absolutely, Dave. It's our New Year's Savings Sales event. All month long, you can lease an all-new 2026 Train for just $279 a month or purchase with $47.50 in savings. Plus, the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options at $799 a month, making this the perfect time to upgrade your ride.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns will look to stop their 2-game losing streak tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets, and they'll look to get Jalen Green back on the floor tonight as he is listed as questionable after leaving the Atlanta game with another hamstring issue. But the Suns and Nets will tip off at 7 tonight here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The coaching search continues for the Arizona Cardinals, and most recently in the form of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, who will be getting his second interview with the team today. The Wildcats, behind its guards Braden Burries and Jaden Bradley, squeaked out a win at BYU last night, 86-83, to remain undefeated and tie the best start in program history. Tonight in college basketball, ASU will be at UCF at 5. You can hear that over on ESPN 620. And GCU will look to stay hot as they travel to Nevada tonight. That game will tip off at 8:30. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Hey, it's Luke. Any chance Jalen Green gets to play for the Phoenix Suns tonight against Brooklyn? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
He worked out today. Doesn't appear to be anything brand new from the MRI, anything different of the injury. So we'll see how he responds from today's workout, which in what I saw looked good, but we'll see exactly how he reacts tomorrow. And if he's ready to go, we'd love to have him.
So he's questionable.
That injury report usually comes out at 5 p.m. the night before a game. As of now, he was out tonight.
Right.
Yeah. He was questionable. They turned that out.
That is Jordan Ott from Sunday night. Yes, that injury report did come out at 5 o'clock yesterday, and it gets updated throughout. And as recently as 6:15, Jalen Green this morning listed as questionable for tonight's game. It's all a bit puzzling. Yes, there was an injury there, a significant injury, which can't be lost in this whole process and discussion. A hamstring injury that keeps any player out for 33 games after a re-aggravation is a significant injury. But the Suns, and you pointed this out, Bick, and I think this was a good point. With the way things were going and the way the chemistry had come together and the amount of wins the Suns were stacking up, they were afforded a little luxury to give Jalen Green more time. I think there was a little bit more tacked on to the back end of that recovery.
Weeks, actually, yeah.
Yes,
there
and
were.
it wasn't exactly, wow, we got to get Jalen Green back. And they proved that by his first game back. He came off the bench, actually in both games. He doesn't come off the bench historically.
Yeah.
So they were really armed with a great deal of patience in all of this. And you hear Jordan Knott say it. There's nothing new on the MRI. It's not necessarily an injury. It was termed as precautionary that he played only 4 minutes the other night.
Yeah, but then took the next game off.
Took the next game off. This is crossed over into weird territory.
Yeah, I think exactly that. And I also believe that Jalen Green is not there. He's not anywhere near, but there's starting to become some Bradley Beal dissatisfaction with him. Like, come on, man, what? You're not ready? What? We joked about it with the comments made by Dylan Brooks post-game. We joked about it. Devin Booker kind of did the same thing. Kind of like, where's this guy been? Yeah, I guess this guy's been on leave of absence. And as you pointed out yesterday, it was sort of could be interpreted as a good-natured way to welcome a guy back.
Yeah.
Right? Kind of like poke him a little bit, like, oh, well, look what the cat dragged in.
We can all relate because we all make fun of Wolf's vacation schedule here at the radio station.
Right.
He's earned it, obviously, over the amount of time that he's been here. But when he comes back, he's like, you remember where you work. Oh, great.
Yeah, right.
Everybody does that to people in their office.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But now I think with this recent thing, especially if the coaches are giving signals like there's nothing wrong with the guy, then I think this is going to start to become an issue. Slight, nothing big, but I think this is the kind of thing, knowing athletic teams the way I do, where guys are going to be like, dude, what's up, man? What's going on, man? What are you feeling?
And I've also seen people, and I think this is a lazy way to break it down, but I've seen people in their frustration immediately point the finger at the Suns training staff, which is not the way to do this. The Suns training staff has done wonders with Mark Williams, who came to Phoenix, yes, as a young player, but with a vast, lengthy injury history, and he's been healthy the whole year.
Yeah, big victory for them.
Yeah. So you can't apply a victory to Mark Williams and then point the finger at Jalen Green. This is an individual thing.
No, but you can say this must be very, very confounding to that medical staff.
Oh, I don't disagree with that.
Whom, as you pointed out, probably put 2 extra weeks on top of the normal rest and recovery and rehab for a pulled hamstring. Just because this is a young player who is his entire life, he's used to playing every basketball game in front of him. And now suddenly he's dealing with an injury that is severely limiting him. And he injured it, then he re-injured it in China, then he re-injured it coming back, and then he tweaked it again the other night, allegedly. This seems very much to me like a young guy who doesn't trust what he's feeling and doesn't feel ready to let it rip because he's afraid. And this is a very common thing for a lot of athletes, which is why one of the reasons I raved about Kyler Murray, and it's been a while since I've raved about Kyler Murray, but the way Kyler went through rehab, stepped on the field and let it rip is exemplary. It's also rare. You don't get athletes generally who deal with their first injuries and then trust the doctors and the MRIs to the point where they're like, okay, they say I'm fine, I'm letting it rip. A lot of times there's some apprehension, and there's some, I don't know if I can really...
Totally understandable. We've all dealt with injuries
before.
Yeah,
of course.
So it makes sense, but the Kyler Murray comparison is an interesting one because you're right, he did. He came back, and if you didn't know what he was dealing with the first time he stepped on the field, and I think it was a Week 10 game against Atlanta, you'd be like, wow, he looks like the same quarterback that he was before the injury.
Right.
That takes a lot, especially for a major injury like knee reconstruction. This is a hamstring strain.
It also speaks to the kind of mentality you have as an athlete. So people probably don't believe this, the Kyler haters, but there's a lot of dog in Kyler. There's a lot of, I'm going to get in the weight room, and I'm going to be there all day. And I'm going to come out, and I am going to be the man. So he's got a lot of that in him. Jalen Green is a great natural athlete and a great scorer. I think that dog part of his game has got to be developed. That's just my opinion. And I think this ties into it. The idea of, I'm injured, okay, I'm going to recover, and I'm going to be fine, and I'm going to push it and let the chips fall where they may.
But I also think maintaining health for Jalen Green has been pretty easy to this point.
Right.
You can't go 2 consecutive years of playing 82 games without playing through some stuff. But it was stuff that he could deal with. When it creeps up into the head, that's when it becomes an issue for a lot of guys. And there's no, really, in my opinion, and I'm speculating here, but it makes perfect sense. There's really no other way to break this down. He doesn't trust it. Even though the doctors are giving him, and the training staff is giving him the full go. There's nothing wrong. We've been very careful. We've been very thorough. You've done your work. It's
fine.
good to go. Let it rip.
Right. Trust your body. Let it rip.
And that's been the issue.
Yeah.
And look, without Green and without Booker, we've got 60 minutes of basketball, 5 quarters. This offense does not look nearly the same. And the team dynamic is way off because of it, too.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm not blaming either player.
No.
That's just the realities of this situation. Here's Grayson Allen talking about what the offense has to do without Booker and Green, which could be a possibility again tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to keep the pace up within the half court for the whole time that we're out there. And the ball has to swing side to side. I feel like me and Dylan a couple times tonight just took some early ones that probably weren't necessary, but we just got to keep moving it side to side. And whether it's the big flying up or getting into some of the guard action, like do it with some pace and force, and don't make it so easy for teams to just switch and sit with a crowd and force us into one-on-one stuff. I mean, but we've done it. We've done a great job of it throughout the year. It's just different with Book not out there, that you have to play that way for 48 minutes.
Yeah, and a lot of it starts on the defensive end, and I don't think the Suns played their brand of defense in the last game against Miami. And in terms of, you know, the opposition tonight, Brooklyn comes in and they're a rebuilding team and they're young and they're 12-32, and they've lost 5 in a row. But I don't think you know which version of the Brooklyn Nets you're getting from night to night. The Suns just saw them in Brooklyn, and it was a pretty good performance by them. It was a close game. During this 5-game losing streak, they lost 120-66 to the Knicks, and they lost 126-89 to the Clippers. But the game before that, they took the Celtics to double overtime before they lost. So
yeah.
It's kind of a crapshoot on what you're going to get from a performance from the Nets.
I think a couple things. I think the Suns. I don't have any doubt that there was a little bit woe is us when the Green Booker injuries went down bang bang because they know how hard they have to work to win, and they've been at it so long. And I think it was a very natural sucker punch. And I think they got into the game, and I think they encountered a Miami team where the try hard thing, the Heat are going to match that. So you've got to make shots. And I think the Suns got very, very impatient. It's good to hear the Suns do a man kind of say, yeah, we kind of got out of sorts a little bit. We were jacking stuff up that instead of moving the ball, instead of waiting, maybe making an extra pass, maybe getting a better three, because you could see that kind of jumped off the screen against the Heat. A lot of quick early shots, a lot of ball gets in the hands of a shooter. This is going up kind of stuff.
At a certain point, also, the talent does catch up to you.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Well,
and you take your 2 most talented offensive players away, it's going to affect you.
Yeah. That's it. But I also think it was probably more psychological than anything. And I think if the Suns come out tonight, even if both players do not play, and they do their typical try hard, work both ends, run the court, they're going to win this game, and they'll kind of be able to hit. Yeah, I do, and they'll be able to hit reset.
Yeah, but the question then becomes, what's harder for a player to tackle, when it's a real physical thing that you can't get over, or when it creeps into the skull? Because they're both challenging.
Yeah, but after tonight, there's going to be some challenging games for this team.
Oh, no doubt. Coming up next, and this is a situation where I'm very glad that I proofread the tease that Jarrett wrote.
Off already?
So much so that I'm going to let Jarrett deliver this tease on what's coming up next, because he wrote it.
Did I have a typo in it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I would not read that without context. Go ahead.
Has Giannis Antetokounmpo taken his last tinkle in the Bucks' home locker room? Stay tuned as we'll discuss that very thing next.
Jared Carlin, everybody. I was wondering if you had the sound ready to go.
There you go.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, and Jarrett and Sammy here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
pin. Pin.
Text the word
pin
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up at your front door. This is one of many reasons you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. That is because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which is a pretty big deal. It means they're licensed, they're bonded, they're insured, they've all passed background checks, they have all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. Remember, for over a half of a century, Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona homeowners and businesses stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated. They are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They'll show up on time, and they'll fix it right at a fair price. All you have to do is call 602 to repair. That 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Every year, this is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
When you've been injured in an accident, hurt on the job, or in a medical mishap, there are many reasons to call Morgan & Morgan. But here's reason number 5. We try more cases than anyone in America by a wide margin. We are on approximately 150 dockets a week and win a lot. Go to forthepeople.com to see our verdicts and results. I believe our results give you the best chance of a fair, fast, and just settlement. Insurance companies know who we are by reputation. Imagine me doing this ad if it wasn't true. They would be laughing. Trust me, nobody is laughing. Their employees and adjusters often hire us when they're hurt. They know, and now you know. All law firms are not alike, not even close. With over $30 billion collected for our clients, we became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
I think he's played his last game, Bucks uniform.
Do you?
Yeah, whether it's...
what makes you say that?
I mean, because there's so much benefit for him not playing. One, you could make a trade for him now and get that piece, a generational piece, that maybe the number 1 pick and the number 2 pick. You play them and they win, it just pushes back their potential pick further. So, to me, it benefits them to sit him and
see what's out there.
It's Mark J. Spears on ESPN yesterday. Friday night, Giannis in a loss, a 2-point loss to the Denver Nuggets, left the game with a calf strain. It's been speculated that he's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks. And calf strains are no laughing matter recently in the NBA. There's been plenty of documented cases where those calf strains, if you don't deal with them right, they turn into Achilles tears, and that's not a great thing. But Mark J. Spears going as far as to say, with the trade deadline looming, that he believes Giannis has played his last game with the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't know if I'm there yet, because there's so much trepidation, I think, on both sides, both on Giannis's side, and he's come out and said, I'll never come out and flatly ask for a trade. Doesn't mean he won't get traded, but if it happens, it's going to be the Milwaukee Bucks organizational decision. And the trepidation on their front, Bick, is this is the best player they've ever had.
Yeah.
He's only played in a Bucks uniform, and he's taken them to a championship in recent memory. It's not an easy decision to come to.
No, but I do think that if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, there's a very compelling case that now is exactly the time you do it. Yeah, you do it before the value begins to diminish. You've gotten a championship out of Giannis. He's going to forever be a Milwaukee forever hero. And I think that you can make an argument that if you were going to cash out and get some assets and sort of rebuild out of it, especially if you don't see a plan or a path to get back to a title with Giannis, then what are you doing?
It doesn't seem like they're close right now,
No,
right?
it doesn't.
Like the roster around them.
They're not. And look, there's a couple pieces left from that championship team. Giannis, Bobby Portis is still there, but a lot of those guys have moved on, and a lot of them to greener pastures. But they're not a player in the Eastern Conference. Now, also on that same show on ESPN yesterday, Ramona Shelburne shared her thoughts on it. And she thinks that the injury kind of takes pressure off the Bucks.
I just don't know why we need to hurry. And I know that everybody's tired of talking about it, but if you're Milwaukee, this is your generational superstar. This is the guy who brought a title to Milwaukee. You don't have to do anything fast. And if anything, I think this latest injury takes the pressure off. I think there would have been pressure on Milwaukee to make a trade to add to this roster to try to take one last shot at keeping Giannis healthy and happy in Milwaukee, maybe saying, here's a path forward. It's all going to come down to this summer. Does he sign the extension or not? And you don't have to make a move for this summer right now because he's going to be out for an extended period of time. Maybe there's a better trade near the draft. Maybe there's time to resurrect things or do something different. You don't have to make any trade under duress, especially while the man is hurt.
Yeah, and 4 to 6 weeks again is the timetable. Now, I mentioned in the splash when I brought up Mark J. Spears' comments, mentioned that San Antonio gets rumored a lot. Atlanta gets rumored a lot. They've changed the outlook of their team with the Trae Young trade. The New York Knicks are also a team that many people believe could come up with the most intriguing return for Giannis. And Giannis in New York, I mean, that would be enormous for the league. But the Knicks would be faced with trading either a package centering around Karl Anthony Towns, who I don't think has had a great year this year, or giving up kind of the core of their heart and soul unit, OG Anunoby, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges. I don't know if either one of those honestly would entice me if I'm the Milwaukee Bucks, without knowing what the draft compensation would be.
The rumor that I've been seeing circulate X, and we know how reliable, but the one that I've seen with the Knicks is a 3-team deal, sending Drew Holiday of the Portland Trailblazers and Giannis to the Knicks, Mikal Bridges to Portland, and then Cat and a surplus of picks from both Portland and New York to Milwaukee.
Wow,
that's interesting.
The reuniting of Giannis and Drew Holiday in New York.
Wow, that's interesting.
That exact thing is what I was just thinking about, how similar the paths of those two finals teams were after the finals. Obviously, the Suns, gave in, went for the big superstar. The swing broke up their core to get Kevin Durant, didn't work. The Bucks went after Damian Lillard, gave up Drew Holiday and others, and that didn't work at all. That's pretty much was what ruined the Bucks.
I agree, and I'm a huge Damian Lillard fan, but I didn't understand that move necessarily because Drew Holiday was kind of the glue that held that team together in a lot of different ways. The Bucks don't beat the Suns in the finals.
No.
Even with as superb and superhuman as Giannis was, as that series developed, they don't win the championship without Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday was probably the second best player in that series, to the Suns' dismay.
Certainly made a ton of impact plays and kind of set the tone for the whole Milwaukee team, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
The hard part with trading Giannis before the deadline is that's the thing. It is very, very hard for teams, A, to make a big trade now with the aprons and getting under them and all those things, and B, the complexity of it mid-season, of if you're adding a Giannis to your team, you essentially are changing the way your team's going to have to play basketball.
Yeah.
And so if, again, this is just my thought process, a lot of these teams like the Knicks, or maybe not to the extent of the Hawks, they might want to see what their team looks like one more time in the playoffs.
I was just having that same thought, Sammy. The Knicks, they were very close. They thought they were very close. In fact, they thought they were so close that they made a coaching change. And they fired a successful head coach, and they brought in Mike Brown. It hasn't worked out swimmingly so far, but it might be, they might view it premature to even for somebody like Giannis to swing a deal like this before they take one more run.
Because then if the Knicks, if they do kind of flame out again in the postseason, they can then be like, okay, we gave this Cat Mikhail OG type of run another chance.
Yeah.
And now Giannis, maybe he doesn't play the rest of the season with his injury, and now it makes more sense for both parties to be like, okay, let's make this happen. We've seen what our team looks like, and it's not going to get us there, and Giannis might.
On the other hand, though, get him when you can get him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime. I agree, he's right at the top of the mountain, probably going to decline soon.
But let's look locally. The Suns did the same thing. They were close to a championship. They ran it back. They fell short. They failed in the playoffs. They ran it back to begin a second try, and that's when they pulled the plug because of that thinking. Get them when you can get them.
I know.
And it set the franchise back. We thought it would set the franchise back 10 to 15 years by stroke of luck and hard work. That hasn't happened, but there's cautionary tales all over the place on both sides.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I'm not sure that there's a right way to do it. I think that if Giannis is healthy enough to be a factor in this postseason, then I think that you also have to weigh how much time does he have left, period. And the idea of waiting to acquire him, you're giving away some of the clock that's already ticking on him.
Yeah, that's true.
That's an interesting proposition, but if the idea of pairing him with Drew Holiday and putting that piece on the Knicks, that's interesting.
Yeah,
when you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
Giannis can be a factor in this year's postseason, but he won't be in Milwaukee. I mean, they're out of the playoff picture right now. They're in 11th in the East, and without him for 4 to 6 weeks, they're not going to be a playoff team.
No.
Snitches get stitches.
Got the whole library going. The 38th Annual Arizona Renaissance Festival storms back into Arizona January 31st.
Huzzah!
Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets. Coming up next, we'll give you the latest on the Cardinals coaching search and what's going on throughout the league with other teams still looking for a head coach. That is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
Hello, everybody. Bick here for Trajan Wealth. And when you imagine retirement, what do you see? Do you see beaches and drinks that come with umbrellas? Do you see hundreds of rounds of golf like I do? Do you see world travel, or do you have some anxiety? Are you consumed with worry that you will not have enough money in your retirement years to do all the things you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you probably don't have the peace of mind you need. You might feel a bit uneasy because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing entirely to feel totally prepared, and the latter is what you will get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with Trajan Wealth where you can get a second opinion on your existing portfolio or portfolios, where you can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they're fiduciaries, which means they're duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I became a client today, super impressed with Trajan Wealth, and if you want to take the stress off your shoulders about retirement, give them a call. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
They call it the Pro Smile difference, and oh, what a difference it is. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to do your homework. Spend some time researching the different options and places you can have your dental work done. And when you finish, I am certain you will choose Pro Smile. You see, Pro Smile really is different. First, they're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many dental implant centers use regular dentists to do an oral surgery, not Pro Smile. Also, Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab, mills, technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. Most of the places you research will farm much of the work out, which could lead to delays and mistakes, but not at Pro Smile. And with Pro Smile, they understand that you're making an investment in yourself, so they offer incredible finance options, up to 10 years. Because the last thing they want is for cost to hold the customer back. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most beds with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search process feels like it has picked up. Recently, the Cardinals brought out Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, took him to dinner last night, and will have his second interview today. But for a full update on the search, head to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Wildcats went to BYU last night and survived. After being up 19 at one point, they needed a Braden Burry's block with 3 seconds left to leave with an 86-83 win and are now 21-0, which matches the best start in school history. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight. They're home for the Brooklyn Nets. Devin Booker is still out with an ankle sprain, but Jalen Green is listed as questionable for tonight's game that tips at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU and GCU both go tonight. ASU is at UCF at 5 over on ESPN 620, and GCU is in Nevada for the Wolfpack. That game will tip at 8:30. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. It's the biggest game of the season, so grab your crew and be where the action is. The big game watch party only at Casino, Arizona.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading.
I think the fan base wanted Saleh.
Robert Saleh was the overwhelming favorite.
Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Well, Pat, we got one game and 4 head coach openings. So there's more of an emphasis on the 4 head coach openings right now than the one game that's 13 days away. And obviously it's the biggest game of the year, and there'll be plenty of time to that. But I would think that we would have all these head coaching jobs filled this week, probably sooner rather than later. I wouldn't be surprised if by Wednesday there are no openings left at this point in time.
That is Adam Schefter of ESPN on the Pat McAfee Show yesterday, looking at tomorrow. The 28th of January, Wednesday, would be the date. We've certainly speculated that it feels like the Cardinals are coming close. If we're waiting for the plume of white smoke to see who the next...
From the papacy? Yeah, okay, all right.
To see who the next head coach is. It could come tomorrow. That would be interesting if all 4 teams today and tomorrow name their new head coaching choices. Bills, Browns, Cardinals, Raiders still looking. Mike LaFleur getting a second interview by all accounts and reports today. That is following a dinner with Cardinals brass last night. I kind of, hey, let's get to know each other in a different setting before we hit for the second interview. Yeah. And look, I've kind of had, you got a really good column on this on ArizonaSports.com right now that people can check out or check it out on the app as well. But you know, is Mike LaFleur a perfect candidate? I don't think the perfect candidate exists for any coaching job.
No.
I think fans, when they are faced with endless possibilities on who the next guy could be, your mind starts running, and you want teams to be aggressive and go after the big splashy hire. Nobody remembers the big splashy hire that falls on his face. But
no.
I'm to the point now where, LaFleur, at the beginning of this process, was he high on my list? No. There's a lot of intrigue there, and there's a lot of things that his hiring for the Cardinals, a lot of boxes that could be checked, and most notably is his experience in the NFC West. There's a lot of familiarity there, not only with the teams, but also with the coaches who come up with the game plans that have this a 3-horse race now.
All right, so Mike LaFleur has got a recognizable last name. He's the younger brother, much younger brother of Matt LaFleur. He's described as not nearly as rough-edged as Matt LaFleur is. He's got some polish to him, but he also comes from the Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay coaching tree. In fact, he has spent a lot of time working for both men. If you are the Cardinals and if you were Monty Ossenfort, and you know that one of your primary objectives going forward is charting a path back to competition in the NFC West where you finished 9 games behind the leader, where you set a record in NFL history for most games behind the second to last place finisher, you know you've got to address this. So there's a great familiarity that a guy like Mike LaFleur would bring in terms of the NFC West. And that is illustrated by the fact that Mike LaFleur once worked for Kyle Shanahan. He once went to Kyle and said, Kyle, listen, I got a job offer from Sean McVay. I'd really like to take it. And Kyle said, listen, it's a better opportunity for you. Go there. After that, Kyle Shanahan told a reporter, it really annoys me that Sean is now able to steal all this stuff that Mike LaFleur has learned from me. This is a true story. Kyle Shanahan is quoted as saying that. Wow. It really annoys me. Now, he's got experience with Sean McVay as well. So the Cardinals could go by the transitive property of mathematics. They're going to be able to steal secrets from both Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, which only leaves that maniac in Seattle to deal with.
Good luck with that.
And good luck with that. And so I think that would be very reassuring if I were Monty Ossenfort and the Cardinals, that this is a guy with great institutional knowledge of your primary competitors. Now, can he do the job as a head coach? Who knows? We know that as an offensive coordinator, he was hired by Robert Saleh to work in New York, and the results were not good. Now,
can I add something to that though?
Let me, as soon as I finish.
Okay.
But there's caveats to that. They thought they were going to get 3 years, they didn't, and he had a deal with Zach Wilson which was not a good idea. And he learned some real tough lessons. So the experience with the Jets might be something that actually helps a guy like Mike LaFleur. Go ahead,
That
Vinny.
second year with the Jets, and yes, Zach Wilson was the quarterback, and people just assume, oh, you can't win with Zach Wilson. That Jets team at one point was 7-4.
Yeah.
Zach Wilson started 9 games and had a 5-4 record. Then he got, I don't remember, I believe it was an injury, and they had to go with Mike White and Joe Flacco the rest of the way, and the offense tanked, and he was done, and he got replaced by Nathaniel Hackett. That, to me, 7-4 with the Jets.
Yeah.
With Breece Hall was hurt that year. The other running backs, this will sound familiar to Cardinals fans, Michael Carter and Bam Knight.
Oh, we know those guys well.
That to me is not, it's the opposite of unimpressive to have that kind, even if it was a partial run with the Jets that got waylaid.
It's not necessarily the negative that it's pointed out to be that, the first time he was away from Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan, he couldn't do anything. So I think you're right. I think that there's some, you look deeper into that stint in New York doesn't look so bad. Then the most common criticism of a guy like Mike LaFleur is, well, okay, you're the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams, but what are you doing? Sean McVay's the one calling all the plays. He's the one in charge. What are you really doing? Well, while that's actually true, and it's a fair criticism, it's worth noting that both Kevin O'Connell, Zach Taylor, and Liam Cohen have worked under Sean McVay.
And didn't call and weren't the play callers.
And were not the primary play callers. So there is obviously proof of concept there.
It says you're younger than Calais Campbell, too. So that would be fun.
Most people on the planet are younger than Calais Campbell.
And he went to college in Chicago.
I also think... where
did he?
Einhurst? Have you ever heard of that one?
Elmhurst?
Elmhurst. Yeah. Put your glasses on, Jim.
Put your glasses on.
Einhurst.
Man.
Elmhurst. I thought it was E-I-N. It's E-L-M. E-L-M. They should really make the I's and L's different.
Yeah, they really should, Jared.
They're too similar looking.
Einhurst.
Somebody gave me a blurry monitor. It's not my fault.
Yeah, right. Have you ever played that great golf course, Sammy? Einhurst?
Pinehurst.
Oh, that's what I was looking for.
I believe that's Pelmhurst.
Yeah, Pelmhurst.
I also think it's interesting that Adam Schefter said all the openings could be filled by Wednesday, which to me means that Clint Kubiak is going to be back on the Seattle staff for another year.
Yeah,
because he's not available for another 2 weeks.
Yeah, and that's interesting to me because sometimes it's a real smart thing for a young coach to do. It is not cash out your first chance to kind of gravy train on a great situation. It's generally the sign of a guy that knows I don't feel quite ready yet. They'd never admit it, but it's generally that.
Or I don't want to go to the Browns or Raiders.
Well, there is that.
We'll have more on those situations coming up, too. And also more fallout from the Seahawks' victory in the NFC Championship game against the Rams. And the rivalry runs deep. We'll give you more on that straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
It seems like most of the guys they're looking at are defensive guys and leader of men, former head coach, right?
Yeah.
I think you have a good little mix right now, but it'll be interesting to see who they land on.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board.
John Harbaugh is in the building as the Giants' new head coach.
The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and New Year is a great time to focus on your home and what improvements you might need to make, and right now it's a great time to take care of your windows. New windows will make your home pop, they'll beautify your home, they will lessen your energy bills, and if you've been in your home up to 15 years, chances are you need new windows. Let me tell you about my friends at Advanced Window Products, a company celebrating their 40th year in business. Most home windows and doors can be installed in one day, sales and installation all done in-house, no middleman markups. saves you a ton of money at Advanced Window Products. They build the windows, they install the windows, then they guarantee them for the life, and that lifetime warranty includes labor, glass, and parts, and is transferable to the next homeowner, which is a pretty big deal. In the end, they're going to give you the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, from their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. You can customize the color of your windows, white, tan, or dark brown. Great financing options available, which means now is a great time to get that done, especially now it's their New Year's sale. You'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows, $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If this interests you, DM me, send me a text. I'll send you some pictures of the work they did at my house and how great my windows happen to look. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream, competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com, because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report,
No big, just a loose gas cap.
and gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help. Restrictions apply.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt, and right now get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Hey, it's Gambo. How wide is the gap between the Seattle Seahawks and the Arizona Cardinals? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning. A shout out, thank you to everybody taking the show in Glendale this morning and every morning. We appreciate the support out in Glendale.
Yeah, I almost forgot about it, so thanks. No, you're joking. You're good. No, I think there was a lot that I didn't know back then, so, I'm just going to continue to learn and grow in this great game. And, there's a lot of stuff that I can get better from today, even. I feel like I missed some throws out there that I shouldn't miss. There were some things offensively that I feel like we can do better, so we're always looking to get better. I'm always looking to get better, so that's the great part about this game is, you win an NFC championship and you win games throughout the season, but there's always ways that you can look to get better.
Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold going from seeing ghosts to seeing a Super Bowl. That was from Sunday after the Seahawks won the NFC championship over the LA Rams. They get the rubber game. They get the last laugh and all of it. There was reporting after the game, though, that seemed to be, look, you get bad blood between division rivals, especially when it's that hotly contested. And the NFC West this year was historically strong at the top, with 3 teams making it to the final 4 of the NFC. And the Seahawks are now going on to the Super Bowl. But the reporting from The Athletic was in the Week 16 game that the Seahawks won in overtime, there was an incident between the coaching staffs during the game that stemmed from a Cooper Kupp fumble. And at halftime, from what I understand, was it halftime or after the game? I think it was halftime.
It was halftime.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Halftime, for those people who don't know, halftime in an NFL stadium is really weird because both coaching staffs converge on the elevators and they need to get down to their locker room and time it where they're there right when the coach and the team is coming off the field. So generally it's a mad rush of dudes who are all amped up on caffeine, right? They're on the Ron Wolfley program of about 10 cups a day, and they're all convening in the elevators trying to get where they're going.
Yeah.
And God help you if you're standing in their path.
Mike Silver from The Athletic reported, quote, the witnesses said several Rams assistants were discussing the fumble in question by Kupp as they neared the elevator. One offensive coach asked which Seattle player had been responsible, and when another replied that it was Kupp, the coach snickered as though he expected the answer. The comment didn't sit well with Seahawks outside linebackers coach Chris Partridge, whose, quote, enraged response caused Rams defensive pass rush coordinator Drew Wilkins to yell back at him. Then apparently it circulated throughout the Seahawks staff and locker room, and they all felt like they had to defend Cooper Kupp's
His honor. Yeah. Look, I respect that about the Seahawks, right?
I do too. I mean, that's pretty chintzy of the Rams to be throwing barbs and taking shots at Cooper Kupp, who's one of their great players of all time.
Right, and to be thinking that the Seahawks coaches would go along with, yeah, we know, haha, yeah, because they must have been thinking that, oh, these guys are finding out what we found out, that he's washed.
Yeah. And then he scored a touchdown in the NFC Championship
And to the
game.
contrary, the Seahawks coaches were like, oh, really? Okay. And then they went into the locker room and immediately dropped dime on the Rams coaches, and it's been on between those teams ever since.
Isn't
that wild?
That is wild. But you're right. I mean, a lot of people aren't privy to that because if you want to, it does affect the media too, because you can't use the elevators. You can't use the elevators at the end of the game either because the coaching staffs are doing it. But to have all those guys packed into one elevator is pretty interesting.
And that's the one thing that, and again, there's all these people now talking about how we need to move the AFC Championship games and the NFC Championship games to neutral sites. Okay, put an ice pick in my ear. Seriously, that would be disgusting. But the one thing that I noticed that there was a lot of heat on that field between the Rams and the Seahawks in terms of the way they were hitting. That's one thing that I do not. There's a lot of things I don't like about the Super Bowl, other than the fact that it's like no longer football. It's a corporate event. But the level of hitting isn't the same because guys are so afraid of making a mistake that blowing dudes up becomes secondary to them.
Especially in the first half of games, it feels like.
Yep. Everyone's playing very careful.
Yeah, it's true now. But when you apply a story like this and then hold it up to what your eyeballs told you on Sunday at certain points of that game, and in a very hotly contested game, it seemed like it was a little lamped up between the teams.
Oh yeah.
Especially with some guys that used to wear the other uniforms.
Oh, mercy.
I mean, Ernest Jones, another former Ram, who's a big part of the Seattle defense, was one of those guys that really stood out to me as being extra amped.
Yeah. It's interesting, when you go through the playoffs and you play your division opponents in the playoffs, for multiple rounds, it's got to be so much more emotional than you're playing a team in the Super Bowl that you have no connection to. Like, how much emotion and how much energy did you give in those last couple rounds? Like, does that actually give an advantage to New England? Especially because
now with a 2-week layoff.
I guess that's true.
I think everything and that's another thing that's another reason why it just feels like it's a completely different world than what we've been living in.
It's true. A lot of times,
totally agree.
Yeah.
A lot of time it works more so, I guess, in the NBA. Like if you're in the much tougher conference and you play a lot of 6 and 7 game series to get to the finals and the other team breezes there.
Yeah.
It's the advantage for the other team, but you're right. The 2-week layoff kind of resets everything.
Yeah. Elsewhere around the league, a lot of teams, well, not a lot, but 3 other teams and the Cardinals still looking for their head coaches. The Bills reportedly leaning toward an offensive minded head coach. It won't be Phillip Rivers. He's removed his name. Grant Udinski is like the latest up-and-comer, 30 years old.
Okay.
For Buffalo?
For Buffalo, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, this is one of these things that really make you wonder and rethink what are they doing in Buffalo. You don't fire a guy of Sean McDermott's caliber if you do not have a better plan. And it looks like the Bills don't have a better plan.
It seems like their better plan was just anything but Sean McDermott. Terry Pegula said as much. I didn't decide to hire him until in the locker room after the playoff loss to the Denver Broncos. That was it was
Terry
an emotional
Pegula
decision.
should get on a flight and go to Australia and watch his daughter play tennis and just get out of the mix.
Is she still in the mix?
She's still alive. She
Yeah.
plays
Oh, yeah.
tonight. 2 Americans.
My guess is she's not going to win.
Not going to win the whole thing.
She plays a Misamova, I believe.
Cleveland's still looking for a head coach, and apparently, according to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, really conducting a unique coaching search.
We talked about all the reasons that the Browns search process is unique. It's not just the head coaches, it's the coordinators, it's the position coaches, it's the staff members. Everybody is doing some levels of cognitive testing and the personality testing. The Browns' outlook on all that is, well, if we're hiring the CEO or another high-ranking role to a Fortune 500 company, an $8 billion a year company, we would want to gather all this background information. We would want to have all these different data points. We want to make abundantly certain that this is the right guy. But that process to this point has yielded a bunch of people that have not actually, for, again, different reasons, not followed through in the process. If they don't get Nate Scheelhaus, listen, Jim Schwartz has been a good coach for a long time. He's had success as the D coordinator in Cleveland. Todd Monken's been a good, solid coach, assistant coach mostly for a number of years here. But I would imagine that the public reaction to this probably is not going to be necessarily as positive to a Jim Schwartz promotion after this entire search as getting one of these young up-and-coming candidates.
Yeah, the reports.
Okay, let's back up here because we need to present this in a more clear fashion. What the Cleveland Browns are doing now, as revealed by Tom Pelissero, is that their head coaching candidates are having to do crazy things like take personality tests, writing essays during the interview process. Because the Haslam family is so data-driven, they are requiring that they get all this information during the interview process. Can you imagine what that looks like to a candidate?
Yeah.
There's a reason why candidates pull the plug on Cleveland the first time they get a different option.
Grant Udinski, the guy you just mentioned, pulled his name out of the Browns yesterday.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that?
Writing an essay?
You're going for
Taking an
one of
IQ
32 jobs, and you're expecting that this organization knows who you are and respects you and wants you, and you're having to write paragraphs?
Yeah.
Really?
They call it a Harvard-style approach to interviewing.
Look at these 2 pictures. Circle the things that are different.
Mary Kay Cabot, who's covered the Browns for a long time, said, quote, Andrew Berry has said it's like a marriage, right, between the head coach and the GM. You better bring your brains when you're going to be dealing with Harvard-educated Andrew Berry. Even when we just sit at a press conference talking to him, the words that spill out of his mouth and the way he speaks, this is a brilliant human being. So you've got to be able to hang. You've got to be able to hang with these guys, and Andrew Berry in particular, if you're going to be married to him. How's that working out for you?
Not
Cleveland?
very well. and that is such a joke. And the Bears did this with Bruce Arians. They literally wanted him to go conduct a mock press conference to see how he would handle the media. And he looked at him like, are you guys really this much of a loser family?
We thank the Bears for doing that.
Yeah, well, we sure do.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that, baby.
What are you talking about, baby?
And he handled the media pretty well while he was here and since.
And at what point in time, if you're the Browns, do you say, maybe we should change our hiring process?
Maybe, because they're always in last place.
Well, this is how we do it at Harvard. Noted football factory.
Yeah, right.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning. In the Rush Hour reboot, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakushonis, steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates, gives to Brooks right wing for 3. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. And all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will look to stop their 2-game losing streak tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets, and they'll look to get Jalen Green back on the floor tonight, as he is listed as questionable after leaving the Atlanta game with another hamstring issue. But the Suns and Nets will tip at 7 tonight here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The coaching search continues for the Arizona Cardinals, and most recently in the form of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, who will be getting his second interview today with the team. The Wildcats last night, behind its guards Brandon Braden Burries and Jaden Bradley squeaked out a win at BYU last night, 86-83 to remain undefeated. And tonight in college basketball, ASU will be at UCF at 5. You can hear that over on ESPN 620. And GCU will look to stay hot as they travel to Nevada tonight. That game will tip off at 8:30. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait. Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Morada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. I'm Sammy Sabolka, and it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Going to get you all the big stories in sports, and we'll start with the Phoenix Suns, who are in action tonight against the Brooklyn Nets at home. And no Devin Booker, and Jalen Green is questionable, so especially in Book's absence, who needs to up their game for the Suns to keep their head above the water? We talk about.
No, not Sammy. Sammy.
Sammy. He's got a shot.
The jumper's there, but I don't know if I'd be much help to this Phoenix Suns team right now. So in Book's absence especially, who needs to play better for the Suns to be better?
Well, Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen have to shoot the ball better than they did last game. I think that's an obvious. They were 1 for 17.
1 for 17.
Yeah, we've talked for 2 years now how if O'Neal and Allen are playing well, the Suns' chances to win go through the roof. So that's the obvious. But everybody does. I'm kind of curious, though. With Brooklyn being here, it might be good longer term for the Suns to be able to notch a win without Jalen Green on the court tonight.
Could.
Because they are not playing like a confident basketball team right now.
But
I'm looking for any answers right now.
I'm curious if nothing is wrong with Jalen Green, why he wouldn't be on the basketball floor tonight.
Right.
That's what I'm really. That's the question that somebody's going to have to answer for me. If the conclusion is from a medical standpoint he is fine, then what is holding him back?
Yeah. That's a great question.
And guys, the NBA trade deadline is in 9 days, so just over a week. And historically, sometimes it's been a great NBA trade deadline. Sometimes it leaves a lot to be desired. Are we in for a wild trade deadline this year or a ho-hum one?
Probably somewhere in the middle for me.
Okay.
I don't see the Giannis thing coming together before February 5th. I just don't. I just think there's too much at stake for a player of his caliber and stature and profile. I think if it finally happens, I think it's an off-season move. I think there's going to be some moves. I think there's going to be some teams that are really interested in improving. I look at the Lakers and what they could possibly do. I look at Golden State on what they could possibly do. There's going to be some movement. I don't think it's going to be a snooze fest, but I don't think it's going to be a blockbuster either.
I thought at one point in time maybe LeBron would be available, that maybe Giannis would be available.
Maybe Ja.
Yeah, right. So now I'm not so certain.
Okay.
I'm not so certain who exactly would be in the market to go and get somebody. Maybe the Timberwolves want to try to go get a point guard. I don't know who that is.
Yep. And you guys both still feel the Suns are staying pat, even with the recent injury stuff?
I don't know. I mean, I look at the Nick Richards possibility.
Yeah.
And every day that passes with Mark Williams remaining healthy, it might bolster the Suns to feel more confident that he can get through the rigors of an 82-game schedule. Nick Richards is an insurance policy. He's not playing at all. I think there's some value with what his contract constitutes and his position that they might be able to get something for him. But I don't think there's going to be anything big or splashy from the Suns. I may be completely wrong.
And I feel like we can all kind of agree the Cardinals head coach is coming soon, but we maybe don't know who it's going to be. But if the Raiders name a head coach not named Clint Kubiak, can the Cardinals then afford to wait 2 more weeks if they really want him?
I don't think they want him.
Okay.
I mean, the reporting hasn't indicated that. I mean, there's been some wrinkles and some twists and turns in the reporting where we find something out and say, where was that?
Sure.
But Kubiak hasn't really been prominently figured in that reporting, so I don't think it's necessarily applicable.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think this is on the radar screen, and I think the Cardinals realize that it would be a terrible set of optics to once again be dawdling and to be the only team without a coach, and it's after the Super Bowl, and it's like, okay, what are you doing here? Which is to say, there's tremendous value in the perception of they ID'd a coach, they interviewed a coach, and they hired a coach. Bang, bang, bang.
And so, with that, do we feel a hire is coming today or tomorrow?
I would say tomorrow is more likely.
Okay.
I'm guessing today.
Okay.
But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean,
I could be way wrong.
and I'm just looking. If I was the ultimate decision maker, I'd probably want another night to sleep on all of it.
Sure.
But it would still be quicker than coaching searches of the past for the Cardinals if it's tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm in Bick's camp. I think it's coming today. All right. So can we talk
at 10:01 a.m.
At 10:02? As soon
No,
as
not that early.
As
Not
soon
that
as
early. I
I
say middle of the afternoon.
Okay.
Right. Can we talk about how absurd the Pro Bowl is? What do you think the NFL was thinking when they were like, let's just give it to Shedeur Sanders and bring him in to be a Pro Bowler?
That's how far they got down. Guys are either injured, participating in the Super Bowl, or just don't want any part of this event. And the travesty of it all is, and I went back and I looked at it again, because the guy that stands out to me is the first guy under these rules with the Pro Bowl where it gets attached to his resume. He's a Pro Bowler, was Tyler Huntley, who was a part-time quarterback who started like 2 games for the Ravens. He's got Pro Bowler on his resume. Shedeur Sanders will have Pro Bowler on his resume. It's stupid.
Yes.
Just name the Pro Bowlers, have some sort of event that doesn't require competition. Show up if you want to. If you don't want to, that's cool too. But that way, you don't have to go 10, 11 deep to find somebody that wants to participate in flag football on a Wednesday night.
I agree. So recently, as of this morning, The Athletic dropped a piece on 7 big names that could still get traded before MLB opening day. Ketel Marte's name is number 2 on that list. Do you believe that door is still slightly open?
I do. Yeah, I don't think anything is legit, but I do think that there was a cause and effect with Alex Bregman that is obviously no longer in play. So, which is to say, I think the price tag for trading Ketel Marte has probably only gone up.
Yes.
Because the Diamondbacks do not have something on the back end that they were going to do had they traded and moved Ketel Marte.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we've seen reported over the last month or so has been posturing, where Mike Hazen had it out there. They were very open and honest, and then he came out and said, "We got to get on with our off season, so we're shutting down the Ketel Marte trade talks." The door is always open a crack, at least.
Sure.
Because if somebody picks up the phone and says, "Hey, Mike, I got a deal for you for Ketel," and he's blown away, of course he's going to do it.
Yeah.
So it's not completely closed.
All right, last thing. So Jared and I's Wildcats, I would say, looked dominant and then flustered.
You guys own that team? Congratulations.
Some mistake. Hey, we've given a lot of money to that school. But so they still
Would that be you or your dad, Sammy? Let's clarify
both,
that.
actually. So both. A little bit of both. They went to BYU last night, got an 86-83 win. When you watch them, what stands out to you?
That they've got a point guard you can trust. That they've got, I don't know, they just look really, really connected. You know what they say? Connected team is a freaking dangerous team.
To me, the defense stands out. It was swarming in the first half. And they can beat you in a number of different ways. They can beat you with their size, with Krivas and Nowaka up front. And then their backcourt last night was spectacular. Jaden Bradley looks like an All-American. And they did that without a huge contribution from Koa Pete. He had a couple baskets, but Burries was amazing. They're deep. They're confident. It'll be interesting to see how they respond after. It looked like they were going to coast to a win.
Yeah.
And they really got pushed last night. And that would have been a devastating loss for them had they lost it. Credit to them for coming up with the big plays. It's a great basketball team, top to bottom.
They can't/don't shoot 3-pointers,
I know,
which worries me in the tournament.
You mentioned that last night. In a one-game, tournament win or go home, that can be a little scary. But hope you guys are rebooted. Happy Tuesday.
Thanks, Sammy.
Yes.
Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up with the Suns dealing with a number of injuries. What does the rest of the Western Conference look like around them? We'll get into that next on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
pin. Pin.
Text the word
pin
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta back to tell you about some great offers happening now and why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Is it experience? Absolutely. Earnhardt has been a name Arizonans trust for over 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has the cars and SUVs that you are looking for. And, of course, it's incredible offers. Like right now, you could take $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models upon approved credit. Or check out the 2025 Ford Maverick with $2,000 in retail customer cash on gas models, or $1,000 available on hybrids, plus low 2.9% APR financing is available. Again, all these offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end February 2nd, 2026. Founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. They are in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype, M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvisi here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now, in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How will the Suns fare in another game without their superstar guard? We'll preview Suns Nets starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We continue the Tuesday edition. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up till 10 o'clock. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jarrett Carlin, Sammy Sepulka with you. Suns are in action tonight. We know that Devin Booker will not play. We don't know whether or not Jalen Green will play. Of course, anything that's updated on that subject, you'll hear it here on Arizona Sports during the course of the day. As we enter play today, Bick, going into tonight's action, the Phoenix Suns, 27-19. Currently sitting in the 7th spot in the Western Conference standings. It's kind of a log jam between 4 and 7 right now, with Golden State clinging. So maybe 4 to 8 right now is a little bit of a log jam. The Western Conference, there's some things that we expected to see, like Oklahoma City, the defending champions, sitting on top, which is where they are right now at 37-10. One thing I didn't expect when we reported and talked about the Nikola Jokic injury with Denver, I didn't expect the Nuggets to be as competitive as they've been. That's a credit to their head coach, David Adelman. That's a credit to their team and guys stepping up with increased opportunity. They're tied for the 2nd spot right now with San Antonio.
Wow. Okay.
And they're 9-5 without Nikola Jokic.
It's not bad.
And, more specifically to the point about guys taking advantage, Peyton Watson's been with Denver for a while, so he knows the culture. He knows the program. But he's also been plugged into the starting lineup. And over his last 13 games, he's averaging 23.1 points per game. That makes Denver stronger when they're whole. When you have players you can count on your bench to contribute, that feel comfortable.
Yeah.
They've made the best of a bad situation in Denver all season long. I've been very impressed with them.
Yeah, and I don't think for any minute that Oklahoma City has got this conference in lockdown. In fact, it seems like yesterday they had 1 loss and now they have 10.
I can tell you officially we're barely halfway through the season. They will not set a new record for NBA wins. Already they have 10 losses.
Even if they win out, they can only go 72-10.
Isn't that crazy?
That ain't happening.
They can only tie doubles.
But you're right, Dan. Like, as recently as 3 weeks ago or so,
right?
We were thinking this is unbeatable, this team.
And so that is indeed not the case. And then you look across the Western Conference, the Nuggets are definitely for real. The Spurs are definitely on the rise. The Rockets have had an interesting year so far. There's been a lot of angst. There's been a lot of stuff from Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant got into it with a fan courtside over the weekend that was really a bizarre exchange, and he's been known to do those things, but he's also been engaging with a lot of people on social media, which he's also been known to do, but it's not been the smoothest of seasons so far in Houston. There's no doubt about that.
No, it hasn't, and I think there's a lot of people around basketball that are looking at Houston, and Kevin Durant, you look at the numbers. He's always going to put up his numbers. How it all fits together, and I think despite the fact that they're in the 4th spot in the West right now at 28-16, they're really missing a table setter, a reliable guard like a Fred VanVleet. We knew that was going to be a big loss when he tore his ACL in the preseason, and I think they're still kind of feeling their way through that. The problem for them is there's no help coming on that front. Fred VanVleet's not going to play this year. He's not going to be ready for the playoffs by all accounts. So you got to figure it out internally. And I'm not sure they're capable of doing that right now.
The Timberwolves, they've been up and down. I don't know what I think of that team. That's another team that needs a point guard. So I don't know what to think about that team. Then you get to the Lakers, and the Lakers are very, very interesting because there are times when the Lakers win a few games in a row, and it's like, oh, they got it. And then they have a stretch where they don't have it. And J.J. Redick recently came out and basically called out Luka and LeBron. Basically told both dudes, you need to start passing the ball. Both of you. You need to move the ball to open teammates. And apparently they have. And apparently the morale on that team has improved dramatically in the short term.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's also Laker fans who are losing their minds over DeAndre Ayton, to which we all say, hee.
Well, I've heard it's not just Lakers fans that recently have been losing their minds with DeAndre Ayton. I've talked to some people that say there's a lot of unrest with his waning energy levels and coming from the coaching staff and teammates too. He had a game last week. One of the things you can say about DeAndre Ayton is he's not going to take bad shots, and he's going to hit a high percentage of the shots he does take.
Yeah.
He had a game last week. They won the game. He was 4 of 16 and missed a ton of buckets right at the rim. I guess those nights happen, but it's a game-to-game proposition with what DeAndre Ayton you're going to get. And if the Lakers do have – look, they have LeBron James and Luka Doncic. They have championship aspirations. They have a head coach who is very hungry to win a championship. And if you don't believe me, his propensity to throw his players under the bus publicly does serve as a reminder to that. But I don't think you can win the Lakers can win a title with DeAndre Ayton. I think they'd have to upgrade the 5 position to
do it. If you just Google his name, not Google his name, if you search Twitter for his name, you'll just see different Lakers fans putting compilations together of him just standing there on defense while people blow by him, or why not going up for a rebound, or like all the stuff that we lived for years in Phoenix. They're now experiencing.
Over the weekend, there's the alley-oop right at the basket. He tried to finger roll it in, and he put spin on the ball, and it rolled out. And Laker fans are screaming, "Dump the ball!"
Sounded like Dan Bickley.
Yeah, who screamed that for 4 years.
The other thing that's interesting about the Western Conference right now is the territory behind the Suns is getting interesting. Golden State, are they going to do anything without Jimmy Butler? I mean, they're still the pedigree, obviously. I don't know what Golden State team you're going to get from night to night. Portland has been strangely competitive. They're a game under 500. The Clippers have got it together. They're 21-24 after that disastrous start.
One of the best teams over the last 3 weeks or so.
I wouldn't count Dallas out. They're starting to put things together, and they put together some impressive wins, even though they're only 19-27. Beyond that, Memphis, Utah, Sacramento, New Orleans, enjoy the rest of your seasons. But I think there's really 11 teams fighting for those spots, playoff and play-in spots.
Yeah, and as I said, I think what we've seen from the Clippers right now has been so sustained for so long of a period of time. It's exactly why you want to stay out of the play-in.
But it has been sustained. But for it to remain sustained for the Clippers, number 2's got to stay healthy.
Yeah, we haven't even hit the All-Star break.
Kawhi Leonard's got to stay healthy. He's been fantastic when he's played this year. But
I think it means for the Suns, like, you don't want to have a short.
That's what I mean. You don't want to be one of the 4 teams with the Clippers being in there, ready to kind of demolish everybody.
Better than a normal play-in team.
For the Clippers to get to 500 before the All-Star break, that would be an unbelievable accomplishment for where they were in early December.
And they're 8-2 in their last 10, and they were. And people pointed out, and I don't even like bringing this up, but facts are facts. Since they made the decision with Chris Paul, they've been a different team.
Oh, that is true.
You know how we feel about Chris Paul on this show.
That's a very good point. It's facts are facts.
Yeah, so it's the Suns are 27-19, 46, so like 36 games left. This season has breezed by, hasn't it?
It's amazing what happens when your team is exciting to watch.
Yep. Luckily, there's still 9 months of this season left because of the playoffs, so don't worry.
Oh, boy, Jared. Stop with that.
I'm all for that.
It's great, but it lasts too long.
I can't believe we brought in another super NBA fan here. That everyone's against me now.
Don't worry,
because it's one of your worst takes, to be honest with you.
Don't worry, pitchers, catchers,
and that's saying
Jared.
something.
That's saying something, Jared.
Coming up next, Bick kicks off the second half of the Tuesday show with the blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10-2.
They're not going to win many games if they don't have Devin Booker, but Book comes back from injuries. He still only has missed 5 games this year, right? I think he's only missed 5 games. Book usually has an injury or 2 each year. He doesn't miss a ton of time. It's hard for me to be as concerned about that one as the Jalen Green one because, like you said, that's got to go in its own separate category.
Man, I've never seen a hamstring like this that continues to do this for months. Book is going to be reevaluated in a week based on his. He wasn't in a boot after the game either, and I think I'm going to take that and I'm going to put that in the positive column.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10-2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit they're dealing with it, and that is private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like a weight that you're dragging around everywhere you go. But if you're in that category, you don't have to keep dragging that weight. It's Vince Murata back to tell you about why refi and why refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget that they come up with, but your real one. And they do it without judging you or asking you a bunch of questions or lecturing you on the situation that you're in. They are here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who felt completely buried in this process, like they've had zero options left, and then YRefi steps in and gives them a real path forward. And there's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened, but you can actually change what happens next. Give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi-85. Visit them online at YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything design to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to check out ProSmile. ProSmile is the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. And they have finance options up to 10 years. So whether you need dental implants or custom veneers, go with the ProSmile difference. You won't regret it. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search continues. Recently, the Cardinals brought out Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, took him to dinner last night, and will have his second interview today. But for a full update on the search, head to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Wildcats went to BYU last night and survived a close one after being up 19 at one point. They needed a Braden Burries block with 3 seconds left to leave with an 86-83 win and are now 21-0, which matches the best start in program history. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight. They're home for the Brooklyn Nets. Devin Booker still out with his ankle sprain, but Jalen Green is listed as questionable for tonight's game. That tips at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU and GCU both go tonight. ASU is at UCF at 5 over on ESPN 620, and GCU is in Nevada for the Wolfpack. That game gets going at 8:30, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Arizona Cardinals are like a baseball team trailing by a huge deficit. They need more than a home run to get back in the game. They need singles and doubles and base runners and all hands on deck if they're going to close an enormous 9-game gap in the NFC West. Now, Mike LaFleur checks that box. The Rams offensive coordinator is in town today for an interview, and many believe this is the team's preferred choice. He would certainly be a step in the right direction for a franchise that has fallen fast and hard in the past 12 months. LaFleur brings a recognizable name. He comes from one of the best coaching trees in football. He knows offense and how to develop quarterbacks. He has worked under Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, which means he knows a lot about the men behind the best division in football. And here's a comforting story. Shanahan was literally very annoyed when LaFleur first joined the Rams, telling a reporter that McVay suddenly had access to a lot of the 49ers' secrets, which means by hiring LaFleur, the Cardinals can poach serious intelligence on both the Rams and the 49ers, and that cannot hurt. Now, LaFleur is not a home run hire and no sure thing, but I do think he or Anthony Campanile would win the moment, restore a little hope, and help close the book on another painful chapter in team history, and the sooner they get it done, the better it will look for everybody. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I've known Sean a long time, right? And, just from his days back, obviously in Washington with Kyle, with my brother Matt, obviously Raheem, and just so many connections there. Mike McDaniel's one of my best friends, obviously over in Miami. So, I've known Sean for a long time. We always kind of joked about, maybe one day there'll be a time where we get to work with each other, and it just kind of aligned this way. Right after the season, we had some talks and went through a process, and here I am. So
that's Mike LaFleur sitting down with J.B. Long. Would you qualify him as a friend of the program, Jared? Friend of the program, J.B. Long?
He wasn't able to come on today, but yes.
Well, of course not. That would be timely, and then who would value that?
Well, that's what he said he's taking a little break after the exit from the playoffs.
Okay, I gotcha. That's when he took the job in Los Angeles. After the time with the Jets came to an end, he joined Sean McVay's staff. And you're hitting on some really key points that are something that we brought up. How much was intelligence of about and gleaned from NFC West opponents? How important was that in this process? And now that it looks like it's getting, boiled down to 2, 3, 4 candidates for the Cardinals, that is one thing on Mike LaFleur's resume that stands out, is his experience working with and against the other teams in this gauntlet of a division. I agree with you. Is it a total home run hire that checks all the boxes? No.
How would anyone know? You can't call it a home run when he's never done the job before.
Exactly.
Never had an at-bat. How could he?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But that's the goal, is for the Cardinals to find the Liam Cohen, to find the Ben Johnson. And maybe Mike LaFleur is that guy. He does have play calling experience, not most recently with the Rams, but he did call plays for the Jets as the coordinator. Look, I'm just getting antsy for the future to be laid out, the groundwork to be laid out for the future, because the taste that was left in the mouths of everybody in Arizona that cares an iota about the Cardinals is so unpleasurable. Let's move on. Let's start the future as fast as we can. I think they've been diligent enough. They've talked to enough people, And they should have their direction mapped out at this point.
We all noticed it in real time that last year when the season began to fall apart, it felt like the entire franchise was breaking apart, right? It felt like it went from bad losses to the worst loss in team history to suddenly outraged fans penning letters to Michael Bidwill about their unhappiness with Casitas and Casa Rojo, whatever it is. And just basically the how the experience has digressed and the ticket prices, which have gone up, 3 times?
5 times.
5 times
cases, yeah.
the amount in the last few years. It seems like everything now is on the table in terms of grievances of a fan base, and rightfully so. Very, very much rightfully so. The losing has gone on far too long. There's too many questions about how much money and how serious this team is about winning based on what they spend and who they hire and what they're looking for. And then that's countered by, well, do they really have any options? Does anybody really want to be here? And so there's all of this stuff swirling around this football team. So it is my opinion that the Cardinals need to act decisively. They need to bring in somebody with a reasonable chance of winning a press conference. While not important, it will probably go a long way. I think both Mike LaFleur can do that, and Anthony Campanile would definitely do that. And I think in this situation, the name value of Mike LaFleur and where he comes from, I think would make most of the really disgruntled Cardinal fans go, okay, I'll stick around a little bit. I'll hang around to the NFL draft. I'll see what they do at number 3.
It is interesting that one of them is an offensive coach, one of them is a defensive coach. It doesn't seem like there's a direction or a focus that they care.
Don't fall into that trap, Jared.
No.
You're not making any grand declarations by what affiliation your head coach is. No. But it does mean you've got to get the other side backfilled.
Yes, but I also think there's an understanding around the league now, mostly, for teams that offensive background, defensive background doesn't really matter as much. It is about how you build a culture and how you lead men. Those are the most important things. We know the head coach is, regardless of what your background is, in most cases. Now, Cliff Kingsbury came in as an offensive-minded coach, and he was doing the jobs of 2 men. He was the head coach and the offensive coordinator.
And that time that hire was a declaration of this is the
direction
exactly.
we're going.
Right, yes.
But, was Cliff Kingsbury the best leader of men? No. Does that mean he's not going to get a head coaching job? I don't know what happens in his future. But
looks like he's not going to get a job this time.
No, that to me is the most important thing. And you see it, the Baltimore Ravens, and everybody pointed, of course, the Ravens are going to go defense with their coaching hire. They got Jesse Minter, a defensive-minded guy. Well, he's no longer a defensive-minded guy. He's a Baltimore Ravens-minded guy who has to lead men and build culture, and that was the thing that stood out to the Ravens on that front. So, yes, the acumen offensively is important because then you're going to have like-minded assistant coaches working with you, but they've got to check the box about who's going to light the fire and who's going to build the basis of a culture moving forward that they can replicate, because it hasn't been here for a long time.
Yeah.
It hasn't been here since Bruce Arians was here in his first 3 years.
In doing some research on Mike LaFleur, he is described and he's known for his alacrity and his clarity. Now, alacrity is a big fancy word for brisk and cheerful. So if you got somebody who moves fast and is always in a good mood, that qualifies as alacrity.
You just described
that's
me.
you, Vinny. That's you. Yeah. Yeah.
I am brimming with alacrity.
You lack alacrity.
He's got an interesting dynamic with his older brother, Matt LaFleur. They're 7.5 years apart, which is a pretty sizable difference.
Yeah.
Mike LaFleur is considered to have a smoother personality, meaning he kind of knows how to massage situations, where Matt LaFleur tends to be more brusque and just kind of...
He doesn't have the same level of alacrity.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
I also got a kick about reading about their dynamic growing up because of the age difference, that Mike kind of idolized Matt, and because of the age difference, Matt wanted nothing to do with Mike.
Oh, yeah.
You're just this annoying grade school hanger-on.
Right.
Leave me alone.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. And so I think that it just feels to me, and again, this might mean nothing, but the idea when it hit yesterday that Mike LaFleur is coming to interview on Arizona on Monday and Tuesday. It's the fact that they listed 2 days in the thing just kind of felt like they're rolling out more of a red carpet for this guy. And again, I'm not reporting fact, it's perception. And it seems to me that this is the guy they want. And if this is the guy they want, get it done.
Yeah.
Don't let him leave.
Could happen today.
Mm-hmm.
Could happen tomorrow. Coming up next, is Devin Booker pulling a Steve Nash right now? We'll explain what we're talking about next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
That it's going to be like this all year with Jalen Green. Mental or not, that it's going to be very hard to count on Jalen Green in the 2025-26 season because you just don't know if it's going to last and you don't know if he's going to be able to hold up, which is unfair because he's been able to hold up his entire career. But this year, clearly, he's dealing with something that goes beyond that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. If your backyard or if your front yard's a bit cringy, if it keeps you from having company over the weekend, my friends at Turf Monsters, a great company to call. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard and or front yard of your dreams, and their range is amazing. Everything from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. If you're a golfer, they are fantastic at building custom state-of-the-art putting greens. In fact, they built the putting course at Dobson Ranch. If you've ever seen that, you know that that is quite an accomplishment and a feather in their cap. They're also in the pickleball court business, so if you're an avid pickleball player, you can get a court right in your own backyard, never have to worry about court time. Then, highly recommend you go to turfmonstersaz.com. That's their website where you can find samples of their work, near 1,000 five-star reviews. You can schedule your free estimate online while you're there, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved and dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5555. 755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Luke. Any chance Jalen Green gets to play for the Phoenix Suns tonight against Brooklyn? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning on this Tuesday, and a shout out and a thank you to our audience in Casa Grande, however you say it. We appreciate the support coming from down south in Casa Grande this morning.
When he's in the game, I think it simplifies the way that we get open looks, and we still do a good job most of the time of generating open looks for each other without him in the game, but it's just harder. And it's harder to sustain for a 48-minute game. But, other than a few stretches here and there, I felt like we did a pretty good job of driving the ball and attacking their switching and trying to create multiple closeouts, but there was some times where we just got stalled out and were a little slow offensively.
Grayson Allen on Sunday night after the Suns lost to the Miami Heat without Devin Booker on the floor. They did not have Jalen Green either, but focusing on the Devin Booker part of it. Yesterday during our discussion and breaking down that game, Vic, you used the perfect word on what was revealed about Devin Booker's absence, and that was the gravity that he has, the draw that he has to create opportunities for others, and we just haven't seen it. And it's a little bit alarming because it's 5 straight quarters now of really lackluster offensive basketball for the Phoenix Suns, who were up by 7 at the end of the third quarter when Booker left that game in Atlanta. They struggled through the fourth quarter, and they struggled through 4 quarters against Miami. Can they get it turned around tonight without Devin Booker? Remains to be seen. Competition is a little less tough tonight in the Brooklyn Nets, but still a group who's going to give a good effort. But I was wondering about this yesterday, and it's not certainly of the same scale. Most people who have been around Phoenix and the Phoenix Suns a long time will make the argument, and I think accurately so, that Steve Nash, in his first year as an MVP for the Phoenix Suns, really bolstered his candidacy by missing games. And it was only a 3-game stretch. But I did some numbers, Bick, and if you go back to that MVP candidacy for Steve Nash, he missed 3 games in January of 2005. Suns went 0-3. They shot 37% from the floor in his absence, 27 from three-point range, and scored an average of 87.3 points per game. The whole operation shut down.
Yeah, they didn't know what to do with the basketball. It was painful to watch.
He returned. They went 8-2 over the next 10. They shot 51% from the floor, 42% from three, and averaged 118.5 points per game. So a 32-point differential with Nash on the floor when he returned. Are we seeing something similar? And it's not an MVP candidacy, but is Devin Booker helping his all-star case by missing games?
I think the latter. I'm guessing. I mean, clearly he's not going to win the fan vote. He's going to have to be appointed, and I think that brings up the very accurate question that if you've got a Suns team that has been the surprise story of the NBA, don't they deserve an all-star? Now, who knows where the Suns are going to be at the all-star break? If they're below 6, then I don't think that logic applies, in my opinion. If they're 6 or above, then I think they warrant an all-star. But again, that's just my opinion. I do think that there's merit to what you're saying. Clearly, the team does not look nearly as lost as Steve Nash's Suns looked without him. That was alarming. How a team that went from fast pace, on a string, the ball always getting to the open guy, nobody knew what to do.
And that
they don't look that way now to me.
And that Suns team without Steve Nash still had Amari and Sean Marion and really good players. Much bigger star power than this team does without Devin Booker.
But it was Bick is exactly right. If you remember, it was alarming to see how free-flowing, fun basketball became just a hard watch for 3 straight games.
Well, you know what they say? When you don't have the head of a snake, what do you have? You've got a dead, writhing reptile. That's all you got.
That's a long bumper sticker.
And nobody wants to watch that.
No. No. So I do think that there's something to be said for what we saw in the last game against the Heat, what we've seen ever since Devin Booker rolled his ankle in a very flukish, freakish variety, has been a team that needs Devin Booker's gravity to do all the things they're doing.
Yeah.
And I think gravity is something, as a basketball fan, it's not as easy to spot as points per game.
No, it's not. But if you look further, I mean, since Booker left the floor in Atlanta, 34.7% shooting as a team, 17.8 from three-point range. And sometimes you just go through those stretches where the ball's not going to go in. I think being contagious in shooting works both ways, both good and bad. And I think there was a level of being contagious there the other night. I would expect that number to go up. But you have to wonder now, is it an anomaly, or is this how things are going to be as long as Booker is out? They play tonight, they play Thursday, they play Friday, and then Sunday. I'm not sure when that reevaluation happens. I would assume it will happen before that game if things are going well, and there'll be an on-floor workout. Maybe, best case scenario, is Devin Booker's back for that game against the Clippers on Sunday. We have no guarantee of that.
No.
And this is a very important stretch of games because we're talking about, being in the top six. And I think the Suns have every right to believe that they can be a top six team with the way that they've played.
They've proven it, yeah.
But they need to have sustained health.
Yeah.
If not as a group, your most important players have to stay healthy.
No, listen, and I think we're counting on that. We're counting on Mark Williams, to stay healthy throughout the course of this year.
You guys want to hear something crazy?
Sure.
So, the two most lineups played without Devin Booker. So, 5-man unit for the Suns, no Devin Booker on the floor.
Okay.
The most played unit has the best overall net rating for the Phoenix Suns.
And what is that unit?
That unit is Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin, Colin Gillespie, Oso, and Ryan Dunn. The next most played unit without Devin Booker has the worst net rating on the Phoenix Suns. So the two most...
And what's that unit?
That unit is Royce O'Neal, Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, and Grayson Allen.
So why? Because that first unit you mentioned plays against the backups and scrubs. And the second one is just when he comes out earlier in the game.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem without Booker is, and we've talked about this, and I don't think it's very hard to diagnose this either, is that Dylan Brooks feels the necessity to take on more of the offensive load. And when that happens, it's more of an ISO situation, and if the shot's not going, it hurts the offense. Now, we saw Dylan Brooks actually shoot the ball well the other night, but he was the only one that did. Nobody else could put the ball in the hole. So it affects everything without Devin Booker. And that's just the reality of the construction of this roster right now.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, and I think what you're illustrating is that we all went into the season with an assumption that Devin Booker had to do this, and the third to lift this team, had to be in contention for the scoring title, had to get back in the MVP discussion, had to be a first-team All-Star. And the answer has been anything but. What he's done is he's been a very savvy facilitator, a steadying influence, and again, the gravity that we're talking about. And that's been enough for this team to be among the top six in the Western Conference. So I think your overall point is accurate, that even though the time without him has been brief, it has been profound.
Yep. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this show, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo all this week. When you hear that word, just text it to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, this is not considered a strong quarterback draft class in the NFL, so could that affect the trade value of a certain Cardinals quarterback in the coming months? We'll get into that and a lot more NFL talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues. Who's going to wear that head coach headset and pace the sidelines for the Cardinals on game day in 2026?
This has been a very quiet process. I don't think you're hearing a lot of leaks. I mean, they've kept it very close to the vest.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board. The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
If you love pizza and basketball, you got to know about what's happening at Spinato's Pizzeria. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, because when it comes to pizza and hoops, Spinato's has you covered. A Valley favorite for over 50 years. Of course, Spinato's the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury, and they've brought it back for a third straight year. The Spinato's Pizza Competition. It gives you a chance to show off your shooting skills. Pizza works just like the game horse. You can enter, show off your shooting skills for a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and a shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. The next qualifying competition is coming up February 19th. It's at Spinato's Ahwatukee location. Suns will be in San Antonio taking on the Spurs. That night is also a Suns watch party. So even if you're not shooting, come out, watch the Suns. Great action on all the TVs at Spinato's, and get some delicious food and hang out with fellow Suns fans. For locations, menus, and all the information on this year's pizza competition, including how to get entered, head right now to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will look to stop their 2-game losing streak tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets, and they'll look to get Jalen Green back out on the floor tonight as well, as he's listed as questionable after leaving the Atlanta game with another hamstring issue. But the Suns and Nets will tip off at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The coaching search continues for the Arizona Cardinals, and most recently recently in the form of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, who will be getting his second interview with the team today. And tonight in college hoops, ASU will be at UCF at 5, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. And GCU will look to stay hot as they travel to Nevada tonight. That game will tip off at 8:30, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. When will the Arizona Cardinals have a head coach, and could it be today? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Sort of the good news, bad news for a team acquiring Kyler Murray is that you only have one more year of guaranteed money. So you're not committing to Kyler Murray on some 5-year deal if you trade for him. The bad news is if you're trading for him, you probably think he's got a chance to be a decent player for you. And if after 1 year there's no more guaranteed contract left over, you're going to have to do some renegotiation.
That is Field Yates from ESPN. He joined Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports earlier this month, January 6th to be exact, talking about what the Kyler Murray market could look like. Fast forward to today, Josh Weinfuss, who covers the Cardinals for ESPN, published a piece on how the perception of this year's draft class at the quarterback position could serve as a benefit to the Arizona Cardinals. We know who the first pick in the NFL draft is going to be in April. There's no mystery on that. It's going to be Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback of the Indiana Hoosiers. Where he goes, whether it's Vegas or somewhere else, remains to be seen. I say it every year, and I can't say it with certainty this year, Bick, that during the process, some other quarterback is going to elevate his profile enough to jump into the first round. It happens every year. I don't know if that's happening this year. I don't know if Ty Simpson is going to end up being a first-round quarterback. With the lack of first-round quarterbacks, it doesn't change the importance of the position. It doesn't change the desperation around the league of teams looking for that next guy. So instead of it being a rookie-to-be quarterback upping their profile by really doing nothing, could it be Kyler Murray upping his profile in terms of interest around the league?
Yeah, you would hope.
Yes.
You would hope. I would really hope that in the way that this whole quarterback class is shaking out or not shaking out, that Kyler Murray will be tradable. My greatest fear is that the rest of the NFL is basically going to say, we're not trading anything. We're going to call your bluff. We're going to make you release him, and then we're going to rely on our back channeling through Eric Burkhardt to figure out where he's going next.
I mean, that would be the worst-case scenario.
To me, it would be. Now, again, I think in this situation, I do think that there should be a market. You would think the Jets would be interested in Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. You would think the Vikings would be interested in Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. You might think that the Falcons, probably not.
The Steelers.
I mean, Cousins is still under contract, correct? And they still have so they have a ton of money still wrapped up in the quarterback position. From a skill set standpoint or a direction standpoint, I could see them being interested, but financially it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, no. And so, but I do think that is going to be one of the, when I talk about closing the book and starting anew in the sense of renewal, I think the Kyler Murray piece is an important piece to kind of factor in here. I really do. Mm-hmm. And if you can actually get assets in exchange for him, I think that'll be perceived as a victory.
Are you viewing this that, like, they should be happy to get anything, like a 6th round pick? Or do you think actually they're setting their goal on like a 2nd or 3rd or something?
2nd, I would not expect.
No, a 6th seems like...
And that seems too low.
Too low? 3 to 5 might be the...
4 to 5,
yeah.
4, something like that.
Or a combination of picks in that range.
Yeah. If you're able to do that, then I think that what you're going to do is it's going to kind of instill a little more confidence in Monty Ossenfort and in how this whole thing has gone down, and there you go.
I think Kyler is an interesting case study in all of this because even after 7 years in the league, we don't have a prolonged period of time where people or anybody could look at him and say, "This guy sucks." The highs haven't been there, but there's been no lows either. I think people expected more of a range in the Kyler Murray experience, but he's been a steady middle-of-the-road quarterback for the better part of 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of, I can't say regardless of contract because it's a deterrent. There's no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless of stature, I think teams are looking for somebody competent at the position.
Yeah, and I do think that what he does next year is going to be one of the crazier watches in Arizona sports history. Because everybody is going to watch him from afar and just wonder, okay, what is he going to do? Is he going to pop? Is he going to become the next great reclamation project, the next great Sam Darnold story, or is the die been cast on him?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, can you even compare him to Sam Darnold and that lot? Because he's had much more success than those kind of guys are, and had a much longer runway than those guys had.
I think it's incomplete because Sam Darnold was way lower, was thought of so poorly around the league. Vic brought it up yesterday. 4 teams gave up on him.
Mm-hmm.
And here he is, 1 win away from being a Super Bowl champion. And Kyler Murray's never been close to that low. Now, the Cardinals haven't achieved anything, basically. But, find me a time where Kyler Murray's had even 2 really bad back-to-back games. It's just that he has not tapped into the talent the way that people thought he would.
Yeah, and then there's the leadership stuff. There's the interpersonal stuff. There's all of that other stuff that where he is not considered to be elite, and that may be a product of the circumstance here. So all of that is, I think, going to be one of the great storylines going forward. Now we've talked a lot about who is Dove or Dove Kleiman, right?
Yeah.
Does this person actually exist?
Does he even exist?
He put something out on Twitter or on X that is making a lot of people very, very angry. He put forth a picture of Davante Adams at his locker after losing the NFC Championship game. And behind Davante Adams in his locker is a single can of Michelob Ultra. And according to Dove Kleiman, he wrote, "Uh-oh, bad look."
Why is that a bad look?
You tell me. We're going to celebrate George Kittle asking for a bottle of tequila after getting injured, and you're gonna say it's a bad look for a guy to have beer that's basically water?
Unless he's just not a fan of the brand.
Dove Kleiman or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
His whole thing now, especially over the last, I'd say, year or so, I don't know why, is all about rage bait and engagement, and don't even pay attention to the ridiculous.
Is that right? So that's all.
Absolutely.
Okay. I didn't. So all right. So he's doing what he's setting out to do with posts like that, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. I take it all back.
Is that the
there you
very
go.
convincing
That's
rewind
it.
sound?
Thank you.
Have you ever heard that sound in your life, Sammy?
Yeah.
You have?
Have you ever watched a VHS, a video cassette?
Probably.
Have you ever touched a typewriter?
Just for fun.
Have you ever? I had this discussion with for fun. Me and my friends.
Wild Saturday.
Have you ever watched anything on black and white television?
No. I've seen black and white, old movies or things like that.
I was having a discussion with my son. We were talking about, because I'm in the process of maybe buying a new TV.
All right.
For the first time in a really long time.
Okay.
But going back, my 8th grade graduation present from my parents was a 13-inch black and white television. This is 1985. And he was like, 13-inch black and white? Really? Wow. And I was happy about it.
It's like an iPad. It's like an iPad size.
The screen in my car is bigger than that now. We've come a long way, Dan Bickley.
It's one way of putting it.
What a rotary phone.
No, I mean, I guarantee you've never used a phone booth, have you?
No.
So fascinating. No. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this show on Wolf and Luke on Burns and Gambo all week. When you hear that word, just text it to 620-620 and you will be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, Sun Devils on the hardwood in action again, looking for a second straight win. We'll talk to their head coach, Bobby Hurley, for his weekly visit. And it happens next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
pin. PIN.
Text the word
PIN
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
On the court, on the field, on the diamond, the three magic letters are MVP, most valuable player. But when you get on the roadways, those three magic letters become BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, head on down, talk to my friends at Chapman BMW. They can make it happen. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Talking about a family-run, award-winning business for nearly 60 years, and everything they do at Chapman BMW is a bit different in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. They have got a great reputation for elite service and handling. Many of our listeners can attest to that. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in there's something in everybody's price range at Chapman BMW. In fact, as an automaker, BMW vowed to never forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the very next level. Plus, they've got two great locations, which guarantees you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. And make sure you take advantage of your friend in the business. If you have always wanted the thrill of driving a brand new BMW, take advantage of this. Pick a location, go find what you like, take a test drive, get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Great dude, personal friend of mine. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
New year, new ride. Start 2026 in a new Ford from Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. January means big savings only at Santan Ford. Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, EVs, all marked down, thousands off MSRP. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on new 2025 F-150s. New 2025 Ford Escapes, up to $11,000 off MSRP. That's real value, real inventory, real deals. The New Year event is on right now at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford online at santanford.com. Restrictions may apply. Not everyone will qualify. See Santan Ford for details.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Is your roof ready for Arizona's extreme weather? Trust the experts at Multi-Pro Roof Solutions, the Valley's top roofing team with over 40 years of experience. From quick repairs to full replacements, they bring championship-level service and premium materials to every job. They're also excited to announce they're a proud partner of Sun Devil Football, supporting the Sun Devils on the field and your home off of it. Call Multi-Pro Roof Solutions today for a free inspection or visit multiproroof.com, your roof's strongest line of defense.
This is the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break is presented by Arizona Ford Dealers.
Sun Devils get back in the win column over the weekend. They beat Cincinnati. They'll try to keep that going tonight. Road game in Orlando, taking on the UCF Knights, and here for his weekly visit on game day. We appreciate Bobby Hurley, the head coach of Arizona State, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Bobby.
Good to be with you.
Yeah, good to have you. And I think the word we'll start with today was response. And, after the loss to West Virginia, you kind of bared your soul in your post-game press conference, and you covered a lot of territory, and you fell on the sword a lot, and you kind of gave out some accountability for others, but you have to be thrilled with the response from your team against Cincinnati, no?
Yeah, I mean, you just don't know, where things are going to go, but that really wasn't my intention of the press conference stuff. It's like I take these losses very personal, and the way our team is playing is like a direct reflection of me getting the team ready and prepared. And when you feel or sense that the season is slipping away, and that's hard to cope with, especially in the moment. And for all that we did earlier in the year, for these kids, I don't want to see that just go up in flames. So, it was critical to get the job done on Saturday and to a degree right the ship. It was probably as good a defense as we played in a while, holding Cincinnati to 68 points. And, we turned them over in the first half. We held them to 4 of 17 shooting from 3, so we guarded the line pretty well. And we rebounded fairly well. So it was much needed. We executed on the offensive end. We moved the basketball, and those are the things we have to do if we're going to have success moving forward.
Yeah, and I think it was very bright of you to kind of say, listen, I just can't reach these guys, because if you've got a caring group of players like you do, their response is going to be, oh no, coach, we got you. And I think you were asked after the game if some of that was planned in advance. And would you say that I'm not a full idiot, I'm only a half idiot?
Yeah, I'm just partial. Yeah, I think I said partial. So yeah, anytime you have the opportunity to speak indirectly to whoever you're trying to get a message through to in a very subtle way, that was probably a part of what I was trying to do. But the guys responded very well, and it's not like they lack work ethic or a desire to win. It's just trying to put everything together. In a league like the Big 12, your margin for error is so slim that you just can't afford to make mental mistakes here or there. And if you add those up, it equals, not being able to get the job done.
Bobby Hurley, head coach of Arizona State, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Last one on this subject, then we'll move on. You mentioned the response from the team, and I know during the press conference, a lot of people focused on the sterile environment quotes about Desert Financial Arena, and I didn't take that as a shot at the fan base, and I think many people probably did mistakenly. But how do you think that the 7,000 fans that showed up responded to what was a tough time and a must-win situation for you?
Yeah, look, I mean, it was really good. We got a better student turnout, which was outstanding to see. And again, some of these games we've been playing, the students have been on break and you haven't had the opportunity to get in front of them. I just remember year 3, and we broke down the wall on the top deck, and the place was rocking. And even years after that, and we haven't done our part of the bargain to really give our fan base the kind of reason to come out and expect us to perform at a high level night in and night out. And I think if we did that more regularly, there's no reason that the crowd wouldn't be fantastic. So a lot of it is on us, and I said that after the game. And, I really have respected how the fans have treated me and my teams over my time at Arizona State.
Bobby, you more than anybody understands the value a veteran point guard can bring a college basketball team. What about what Mo Odom gave you against Cincinnati?
Yeah, in a game that you have to have, and that's Mo is a winner, and he's got a lot of heart, and he's a big game type of player. He showed it earlier in the year versus Texas and other games where he could really kind of carry a load on offense, and he had it going early in the game. He was hitting a bunch of shots, and consistently throughout the game, scored it, was efficient. He was 10 of 17 from the field. He hit some threes. He had struggled for about 4 or 5 games with his three-point shot. It looks like he's in a good space with that. And then he distributed the ball very well with 8 assists and 5 rebounds. So a really good all-around game for him.
Yeah, he was fantastic. I thought what Noah Mayusin brought you guys off the bench, it didn't pop off the stat sheet, but when you watched his contributions in a number of different areas, he's becoming a very pivotal part. Can you just talk about what Noah's brought to you recently?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no discussion when it comes to, like, if there's a perimeter guy that you want to try and slow down to the best you can. It's going to be Noah Mayusin for us. Like he's and when I recruited him, I thought we were getting more of an IQ guy with his passing and his offensive play and his shooting ability. But he's far exceeded like our expectations on the defensive end. He's become our best perimeter defender, both on and off the ball, and takes really good angles. He's one of our higher deflection guys on defense. Just ability to create some steals, and that's huge for us to have his. And he's good size. He's 6'5", so we have some other smaller guards, and he helps negate some of the size differential on the perimeter.
Vinny pointed this out earlier, and there's so many weird things about college athletics, so many disorienting things. You watch the championship game, Carson Beck is playing 2 years after he graduated. You've got Tyon Grant Foster, I believe, in year 7. Now against Central Florida, you're going to be encountering Devin Cambridge, who was part of your 2022-2023 team, which is kind of bizarre as well. Your thoughts on Central Florida and what you got to do well against them?
Well, I'm just really happy for Johnny Dawkins. He's a guy that, in my off seasons at Duke when I played, he was in the NBA. He'd come back to Duke and we'd work out together. So we have a long history together, and just happy to see the kind of season he's been able to put together. They've exceeded everybody's expectations. They've been ranked top 25 for a period of time this year. They're playing really good basketball. Their perimeter is very good. They have 5 guys shooting 38% or better from 3 on the season. So their perimeter could really, create shots and create offense for them. So we have our hands full just guarding their perimeter players. And when you talk about Devin Cambridge, I've always loved coaching him for the time I had him. He was about all the right things. It's sad to see he had some injuries and things happen to him over the last couple of years, but it was a great year with him going to the NCAA tournament. He did a lot of dirty work, a lot of little things that helped us win. He's doing some similar things for UCF.
Yeah, along the same lines, part of the experience for college basketball is, for me, when I tune into a game and I sat down to watch your game against Cincinnati, Bobby, and I was like, wow, Kirk Kriisa is still playing college basketball.
Man, ridiculous.
It was kind of a flashback. It was good to get the better of Kerr in that building.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was like when he checked in, I just thought our fans would have booed a little more.
I know,
it's been so
right?
long, probably since they've seen him, they don't even remember.
Well, Bobby, as always, we appreciate the time, especially on game day. Best of luck against UCF and Arizona this weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bobby Hurley, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils. He's so right. I thought Kirk Kriisa was going to get booed out of the gym, and it was just kind of a smattering.
Well, again, which is proof it's not the name on the back of the jersey, it's the name on the front of the jersey.
Yeah. I was with Bobby May. They were like, well, that can't be the same. Look at that. The
because
guy has
there's
the
so
same
many
name.
people named Kerr Kriisa. You're right.
Crazy. He has the
still
same
wears
name as that guy from
He still
4
wears
years
Kerr
ago.
on the back of his jersey and not Kriisa.
Right.
Even though he's not Kerr 25 anymore. Bobby Hurley joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Tuesday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break was presented by Arizona Ford Dealers. More Bickley and Murata next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so not that long ago, you would have seen a Waltz van right out in front of my house, and that's because my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns, runs, and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, came out to my home, brought an 83-inch television, brought a sound bar, so awesome. It doubles as my in-home stereo, put it on a wall downstairs, and bam, just like that, they had taken my fandom to the very next level. And I say this all the time, I'm going to say it again. I've got these surround sound speakers behind my couch, and when I watch golf or basketball, I crank up the volume volume, and it literally sounds like I've got 1,000 people watching behind me. It is such a great immersive experience, and if you don't have that, Waltz can give it to you. They've got a great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, plus an extremely knowledgeable staff that can get you into the products you are looking for as a sports fan. And for all that expertise, for all that experience, you don't pay a premium. Waltz also gives you great pricing, and to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off that installation or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Check out their stuff online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey Sun Devil fans, college basketball is back, so grab your friends in a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Whether you're at the bar with fellow Sun Devils or watching with your friend who went to that other school, Dos Equis is there for it all. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and get those forks up on game day. Dos Equis, proud partner of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
When you invest in a swimming pool, don't settle for ordinary. Choose PebbleTech, the world's most trusted pool finish. Our Pebble Sheen finish leads the industry for its beauty, durability, and timeless appeal. Each PebbleTech surface is crafted with premium materials and applied by authorized applicators for a lasting, high-quality finish. So when it's time to build or remodel your dream pool, go with the best. Go with PebbleTech. Visit pebbletech.com to find an authorized installer near you.
Get a debit card with real class. Desert Financial is now the official retail banking partner of ASU. When ASU fans open a free checking account, they can show their Sun Devil spirit and their Arizona pride with one of 3 new ASU debit card designs. Stop by one of our new branches at ASU Tempe and downtown Phoenix campuses, or visit desertfinancial.com/sundevils.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by smart tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most beds with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search continues. Recently, the Cardinals brought out Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, took him to dinner last night, and will have his second interview today. But for a full update on the search, head to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Wildcats went to BYU last night and survived after being up 19 at one point. They needed a Braden Burries block with 3 seconds left to leave with an 86-83 win and are now 21-0, which matches the best start in program history. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight. They are home for the Brooklyn Nets. Devin Booker still out with his ankle sprain, but Jalen Green is listed as questionable for tonight's game that tips at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU and GCU both go tonight. ASU is at UCF at 5 over on ESPN 620, and GCU is in Nevada for the Wolfpack. That game gets going at 8:30. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Catch the big game on massive screens with specials, prizes, and more only at Talking Stick Resort. Doors open at 3:30, so get to Talking Stick Resort early.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good morning. Social Studies at 9 o'clock on Bickley and Murata every single day. If you want to know where to find us, we are at Bickley_Murata on X, where Jarrett will post the questions daily. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and we are at Arizona Sports on YouTube. If you want to tune in and watch us, we'll be there every single morning. And so, our first question is for Suns fans today, and the Jalen Green hamstring issue continues. So, how do you view Jalen Green this season and why? The two options are anything you get is a bonus, or he's a necessary big piece for this team.
Can this be like a Venn diagram where there's a little bit of bleed over and a middle ground? Because I think it's both. I mean, if you would have told me at the beginning of the season the Suns aren't going to have Jalen Green for most of the season, I would tell you that it's not going to be a very good season. They've navigated it through this point, but I also said it yesterday. It's reached the point of frustration where at this point it feels like anything you get from him is going to be gravy.
It does.
And until he can string together a period of basketball where he's healthy.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't know what anybody else would. What else you could answer given what you've been given.
It feels like we've seen the team with Book and company get us to where we are now, but if the team wants to kind of reach another gear, Jalen Green's going to have to be a part of that, I would think. 56% of the vote is anything you get is a bonus from Jalen Green, and 43% of the vote seems to think he is a necessary big piece. And a couple responses from Tom Foss. He said, without Green, the Suns do not reach their full potential, nor do we know what the ceiling of the Suns team is. He's the key that is the 2025-2026 Phoenix Suns at full strength. This team might be capable of getting to the finals, or at least good enough to knock off the Rockets out of the playoffs. Steven Ruiz said he's filling that role, which was vacated by Bradley Beal. And then
Bradley Beal never missed 33 games in a row.
Oh!
Wow, that's...
It was and I'm not shooting arrows at one player or another.
Sure.
Bradley Beal's frustration that it was something different every other week or so.
Yes, that is true. And then lastly, the real deal Mike says, all I know is we need him on the court now. With Booker out, we need the scoring, which is also really fair. All right, so given what happened at a local sports bar around the valley yesterday, Jared asked, assemble the perfect sports bar. What would wow, that's not grammar correct. What would it need to have?
Neither was what you just said, Sammy. Grammatically correct.
What special?
My tweet is grammatically correct.
It is, yeah.
Read it.
Yeah. What special, unique, fun things would you put in a perfect sports bar.
Jared, you really think I'm going to bare my soul and give away my business plan right here
This
on
is
the
your
air?
retirement plan.
There's
What was the name of it?
There might be a golden
Vinny Joe's Good Gravy?
There might be a golden opportunity to pounce right now in this market.
Might have a few locations you can scoop up.
15 locations just became
Holy
available.
moly. I just got a description of what went down at one of the locations because I know somebody that was there when it happened.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like a very fun time.
No. Well, what would be a fun time though?
But I think they all got away without having to pay their bill.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
so sweet.
I heard about that as well.
Well, oh, I see.
Yeah,
Everybody get out of
they
here.
came
Okay,
in and
fine.
said everybody
yeah, sure.
out and-
Yeah, hey, okay. You can handle those 11 beers I just had.
It was like that time I went
Right.
bowling and the power went out and they couldn't charge us.
Oh, that's great.
I felt like I had
That's
gamed the system.
fantastic.
That is good. So what's in your guys' perfect sports
People
bar?
know me. I've been complaining about it on social media for the better part of a decade. Take care of the local fans with the local things on TV. And the other thing I noticed last night, independently of what went down in Phoenix, is there are so many sports bars that just will not give any run to the NBA. Just on a random night. Suns weren't playing last night. There was NBA games on everywhere. Like they don't have them on the TV. Every game was on Duke, Louisville, or the Boston Bruins game.
Oh man. Las Vegas has a 10-step.
Oh, I like to hear this.
Yes. So number 1, oil changes / tune-ups while we're hanging out.
Great
Number
idea.
2,
Great idea.
every day / all day is happy hour. Number 3, table side massages. Number 4, golf simulator bays. 5, actually have Arizona sports on TV. 6, hundreds of selections of beer on tap. 7, obviously killer food. 8, a chiropractor. 9, a pharmacy. And 10, free rides home.
Oof, there's a lot there, Russ.
There is a lot there. Let's see what else. Wes said, "How about a soup bar for Jarrett?" You ever thought of a soup bar?
Somebody messaged me there was a soup festival over the weekend here
You
that I missed.
didn't know about it?
Didn't know about it. Missed it by the
You
time
didn't
I saw
get that
the
on all the
message.
soup mailing lists?
That is actually
a Google alert.
And then this last one I want to read, it brings up a very interesting point. So I can't really pronounce his Twitter handle name, but he said, instead of karaoke night, you give a chance for people to be the announcer for the greatest plays in sports.
Oh, I like that idea. That's a great idea.
A sports karaoke.
So a
contest.
guy comes up to a microphone and you run the highlight, and the dude or the female has to give play-by-play.
And then is it
it's
a contest?
great idea.
Yeah,
It could be a contest. I think a big part of it is what call are you going to reenact? Like you can't do Al Michaels' "Do You Believe in Miracles" if you don't bring it, obviously.
True.
But you can make
Well, you could either do it word for word, or you can make your own version of it.
Yes. So I think that it kind of, or you could say, give me the Al McCoy Shazam hits and let it play, and it's very interesting.
See, I spend a lot of time in these establishments, so I think about this a lot. I always thought it would be cool. We're seeing all this on TV now. The alternate. We just went through it with the national championship game. The altcasts should be an altcast originating from the sports bar, where the sound is actually provided by the altcast, and it would be like play-by-play and color commentary, but maybe a little spicier than normal.
Okay. Yeah. See, I think that's a good idea.
And why don't more sports bars do just sports-themed trivia? It's always trivia night, but it's general trivia.
Thank you. I try to go to trivia like once a month with my friends, and we go to a local sports bar, and the sports questions are who's in the Super Bowl?
Well, you know why though? Because they already have sports fans at the sports bar.
But
they
if
want
you-
to bring in other general public people.
Don't you think, though, that if you had like a sports-themed trivia night, that people would come from other areas to participate?
I would think so.
Especially if there was like good prizes.
I would go to that trivia more than the trivia I already want to go to. But
yeah,
that's neither here nor there. And so our last question, we can squeeze in one or two and maybe bleed over and off the grid. But given what the Cleveland Browns are doing to interview their next head coach and what they're making them go through, we asked, what is the craziest, worst, or most memorable job interview you've ever had?
And to refresh people's memories, if they or to get people informed, apparently the Cleveland Browns are asking their head coaching candidates to take a personality test to respond to questions in essay form. They're asking a lot of stupid stuff.
Different cognitive tests they want them to take.
Yeah.
Do you guys have one off the top
Go
of
to
your
the
head?
responses.
I have one where
All right, go ahead.
We'll do the responses maybe off the grid.
Yeah.
What's
Okay.
yours, Minnie?
It's not a great story, but I interviewed with a fast food place when I was a kid, and they asked me, hey, why do you want to work here? And I said, quite frankly, I need money. And they didn't appreciate that answer.
Wow.
Wow. Interesting.
I got rejected.
I once tried out for a Spanish telenovela,
No way.
and I didn't speak Spanish.
Oh, that's very ambitious of you.
So I spoke gibberish Spanish, but very elaborate, and they called me back. But then the not speaking Spanish really came into play, and that was the end of it.
Did you do this on a dare?
No, it was part of my. It was a story I was doing in college in one of my journalism classes. They were having auditions in Tucson, so I went to it.
Dude.
How did we never know this before?
No way.
That's one of the most Jared stories of all time.
Wow. That really is.
My goodness. But yes, there's some good responses. I can read them later. But every morning, 9 o'clock, at Bickley_Murata.
And the current job that I'm in, when I interviewed, I didn't know it was an interview. I just thought it was a get-together and a discussion about the business.
Wow.
See,
it was a dinner. It was like the Michael LaFleur?
It was not a dinner. There was food. It was more of a breakfast, but I just thought it was a get-together.
Some would say that they would prefer that, like to not know it was an interview.
Yeah, but the anxiety you feel when you realize, oh God, I'm getting interviewed right now, and I'm wearing shorts.
there is that. Wow.
Wow.
There's social studies. Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, what is going on with Jalen Green? Will he be back? What's happening with the Phoenix Suns without Devin Booker? We'll cover all of it with Kellen Olson, who covers the Suns for us here at Arizona Sports next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
But what if Mike LaFleur says, hey, Michael, the only way I'm taking an interview is if I get to coach Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
What? You know, I mean,
it's possible.
It is possible.
If I'm an offensive mind or any coach that has options and I'm coming to Arizona right now, I would like to know who my quarterback is. Like, what's the plan? And the problem is the Cardinals' plan is out of their hands a little bit. It's such an open-ended question with the Cardinals that I have to think Kyler Murray's name comes up in all of these interviews.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Welcome to the story of Vincent Jody, courtesy of Life Changer Loan. He's a fireman. She's in education. They bought a home. They had an interest rate below 3%. They had 26 years of mortgage payments left. But due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It is further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working down to paying off all of your debt without any fear, without any trepidation, because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of a Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and the average Life Changer Loan client pays off their home in 5 years. Could you imagine that? 5 years? And that does a lot of great things. If you're younger, you now have decades to build personal wealth. If you're a bit older and nearing the finish line in your profession, you set yourself up perfectly for retirement where you don't want to deal with a mortgage payment in fixed income years. Lots of great stuff with a Life Changer Loan. They are going to save you a ton of money. Now, it's not for everybody, but you've got to have the right set of financials. But I'm here to tell you that if you are a good fit, you are going to love the results at Life Changer Loan. Remember, like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain, also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Luke. Any chance Jalen Green gets to play for the Phoenix Suns tonight against Brooklyn? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, we continue here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up till 10 o'clock. A shout-out to our audience taking the show in Levine today. We appreciate the support in Levine. Suns back on the home floor tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, hosting the Brooklyn Nets, trying to get back in the win column after dropping 2 straight. Don't know about the availability of Jalen Green, but here to talk Suns basketball with us, the dude, Kellen Olson, who covers the Suns for us here at Arizona Sports. You hear him on Arizona Sports at night. He joins us via video this morning. Kellen, good morning, sir. How are you?
Kellen!
Morning, guys. Hello.
We've spent some time talking about just the production of the Suns and really the visual aspects of the Suns offense since Devin Booker left that game Friday night in Atlanta. Do you chalk it more up to the defenses they were going against, an anomaly shooting-wise, or just the gravity that Devin Booker brings to an offense? Or a combination
of all everything. Yeah, a little bit of everything, but I think the main thing to watch tonight is how their threes come about, because they are a team that offensively is always going to rely on the three-point shot and know that every team is going to a certain extent, but they are a team that does not score at the rim. They have the 3rd lowest rim frequency in the league, and that's with Devin Booker, who is the guy that gets to the rim more than just about anyone and scores there more than just about anyone on their team. So without him and then without Jalen Green pretty much all year, that is something that they are going to have to make up for even more. And I think a lot of what you saw against Miami was, okay, what we want to avoid is like 10, 9, 8, 7 on the shot clock, and we have to like get a bailout shot. So instead of finding ourselves in that situation, let's just take the first half decent or not even that great of a look from 3 that we can get, just because their shot creation and their blender on offense was not really getting going. It's just a ton of pressure that you're putting on the likes of like Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, and like even guys like Royce O'Neal to help do that. Like Dylan Brooks is the obvious name that comes to mind in terms of an offensive focal point, but that's just not Dylan's game. He's not a driving kick guy. He's not a guy to get the blender going. He's going to score, and he's going to score efficiently for you this year. But he is not the guy that is going to get you like up to 25, 30 assists as a team, things like that. So tonight against a much worse team, can you figure out a way to like get your blender going? And more so, guys, just like start with the effort that we expect from this team, because like we talk about non-negotiables with this team, like how hard they play is a non-negotiable when they're fully healthy. And when they're missing those 2 guys, they can't come out flat the way that they did the other night.
All right, so Jalen Green might be setting a record for the longest recovery from a hamstring injury in NBA history. What is the latest? What's your take on what's holding him back right now? If Jordan Knott is saying his medicals are clean, what's going on from your vantage point?
Dan, I think what we're seeing is we hear teams and we hear about soft tissue injuries all the time and how tricky and how difficult that they can be. And I think that teams have gotten so good at handling these that we've rarely seen a situation like this where it has basically derailed a player's entire season. And that's what we're seeing right now. Like, it has derailed Jalen's season. It has not allowed him to get on the court. And now, unfortunately, I think what we're going to see for hopefully not the rest of the year, but at least the next couple of weeks, is this is going to hang over him until he is able to at least play a handful of games on that hamstring, build up the strength of it in those kinds of reps. And then from there, you hope that the hamstring is reliable enough to where he can't just randomly tweak it or something like that. Like we are in the eras and like days of like load management where teams are extremely careful with any injuries like this at all. And with that carefulness, like we've seen with the Suns this year, with this hamstring injury, 95 times out of 100, you're going to avoid this type of situation where it lingers over your entire season. But like there's a couple of cases like this across the league where guys have had injuries where they were only expected to miss like 6 to 8 weeks, and they like haven't even played this year or hardly played this year. Like Scoot Henderson in Portland's been dealing with something pretty much all year. They were missing Drew Holiday for most of the season as well. So teams are dealing with this type of thing, but it rarely goes to this area. Like they take care of it and then it's no longer an issue. But every now and then in the rare instance, it can just linger. And it's lingering right now. And what you hope for is when he comes back, he can get past like 5, 6, 7 games, because that's when you'll really build up the strength of it. And he'll be okay and good to go from there.
Kellen Olson, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The Suns are currently in a stretch of a lot of home games, 16 out of 19. And I know it started, that run started with a loss to Miami. But and this question is affected by uncertainty health-wise, which you just covered, Kellen. But what do you think, if things go well during this stretch leading up to March 8th when they play, they go on the road again for another long trip, what do you think the ceiling is? Where do you think the Suns can be in the pecking order in the Western Conference?
Yeah, as always, guys, as always, this kind of depends on like where the league is, right? And like where the conference is and how other teams are trending. I think that the best thing to see as a Suns fans right now is how miserable it looks to be a Los Angeles Laker right now.
Mm-hmm.
Even when they're winning games, it seems like it's a chore for them to do more often than not. Minnesota won last night, but they've been in a tailspin as of late. Houston has not looked like the team that we expected them to look like. So I think top 4 is actually a realistic goal for them if, to your point, they can like take care of business in this sort of stretch and make up for the fact that they're going to be missing these guys. It's attainable, but I think that like top 6 is like the more reasonable goal, which again, like 3 months ago, insane that we're saying this, but that's kind of where we're at right now with the season as well. I think that the Golden State news with Jimmy Butler certainly helps. I'm keeping an eye on them at the trade deadline because there's not really any other move for them to make. They can just like slowly kind of wither away and out of this generation, or they can make one big trade and go for it, which is what I think that they're going to do. How far up can the Clippers get? How far up can Portland get? Those two teams have been playing extremely well lately, but I think the Suns are comfortably like one of the 5, 6 best teams in this conference right now, and it's going to be up to them over these like 2 weeks here where they could be shorthanded for a while to kind of see where they're at.
When it comes to the trade deadline, are there any moves around the margins? Clearly, Matt Ishbia has made it clear that we don't really want to mess with what we have here, but are there any things around the margin that might interest you as you critically analyze this team?
Typically they would, Dan, but this is something where I agree with Matt totally. Like, you don't touch this at all. Like, you make the Nick Richards trade to duck under the tax because it's just a move that makes total sense based on how he's not a player for you right now. And you can just trade him for a 2nd-round pick or one of those like heavily protected 2nd-round picks that doesn't even turn into a draft selection at all. And you basically just dump his contract to someone who's still interested in the player that he could become. And then you just move forward with this team, because I think there is always a sense of like looking at the team and like, okay, they're undersized. Like, they need a 4, like they need this, they need that. Like, they could use another ball handler. Like, there's a list of things you can make where there are needs for this team. But what Jordan Knott has done to this point is maximize the strengths of this team to make up for the weaknesses. And it works so well that I just don't really think that you should touch it. And I think more so this offseason is the point where you're going to kind of figure out where this thing is going to go. Like, okay, are you really going to move forward with this Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Dylan Brooks, like those guys that are just entering their 30s, that are a little bit into their 30s right now, and write out this version of the team for the next couple of years? Or are you going to sell high on those guys, and are you going to get draft picks? Or are you going to get more young players and make it about the Jalen Green, Mark Williams, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, like that kind of core of the team? I think those are like the bigger decisions to make in terms of roster construction, but you shouldn't make them until the offseason, because even if there were moves on the margins to make, I think you're just making your team a little bit better, and you're still so far away from like the class of the league right now that there's no like wide open sense right now that the Suns could like randomly shock things and get to the finals. There's nothing like that going on. And even if there was, you still wouldn't almost want to touch it, just with the purity of like the basketball that is going on.
Real quick before we let you go, one non-Suns question. How do you view the possibility of Giannis being moved before the trade deadline, if at all?
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to with Golden State. I think teams are going to go for it. It's just a matter of if we're finally going to do this. Guys, Giannis is not asking for a trade. Let's just make this clear.
No, he's not. Nor will he
He's
ever.
not asking for a trade.
Right.
It's up to him.
Yep.
It's up to him if he's finally going to do that. Then it's up to Milwaukee if they want to do it, because even if he doesn't ask for a trade or want to be traded, Milwaukee could still decide that it's in their best interest. I think that him recently getting injured yet again closes the door on any sort of last win now moves, which they should have made anyway, because they're just not going to be a good team anyway. Teams are going to want to go get him. I think that it's easy to see what Oklahoma City has done this season and last season and say, like, oh, why would you even trade for Giannis? You can't even beat Oklahoma City. I think everyone's beatable. I think even going back to like Jordan's Bulls, everyone is beatable. And it's going to come down to a couple of possessions and a couple of playoff games, just like it always does. And it would help to have one of the 3 or 5 best players that we've seen in the last 10 years and a guy who is still playing at that form. So there are teams like the Warriors who will be super desperate. You could look at what Houston's doing and think that maybe it's not going the way that they thought it would, and maybe they'll be desperate. There will always be desperate teams with picks to get a player of his caliber. It's just if Milwaukee wants to play. We'll see.
Kellen, great stuff as always. We'll see you out there tonight. Thanks.
Yep, see you guys.
Callan Olson, he covers the Suns for us at Arizona Sports. Arizona Sports at night. You hear him on the pregame show, the postgame show, the Empire of the Suns podcast, and, of course, ArizonaSports.com. He joined us on the Arizona Sports line. Coming up next, we got to roll out another round of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
That's next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakuchonis, steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates, gives to Brooks right wing for 3. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit they're dealing with it, and that is private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like a weight that you're dragging around everywhere you go. But if you're in that category, you don't have to keep dragging that weight. It's Vince Murata back to tell you about why Refi and why Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget that they come up with, but your real one. And they do it without judging you or asking you a bunch of questions or lecturing you on the situation that you're in. They are here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who felt completely buried in this process, like they've had 0 options left, and then why Refi steps in and gives them a real path forward. And there's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened, but you can actually change what happens next. Give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi85. Visit them online at yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients, participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will look to stop their 2-game losing streak tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets, and they'll look to get Jalen Green back on the floor tonight as he is listed as questionable after leaving the Atlanta game with another hamstring issue. But the Suns and Nets will tip at 7 tonight here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The coaching search continues for the Arizona Cardinals, and most recently in the form of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, who will be getting his second interview with the team today. The Arizona Wildcats, behind its guards Braden Burries and Jaden Bradley, squeaked out a win at BYU last night, 86-83, to remain undefeated. Tonight in college hoops, ASU will be at UCF at 5, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. And GCU will look to stay hot as they travel to Nevada tonight. That game will tip at 8:30, and that's What's Trending Now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. I'm a little nervous to ask it, but is this season's team the best Arizona men's basketball team ever?
It's impossible to answer that. You've already got a team that's won a championship.
Which wasn't, for the regular season, that was not the greatest team in Arizona history, but they accomplished something that nobody else did.
They beat 3 number 1 seeds in succession.
That's the basis for the question.
If this team wins a national championship, then I'm very much willing
to never lose a game. It's hard to...
Exactly.
I have them in the top 4 right now since I've been a fan in the last 25 years.
Behind who, and who?
Not necessarily behind, but in the top 5 between my freshman year, the 0-1 team that lost to Duke in the finals.
That's my favorite of all time.
With Richard Jefferson.
Richard Jefferson.
Michael Wright and
Gilbert
all those.
Arenas
Gilbert Arenas, yep. My favorite team of all time.
Ederson.
My favorite team of all time, Salim Stoudemire.
Okay.
And Channing Frye in that team. And then the 14-15 team that they were tying the best start ever with.
That was the team that Brandon Ashley got hurt.
Rondé Hollis-Jefferson, T.J. McConnell.
That team was really good. Yeah, I was about to say, they're on the cusp of doing something no U of A basketball team has done, so they're on the path. Let's just say that.
All right. What are the votes show?
54% say no, 46% say yes. It's a little closer than what I thought it was going to be.
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Vote on it now. Homepage, ArizonaSports.com.
Mustache.
not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Your beard is weird. Your stash is trash.
Oh, it's bad.
Oh, it's bad. But this segment is so good, baby, because it is America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, mustache.
Not a mustache.
Well, I'll be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murata have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one, the 10 points win. And today's topic, because we've alluded to all day long, trouble with a local sports bar. These are all things having to do with bars.
Okay.
Bar-themed edition of Mustache Not a Mustache.
Yeah, I already submit and concede.
No. All
right.
Dan Bickley, would you like to go first?
I'll go first. Yeah,
okay,
sure.
You'd like to go first? Well, then how about this?
You're casting judgment on me with that.
How about this?
No, I resemble that remark. I'm good.
And the piano sounds like a carnival, and the microphone smells like a beer. And they sit at the bar and put bread in my jar and say, "Man, what are you doing here?"
That's Billy Joel, and I think that's early vintage, so I'm going to guess not a mustache.
That is correct. Somebody I saw said, for a song called Piano Man, there sure is some blank playing the harmonica a lot. All right, Vince Murata.
Jared Carlin.
I love this bar. It's my kind of place. Just walking through the front door puts a big smile on my face.
That's deep stuff right there.
Oh, yeah.
That is Toby Keith, mustache.
That is correct. He is, when I do the ding-dang-do voice.
That's who you do?
That's about it right there.
Have some respect. He's no longer with us.
He is not, but that was a big hit song. Well, he's dead. Doesn't mean he didn't sound a certain way when he talked. I'm not doing
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I just think I missed his passing.
Yeah, well, a few years ago, right?
Yeah.
2 or 3 years ago. All right, Vince Murata, you just went? No,
Yeah,
Dan Bickley, of course.
Dan Murata.
Dan Murata, it's your turn right here. This,
Din Spiclata.
Well, sorry we couldn't remember the wreck of the old 97. Well, like when we first came in, the bar lady never charged us for the first round, so like we figured, beer was like complimentary for the band,
Yeah, that's the Blues Brothers. I believe that's Dan Aykroyd, not a mustache.
that is correct. Well done.
For a Canadian, how good was his Chicago accent? Pretty
Very
good.
excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, he did good. It's a little
He's
similarity
a
there.
monstrously talented performer.
He is.
Very, very, very good. All right.
4-2 Bick. I need this to tie.
What do I do with the trash? I am taking it to the furnace. This bar runs on trash, dude. This bar is totally green that way because I'm recycling the trash into heat for the bar and lots of smoke for the bar. I'm giving the bar the good smoky smell that we all like. The bar smells like trash.
That is Charlie Day from Always Sunny, mustache.
That is correct. Well done. All right, Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Bar themed.
Show me the way to the next whiskey bar. Oh, don't ask why. Oh, don't ask why. For if we don't find the next whiskey bar.
Jim Morrison, not a mustache.
That is correct. Before he got fat and bearded.
Mm-hmm.
Vince Murata.
Yes. Perfect game going both ways here.
Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time.
That is the band Semisonic, and I can't picture what he looks like, but I'm guessing from the time frame, a lot of people didn't have mustaches, so I'm going to say not a mustache.
It's a lot of people. You're correct. A lot of people did have goatees though in that sort
that's
of era,
true.
but you are correct.
Or a chin pupka.
A chin pupka, yeah, never
Yeah,
a good
that's
look.
it. That's it.
6-6.
6-6 for Dan Bickley.
Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl with yellow feathers in her hair and a dress cut down her there. She would merengue and do the cha-cha. And while she tried to be a star, Tony always tended bar.
That is Barry Manilow, not a mustache.
Yeah, you got it. My dad.
You were liking that a little too much.
Oh, what a song. My dad's old girlfriend was a Fanilow and saw Barry in concert, I think, 30 or 40 times.
Wow.
All right.
A Fanilow?
That's what they call him.
Wow.
All right, Vince Marotta.
Yes.
This one.
Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Dale's got a history. There's a party downtown near 5th Street. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy.
That is, I learned this on this very show. Shabuzi. Don't know if there's a mustache there. I'm gonna say mustache.
You are correct. Yeah. See, we don't just entertain, we inform and educate. That's what we're known for around here. Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Barkeep, another Mekong, please. Yes, of course you can keep the change. New glass here for this new friend of mine.
Ooh, I think I know that voice. I don't know the song.
You definitely know the voice.
I'm going to guess the Black Moods.
It is not the Black
Who
Moods.
is it?
It is our old friend of the show. That's from his original
well, he didn't
band.
Guess mustache, not a mustache.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not a mustache.
Not a mustache is correct. That is the Refreshments.
Oh,
Roger Klein's original band.
Don't know that song.
All right, it's one of his first songs from his first album. All right, Vince Marotta.
Yes.
Afternoon, everybody. What's the story? Boy meets beer, boy drinks beer, boy gets another beer. In this performance, the role of the boy will be played by Norm Peterson.
George Wendt as Norm Peterson, as he just said. Not a mustache.
That is correct. That is a very competitive edition with a one point win.
What's your 1 point, Jared?
My 1 point is that I'm not great at ending this segment, but I will say congratulations 10-9 on
mustache. Not a mustache.
Yeah, final thoughts coming up on the Tuesday edition. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Got a mustache.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
pin. Pin.
Text the word
pin
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
You've seen his face on Valley billboards, Valley buses, commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is very, very serious. And when you're injured in an accident, they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are the heavy-hitting firm you need in your corner when dealing with those insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, which is pretty important. All that trial experience gives them incredible leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies, and it means those insurance companies know they can't play games or nickel and dime or deny when dealing with Sweet James, not when they're more than willing to tell your story in a court of law. This is why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the biggest settlements in America. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you are hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. Know the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvisi here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now, in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Jared's favorite, the Beastie Boys.
I love this song.
Yeah, you and me both.
It's a good tune. Brooklyn Nets in town tonight. Not a whole lot of songs about the Nets, so we went with the Brooklyn route. No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Beastie Boys from 1986. Jared says he doesn't like the Beastie Boys.
I mean, I like them fine, but to me, a lot of their songs sound the same until you get to the chorus.
Absolutely. It's four words, and then the fifth word everybody chimes in. Yeah. But this, arguably their best.
Yes. This is
arguably their best.
I don't know
song.
a ton of Beastie Boys songs, but this is my favorite one.
Suns and Nets tonight, 7 o'clock from Mortgage Matchup Center. Of course, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. And that's today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
And then there were three. The Raiders, the Browns, and the Arizona Cardinals.
The elite of the NFL is what
three organizations still looking for a head coach. Buffalo has named their head coach. They went offense. And they went in-house.
Yeah.
They promote offensive coordinator Joe Brady to take over for Sean McDermott. I don't know if this is brilliant or really, really dumb. Because I mean, this must just be a personal McDermott vendetta. Joe Brady was part of it. He was part of the coaching staff that couldn't get over the hump.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about this?
I don't have an issue with it if this is a hire that Josh Allen approves of, and if this is a guy that thinks he can get Josh Allen someplace that Sean McDermott didn't. I'm not against it. I don't see any candidate out there that I think sort of fits a team that's very, very close to getting to a Super Bowl. So to me, it feels like this thing was trending to being in-house all along, is what it feels like to me.
Yeah, they missed out, obviously, on John Harbaugh with the timing of when they fired Sean McDermott.
Right.
Then you're right. After that,
Well, it was also late last week, and I think it was after we went off the air on Friday. The whole Mike McDaniel situation's been weird. He gets fired, then he agrees to be the OC with the Chargers, but then he was interviewing for head coaching jobs, and he had one lined up with Buffalo and actually canceled it on Friday. Yet he's still not been officially named as the OC of the Chargers yet.
But you're right. Well, they did a video with him yesterday.
Yeah.
I saw
The
it.
Chargers did? Okay,
Yeah.
so it's getting close.
What was Sean McDermott doing with that team? What was he preventing Joe Brady from doing? You know what I mean? What was he holding back Joe Brady from doing that just promoting this guy and getting rid of the other guy will fix the offense?
Look, I mean,
It could be any number of things, man. That's the guy in charge is the guy in charge.
And it definitely ultimately falls on that guy. But Sean McDermott, all the speculation now is he's going to be without a job for this year.
Greg Rosenthal, if I'm Joe Brady, I'm absolutely trying to hire Sean McDermott as my defensive coordinator. It's a good scheme with the players they have. It's a good fit.
Jeez.
Rather interesting. So, like I said, now there's three. Adam Schefter, we played the soundbite from him earlier, that he expects all four of these to be wrapped up by Wednesday, so there's a day left.
You know, it was with a different team, but they actually did that with, remember, Alan Trammell was the manager of the Tigers, and Kirk Gibson was his bench coach, and then they flip-flopped it in Arizona.
They did flip-flop. Well, different team.
Different team, yeah, but...
So at the Australian Open, Coco Gauff, one of the top-seeded American women, she got railroaded in her match this morning. She lost to Alina Svitolina 6-1, 6-2, and was frustrated. Lost in 59 minutes. Not a competitive match. Coco did not play a great match. So walks off the court after the match is over, and the cameras followed her. And in the tunnel, which she thought was off limits or a private moment, she smashed her racket, and they showed the whole thing on it. She's got a little bit of a problem with it. She said she's calling for privacy, and I thought, well, without seeing the video, she smashed her racket. If it happened on the court, of course they're going to show it. Did they step over the line there? Should there be a little bit of a buffer zone, a little bit of privacy for the players?
I don't know. Are the players, are they informed that cameras will follow you back to the dressing room or the locker room?
Well, they always show the pre-match stuff where I know last night Alcaraz was walking into the building and they had cameras there.
Yeah, it looks like a mounted camera.
Yeah, it does.
So maybe that she was just unaware.
Yeah.
And she said, look, I don't like smashing rackets. It's not what I do, but I was very frustrated in that moment, so she doesn't appreciate what they showed.
No, I understand that,
Yeah.
but again, if they're informed that that you are on camera from this point forward, when you walk out of the locker room, anything is fair game, then that's on her. I respect the fact that she was cognizant enough to not throw that fit on the court in front of people, but I don't know.
Yeah, and they probably, you would assume that they're told, hey, this is mounted. It's going to show you. In a moment of real emotion, you probably forgot about it, but who cares?
Yeah. Who cares?
I don't think any less of Coco Gauff after that incident. Oh my God, she broke a racket.
Diva.
What kind of example is she setting for our youth? Thanks to Bobby Hurley, Kellen Olson for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season goes down Sunday, February the 8th. So head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona on Sunday, February the 8th.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge. Located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green, the challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. and all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will look to stop their 2-game losing streak tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets, and they'll look to get Jalen Green back on the floor tonight as well, as he's listed as questionable after leaving the Atlanta game with another hamstring issue. But the Suns and Nets will tip at 7 tonight right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The coaching search continues for the Arizona Cardinals, and most recently in the form of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, who will get his second interview with the team today. The Arizona Wildcats, behind its guards Braden Burries and Jaden Bradley, squeaked out a win at BYU last night, 86-83, to remain undefeated and tie the best start in program history. Tonight in college hoops, ASU will be at UCF at 5, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. And GCU will look to stay hot as they travel to Nevada. That game will tip off at 8:30. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Oh man, how you doing, Luke? How are you, buddy?
Good. I'm on breaking news alert right now, as I think we all are.
Yeah, you know, don't hit the sounder, Rick. Okay, don't hit the sounder, but I can almost hear the sounder. Okay, don't hit the sounder, but I can already feel it.
You know what's gonna be weird is if there's breaking sports news today that isn't the Cardinals hiring a coach.
Yes.
And Rick's going to hit the sounders and be like, oh, Ketel Marte got traded to the Tampa Bay Rays. And we're all going to be like, oh, the Cardinals hired a coach.
Yes.
I mean, the Bills hired Joe Brady.
Yeah. I mean,
Corey Adam Schefter promoted him, I guess.
We're down to 3 teams that need coaches.
Yeah, how about that? You know, it makes a lot of sense, too, especially if Josh Allen was stumping for Joe Brady. And I could see that happening. They have a really good relationship, obviously. So maybe, listen, we just want to change the paradigm. We need to change something. We need to do something. Okay, so let's just promote Joe Brady to the head coach and see what happens.
It seemed like it was going to be Joe Brady or Brian Dable, didn't it? I mean, it's sort of the whole time. It's not like the Bills were in this like major outreach casting a wide net. It was like, let's see, who's worked here with Josh before?
Yeah, you know, and I think Josh Allen probably heavily weighed that decision by the Buffalo Bills.
Well, we're going to talk Cardinals throughout the day, but there is also a chance with all the Mike LaFleur smoke, the fact that he's still here, it's day 2 of his second interview. There's certainly a chance that he were maybe to get hired today. I mean,
what up, Mike?
You also know the NFL would prefer all these teams hire their coaches this week as opposed to next week leading into the Super Bowl.
Yes.
So that's not that that's a reason to hire a coach specifically, but
do you feel it, though? Do you feel like maybe we're going to have breaking news definitely hit before we get off the air?
Maybe, definitely. I mean, I don't want to answer that.
Yes.
I feel like we're going to have breaking news today, whether it's our show or Burns and Gamble.
Yes, I definitely feel like we are going to have breaking news before we get off the air.
Can I make one request of the NFL? If the Cardinals are not going to hire Clint Kubiak, and Kubiak and LaFleur are my 1-2 at this point, and they basically have been the whole time, except when
Robert Saleh was an option. He was up there, and certainly if it felt like John Harbaugh or Mike Tomlin, they would have obviously been ahead.
Yes.
Sean McDermott, Kevin Stefanski, all the established guys. But as far as coordinators, to me, it's clear. It's been a pretty clear cut, Clint Kubiak or Mike LaFleur. If the Cardinals are not going to hire Clint Kubiak, can somebody just hire him so he doesn't stay in Seattle?
Yeah.
Can we at least disrupt what Seattle had? Like the Raiders know they need a coach, right? Are they even looking?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've done a good job with Sam Darnold. Is that what you're saying?
They've done a pretty good job with Sam
Clint
Darnold.
Kubiak's done a pretty good job with Sam Darnold. Yeah. Interesting.
All right. Well, it's Suns game day. We already know Devin Booker is out. And now we begin the process of me refreshing the official NBA injury report every 15 minutes for the entire day. So let me see. Okay. Jalen Green is listed as questionable right now.
Yeah.
At 10:05 in the morning.
Okay. Do you think we'll get anything before we get off the air that Jalen Green is actually going to play? Or do you think we're going to have to do this for the next 4 hours in regard to Jalen Green?
I think we'll have an answer before we get off the air, but I think we're going to have to do this for the next 3.5 hours.
See, go ahead, command and control, write this down because I don't think we're going to hear about Jalen Green before we get off the air.
You think he's questionable up until game time, huh?
Yes, I think we're not. I'm just guessing. All right, nobody's told me this. I just have this feeling that, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I think with the Cardinals, the coaching decision will come down before we get off the air. In terms of Jalen Green and whether or not we know for a fact he's going to be playing tonight, I don't think so.
I think we know one way or the other right before the end of the show on Jalen Green because the game is tonight. I mean, they have to make an announcement at some point. They don't technically have to make it before 2. Cardinals coach, I think we're going to know who it is by the end of today. I just don't know if it'll be during our show or not. The Jalen Green conversation, Wolf, it is it's making me want to just talk about the big three instead. That's kind of where I am. Let's check in on Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant right now.
Oh my goodness, I haven't heard that in a while.
That's like
I haven't thought about the big three in a while.
That's how frustrating this. And I guarantee you, it's more frustrating for Jalen Green. I'm not taking a shot at Jalen.
Absolutely.
Man, this is rough right now.
I honestly, every time we talk about Jalen Green and the Jalen Green injury, Basinonians, I want to get off the tractor, and scratch my butt. That's what I want to do because I honestly, I just don't. I don't understand this.
We need a tractor to sponsor
I don't
this
understand
segment.
how this is actually happening. The fact that he's had this hamstring for as long as he has. You know, every now and then you will tweak it. A retweak is possible after you pull that ham. But I feel like we've been talking about the exact same thing for the longest time.
I feel like they were extra cautious last time, which is what they needed to do. I mean, he re-injured it on November 8th, and he got run back out there late January. That is being extra cautious.
Yeah.
It was the right move by the Suns. They kept winning. I know some people were getting frustrated, like, oh, they're just being too cautious. Like, no, I'd rather have him for the second half of the season if he's got to wait an extra week. I mean, I was saying this a month ago. Like, whenever he's ready, make him sit one more week so that this doesn't happen again. He sat 2.5 months, and it happened again away.
Yes, I know. You know, here it is. Oh, it's a little tight. Okay, it's a little tight. We were talking about this and have been talking about it for weeks. It's very difficult to talk about Jalen Green and his health. I just want to see this guy go out there and play. And I can only, I think Basinonians like a player. I do. I always have, and I always will. No matter how old I get, I always will think like a player. And I just think about Jalen Green right now with his teammates as well, how he feels. He's got to be so frustrated out of his mind just to get out there and compete. This is what I do.
Was at the point now where it's like, I mean, we heard Dylan Brooks the other night when it sounded like he was about to come back, and he's like, yeah, he's like been on leave for a while. I mean, now that it's happened again, can you even joke with Jalen Green about it? He's probably just miserable about it.
And that would be the worst thing. We were talking about this, too, yesterday. That'd be the worst thing that
Everybody's
could possibly
just quiet
happen,
about it now.
because everyone just doesn't ride him.
Yeah.
Because I'll guarantee they were blasting
Oh, I'm sure.
him.
I'm sure. And that, you know what?
You tweaked it again. What are you doing? Here's a tutu.
I'm guessing Dylan Brooks probably is still just making the necessary jokes. I mean, it is Dylan Brooks, but it is a rough spot. They need that stuff. You know, like if you watch like a World Cup game, and you know, like somebody will go down like they just got somebody took a bat to their legs,
right?
And they come out and they spray that whatever that magic spray is, and the guy's like writhing on the ground in a soccer game like his career's over, and then you spray that stuff and he pops up and he scores 2 goals in the game.
Yeah.
They need that for Jalen Green. The stuff that just instantly you recover in less than 2 seconds.
I played in a different era, Basinonians. I did. I played back in 1985. I came in. That's right.
1985. I mean, the fastest Rick has ever had that queued up.
And I can't even believe he did. Had that thing ready to go. But we used to rip each other when you got hurt.
I'm sure he's still getting ripped.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, rip each other. I'll never forget, there's a guy, and I'm not going to mention his name, but there was a guy who got hurt. And into the locker room, here comes, Clay Matthews and Mike Johnson, and they're wearing tutus. And they start dancing in front of him like a ballerina.
That's an image I can't unsee.
Because the guy was hurt.
This is Clay Matthews Sr.
I mean, it was, that's the kind of ripping that used to go on. And it was a beautiful thing amongst men, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I would assume, I don't know. I mean, you hope that they can still joke about this in the room, but this has now gotten to the point where I think everybody's probably just like, is this going to be a lost season for Jalen Green? Because it doesn't have to be. There's still there's still 35 games left. It doesn't have to be, but he's got to get out there and play consistently before you're going to feel good about what your team is going forward. Otherwise, you have to assume your team is the Suns team we've seen so far, which is still good, but you can't count on Jalen Green right now. It's unfortunate, but you can't. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. All right, when we come back, nobody's been hired yet, but it feels like Mike LaFleur has taken the lead in the Cardinals head coaching search. So if that is who they hire, is that good enough? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals search for a new head coach continues. Who's going to wear that head coach headset and pace the sidelines for the Cardinals on game day in 2026?
The Cardinals, they had in Anthony Campanile, the Jaguars defensive coordinator. I still think they're looking at Raheem Morris, Mike LaFleur.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board. The Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. This gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is truck country. How you kicking off the new year for truck buyers?
What's up, Dave? We're starting the year with huge truck savings. Right now, get up to $12,000 in savings off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, we got $5,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra HD. We've got a great selection on the lot, so now's the time to get into a new truck.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-YREFI85. That's 888-YREFI85. Or visit YREFI.com.
Not available in all states.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Santan Valley. What is good, Santan Valley? What are we doing out there?
Up, Santan Valley.
Oh, that's how you should say it every time. With the up just going up. You know, up.
I feel like that's how Rowdy in Santan Valley always says it.
That's true.
Just kind of feel it.
Speaking
right
to Rowdy,
now. I don't know why, but I'm on edge. I am. I know the breaking news sounder is going to happen at some point in time, and Rick is going to hit the breaking news sounder, and that makes me get all jacked up. Like, what's going to happen? Something's going to happen today. I just feel that.
No, I just kind of sit here in silence and wait for it to get played, but we're not going to do that. The reason we think the breaking news sounder could get played today is the Cardinals. This is day 2 of their second interview with Mike LaFleur. Is that
correct?
Is that how this is properly being phrased?
Yes.
Dinner last night. Wonder where they went.
I mean, it could have been anywhere. Wow. Literally anywhere.
Yeah. Baby K's. And that's not payola, ladies and gentlemen.
But it doesn't mean he's getting hired. I mean, we've seen the Cardinals take previous coaches out for food, and then they go to coach the Denver Broncos. So it doesn't guarantee anything. It just means that, it seems like they are close with Mike LaFleur. Now, I'm not going to hate this if he's the guy.
Okay.
I can wrap my head around this. I can talk myself getting excited about this.
Okay.
Or getting excited about this. It's not the established guy. This is not Kevin Stefanski, who I'm watching do a press conference in Atlanta right now next to Matt Ryan. Does anybody, by the way, sit up straighter in a chair than Matt Ryan? Look at him over there. He's just sitting up. That must be the most ergonomic chair ever. But if it's not going to be an established guy like that, Mike LaFleur is at least different to me than just, we went out and got an unproven coordinator. I mean, his brother is a pretty successful coach in Green Bay. He's part of the Kyle Shanahan tree. He's part of the Sean McVay tree. He's coaching under Sean McVay right now in L.A. Now, I understand he doesn't call the plays, but they've had a lot of guys that have coached under Sean McVay that don't call the plays that have gone on to be pretty good head coaches in the NFL. You're taking something away from somebody in the NFC West. Now, that wouldn't be the priority to me here because I don't know how much it hurts Sean McVay because he'll just regenerate another offensive coordinator. But this is different to me than just, hey, we found this defensive coordinator that you don't know much about, and he's going to be the guy. There's something potentially here with Mike LaFleur.
Yeah, there definitely is. Listen, as it comes to coordinators, I really do like Mike LaFleur a lot. Clint Kubiak as well. Those two guys right there, neck and neck to me in terms of going the coordinator route. I will say at first base and earnings, I wanted, Mike Tomlin was out there. John Harbaugh, yes, was out there.
Yeah,
of course.
I would have taken any of these guys for sure.
And then Sean McDermott and Stefanski. Those were the guys that I really wanted to see the Cardinals get.
And I would have said Saleh would have been 5th on my list.
Robert Saleh I liked as well. I liked him, but I wouldn't put him in the same category. And then there were guys like Raheem Morris. I really liked that. Raheem Morris has been a head coach before, and I think that is important. I would love to see that. I do like the fact that we're bringing in, if they hire Mike LaFleur, an offensive mind. I do like that.
I like
that.
And
that was something that I was pretty consistent with from the beginning.
I like that, but I also, to be fair, when they hired Gannon, I liked the idea of going all in on defense. And it did look like that was actually kind of working for about a year and a half. Through the lens of we don't have enough talent on defense yet, but look at what we're doing with limited talent. But then once they got talent on defense, they went backwards. So I like it in the sense that, again, I feel like I have to keep saying this. Mike LaFleur, Clint Kubiak were not my first choices if I could have any coach that was available, certainly.
That's right.
But if I can only have coordinators, if that's the way we have to do this, those are my top 2 choices. And yes, the offensive part of it appeals to me, because he just tried defense, and that didn't work. And there is more of a, what's the word? It's not necessarily experience, but he's from an NFL family, and he's worked with and for Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. So you're talking about a guy who's connected to NFL royalty right now.
Once again, Mike LaFleur, the offensive mind that he is, I like that. So I'm going to put that into the positive category. He's going to be able to mentor a young quarterback. That's what I think. I do grow a little concerned when we have this conversation in regard to a quarterback and maybe bringing Mike LaFleur in with an offensive mind, because maybe you're going the opposite and bringing in an offensive mind to actually work with Kyler Murray. I don't see that happening. I think, can I just go on the record as saying, if you're really going to bring back Kyler Murray, I think you're setting yourself up for disaster. I think you're setting yourself up for failure.
I think you would be kind of stuck. The only reason that I would consider bringing back Kyler Murray is if okay, let me phrase this the right way. I feel like they need to draft a quarterback this year.
Right.
Not with the 3rd pick, but in the 2nd round, go draft one. But there's a lot of people that are like, no, just tank for a year. Like, that's great. Bring in a new head coach and put him in position to lose for a year so that you can maybe draft a quarterback next year. Because as much as we're all saying, wow, the 2027 class is going to be a great class for quarterbacks, everybody was saying that about the 2026 class 12 months ago, and it didn't end up being that. So I hate the idea of tanking a year. But if you don't feel like you're going to draft a quarterback, and Mike LaFleur is like, no, give me Kyler so I have a chance. We'll see where it goes this year. If we just do the same thing, then we'll draft a quarterback next year. That's about the only scenario, though I don't know that Kyler even wants to come back. That feels like there was a parting of the ways 2 months ago.
Yes, I would totally agree with that assessment. That's the reason why I think of the locker room. I don't think you can rebuild him. I don't think you can do that. Once again, I think it would be bringing him back in a very contentious situation.
You mean here specifically?
Yes.
If he went somewhere else, it's a new start.
Of course, I'm talking about coming back here in the locker room and what it would be like. That I don't think would go over well.
Let me ask you this.
And that's, from my perspective, that's what I care about. How's it going to go over in the locker room? I don't think well.
What if Mike LaFleur, in one of these interviews, maybe right now, maybe they're together, right? Maybe they're all gathered around the radio right now listening to us. No, but what if in one of these interviews, these conversations with Mike LaFleur, they were like, who do you like? Do you like somebody in this draft? Like, what if he has a definitive 1 or 2 quarterbacks in this draft he likes?
Right.
That he's like, in the 2nd round, go get me Cade Klubnik or somebody, whoever it is.
Klubnik.
I don't know what happened to Gabe Klubnik. I don't know what happened to that guy this year, but who knows?
Just what a great football last name, Klubnik.
I watched him play in
it was bad.
The Pinstripe Bowl.
Yeah, it was.
Woof. Also, the fact that he was playing in the Pinstripe Bowl, not exactly great for a guy going to the league. That's kind of like, I need the Pinstripe Bowl to show that I'm a prospect.
Yeah, I mean, that was just the first name I could think of that wasn't Drew Aller or Carson Beck, because those are the names I keep throwing out. But whatever. College football is so weird now where so much changes around these guys that they go from can't miss prospect to playing in the Pinstripe Bowl to maybe they can go back to can't miss prospect. If you're an offensive mind, maybe, who knows? Maybe Mike LaFleur and Sean McVay have had conversations about Drew Aller or somebody throughout this year, wondering if Matthew Stafford might retire. Hey, who would we take? And maybe McVay loves Drew Aller, and all of a sudden LaFleur's here, and he's like, hey, why don't we just take Drew Aller in the second round or whatever? You know what I mean? You don't know. You're bringing in an offensive mind. I wonder if he has a name in mind in this draft.
Yeah, no, I know. That is a great question, Luke. It really is.
Steal all Sean McVay's ideas.
But again, a defensive coordinator, I love the idea of working with Kyler Murray. When they hired JG, I love the idea that he was not an offensive guy, that he was a defensive guy, that he was going to have that separation to hold Kyler Murray to an accountability level. He was going to have that separation as opposed to worrying about what kind of relationship are we going to have working daily, the tactical part of it. You want your head coach to stay up here strategically and then work with a player on a tactical level with an offensive coordinator. That's what I would like. I still think, I wonder if there is any consideration with that now. All these defensive coaches that we have seen be in the running right now, Raheem Morris, Vance Joseph, by way of example. These guys, could there still be a possibility of bringing back Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
And maybe that's why they're thinking defensive guys as well.
It's a huge decision, because you probably are putting yourself in football purgatory for a year if you do that. You're probably just like, okay, we're probably going to go 7-10 if we bring back Kyler, 8-9 maybe. I don't think you have to worry that he's so good on this team that all of a sudden you're 12-5. But I'll tell you what, if you bring him back for a year, if you bring Kyler back and all of a sudden him and Mike LaFleur click and you're 12-5 and you can't draft a quarterback, that's great. You're 12-5. Like something worked. I feel like that ship has probably already sailed on both sides. I feel like if Kyler Murray wandered into the studio right now and we're like, hey, can you just tell us honestly? He'd probably be like, yeah, I need a fresh start too. Like, I want to go somewhere else. All right, when we come back, Super Bowl 60 is here in 2 weeks. So what are our favorite storylines going into Super Bowl 60? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakuchonis, steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates, gives to Brooks right wing for three. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Man, maybe you're tired of not being able to smile the way that you want to smile. You have family over, family gatherings. Listen, if you want to smile real nice for the camera, you need dental implants. That's right. Aria Dental Implant Center will take care of you. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. This is your health, man. Go experience the Aria difference, and you're going to be glad that you did, Basinonians. At Aria Dental Implant Center, right here in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class, state-of-the-art facility for you and world-class care for you as well. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at spinatospizzeria.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills reportedly have. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Bills are promoting offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker remains out while Jalen Green is questionable for the Suns. And ASU men's hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Yeah, sometimes we laugh and sometimes we cry, but I guess you know now.
Hey, it's Gambo. How wide is the gap between the Seattle Seahawks and the Arizona Cardinals? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Oh, I thought you were going to jump in. I am looking at a series of reports that indicate the Browns are getting close maybe to hiring Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz is gaining momentum.
Wow. All right. I know Jim Schwartz.
Who knows? It's the Browns, but I mean if that were the case, I mean the Bills have already hired Joe Brady this morning in case you've missed it, so we're down to 3 teams looking for a coach. You know the NFL would prefer you hire your coach this week and not next week leading into the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Raiders will hire their coach 20 minutes before kickoff of the Super Bowl or something, but I'm sure Roger Goodell's like, "Hey, you got this extra week, maybe hire your coaches so we can spend next week talking about how Sam Darnold's the greatest story in the history of the world." Which leads into this segment, Wolf. What are your favorite storylines going into Super Bowl 60?
Yeah, for me it's so obvious, isn't it? It is the quarterback matchup. This time of year, you focus on who is the guy that is taking the snaps from under center. Who is that guy? And how does he impact this game? This one game coming up, man, it is the quarterback. Drake May, of course, going into year 2. This young, athletic, very talented Drake May, this young quarterback trying to make his way in the shadow of Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. And here he is in year 2 in the Super Bowl. That is first and foremost. And then it's Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold has taken the long way home, Basinonians. His 8th year in the league with his 5th team. Think about that for a minute. Starting in the Super Bowl.
5 teams seems low for him. I feel like he was on 7 additional teams he just never played for.
Unbelievable. His 8th year in the league and on his 5th team, Sam Darnold. Man, you want to talk about a redemption story? This is unbelievable.
It is a great story. I know we're all frustrated because it's the Seahawks. It is a great story. I'm going to say that now because in 2 weeks, I'm going to be sick of the story.
Yeah.
When we get to 3 hours before kickoff and all we've heard about is Sam Darnold for 14 days or whatever, I'm going to be over it. But right now, it is a great story. It's the top storyline in the Super Bowl. There's no way around it because you're talking about a guy who looked like he was going to be out of the league very quickly. It looked like, this guy... Not like, his career's done. He doesn't even have a career. Maybe he's a backup, but teams weren't even comfortable having him as the backup in case their starter got hurt. We got to bring in Sam Darnold. And all of a sudden, he's starting for the heavy favorite in the Super Bowl. And he's part of the reason they're there, too. It's not just, I take the snaps and I hand off to Kenneth Walker. I hand off to Zach Charbonnet. Occasionally, I'll throw a pass that's within 15 yards of Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he catches it because he might be the best receiver in the league. No, he's actually making plays now. So the credit to the Seahawks. Boy, that was tough to say.
Yeah.
And that's why I hate the Super Bowl, because I have to give them credit.
You do.
A lot.
You do have to. And, once again, the story for me, when I talk about Super Bowl stories, it starts with Sam Darnold's redemption tour. First and foremost, I was talking about this ad nauseum yesterday, but also Drake May's way. That's right, we called it Drake May's way in the Wolfley compound. Will he make it? What is his way? Can he stone cold his way to a Super Bowl? I mean, this kid, I was talking about it during the divisional round, watching him in the divisional round, the stone cold look on his face was pretty impressive. It was. And it's only gotten more stone cold. Man, what are you telling me the New England Patriots again are going to find a franchise quarterback that is going to be able to take them back to multiple? I mean, honestly, this quickly already? Man, that gets you jacked up and frustrated.
Drake May's the player I'm watching. If you told me one player in specific in this entire game, who are you watching the most? For me, it's Drake May because, and you know this because I said it consistently on this show, when that draft happened, I was pretty adamant that Caleb Williams was the guy coming out of that draft.
Yeah.
I just had seen him enough at USC and Oklahoma, and I don't know. I thought Caleb Williams was the guy because he can make throws that.
Well, he's not doing
badly either. But if Drake May goes out there and wins the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, because here's, and maybe this is my fault for not talking about this enough. It is a joke. The quarterbacks the Patriots have played. It's a joke. It's got to be the easiest path in NFL history in that sense. However, Drake May in the last 2 weeks of the playoffs has faced Houston's defense and Denver's defense. That's not a joke. Even the Chargers defense isn't bad. He has gone up against really good and maybe the two best defenses in the NFL in the last 2 weeks. And Seattle's right there defensively. Drake May versus the Seahawks is, to me, versus the Seahawks defense is the most interesting storyline of the actual game itself.
And some people would actually say, yeah, but you know what? He played in this wild card, this unbelievable game. He played in this snow game that actually impacted the score. And not only that, he played against a very good defense as well.
He made plays.
They only scored 10 points, and they won the game.
That's all he had to do.
You could point. I know you could point to that and say, oh yeah, did you see what happened there? And by the way, Jarrett Stidham, the backup quarterback, to your point, you could throw a lot of dust at this year, I would say, for Drake May, but. To me, when you get to where they are, there's just no excuses.
No
more. No excuses. You won. You did what you had to do to get to Super Bowl 60. There's no more excuses.
And that's what's scary because, nobody from Boston can ever look at me again and say, hey, that Suns run to the finals in 2021. Well, a couple teams didn't have their best player, or one of their best players. I'm pretty sure Jokic played. Pretty sure Giannis played. But the Patriots run to the Super Bowl, like I said, I mean, they have played one good quarterback basically all year. But that said, they're in the Super Bowl. And even if you don't believe it is as respectable as like the other teams' paths have been, it doesn't matter. If they win the Super Bowl, they're probably going to get back again and again. Because if Drake May's winning the Super Bowl in year 2, how much more dangerous is he going to be in year 4 with the confidence of, I won the Super Bowl in year 2?
Yes.
This is going to have to be a conversation probably later in the week as a show, or maybe just later in the show today. Like, who do we want to win this game?
Yeah.
Because it's scary if the Patriots win.
I know. Vrabel ushering in another Patriots dynasty, possibly? Oh, no. Not again.
I just refreshed the injury report in the NBA. Jalen Green still questionable.
Yeah,
okay. All right, we come back. Could the Arizona Diamondbacks still be looking at a big trade before spring training, which is in 3.5 weeks? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
spin. Spin.
Text the word
spin
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved for dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and 599.b. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global
Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Grown ups, in between, churning babies. Right about now, it's your boy, you heard, back again. DJ Manny. Fresh.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll talk a lot of NFL football, the latest on the Cardinals coaching search, and our weekly chat with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. As a reminder, as context for what we're about to talk about, D-backs' first spring training game is 3 weeks from this Friday.
Okay, here we go, baby. Here we go.
So with that in mind, you have seemingly an opening at first base, at least as far as a platoon with Pavin Smith. I don't know how comfortable most people are just saying, Pavin Smith, he's going to play 158 games at first, and that'll be great. He has moments where he has 6 RBIs in a game, but he also has stretches where it seems like Major League pitching catches up to him. I don't know. It just feels like that was going to be a platoon. And if that's the case, they might still go get a first baseman. We had the cut of Gambo last week on their show saying they're probably going to go sign a first baseman here at some point before the season.
Which makes you think immediately of Tyler Locklear and what happened to Tyler Locklear.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully I
don't hear anybody from the organization talking about Tyler Locklear. Unfortunately,
I'm hopeful that he just is still, I don't know, developing. You know what I mean? Like, I know he had a hard time hitting Major League pitching, and then he got hurt. So we'll see. I'm not going to write him off yet, but I don't think you feel comfortable with him starting the season at first base either. There's also a lot of talk that they may go out and still add bullpen help. I think most of us look at their rotation and we're like, yeah, it's not bad, but is it good? I don't know that it's good for a team that wants one of their strengths to be their rotation. Now, you add Nolan Arenado to your defense, all of a sudden all of your pitchers tend to get better. But your rotation right now is probably Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, Erod, Fott, Michael Soroka.
Yeah.
It feels like you're missing somebody near the top of that rotation. Like we talked about yesterday, Zach Gallen's still out there.
Yeah, absolutely, especially for a team that really values pitching and defense. And when you think of Mike Hazen, once again, this is his general philosophy. It doesn't mean that that's the only way he thinks, but I think big picture, when you talk about philosophy, I think it's pretty clear the Diamondbacks, they're a lot about pitching and defense.
Yeah.
And because of that, you would look at their rotation and say, man, their rotation and their bullpen needs help.
Now you also have this story that I'm locked out of for no conceivable reason. So, Rick, you want to read the quote from it? It's from The Athletic talking about some of the big names that could still be dealt in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, so one of these players that they listed was Ketel Marte, second baseman, Arizona Diamondbacks. And I'll read the little excerpt here on The Athletic. The Diamondbacks made Marte available this fall and fielded offers from several contending clubs up through the winter meetings. At that point, they were seeking young, controllable starters in return. They never found a deal closer to their liking and instead took him off the trade market, stating that he would remain with the team for the 2026 season. Keep in mind that stance could change with a robust trade offer, something that could come about if there is a major injury to a player in spring training and a team decides to revisit trade talks and offer closer to what Arizona was looking for in the beginning. If the Red Sox don't land a Eugenio Suarez in free agency and can't find another bat, they could easily circle back and make another run at Marte, as could the Yankees, Tigers, and Phillies, all of whom expressed interest this offseason.
So basically what you've been saying, Wolf. Yes, the Diamondbacks announced a few weeks ago, what, we're not trading Ketel Marte.
Yeah.
That's great. If somebody comes at you with some crazy offer, we all know now you're willing to trade him. It's just there's a difference between willing to trade and shopping. You're shopping a guy, you're like, we got to get rid of this guy. If you're willing to trade him, then, yeah, you come make us an offer that we can't say no to. There's still time. And the other part of this is those other teams weren't under a pressure point to do it. The Diamondbacks kind of were like, hey, we got to have an answer here so we can start making moves. Well, now spring training's starting in 3 weeks. Those other teams are looking around like, oh, yeah, maybe we should trade for somebody.
Yeah, you know what else is part of this story that you have to talk about as well, my brothers, is just the fact that what is it going to do to Ketel Marte? Maybe the Arizona Diamondbacks were like, hey, listen, let's go ahead and settle things down. Let's settle things down right now. We didn't get the offers that we were expecting, and because of that, we don't want this to impact Ketel Marte and our relationship with this guy, who we like. He's very affable. He's a good guy in the clubhouse. And when I say that, I'm talking about an affable human being. He's not a guy that walks around and is a problem, except when he doesn't want to play. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an issue because of that, okay? I'm talking more about personality-wise. When you listen to every player
when he's
talks
there, he's
about
not
it,
a problem.
It's not a problem. His teammates love him, yet at the same time, what is a problem is when he wants a day off. That is a problem. And because of that, that's the reason why I think we're in the situation that we are in regard to Ketel Marte and having to move Ketel Marte. But, I think of, okay, do you want this hanging over Ketel Marte? How's he going to react? The Diamondbacks have to think about this. How is he going to react with this hanging over him? Oh, no, you know what we're going to do? No, he's off the market now. We're done with the whole Ketel Marte thing. Don't at me. Don't call me. We're done with Ketel Marte. Because I think they want him to be able to go about his business and know that we're not trying to shop you. But if somebody does call, we might say yes.
Yeah, and that makes sense. It makes perfect. It all makes sense. At a certain point this offseason, they had to pivot away from, okay, we're dealing with Ketel to like, we have other things we have to address. They haven't really addressed the bullpen since they made that announcement. They did go out and get Nolan Arenado. They still have time, but you don't have months now before spring training. You've got 3.5 weeks. You've got even less time than that, before pitchers and catchers report. I'm just referencing the first game of the Cactus League season for the D-backs. It makes sense that you would say, you know what, we're not trading him, and then move forward internally like you're not. Like, I don't think they said that, or, whatever, the story came out. I don't think that happened, and then Mike Hazen was just staring at his phone like, all right, who's going to call?
Yeah.
I think they internally were like, we're just moving forward. But if somebody calls, we're listening. You know what I mean? And the reality is, you're more likely to get that call now as spring training gets closer, because teams that need or would like an elite second baseman, they're maybe not as motivated in December as they are in early February.
Yeah, not only that, too, Luke, you've already plowed the road, so to speak. You've already talked to a lot of these teams that are out there. They know what it is that you're looking for. Let it simmer. Let it sit right now. And maybe as another general manager is simmering and sitting in that simmer, maybe he'll say to himself, hey, you know what? I know what. Okay, we're going to give him that prospect. We're going to give him that guy. we can make this deal happen. They already know what the parameters of a deal would look like. That is really interesting to me.
You threw out a lot of S words there, like simmering and sitting in the simmer and saying
Sitting
something.
in the simmer.
There's also this story on ESPN right now going through the top 100 prospects in Major League Baseball. Okay, now this is a list that the Diamondbacks have traditionally, I shouldn't say traditionally, but recently, over the last 4 or 5 years, have had a lot of players on, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So I'm looking at it right now, and they go through, it's top 100, and they go through, and you can just look by team, which players are on here. Makes me laugh, too. At the bottom, they list all teams, and then they say in parentheses, Houston and San Diego have no top 100 prospects. Sorry, guys.
Can you imagine?
Maybe try again.
What's up, Padres?
Except, I can't laugh too hard because the Diamondbacks only have one guy on this entire list of the top 100 prospects in baseball, and it's number 63, Ryan Waldschmidt. He's not number 63, but he's number 63 on this list, the outfielder. So, and they have high hopes for him, but a lot of these recent years where you've rolled out these lists of top 100 prospects, the Diamondbacks have had like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 guys on the list. They have one guy at 63 right now.
Yeah, so you would imagine once again, Ketel Marte could address an awful lot of that, could he not?
He could address pitching, and you could revamp your farm system.
You could, and maybe get a couple of prospects that you're really, really high on as well. Yeah, I could see that as part of the deal, and like you said, get the arm that you want.
Yeah.
Or maybe just bring Zach Gallen back.
Or maybe just bring, it feels like.
And then go still out there and still get a bunch of prospects.
He could. It's crazy to think how much could still change in the next few weeks.
I refuse to give up on Zach Gallen. Seriously.
I would take him back.
There is, do you smell freakiness when it comes to Zach Gallen? What is going on with Zach Gallen? Because I can't help it based on earnings, but I think of Mike Hazen and the relationship.
Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
The relationship that these two guys have, Zach Gallen and Mike Hazen. I honestly, and I said it at the time, this all came down. I'm not giving up on Zach Gallen, man. We'll see.
If you bring him back for a year, your rotation goes from what I just read off before. I was trying to do that off the top of my head, so maybe but I wasn't missing anybody. That was right. It goes from that rotation that I read off before to all of a sudden Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, Erod, Brandon Pfaadt, with Soroka as a guy who could step in if Erod or Pfaadt continues to struggle. All of a sudden, Ryan Nelson's your number 3, and at some point, Corbin Burns is coming back. And then your rotation's Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, and then whichever one of Erod or Brandon Pfaadt is delivering.
Yes, and I expect Zach Gallen to have a bounce-back year. Why? Because he's a competitor.
All right, we come back over to basketball. The Suns have dropped 2 in a row. They don't often drop more than 2 in a row. So how badly do they need a win over Brooklyn tonight? We already know no Devin Booker for this one. Jalen Green is officially questionable at last check, which was just a couple minutes ago. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If they had hired a veteran coach who had been a coach before, it's a lot easier to say, I like the hire, I don't like the hire. It's a lot easier for fans to say, I like Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh, I don't like Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh. Or Vance Joseph got a job, I like Vance, I don't like Vance, because there's this track record of him being a head coach that you can look back on. With these guys that the Cardinals may hire, outside of Raheem Morris, you don't have that. So it's a lot harder to kind of gauge, which is why I say, whoever it is, you got to give this guy a chance, because maybe he could be good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to see why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt's been a name Arizonans trust with the experience, selection, and offers to prove it. Right now, score a $1,000 trade bonus on a remaining 2025 Ford Ranger on approved credit. Or get $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle. Or get an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing on approved credit. Their founder, Tex Earnhardt, used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. Includes Jeep Conquest Cash or Toyota Conquest Cash. For qualified customers, $0 security deposit, APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 top fee. See dealer details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills reportedly have. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Bills are promoting offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker remains out while Jalen Green is questionable for the Suns. And ASU men's hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How will the Suns fare in another game without their superstar guard? We'll preview Suns Nets starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show.
What up, Brutus?
Well, Suns Nets tonight from downtown Phoenix. we just safely say from downtown Phoenix, basically from now until March 3rd. They don't really go on the road. They play 2 road games in the next month and a half. So the Suns and Nets from downtown Phoenix, you would think on paper, man, this is the definition of a game that you should win, and the Suns pretty much win all the games that they should win. But no Devin Booker, and Jalen Green is questionable. I don't know where your optimism level is that Jalen Green's going to play in this game. Mine's not real high.
Yeah.
Because I think even if he's, quote, ready, I don't know that you would, quote, rush him back. I'm tired of putting everything in quotes with this story, but yes. I don't know that you would. But at the same time, still a game you could win. And you're talking about a Suns team that hasn't lost 3 in a row since before Halloween. And they're on the verge of that if they don't win tonight. I don't want to say on the ropes, but if you're trying to hang in the top 6, got to kind of win this game tonight.
Yeah, you know what is so cool about this? As I look at the show sheet, Basin Orleans, it says, Suns, how badly does this team need a win against the Nets? How badly do they need to win? You know what? Honestly, right now, from a fan's perspective, from even my perspective, even though I am a player and I have a player's mentality, I look at it and I think to myself, man, they need to go out and they need to win this game. They need to win that. I'm not going to say they need to win the game badly. They need to win this game. You know what is awesome about this conversation? The Suns players, they themselves think they need to win this game badly.
Yeah.
Because I think they approach every game like they need to win this game badly. It's one of the things that I have grown to love. That's
to
right. Love and appreciate about this Suns team, Basin Orleans. They need to win badly. And we see them give that kind of effort, and I enjoy that.
I just like, if you want to zoom all the way out, the fact that this is game 47 of the season, and it matters in the standings whether or not they win. Whereas when they were making moves and hiring unproven GMs and coaches back in early June, did anybody think they'd be fighting for a top 6 playoff spot right now?
Come on, man.
Now, they are a half game out of the top 6. I don't want this to turn into a what-if season. That would be the worst part. This team, this coaching staff, this fan base especially deserves better than a what-if season. You know what I mean? And right now I look at this and I'm like, if they had Devin Booker and Jalen Green, I truly believe now, I didn't believe this before the season, that they're better than Minnesota, that they would finish ahead of Minnesota. I don't want this to get to a point where they're dropping and all of a sudden, Golden State's only 2 games back. I mean, if Green doesn't play for a while and Booker doesn't play for a while, they're going to lose some games. And all of a sudden, okay, now you're the 8th seed. And are you dropping down towards 9? And I don't think that'll happen because I just don't think Book's going to miss that much time. And as long as he plays, I think they're still going to. But at the same time, this could be the 5, maybe even 4 seed right now. And they're going to lose some ground on teams like Houston and the Lakers because they're banged up.
Yeah, I agree with that. Honestly, right now, it's just a situation where they've got to get healthy. Devin Booker, to me, is going to be fine. Book's going to be fine. We all know that. To me, Jalen Green, at some point, is going to be okay. But even if he isn't, I'm still good. Even if he isn't, Luke, it would be a distraction to the team. That much I will say. If he's coming back again, just think of all the times that we have seen, well, not all the time, but the few times we have seen Jalen Green come back and play.
Yeah.
And, wow, boy, this guy is talented. This guy's real. And all of a sudden he's out again. That can be a distraction. And I don't want that kind of distraction in the second half. I want Jalen Green to be able to come back, be healthy, mentally, physically, be healthy, and see what that looks like for the Phoenix Suns when you can count on him being there, just the way he has been through the first 2 years of his career.
Yeah, you look at the first half of the season, and is it frustrating that they haven't been able to get him out there consistently? Yeah, it is, but I think we've been pretty consistent in saying this for the first half of the season. The Suns are still winning. There's still plenty of season to go. But I do think it's important that they get him back in there and healthy and, like you said, physically, and not in a position now where he's thinking about the injury and it's on his mind while he plays. Like, you need to get him in there, get him rolling. And I'm not saying rush him back, but I'm saying you need that and the team to build around him fairly soon now. Like, I would like to do that with more than like 4 games before the postseason starts. You'd like to have Jalen Green. I mean, at this point, if you could get him to play 30 games this regular season, I would take it. I would sign up for it right now. He misses another 2 weeks or something, and then he comes back and he's good to go. Because if you're serious about making noise in the playoffs, you got to kind of know who your team is before the playoffs start.
Yes.
Or you just got to know you don't have them.
I know. That's the situation that is a little distracting as well to players that are in there. The rotation, of course, when you think of it, trying to set your rotation, getting ready for the postseason.
I don't want to be doing that in Game 2 of a best of 7
We've already
against
been
Houston.
through this to some degree, have we not?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. So, again, I'm with you on that. And yet at the same time, Jalen Green, if you tell me that, okay, Jalen Green could be available, let's just say the same thing happens in the second half. The same thing happens in the second half of the season. And then all of a sudden, Jalen Green, the last 10 games of the season, gets healthy. And he's playing, or even the last 5 games. Are you going to preclude him from the postseason? Because you know what? We really didn't get an opportunity to play with Jalen Green. No, you're not going to do that.
No, I think the bigger issue would be like you get into the postseason. And as long as Book's healthy, I still think you're a top 60, probably number 6, right? So, okay, we're starting a best of 7 against Denver. And you play the first 2 games and maybe you somehow split. And now it's like, hey, Jalen Green, who you really haven't had this season, might be able to play in Game 3. I just want to know who the team is going into the playoffs. I also don't want to play Denver in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't want that scenario either.
Here's Grace and Allen. Maybe Denver's not a good example, because if it's a team like L.A. or Minnesota or maybe even San Antonio, you feel like that's a very winnable series as long as you just have your team.
The only thing I would say quickly is you want to eliminate all distractions when you go into the post. Eliminate all distractions at that point in time. And that would be a distraction.
Grayson Allen, after the game on Sunday, was asked what the offense has to do when they don't have Book or Jalen Green.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to keep the pace up within the half court for the whole time that we're out there. And the ball has to swing side to side. I feel like me and Dylan a couple times tonight just took some early ones that probably weren't necessary, but we just got to keep moving the side to side. And whether it's the big flying up or getting into some of the guard action, like do it with some pace and force, and don't make it so easy for teams to just switch and sit with a crowd and force us into one-on-one stuff. But we've done it. We've done a great job of it throughout the year. It's just different with Book not out there, that you have to play that way for 48 minutes.
Well, as of 10 minutes ago, Jalen Green is officially questionable for tonight's game. I mean, you feel like if he plays, they win against Brooklyn.
Yeah, and Brooklyn, once again, they've won 12 games on the season. Not very good, of course. Ron Wolfley reporting. You want to see them go out and compete.
My sources.
That is the one thing about it, Basin Orleans, we can count on, is them going out and competing. Whether Jalen Green is healthy or not. Would you love to see Jalen Green, especially if Book's out, which he is? Yeah, I'd love to see that. But more importantly, I'd love to see Jalen Green with Book, because as we all know, that's what they've got to develop. That's the kind of chemistry they have to develop over the second half of the season or run.
Hear ye, good people. The 38th Annual Arizona Renaissance Festival storms back into Arizona January 31st, so joust on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets when we come back. It looks like it might be Mike LaFleur, but that's certainly not a guarantee yet. So what are people saying about the potential Cardinals coaching candidates? We'll get you some audio on that next, and we'll react. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LaFleur.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakuchonis, steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates, gives to Brooks right wing for 3. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, what do you see? Well, I bet all of us, we have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come in. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. One of the reasons why you ought to pick up the phone and give them a call today, Basinonians. The simple truth is there's a lot more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through the next stage of life. Trajan Wealth can build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and your circumstances. Call Trajan Wealth today, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Shout out to El Mirage. What is going on, El Mirage?
Yeah, El Mirage. What up?
Oh, I thought you were going somewhere.
No, it's just what up.
I'm going to play some audio here, Wolf.
El Mirage.
Okay. This, first of all, this is AQ Shipley on with Bickley and Marotta yesterday because the Cardinals, as much as everybody's looking at Mike LaFleur and being like, are you the guy? They have not hired him yet. They haven't hired anybody yet. So AQ Shipley on with Bickley and Marotta yesterday. They asked him about just for his thoughts on some of the names that are out there right now being linked to the Cardinals head coaching job.
Well, the good news is that we're not the Cleveland Browns and everybody's just pulling out of contention. So that's the good news. The interesting thing is, I think this has been a very quiet process. I don't think you're hearing a lot of leaks. I mean, they've kept it very close to the vest, and then names are kind of popping out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden this guy's getting a second interview. You didn't even know he got a first interview. So they've kept it very close to the vest. It's really interesting to see because typically you look at the previous couple of cycles, they've always gone opposite. And, most of these guys are defensive guys. Like it seems. So for me, like I thought they were going to go young offense because we just had a defensive guy, but it seems like most of the guys they're looking at are defensive guys and leader of men, former head coach, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think you have a good little mix right now, but it'll be interesting to see who they land on.
Yeah, and interesting to see who they land on. Mike LaFleur. Is that the way that it appears right now? I would say, would you say, Basinonians, that he appears to be the front runner? Would you say
it
feels that way to me?
Right at this moment.
And I could be dead wrong on that.
Well, right at this moment, it feels like it because he's here for day 2 of his second interview. Now, if we get to like Thursday and he's still not the coach, then I would say no, he's probably not the front runner. But it feels like let me put it this way. If Rick fires off the breaking news sounder at some point between now and 2 p.m. and it's Cardinals head coaching news, I would be stunned if it wasn't Mike LaFleur. Like right now, it feels like he is leading the race. It doesn't mean he's going to win the race, but it definitely feels like right now he would be the guy leading the race. Here's more from A.Q. Shipley on the sort of characteristics he wants from the next Cardinals head coach.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is we've talked about this, right? Like I think more often than not, it's okay. Let's go get this great coordinator who calls plays, and that doesn't necessarily make them a head coach. So I think the biggest thing is you got to have a guy that can get you to follow in his message, to get you to buy into what he's selling. I think that's the biggest thing. Get you to have 53 guys plus however many practice squad guys drop their ego at the door and all come together for one mission. I think that's the biggest thing in team sports. I think if you look at the Seattle Seahawks man for man on a roster basis, I don't think they are the best team in the National Football League. They're probably going to win the Super Bowl because what Mike McDonald up there has done has been fantastic. Their offense has come together. Obviously, they got 2 really good play callers, but if you can have a guy that gets you to buy into the message, buy into the team, drop your ego, and then have 2 good play callers, I think that's the biggest thing. I think how you delegate responsibility and how you lead the men are the 2 most important things.
Man, that's really good by AQ right there. I can tell you back when I was playing Basinonians, nobody cared about buying into anything. This was the game of football. This was the blood sport. You're going to go out there. You're going to ball out. That's what you're going to do. And the reason why you're going to do it is because this is how you're paying bills for your family. Nobody had to buy into anything. It was the game of football. Go play it. Go play it the way that it should be played. Yet today, I think AQ is right. I think you have to have players who buy in to what it is that you're talking about.
It's an advantage.
I think it might be an advantage. Again, do I wish it was like this, Basinonians? No. Just go out and ball. Are you kidding? It's the blood sport. You got to go out there and give everything you've got. And you're not going to worry about buying into anything. I don't need to buy in to anything to do my job and do it right. That's the kind of player you wish you had, no doubt about it. Even today, just get somebody who's going to go out there, and it's not about buying into your culture. It's not about buying into anything. It's about me stepping in between the white lines and what that does to my brain and what it tells me. The desperation I'm going to go play, man, I can feel it, brothers. I can feel what that was like. And yet, what A.Q. Shipley is saying, I believe, is correct today. You've got to get players to buy into what you're doing.
Like, I hear what you're saying, that it's frustrating that that's not just the way the whole league is right now. But it is an advantage if you can find those guys. I mean, I agree with what he just said there about the Seahawks. Do you look at their roster and think that's the best team in the NFL? No.
True.
But they're going to win the Super Bowl, seemingly. I mean, I don't know, unless Sam Darnold just retires in the next 2 weeks so the Patriots don't even have to face another starting quarterback.
You think Buda Baker has to buy into anything
to
play the game of football? This is exactly what I'm talking about. You think James Conner has to buy in to anything for him to go do his job? No. You can still find guys. You can still find guys that believe that and play like it. Man, go find more guys like that.
Well, yeah, find more, because do you feel like this team looked like they were totally bought in, like that Cincinnati game where guys were just like tackling with their arm?
No.
I mean, that was no.
Again, what I'm saying in regard to AQ, I think he's right. You have to consider that a coach that can influence a player to get him to buy in. I wish it wasn't like that. For me, if I'm Monty Ossenfort, I'm looking for every player who's not like that, who's not going to buy in. I'm looking for the dude who's going to say, I'm going to ball out. Don't worry about me buying in. I'm balling out.
Right, so ball out instead of buying in.
That is the guy I'm looking for.
Is that like when Devin Booker said there won't be any dip off before the tip off? It's kind of similar.
Right. The dip off.
Here's Sean McVay from December. So we're going to get more into this in a little bit, but just for context, one of the knocks or the concerns a lot of people have on Mike LaFleur is that he's not the play caller in LA. Have Sean McVay. So obviously nobody's calling the plays other than Sean McVay. But just for context, before I play this cut, LaFleur did have to call the plays in the first meeting against the Cardinals this season because McVay was sick. So LaFleur kind of had to step in.
They scored 45, did they?
Yeah, they did pretty good. So anyway, here's Sean McVay in December talking about LaFleur.
It didn't surprise me. It just confirmed, how fortunate and grateful I am to have a leader like Mike and a great coaching staff on the offensive side, and really, coaching staff in general, that, guys just, they do a great job within their roles. And then if they're asked to step up, all they do is just answer the bell and take it to another level. And so, in a lot of instances, because of the approach that we're typically accustomed to taking on Saturday leading into Sunday, I missed a large portion of that, whether it's dialogue in the walkthroughs, dialogue with Matthew in terms of how we categorize, how we want to be able to call the game. And we were able to kind of, do that collectively. Normally I'm the one that's kind of got the direct communication. Mike ended up having that yesterday because of some of the things that I missed, and he did a phenomenal job.
LaFleur. Man, I love Sean McVay.
I'm just going to play every McVay cut that we ever have.
He's so positive. He always, he's so positive.
Even
I love that.
Even after that loss on Sunday, you play some of his audio, and like the cuts might start like depressed because they had just lost, but by the end, you're like, I think the Rams might still win the Super Bowl this year. I mean, yeah, they're eliminated, but they might still win the Super Bowl this year somehow.
A great coach, a difference maker.
All right, we come back to baseball. Wolf, you said you sense some freakiness potentially afoot for the D-backs, so we're going to get into why that might be next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
That it's going to be like this all year with Jalen Green. Mental or not, that it's going to be very hard to count on Jalen Green in the 2025-26 season because you just don't know if it's going to last and you don't know if he's going to be able to hold up, which is unfair because he's been able to hold up his entire career. But this year, clearly, he's dealing with something that goes beyond that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here every year. This is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills reportedly have, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. The Bills are promoting offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU men's hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Sammy Sabolka. There's no head coach on the market who can solve all of the Cardinals' problems, writes Dan Bickley. Suns' Jalen Green, questionable versus the Nets with hamstring issue. And Nolan Arenado to play for Puerto Rico in the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, well, if I'm looking at your email, your pre-show email, okay? And at the very bottom, you mentioned the D-backs, and you suggest freakiness may be afoot here. What did you mean?
You know, for me, once Freaky again, Mike yeah, Hazen. that's right. The freaky Mike Hazen. We all know his brain is
transition.
absolutely the size of Saturn's third moon. This is a very, very intelligent human being, ladies and gentlemen. And I just also think he's got a good relationship. I might be dead wrong on this based on these, but I think he's got a really good relationship, man-to-man, with Zach Gallen. And, when I think of Zach Gallen and why has Zach Gallen not signed? Will he sign? When do you think he might actually sign with another team? When do you think that might happen? I don't know, but I do know that Zach Gallen, is it safe to say that he's coming off a year that wasn't his best
Yes.
in Major League Baseball? Is it safe to say that?
I think that was widely accepted.
Widely accepted, and maybe he's not getting the offers that he would like. Maybe there are some one-year offers that are out there. Maybe he's not getting multi-year offers that he would really like. Maybe that's just somebody's looking and saying, hey, listen, okay, we'll sign you to a one-year contract. Is that okay? One-year contract, and here we go, kind of a prove-it contract. Well, if he's going to do that, why not do it right where he's at? Why not do it where he's got a great relationship with Mike Hazen?
Yeah.
Great relationship with Torey Lovello. Why not stay right where you're comfortable right now? I think that makes a lot of sense. And Zach Gallen, you have to remember this as well. Zach Gallen once told us that great players are even better self-evaluators.
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
Oh, there he is.
I didn't even tell you to have that ready. You're ready to go. That is awesome. It's the truth. And I think he's looking at himself and saying, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Last year kind of did suck buttermilk. So maybe I'd like to come back here and do better this year and do better with the team that I have grown into the pitcher that I am, and maybe sign a long-term deal here. And if not, at least I came back and I did it the right way. That seems like Zach Gallen to me.
I have to go back a little bit. You said Mike Hazen has a brain the size of Saturn's third moon.
Yes.
You're of course referring to Iapetus with a 913-mile diameter. Is that the one? I mean, everybody knows that's the one. Right?
I did not know that.
Okay.
No, that was good, though.
I don't know if I pronounced it right.
All right, nice.
No, I think
he's got a big brain.
913-mile diameter. When you talk about Zach Gallen and you talk about a one-year deal and you talk about the year he's coming off of, if I'm Zach Gallen's a better pitcher than he showed last year.
Yes,
he just is. His
agreed.
entire career has indicated that. Now, if you're a Diamondbacks fan, you're like, I know I'm over it. Like, I want somebody else. I get that. I don't know if there's really somebody else out there at this point. Like, who do you want that they can just go sign and don't have to trade things for?
Framber Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, if they're willing to sign him, yes, that'd be great.
Okay.
But I think if they were willing to sign him, they would have already done it. Zach Gallen is a better pitcher than he was last year, and as we talked about earlier, you're not asking him to be hey, this guy's going to be our number one starter for the next 5 years. You're asking him basically, if you re-sign him, to be 1A or 1B with Merrill Kelly until Corbin Burns gets back. Now, here's Mike Hazen. We had Mike Hazen on earlier. We have him on every other week basically throughout the season. And right at the end of the season, we did ask him about Zach Gallen's future with the Diamondbacks because they didn't trade him at the deadline. He stuck around. He had his best performances of the season after the trade deadline, actually. He was basically the only guy that was supposed to get traded that didn't, and he was probably the guy that was most likely to get traded, and he didn't get dealt, and then he started pitching better. So here's what Mike Hazen told us.
I try not to put any possibilities of those things. Obviously, we're going to be in the market. Everything's possible. I think we have a good relationship with the players that are here and the ones that we traded. We work hard at that. There's a reason for that. I think that having players that want to play here is important to us. It's not, at the end of the day, the biggest factor, as we all know, in a market. The dollars are going to talk, and they should. Players should be in a position to maximize their earning potential, and I appreciate that about this sport. Like you can't run against that. You have to run with it, in my mind. And we'll see what happens. Look, I don't think it's realistic we're going to put the band back together. I think that we're going to try to be in the marketplace in all ways, and pitching is going to be a focus for us.
There it is, right there. Now, you're putting the band back together. that means Zach Gallen as well. But I don't think he was talking just about Zach Gallen.
Well, no, I mean, at that moment, that's October 1st. So there were rumors swirling around Torey Lovello. Certainly Zach Gallen was about to become a free agent. Merrill Kelly wasn't here. Ketel Marte, there was talk maybe he would get dealt. Now, ironically, Torey's back. Merrill's literally back from Texas. Ketel hasn't been traded. And you got people saying that Zach Gallen, like the leading candidate to sign him this season, it's the Diamondbacks. Yeah. That would actually be putting the band back together.
Again, just think of it. Zach Gallen, okay, maybe he's not getting the offers that he thought he was going to get. And maybe because of that, he's thinking, hey, you know what? I've got $22 million. Was it not $22 million
that
on
was
the
the
table?
Qualifying offer.
That was the qualifying offer.
Yes, I've got $22 million.
Maybe they can just offer him $22 million. He didn't accept the qualifying offer, but maybe that's his best option is say like, hey, I didn't accept the qualifying offer, but could you guys just give me $22 million here and then for a 1-year deal?
It's a bunch of hypotheticals. I understand that.
Yeah, but why can't it happen?
Yes, I'm just saying there are hypotheticals here. I want to be fair to both sides in this. But, again, what if he's thinking, man, I'm getting a lot of 1-year deals, Okay, hey, you come here and you 1 year or I don't know what he's getting. I really don't. But having said that, if that's the case, and maybe he wants to say, hey, I know that I can pitch so much better than what I did last year. And knowing that, maybe just the 1-year offer, the qualifying offer right here, maybe he's comfortable with that, with Torey and with Mike Hazen and the Diamondbacks and being here. And maybe he wants to do that. Maybe he wants to live here, continue to live here year round, just like Corbin Burns did.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with that before. Of if you know you're better than you showed last year, if I'm Zach Gallen, there's certainly I would at least have the thought looking around and being like, if I just sign a 1-year deal somewhere, I'll get paid next year. Because if he hasn't gotten the offer that he wants this offseason, it's not the best time for him to be a free agent. You're a free agent, okay, the offseason after your worst season as a major leaguer,
right.
You kind of would like almost a redo. And if I were in that position, you would want to eliminate the variables, right? You just go back to the team that you can pitch well for. I mean, the other part of that Mike Hazen cut that we just played, we've talked to Mike Hazen how many times on this show? He generally tells you the truth. And he said right in there that we're going to prioritize pitching. They've added Mike Soroka this offseason.
Right.
It doesn't feel like they're done with the pitching. Now, I'm looking at the list of free agent pitchers that are out there. And there are, Framber Valdez is the best one. I'm trying to see, Zach Gallen's probably the second best one, honestly. I'm looking through. I see a lot of former Diamondbacks on this list, actually, like Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander and Patrick Corbin. If you just sort by who made the most money last year, do you want to know the name, the free agent pitcher that's out there who made the most money last year?
Yeah.
Jordan Montgomery.
Oh, there we go.
So as I'm going up and down this list, I would want Zach Gallen back. Lucas Giolito's name jumps out to me because I know they've been interested in him in the past, but his ERA the last couple of years since they were interested in him, not great. 6.89 and 7.04 spread out over two teams in 2023.
I wouldn't characterize that as not great. I would call that bad.
Pretty bad. He was good with the White Sox that year, but then he bounced around. Okay. And last year with Boston, he was okay last year. But it's not like there's this huge reserve of great starting pitchers you could go get right now.
Yeah, no, I just, again, knowing the way that Zach Gallen has talked about the Diamondbacks organization, talked about Torey, talked about Mike Hazen, and the way they talk about him as well, I think they have an excellent relationship. It would not surprise me in the least if he came back here on a 1-year deal.
All right, we come back over to football. 3 NFC West teams make the playoffs, and the only 2 that got eliminated by another NFC West team. This is not a great pattern. So one of these teams, at least, has to drop off at some point next year, right? Maybe. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
spin. Spin.
Text the word
SPIN
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transformed my backyard into a true oasis over at the Wolfley compound. The artificial grass, it looks incredible, Basinonians, seriously. And listen, spring is the time to act. Right now is the time to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com. You can do this, brothers. No more water bills that make your head spin. Make the backyard your oasis, starting with Legacy Green Solutions. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading.
I think the fan base wanted Saleh. Robert Saleh was the overwhelming favorite.
Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Well, no breaking news on a head coach.
Yeah.
We're almost halfway through the show here.
I know.
Are they going to hire somebody at 156 today? Is that what's going to happen?
Could happen. It's happened before, by the way.
They did.
Yes.
They actually fired Jonathan Gannon at some point between 9:56 a.m. and 10 a.m. because we did crosstalk with Bickley and Murata, and he was still their coach. And we're all looking around like maybe he's going to stick around. And then 4 minutes later, when we started our show, he had already been fired.
Interesting.
So we'll see.
Love you, JG.
JG's already good to go. He's already got a job. He's already defensive coordinator in Green Bay.
Yep.
The NFC West, in case anybody needs a reminder, The Seahawks won 14 games. The Rams and Niners each won 12 games. The Cardinals won 3 games. It is the biggest deficit from a team in a division being in last to third place ever in NFL history. I mean, they are 9 games out of third place.
Wow.
So they got some work to do, but they also need, like, the rest of the division to cooperate with them. Whoever they bring in as a head coach, even if he comes in and does an amazing job next year, I don't even know what that would look like. I feel like right now that without knowing who the quarterback is, even like that, it's crazy to even speculate what that would look like. But I don't think it looks like any more than like 8 or 9 wins. Maybe you just catch lightning in a bottle. Everybody stays healthy. Everybody plays out of their mind. You take advantage of a 4th place schedule and you win 10 games. I mean, that sounds crazy to me. And that still would have you in last place in this division.
I know.
So they need other teams.
Oh.
Let me be clear. The Cardinals aren't winning 10 games next year. I would love to be proven wrong, but I'm not saying they are.
Yes.
I'm saying if they somehow could, they still would be in last place in this division. So somebody needs to drop off.
Just have the Jacksonville Jaguars turn around. Is that what you're saying?
But it wouldn't even be enough right now.
That is, I know, it is. It's really, really stunning when you think about it. I enjoy it as a player with a player's mentality. I've talked about it many, many times, and I will never stop talking about it because it's true. You know what? You want to play against the best when you compete in the National Football League. I realize, yeah, okay, your division is jam-packed, yet at the same time, bring it on. As a player, that's the mentality I want. Bring it on. Put us in the toughest division in football and go out and do something about it. Having said that, I realize there's a lot of fans out there that don't feel the exact same way.
Well,
because you lose games when you're in this kind of division.
Also, I mean, with the run the Cardinals have been on recently and where we are in the calendar year, it's hard to just look at this and be like, I think the Cardinals are going to go out there and win 15 games next year. Like, it's the bigger question right now, not the bigger question, but the question until we get a coach is anybody in this division going to drop off? I don't even know who the candidate would be.
Yeah.
It's not Seattle. They're just starting.
Here's the one thing that we can speculate on, sure, and maybe even feel pretty confident about in regard to saying it. But I'm sure there's some coaching candidates that have been out there that looked at the NFC West and said, no, thank you.
Now, if you have another option.
Now, I'm wondering, once again, I would imagine it's a more established guy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a Kevin Stefanski, by way of example.
I'll go coach in a division where 8 wins won the division this year.
Yes, exactly. So, again, the NFC West and how competitive it is and the future. You've been talking about this, it seems, all year long. The future of the NFC West. I mean, think about it right now. Sam Darnold's in his 8th year, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He could play at a very high level for the next 5 years at a very high level, maybe even more. But, man, look at Brock Purdy. You got Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan
Purdy's getting better
over in San Francisco. Yeah, I just don't see when you look at these teams, man, they're set up.
In San Francisco, I don't know. I'm trying to go through these and, like, I just don't see Seattle dropping off anytime soon. It's the NFL. If you have a bad injury, you could have an off season. But just overall, I don't think Seattle's going anywhere for a while. Partially because they are doing this with Sam Darnold. So if he continues to get better, they'll keep doing it. If he's suddenly just like not good, I still think they would be decent, and they just go get another quarterback and plug him in. San Francisco, you could look at and say, okay, well, how long is McCaffrey really going to be able to do it at this level? Maybe they'll start to suffer injuries, except they suffered a ton of injuries this year, and they won anyway.
Yes.
And Purdy's getting better.
Yes.
So I guess the team to look at is the Rams. Only because Stafford may retire?
I know.
But I'm not ever going to pick against a Sean McVay coached team.
I honestly don't see Matthew Stafford retiring. No
Ever?
way. Not after this season, no way. Of course, at some point in time, maybe he's going to, I'm going to force you to cut me. I don't see him doing that. But again, I'm being facetious here. But having said that, Stafford, after an MVP type season, and he could win the MVP.
And you're a few points away from going to the Super Bowl.
A few points away. I mean, honestly, yeah, he's not retiring after this year.
You're a fumbled punt away from going to the Super Bowl. That's tough to leave on that note. Here's Sean McVay after the game on Sunday, he was asked about Matthew Stafford and if he expects to have his quarterback back next year.
Yeah, if he still wants to play, what the hell kind of question is that? The answer, yeah. You have to ask him. We've been totally present. I know that if he wants to, he's still playing at a pretty damn good clip. He's the MVP of the league, and if he's not, I got respect for everybody else, but this guy played at a level that's just different.
All right, so we know how Sean McVay feels. So then they did go and ask Matthew Stafford because he said right there you're going to have to ask him. So then they went and asked Stafford.
Can't generalize, 6 months of my life, 10 minutes after a loss. So appreciate the guys in this locker room a whole hell of a lot. Everybody that helped me, and helped our team be as successful as we were this year. And that's all I'll answer for you.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot of nothing.
I just honestly do not see Matthew Stafford walking away, being as close as he is, walking away, and having the kind of season that he did, especially at a quarterback. The quarterback thing is different than every other position on the football team. You've heard me say this over and over and over again. There's quarterbacks, and then there's football players. All right? And a quarterback really is not a football player unless you're Lamar Jackson, okay? For the most part, there's a whole different set of rules, literally, that apply to you as a quarterback than everybody else on the field. And because of that, it's hard to walk away when you're on top. A leader of men. You want to talk about a leadership role, a leadership position on a football team and a hyper-aggressive alpha male environment and paradigm? Oh, my goodness. It fills you with this goodness that is fun. And it's also a little addicting, Basinonians.
The only thing, I guess, maybe with Stafford, you would look and say, I remember he had the back issues before the season. Like that, there was talk before the season, the Rams going to have to go with a back. Well, he threw 46 touchdowns and 8 interceptions this year.
And there was no talk of the back.
I would argue this is the greatest season of Matthew Stafford's career. Regular season. He's won the Super Bowl before, but regular season, this was probably the best season of his career. Now, he's got Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua to throw to, and he's got a couple good running backs back. I understand that, but he's going to have all that next year, too, if he comes back. This is a long way of saying if your path for the Cardinals, if you believe it's, these other teams are going to come back down to earth. I don't know that they are. Not anytime soon. Do you really think Seattle's going to drop off? No. Do you think San Francisco's going to drop off? I don't. The Rams, I tend to agree with you that Stafford's not going to retire this year. Even if he does, McVay's going to find a way to win 11 games with somebody. So the path here for the Cardinals, you're not going to be able – you're going to have to go through these teams. You're going to have to figure out a way to go through them. You have to beat these teams to pull them down to your level a little bit. The reason that they all had 12-plus wins is because they all got 2 wins against the Cardinals this year. That wasn't the only reason, but that sure helped, right? When you go 0-6 in the division, everybody else in your division is going to have really good records.
Yeah, and also, too, when you think of the general managers in the NFC West as well, they have done an excellent job putting these rosters together. Yeah. That's the task of Monty Ossenfort as well.
They all spend money, and they all draft really well. Seattle's drafts over the last 10 years where they just, where did they get this guy? Well, he's just, a Pro Bowler they got in the 4th round, and it's like the 5th one they've gotten in the last 10 years. All right, when we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman Scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. If you're having neck or back pain, then go see the best of the best, and that's Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC, Basinonians. The reason why you should choose them varies in need, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that with proven success and trust. The disc doctors often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. That's right, Basin audience. People from all over the world come right here because of disc. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for disc.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. And all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills reportedly have. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Bills are promoting offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker remains out while Jalen Green is questionable for the Suns. And ASU men's hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
All right, guys. So the Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach yet, but the Buffalo Bills reportedly have. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Bills are promoting offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. What do you guys think about the Bills hiring Joe Brady?
It seems in line with what they were looking to do. You said this earlier, Wolf. You're gonna make a change, I guess, because you felt like you had to shake things up because you keep getting to the second round of the playoffs. And boy, wouldn't that be nice? But you're not going to change things too much because Josh Allen is playing at an elite level, and you don't want to mess with his comfort zone. Playing at elite level, except that playoff game against Denver.
Honestly, this is going to be a gross exaggeration of the truth, Basinonians. But to me, if you're Terry Pagula, you went to Josh Allen and you said, "Who do you want?" Seriously. And, let us go about our business. So it looks like we're definitely going to interview some people that are out there, but who do you want? And if Josh Allen says Joe Brady, you're going to hire Joe Brady.
If you're Terry Pagula, you're also just, you're too busy ripping Keon Coleman and Sean McDermott and enjoying the fact that the Sabres are somehow good this year in the NHL, and you're just rolling in that.
Does he own the Sabres too?
Yeah.
The Swords.
You,
I didn't even know
you know
that.
how they're somehow good is Josh Doan's playing out of his mind and getting paid.
Yeah. Good to see. Good to see him playing well and not for Utah. The Phoenix
Agreed.
The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Devin Booker is out once again while Jalen Green is questionable. If Green does not play, who needs to be the Suns' number 1 scoring option tonight with Book out as well?
I'm inclined to say Grayson Allen because I don't like going into a game saying Dylan Brooks has to be the guy because I like Dylan Brooks to be able to do a bunch of different stuff. And if he goes out there and puts up 27, I like it to be a bonus, although in this situation, it's going to be more than one guy. I mean, you can't ask anybody on this roster to make up for Devin Booker's and Jalen Green's scoring if it comes down to that. So I honestly think you're going to need a guy like Colin Gillespie, who hasn't, put up 20-plus points very often in the last month and a half. You're going to need somebody like that to go out there and have a big game.
For me, it's interesting you say that. I thought of Royce O'Neal. Maybe, the Suns have been shooting the 3 pretty well for the most part. The Nets have not defended the 3 well. So having said that, maybe a Royce O'Neal is going to get hot. Maybe it is Grayson Allen. I could easily see that. Colin Gillespie as well. So any one of those 3 guys, I could see them stepping up and getting the job done.
I think for me, it's definitely Grayson Allen. For some reason, I just thought about that. I'm like, I feel like he's been...
O'Neal not going to shoot it. Will Allen? He will. Claxton says...
I have no idea where that was coming from.
Wasn't you playing a Grayson Allen highlight?
No. I have no idea where that was coming from.
Knock it off, Jamal. Did you do something?
That was a Grayson Allen highlight, wasn't it?
It was, but I did not hit anything.
All right, well.
Just knock it off.
Grayson Allen's going to lead the Suns in scoring tonight after that.
Yeah.
I thought you were setting that up.
No. And Jamal didn't have his...
So I saw the look on your face.
I am so confused.
You got to be kidding me. Okay, next.
All right, it's Grayson Allen. That's the answer to the question.
Yeah,
apparently.
I think it's going to be Grayson Allen as well. That was
the universe
crazy.
Has spoken.
I'm so confused. Anyway, spring training for the Arizona Diamondbacks begins on February 10th, and ESPN ranked its 100 best prospects in baseball. Just one D-back, outfielder Ryan Waldschmidt, made the list, coming in at number 63. Does it concern you guys that the D-backs have just one prospect on this list? And I'm now currently waiting for a Ryan Waldschmidt highlight to just randomly start
That'd be
playing.
nice. Should we all just kind of wait? I don't hear anything. It doesn't. It's notable. I'm not like ultra concerned by it because a lot of times you'll see guys that just because they're not in the top 100 prospects doesn't mean they're not going to have an impact. Like the Diamondbacks did go out and trade for some pitching prospects last year at the deadline, like Colt Drake. Like they have some guys that I'm guessing we're going to see make an impact for them before Ryan Waldschmidt. Maybe. I mean, Waldschmidt might be ready this year, but so it doesn't concern me. But they typically have had more than one guy on this list and a lot higher than 63, so it's notable.
Yeah, so for me, I just do not consider this. I do not base it on these. I do not worry about this. I do not fret over this at all. And the reason being is because somebody's ranking players that haven't proven they can stick at the major league level yet. So, to me, I'm sorry. Jordan Lawler, by way of example right now, where was Jordan Lawler on this list last year? Do you remember, Rick? Where he
do
was?
not know.
Pretty high.
Okay, pretty high is what I
pretty high
is what I remember. You never actually know until you know that somebody's going to make that mental adjustment to the next level. And because of that, I don't worry about that. That is on a case-by-case basis.
Oh, look at that. It's not like they don't have prospects that they like, too. I mean, some of their prospects that they like Case and Cunningham, which that would be a case-by-case basis.
He was going to take it on a base-by-base cases.
That Rick played. Like Slade Caldwell, some of these guys that are only teenagers, you're probably not going to have them. You're not expecting much from them this year.
You know what's amazing about that base earnings? When I actually said that on the air, I didn't know that I
You didn't realize it? You just kept going?
I just kept going.
It does kind of
no
sound
idea.
like some base-by-base cases.
He was going to take it on a base-by-base cases.
It does. It sounds like something.
I love that. Next!
All right, last one for you guys, and Wolf's going to absolutely love this poll question.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Number 1 Arizona men's basketball survived a comeback attempt by number 13 BYU yesterday, winning 86-83. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, is this season's team the best Arizona men's basketball team ever? Yes or no?
Hey, you know what? If they finish undefeated, yes.
But they haven't yet.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes.
But they haven't yet, and they won a national championship. It's just the answer right now is
once
no.
Again, well, we're going on a regular season basis, though. That's what I'm assuming.
Going on a base-by-base
cases.
No.
I think this is all I care about with this. Every time, and we have to make this pact as a show. I think Jarrett Carlin already went home. Every time we see him, because he gets so nervous and expects the worst about U of A basketball, and he hates it when they have high expectations. I think every time we see him from now until they get eliminated, we just have to keep telling him, yeah, this is your best team ever, right? I mean, it would be a huge disappointment if they didn't win the whole thing this year. Like, it'd be embarrassing, right? I mean, it's the deepest they've ever been undefeated. It'd be embarrassing if they didn't win the whole thing.
You're talking about the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, but just keep saying that to Jarrett and just see his reaction.
Yes.
Every time you see him out there.
Do you honestly believe they could go undefeated all the way through the tournament? Do you honestly believe? No.
No, I don't.
No, I don't.
That hasn't happened since Bob Knight was like mid-career.
Bobby Knight!
Their schedule at the end of the regular season in the Big 12 is pretty tough. Like, you figured they probably lose a game there and then go into the tournament as a 1 seed.
They almost lost yesterday. I don't know.
Wouldn't you guys, don't you agree? There's the regular season, then there's the tournament.
Yeah.
It's like 2 different seasons, period.
They could lose to a 16 seed. We've seen that more recently than we used to. Like, we used to not seed at all, and now there's been like 3 16s that have won recently.
You don't have to tell U of A fans there's a difference between the regular season and the tournament.
All right.
At least not this century.
So I don't even know which one I should go with, but I'm going to vote no because I do control the voting of this poll, and I just can't vote yes in this. No leads 54% to 46%. That's way too close for me. They have a national championship. That's their best team ever.
I kind of want to go ask, like, and all the U of A fans that work out in the newsroom are not out there right now. I want to go just ask them specifically for their opinion. Like, is this do they believe this has a chance to be their best team ever, or is it just hyperbole because this is their greatest start ever? But I don't know a lot of U of A fans that are like, boy, look at us in the regular season. Like, they're always just kind of like, let me see what happens in March. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, how do you feel about the Cardinals potentially hiring an offensive head coach who is not calling plays as an offensive coordinator? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
Well, the good news is that we're not the Cleveland Browns and everybody's just pulling out of contention, so that's the good news.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have verbally agreed to hire Mike McCarthy as their next head coach.
The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. with Wolf and Luke.
Shout out to Apache Junction. What's going on? Apache Junction.
Man, I love Apache Junction.
So, the Mike LaFleur thing, and he has not been hired yet. I would assume a highlight will randomly play to tell us he's been hired whenever he is.
That's right.
I keep feeling like Jamal, just pranked Rick behind the glass. But the look on Jamal's face would indicate it wasn't Jamal.
Yeah, Jamal would come clean on that too if he did that.
Oh, I don't know. I think he could hold on to that secret for a while. But I think the look on his face, though, I think we'd be able to tell right now.
No, I actually didn't do it. That would have been funny.
Yeah.
But no, actually, I had no idea what happened.
Poltergeist.
How often does a soundbite randomly fire off that is perfectly timed and conducive to what you're talking about? So, look, Mike LaFleur has not been hired yet. There's a lot of reason, and I said this earlier in the show, Wolf, I could get behind this hire if this is who they go with, because he is part of the Sean McVay coaching tree and the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree, and his brothers, Matt LaFleur, and he's also done some good things himself, but I think it's dicey to go out there and be like, we're going to hire this guy because he stands next to this guy on the sidelines. But if you were going to do that, I'd want to hire somebody who stands next to Sean McVay. So if you're going to go down this path, this is the path I would want to go down.
Well,
offensive coordinator for the Rams.
Yeah, the good thing about it is, Luke, he doesn't just stand next to Sean McVay.
Well, yeah, I would hope.
He's in a office with Sean McVay, watching tape with Sean McVay, having many conversations with Sean McVay. You know what? That is the great thing about it is he's not just standing outside. He's learning from Sean.
That's a big deal because doesn't call the plays. Look at some of the guys that have been there with Sean McVay. Kevin McCollum, plays. Nathan Cohen, good plays. I'm sort of surprised that Taylor still had coach from Cincinnati, but either way, he fought that job originally. He did go to a Super Bowl, so it's like he's a bad coach. That's another guy that learned from Sean McVay. And like you said, it's not like Sean McVay's teaching him a class for a half hour every couple of weeks to learn him and getting away from the whole football season. And that's one of the greatest offensive minds in the NFL. So, again, if you're not going to hire an established guy, and you're going to go the coordinator route, there's a lot to like about Mike LaFleur. The knock that has come up is he's not calling plays, but I just rattled off a few other guys that don't call plays. You have Sean McVay as your coach. He's calling the plays. So what's going to happen? That's the way that I mentioned he's an excellent play caller. The benefits of hiring Mike LaFleur. He is an offensive mind. I like that. I think he could mentor a young quarterback. Because at some point in time, I would imagine this year or next year, you're getting a young quarterback. Yeah.
Somehow, some way, you're going to get that young quarterback. And because of that, to me at least, Luke, I'm going to put that in the positive category, that he's an offensive mind. And Sean McVay, the fact that he's in the Sean McVay tree, the Shanahan coaching tree as well. I don't know if you could have a better coaching tree in the NFL than those two right there. The NFL family, the genes that he comes from. Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, it's
Not Greg, but Matt LaFleur.
How funny would it be after all this they hired a LaFleur as a coach?
Be incredible.
You spoke this into existence months ago. I just
LaFleur.
Any of those things.
I don't know where you got that
It's from Dodgeball.
Is it really?
Any of those things on their own, I understand we're trying to connect dots that maybe don't connect. But again, you're not hiring an established head coach. I view him as more connected, almost more experienced than just your typical, and I don't want to pile on Jonathan Gannon, but when they hired Jonathan Gannon as the head coach, he was an unproven head coach. He was a defensive coordinator.
Sure.
Now, he came from the Nick Sirianni coaching tree, and that was a pretty big deal at the time. But there's no better coaching tree in the NFL right now than Sean McVay.
Yes.
There just isn't. That doesn't mean Mike LaFleur is going to be a great coach. Totally agree. I would have rather had Stefanski or somebody. But if you're going to go coordinator, give me LaFleur or give me Clint Kubiak. And the other part of this is I'm not worried about his ability to call plays. He's going to be able to. I'm more worried about his ability to lead an entire football team because he's never had to do that before.
You know, it's amazing when you think of Sean McVay's last 3 offensive coordinators. You've been mentioning this, right? Kevin O'Connell, and then Liam Cohen.
Pretty good group.
Yeah, and then Mike LaFleur, of course. And, you know, it's also a good thing that you take Sean McVay's offensive coordinator. Well, at some point in time, it's going to catch up with him, correct? At some point in time, Sean, you know it, I know it, we all know it. It's going to catch up with you.
The thing is, I don't know that it catches up with him in the sense of all of a sudden the Rams' offense isn't as good. I don't think it hurts the Rams because Sean McVay is still there. I think the way it catches up with him is you're in his division and you're taking one of his disciples and now pitting him against him. So I don't think, like, if the Cardinals hire Mike LaFleur, that Sean McVay is going to be struggling in week 3 next year against whoever, Jacksonville. But I think eventually when the Cardinals play the Rams, and it might not be next year, they got to have the pieces too, but Mike LaFleur could be a guy that he's not going to be Sean McVay, but he could be a pretty good offensive mind.
Here's the other thing about it, too. You have to remember there's 2 sides to this coin, basically. It's not just about what you're getting in Mike LaFleur. It's also that he knows Sean McVay really, really well. Now, Sean McVay also knows Mike LaFleur. That is a 2-way street. But at the same time, Mike LaFleur knows Sean McVay and knows what he is prone to doing in a game and not doing in a game.
He's been around it.
Yes.
It's not like he's studying film. He
and as I
there.
said, that is a 2-way street, as we can all see. But to me, it's better that than not knowing Sean McVay.
I mean, a 2-way street right now is an upgrade for the Cardinals because they're so far behind the Rams. So if you're going to tell me, hey, you know, the Cardinals get something out of this and maybe the Rams do too, fine. The Rams are so far ahead. I don't care. Let's find any way we can to close the gap. I think where it becomes dangerous is if you look at it and you're like, hey, they're hiring a Sean McVay disciple. This guy could be Sean McVay. He's not. But I think where you could look at it, you could say, would you be happy right now if Liam Cohen or Kevin O'Connell were the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
Yeah.
Because that's their previous 2 offensive coordinators under Sean McVay. Yeah, absolutely. Look at what Liam Cohen did with Baker Mayfield in Tampa and then what he did with Jacksonville this year. And look at what Kevin O'Connell is doing in Minnesota. I mean, if they had held on to Sam Darnold, they might be going to the Super Bowl right now. There's a sentence I never thought I'd say.
How about that, man? You have to wonder about that. How are they feeling about that right now?
Probably not great.
The guy won, what, 14 games for him?
14
games. And then suddenly the Detroit Lions, that game came out, it was an important game, and I remember how that went. It didn't go so well.
Not the way they wanted.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can totally understand why they let Sam Darnold walk out of that building.
Yeah,
I do.
I can too, but if they hadn't just used a first-round pick on J.J. McCarthy, there's no way they let Sam Darnold go. That was definitely this rookie might not even be good, but we just invested a first-round pick in him, so sorry, Sam, you're going to have to go to the Super Bowl instead.
Yes. But I can see why, again, they let him walk out of that building. 14-3.
All right, we come back. Can the Phoenix Suns stay afloat as long as Devin Booker is out? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray. Joins us for Game Day with K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakushonis, steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates, gives to Brooks right wing for 3. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvise here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot, but just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do, and they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills reportedly have. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Bills are promoting offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker remains out while Jalen Green is questionable for the Suns. And ASU men's hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
All right, Suns Nets tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center. Kevin Ray joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about all things Phoenix Suns. What's going on, Kay?
Fellas, good to be back with you.
How we doing?
Kay?
Doing great. Finally home.
Well, the good news is you barely have to leave now for the next month and a half. I mean, that worked out
It's
better.
a beautiful thing.
Well, all right. Since the last time we got to talk to you, some things have changed for the Phoenix Suns. Now Devin Booker is hurt, and Jalen Green is re-hurt. I guess let's just start with Jalen Green. What's the classification there? Are they just being cautious here because it tightened up, or is he actually hurt?
Yeah, it feels like everything that I know is he's not re-injured. It is experiencing tightness, and look, it's not altogether surprising when you consider, he's been out a couple times dealing with the hamstring, and I think there is that line of, whether you call it a threshold of pain or distinguishing the difference between, something hurting and something. It's like working out a muscle. And when you do that, those muscles get sore. And I think that's they're somewhere in between there, which is why he's listed as questionable. They're trying to, and he's trying to determine that level of kind of uncomfortability, if you will. And like you say, trying to distinguish the difference between being hurt and something being tight and needing to kind of play through that. So I think it's a good sign that he's still listed as questionable for tonight. So keeps us all hopeful.
Yeah, okay. For me, my biggest concern with Jalen Green is that somehow this starts to become psychological with Jalen Green. You know, and that is my big concern. What is your concern in regard to this injury?
Yeah, I think that, and I don't know if concern would be the right word, but I think that you are moving in the right direction, Wolf, when you characterize it that. Look, here's a young man, 23, and by all accounts has never had like a severe injury in his career, certainly not his professional career. 3.5 years he went without, missing games. And, you, in some ways, as an athlete, certainly as a professional athlete, sometimes that becomes part of the learning curve, right? Is dealing with, you can deal with bumps and bruises, but when you have like pulled or torn something, in this case, you have to kind of, almost relearn your body and take the signals from your body. Again, something that is pain versus something that is discomfort, and being able to work through that discomfort. And I think that's kind of where he is at right now.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Kay, Devin Booker out for at least a week and to be reevaluated. I believe the timeline was this upcoming Sunday. So they've got some games in here, clearly. We don't know about Jalen Green yet tonight, but for as long as they have to play without Devin Booker and maybe Jalen Green, where does the scoring need to come from in your mind?
Yeah, I think it starts with, and Jordan addressed this a little bit after the game on Sunday night. And look, it's not altogether surprising, but he's basically got 5 quarters worth of data, information, video that he and the coaching staff can look at and say, okay, you're just not going to generate the kind of looks that you get when you have Devin Booker on the floor, much less if you have Devin Booker and Jalen Green on the floor. And in a lot of ways, and I think you don't even have to be, have a great high basketball acumen. Well, you saw the other night the way the Heat defended the Suns, completely different versus when Devin Booker was on the floor. And, anybody who wants to talk about the value of Book, and I say that, it's mainly those people on the outside. Just look at the wide open 3-point looks generated when he's on the floor versus when he is not, and the way the teams defend. And that's exactly the way Miami defended. The Suns still got up a bunch of 3-point shots, but the majority of them, the better majority of them, were what you would call well defended, meaning a defender was within 3 feet or closer. It's a big difference if you're shooting the ball. And I thought the Suns kind of went through that a little bit. And so I'll be anxious and curious to see, what Jordan and the staff will be able to kind of manufacture, if you will, in trying to generate some of those looks. But it's going to come down to, Dylan. I thought he did a nice job of trying to get back into his shooting flow and rhythm. He shot the ball much better on the home floor. And then you look at Grayson, you look at Colin, and then an opportunity to get the Suns' big man, Mark Williams, some additional touches as well.
You know, for most teams, I would say this is a trap game. You know, you got the Nets. They've won 12 games on the season. They've been struggling mightily. I would say it could be a trap game for a lot of teams that are out there. Yet, I don't think that's the case with this team. Am I overconfident? Am I too confident in the Phoenix Suns and how they compete?
No, I mean, look, we know they're going to compete. I mean, they competed Sunday night. It's just, you know, I felt it was a little bit of the way Miami was able to defend them. And look, it's a real thing, and this is not an excuse, but when you've come off a 12-day road trip and you're back at home, I mean, I can tell you for me, just as a broadcaster, you're still kind of almost moving through the fog. We got back early Saturday morning, and so it was, you know, a combination of things. And that's not making an excuse. It's a little bit of the reality, and it's a little bit what I thought in watching the team in that first quarter. It kind of looked like they were running in mud a little bit. But this is absolutely not a trap game, and I guarantee you the Suns are not approaching it as such. They had their home win streak snapped at 6. They know that Book is not coming back for at least a week. Remains to be seen whether Jalen steps on the floor. So this has to be a get-right game on a lot of fronts.
Talking to Kevin Ray, the schedule, that wasn't an exaggeration. I mean, you guys only go on the road now twice before March 3rd. So there's a stretch here where after that brutal road trip, the Suns are going to play 13 of the next 15 at home, counting the Miami game the other night. So when that stretch is over, we're 60 games into this season. Now, look, I mean, knowing everything we know, where Book's going to miss at least a few of those games, and Jalen Green is kind of an unknown right now. How big of an opportunity is this for this team? Because I don't remember a time when the Suns have ever been home this much for this. And the All-Star break's in there, but still, you're playing 2 road games between the end of January and early March.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look, it's why, you know, this time a week ago, we were all so hopeful and optimistic, you know, slogging through that 12-day road trip because you saw what was on the other side. And the way this team has played at home gave you, you know, a great deal of confidence. And look, I still remain confident, but it's gotten tougher because just because they're at home doesn't mean they're not tough opponents. You start with Brooklyn tonight, yes, put their record aside. But then you've got a back-to-back. You got Detroit, Cleveland. That is, Cleveland is starting to find their footing. They're healthy once again. Then you've got the Clippers who've all of a sudden decided, hey, maybe we should be a better team. Maybe we will play better basketball. They're playing as good as anybody now over the last 3 weeks. So while the games are at home, yes, you take comfort in that. It is not an easy stretch of home games. And when you throw in the fact that you're going to be out without Devin Booker for at least probably another 3, 4, possibly 5, you know, you got to buckle down and find ways to grind out some of these wins at home.
Okay, who is the best team that you've seen? Is it OKC? Are they the best team that you've seen in the association this year?
Yeah, look, I mean, Oklahoma City, you know, just because of their depth, you have to start with that. And they've had the luxury of having a lot of blowout games and being able to even expand that depth, sitting guys, you know, when they're dealing with certain minor injuries. So it's just allowed them to, you know, get guys like an AJ Mitchell, who has, you know, played lights out both as a starter and coming off the bench. So you have to start with the defending champs. I still look at Denver when they are healthy. And I felt this coming into the season. I felt like Denver was a team that could absolutely challenge the Oklahoma City Thunder. Mm-hmm. And then in the East, Detroit is a team that's continued to mature and grow. But I said this when we played in Cleveland, a couple of weeks ago, that, you looked at their record, and because they shot out like a rocket last year, everybody was like, oh my gosh, Cleveland is, stumbling and failing. Well, there was a reason for that. They've dealt with a number of injuries, and they still kind of continue to deal with that. But Donovan Mitchell is playing lights out. So I would not discount Cleveland at all on the Eastern side.
Kay, always good to talk to you. We'll catch up again.
All right, boys, let's get a dub.
All right, let's do it. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of tonight's matchup between the Suns and the Brooklyn Nets. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. So listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo all this week. And then when you hear it, text that word to 620-620, and you will be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. All right, when we come back, it still feels kind of weird to say, but Sam Darnold, he officially qualifies as a good NFL quarterback, doesn't he?
Yes.
All right. So how are the Patriots going to respond to having to face a good NFL quarterback in the Super Bowl? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
spin. Spin.
Text the word
spin
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right, we are the Wu Fang Clan. I can tell you, we had All Pro Shade Concepts come out to the Wolfley compound. They have done a great job. We are defending the sun. Smart homeowners are getting free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio, because if you wait too long, man, you know you're going to get burned, literally. Their shades are custom fit, so the earlier they measure, the sooner your home is going to get protection. Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved for data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll talk a lot of NFL football, the latest on the Cardinals coaching search, and our weekly chat with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, if you're frustrated that the Patriots are back in the Super Bowl already,
yeah,
and you want to irritate a fan from Boston or just a Patriots fan from wherever, just go ahead and read off the list of quarterbacks they have faced this season to them, and then they will immediately get defensive. And
are you going to do it?
I can if you want.
Are you going to do it?
I mean, here, I'll read it again for everybody.
You need to listen to this, Basinonians.
And if you do this to your friend from Boston, they will immediately start to tell you how good Dylan Gabriel and Spencer Rattler and Brady Cook really are, and how it's tough to beat those guys. So here's the quarterbacks that the New England Patriots have played this season, and there's a reason I'm doing this. In order, and they actually lost to a couple of them. Geno Smith, who they lost to. Tua, Aaron Rodgers, Bryce Young, Josh Allen, Spencer Rattler, Cam Ward, Dylan Gabriel, Michael Penix, Baker Mayfield, Justin Fields, Joe Flacco, Jackson Dart, Josh Allen, Tyler Huntley, Brady Cook, Quinn Ewers, and injured Justin Herbert, C.J. Stroud, and Jarrett Stidham.
What's your point, Luke?
I don't know how to quantify this. There is no doubt in my mind. In terms of opposing quarterbacks faced, that's the easiest path to the Super Bowl in the history of the NFL. There's no way it isn't. Now, they've played some good teams. Like, Denver's a great defense. Houston's a great defense. But in terms of quarterbacks that you've faced, who's considered really good off that list? Josh Allen twice.
Yes.
Maybe Baker Mayfield, who was hurt by the time they played him. Now, the reason I bring that up is they're going to face Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl, and this almost feels like one of those things. Look, Sam Darnold is not – I still don't consider him elite, but he's playing good football.
He is playing good football.
You're going to, for the first time in a while, have to face a good quarterback in a do-or-die situation. It's almost like a team that makes it to March Madness. It's almost like you took a Big 12 team and put them in like some – D2 conference for the entire season, and then all of a sudden, March Madness, they got to play a good team, and they only have that game to adjust.
Yes.
Do you think this impacts the Patriots at all next Sunday?
I do think all of it is going to impact the Patriots. I really do. But more than anything, I think the fact the Patriots, it's not like they have a vicious pass rush. And that, I think, is actually going to help Seattle. I do believe the Seahawks are going to win this game. I do believe they are going to win the game. I think they're more balanced, and in terms of being built on the line of scrimmage in that defense, definitely is special when you're talking about Leonard Williams in particular on the defensive side of the ball for the Seattle Seahawks. A game record, the definition of the most impactful force in the football universe being a three technique in Leonard Williams. No doubt about that. But also, too, Basinonians, Sam Darnold needs time. And the Patriots aren't great at rushing for and getting pressure, consistent pressure. They were 20th in the league in sacks per attempt. They're not great at getting pressure on the opposing quarterback. And the one thing the Seattle Seahawks offensive line does a good job of is protecting Sam Darnold. They're in the top 10 in terms of protecting their quarterback.
Which is crazy because the Seahawks offensive line has been such an issue for so long, and it's either hurt them or they've won despite it, but this year all of a sudden it does. It's like a strength. Here's Brock Osweiler on Sunday mornings with Matt and Myron talking about why Sam Darnold has made the jump this year.
To be a successful quarterback, one, you have to have experience, and that's what Sam now has. He's played a ton of football, and now he understands defenses. He understands the NFL game. He understands the speed of it. But the biggest thing with a quarterback, it is impossible. I don't care how talented you are to play quarterback by yourself. It takes everybody around you, from your head coach to your play caller to the other 10 guys that are on the field with you when you're out there on offense, your defense, and your special teams. If you look at all the great quarterbacks in the history of the game, they had great teams around them. They had great coaches. They had great systems and play callers. And for a guy like Sam, when he stepped foot into the league, we knew the physical tool set that he had. We knew the intangibles and the moxie that he carried with himself. But now you're seeing between what he had in Minnesota last year, when he got to play in San Francisco when he was a backup, and now in Seattle, he's got the whole package around him, and so they're able to use that tool set that he has and the skill set that he has.
Your thoughts on that, Lou?
I to be honest, you know what I'm wrestling with here is who do I even want to win this game? Like, I know you said you think Seattle's going to win. Seattle is favored. I don't know. I mean, if Drake May goes out there and plays the way that he has for most of the season, the Patriots, I think, have a real chance. I don't know how good their defense is. I think it's decent. Like you said, they're not great at getting to the opposing quarterback. But they haven't played any quarterbacks. So what happens if Sam Darnold comes out there and he's just slinging the ball around in the first half? If you're the Patriots, you're going to be like, wait, this is totally new. Like, what do we – and you don't have weeks to adjust. You have an hour of football to adjust.
Yeah.
So Sam Darnold – Seattle has done a good job of making it where their entire chance in any given game doesn't hinge on their quarterback. But at the same time, it kind of did against the Rams. He had to step up and make plays, and he did. Guys are always open for Seattle.
Yeah, man, this is truly amazing. I do believe JSN is going to ruin the Super Bowl. I believe that, and I mean that in a positive way.
As elite can be.
He is going to wreck it, I think, for the New England Patriots. But having said this, again, I'm fascinated. I've been talking about it all show, but it's the truth, my brothers. Drake May in year 2. Would you say that he's still a young guy that is developing? Yes, he is a young guy that is developing. A first-round pick who is developing. Sam Darnold, also a first-round pick. He's been developing for 8 years. And this is his 5th team.
Don't think of Sam Darnold as a first-round pick
Luke,
anymore.
Of everything that I think of going into this game with these great defensive players on both sides of the ball for the most part, and these great coaches. I'm sitting here looking at Sam Darnold and the fact that this is his 8th year in the league, and he is on his 5th team in 8 years. And all of a sudden, here he is playing like lights out, franchise quarterback. Seattle isn't here without Sam Darnold.
Yeah, they don't beat the Rams without him.
It's honestly, it is absolutely stunning to me, the turnaround for Sam Darnold. And I've talked about Sam Darnold in the past, especially after he admitted seeing ghosts and how difficult that would be to overcome that. The stigma that is certainly on him because of his own words actually saying that. And now every coordinator believes, I can get to this guy. I can get to this guy. He's admitted it. We can get to this guy.
Yeah.
And yet, Sam Darnold is playing so well. Okay.
That was over here.
Record that.
That one I could see.
Oh, you did?
Well, I think. I don't know.
You played it then. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe
you
not. I don't know. I just have a picture of us.
Okay, yeah.
On the screen.
Basin. Something weird just happened once again.
Actually, no, that wasn't me because I just have a picture of our show on the screen.
Okay.
Unless that's our show.
The is back, but Sam Darnold, his 5th team, his 8th year, and here he is in the Super Bowl. And Seattle's not here if he's not on this team.
So here's my question. It's a 2-part question with Sam Darnold. Is there still a thought, maybe in the Patriots' defensive mind, that we can still get to this guy?
Yeah.
I
believe there is.
Because I think the path to a Patriots win is that Sam Darnold regresses and the Patriots get to him and he has a couple bad turnovers or he can't make plays. I mean, that's probably their fastest path to a win is that Darnold struggles and Drake May is asked to make a couple big plays he can.
100%.
And I think that's possible. I mean, the way the line is set up, it's just like, Seattle's going to win.
Why are we so doubtful of Sam Darnold and what we're seeing? Because it's his 5th team in 8 years.
Yeah. And I would say it's almost, in this case, not so much like I still doubt Darnold. It's more like almost any quarterback I would think you could get to in the Super Bowl unless it's like Mahomes or somebody that's really established. I mean, I think to be fair, Sam Darnold is shedding the label, but it's not like he's been doing this in the playoffs for 5 years. I mean, he's had I would say he's had one really good playoff game. So it's not inconceivable that Drake May outplays him on well, I guess 2 Sundays from now. But the other question is, has he shed the label? Like, even if the Seahawks lose the Super Bowl, but he just kind of has an average day, the label's basically gone going into next year that he was almost a bust, right?
8th year, 5 teams. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, when we come back, Phoenix Suns are not going to have Devin Booker tonight. So what exactly do they need to do differently in this one than they did Sunday against Miami? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If they had hired a veteran coach who had been a coach before, it's a lot easier to say, I like the hire, I don't like the hire. It's a lot easier for fans to say, I like Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh, I don't like Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh. Or Vance Joseph got a job, I like Vance, I don't like Vance, because there's this track record of him being a head coach that you can look back on. With these guys that the Cardinals may hire, outside of Raheem Morris, you don't have that. So it's a lot harder to kind of gauge, which is why I say, whoever it is, you got to give this guy a chance, because maybe he could be good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, as a pool buyer, you want to make sure you not only get exactly what you want, but you get a product that is guaranteed to be quality. And that's why you want to work with Presidential Pools and Spas. Presidential Pools provides a leading 5-year warranty. Presidential Pools first started as a little company building pools all the way back in 1991, and now they have reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. They've been improving their brand for decades, and what really sets them apart is their process, their products, and their people, Basinonians. That's right. They are also Arizona's most trusted pool builder. They have amazing financing for you and pool options that you're going to want. You could be swimming by spring. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Is it experience? Yep. Earnhardt's been a name that Arizonans trust for the last 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has exactly what you're looking for, with nearly 500 new Fords to choose from. Is it incredible offers? You bet. Right now, get $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or low 2.9% APR financing also available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. In Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. APR APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills have. They have promoted offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker remains out while Jalen Green is questionable for the Suns. And ASU Men's Hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. How will the Suns fare in another game without their superstar guard? We'll preview Suns Nets starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. All right. Well, we have our answer now. Final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Wolf, I'm looking at an updated injury report because they update them every 15 minutes.
Okay, cool.
And Jalen Green's out.
Oh, that's not cool.
And Colin Gillespie's questionable.
Oh, okay. There
Awesome.
we go.
Okay.
What's your point?
Well, figured that we figured we would have an answer one way or the other before the end of the show.
Yep.
When we were planning the show out, we were like, hey, why don't we talk about Suns at 1 and kind of what they need to do with or without Jalen Green?
I actually thought we would not hear about Jalen Green. I thought it would be a game time decision. Like they'd run him out there. And here we go. Layup line. Is he good to go? I thought maybe that's what they were going to do. That is not what they're doing.
I don't see, I haven't really looked on Twitter. Do you guys see anything like it being reported anywhere? I'm just looking, again, at the official injury report, so it's not like it's...
Official injury report, and I'm now kind of confused about Colin Gillespie. When did that happen?
I don't know. And Gillespie's not ruled out. He's questionable for the game, but, yeah, look, I'm looking right at it. This is straight from the NBA. Devin Booker, Jalen Green out.
Yeah. So. If, honestly, the Nets are so bad, ladies and gentlemen.
How bad are they? Oh.
Yeah, honestly, that I have a feeling if you've got a guy that you think might need this game, a little bit of a break, I think this would be the game to do it. I really do believe that.
Well, I don't know. Because it's hard to gauge how good the Suns are as far as actually winning games when they don't have Devin Booker or Jalen Green. But in the 5 games they haven't had Book, they haven't had Jalen Green in any of them. They are 1-4. Now, some of those games they have played, like they played Detroit very close on that last road trip without Book or Jalen Green, nearly won that game. But they ran out of steam there at the end, and we saw them on Sunday at home against Miami without the two of them. They don't have enough scoring to beat most teams. They might be able to get past Brooklyn, though.
Yeah, the Nets, they have 12 wins on the season. Ron Wolfley reporting. Let me. It's interesting.
My source
when I look at the show sheet here, it says, what do they need to do differently from Sunday to win this game today? What do they need to do, Basin Orleans, differently? They need to shoot the ball better. That honestly, what do you think about
hit some
that
threes,
game?
Maybe.
Oh my goodness, 37% from the floor, 20% from three. And you know what, too? And this is something that Luke turned me on to, Basin Orleans, but get a lead. How about you have a lead? It's interesting because what is this new stat?
The percentage of time led in a game. I love the stat. I don't know why. It's not even new. It's just the percentage of time led against Miami on Sunday. Okay.
Yes. What was it?
The Heat led for 85% of the game. 12% of the game, the teams were tied. So the Suns led for 3% of the game.
So once again, here it is on the show sheet, Basin Orleans. What do they need to do differently from Sunday to win tonight?
Lead.
How about you shoot the ball better? Shoot the ball better, and that is something they can fix easily. 37% and 20% from three. Oh my goodness! And then get a lead. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Their biggest lead on Sunday was 2 points against Miami, and they led for 3% of the game. Here's Jordan Ott after that game on Sunday. He was asked if they have to adjust their offense on nights when the threes aren't falling. The threes were not falling, as you said. They hit 20%. You can't hit 20% of your threes and not have the mid-range game of Devin Booker available to you and not have Jalen Green available to you. It's going to be tough to beat 90% of the teams, and it's going to be tough to beat anybody, but it's going to be almost impossible to beat 90% of the teams. Brooklyn probably falls another 10%, but this game went from being probably a given to very much up in the air now with Green out too. Here's Jordan Ott after the game on Sunday on adjustments they have to make.
I mean, when they don't go in, people say something about it. I mean, it's pretty typical. I think you got to get a shot up. We'd obviously love to get better, high-quality shots. We'd love to get to the rim. You'd love to get to the rim every single possession if you could. That's not what we have. We have guys that can really shoot off the dribble, and we have guys that go get it off the glass. In transition, ideally, you get to the rim like the best we could. So, and some of their switching, we did feel like we had some pockets to shoot them. I'm not sure all of them were off the dribble or off multiple dribbles. Some of them were off a catch, and then the second guy would come up, and they did lead to some longer threes. So, anytime Grayson Allen gets up 11, Royce gets up 7, that's usually a good sign for us. Just didn't work out tonight.
Yeah, it just didn't work out for him that night, of course. For me right now with Brooklyn, you can run them out of the building. I think that is something you can do, and you can outwork them as well. The desperation that you bring to the floor, you can do that. And the best way, I think, to do that is to turn them over. I talk about this all the time, but this is what the Suns do. They're so good at it, Luke.
Yeah.
Number 3 in the association in turnovers. And the fact that Brooklyn doesn't do a great job protecting the ball. They turn it over, 21 in the association with 14.5 turnovers. So this is something they can do, go in and game plan this thing, and I would love to see an up-tempo game as well. Run them out of the building.
Yeah, it's not even like the Suns. I mean, going back to that game on Sunday, it's not like they turned the ball over that much. Turn over 10 times. You're going to turn it over sometimes. It really does seem to just if Gillespie doesn't play, this is getting tougher by the second. But it really does seem to be as simple as if you hit your threes tonight, I don't expect Grayson Allen to go 1 for 11 from 3. You were talking about this yesterday. I mean, Miami contested a lot of those threes. I don't know that Brooklyn can as well. If you get typical production from Grayson Allen from 3 and somebody else has a big scoring night, this is certainly a game you can still win. Big picture, I don't know how long you can really do this without Book or Jalen Green. I mean, and that's most teams, but other teams have a bigger margin for error or a bigger buffer zone in the standings. The Suns are in the Western Conference. We like that they're doing this in the West because it takes the story to a whole nother level. If they were doing this in the East, it maybe wouldn't be seen as quite as impressive. They're doing it in the West, but they are going to need their best players.
It'd be so nice for Jalen Green to be able to come back, even while Book is getting over this ankle injury.
Yeah.
It'd just be nice to get him back, and then could we possibly see them play back-to-back-to-back games together?
Why is that so much to ask?
It's just ridiculous.
I mean, how many times do we have to ask this about the big three? Could we just see what the big three look like together? That was clearly a flawed plan anyway, as it turns out. This is not a flawed plan. Like, let's see what this looks like. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us, so sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. All right, well, if we don't know quite yet who the Cardinals' next head coach needs, who it's going to be, but we could come up with what the next coach is going to have to take care of when he gets here. So we'll go into that next, kind of like a priority list, a to-do list, the top 3 things for whoever the Cardinals' next head coach is. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Once you do, you're going to find out they are a full-service moving solution just for you. Local and long-distance moves, of course, residential, commercial moves, professional packing services. This is one of the best things ever. They'll walk into your kitchen or your closet and pack you up. You don't have to do that. They'll do it. They also have a secure climate-controlled storage facility in Phoenix or Mesa. Why would you choose Moving Team 6? The move isn't done until the job is done. Top-rated moving company in Phoenix, honest, trustworthy, and experienced. They're family-owned and operated, full-time staff only. That's right. They never bring in anybody. They're all staff with Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
For your big game party, you better pop in to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win. We've got thousands of bottles down every aisle, and prices so low they're gonna make you smile. Ask our helpful guides for a recommendation to add some wine and beer to your beverage station. Discover something new and let the fun begin. Come on down to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Shout out to Cave Creek. What's going on, Cave Creek?
Yeah, Cave Creek.
Fine Tuesday afternoon. We are running out of time on today's show to have a Cardinals head coach before we get off the air.
Yes.
And it does feel like this is the closest they've gotten to having one, considering they've been interviewing Mike LaFleur for 2 days. Yes. I mean, I'm sure they took a break.
Well, they had dinner last night.
That's true.
Yeah, dinner last night, and I guess that's part of the interview, though, isn't it?
I guess. I mean,
it would be. Come on. We all know. They didn't just go out to have dinner. They went out to have dinner and an interview.
A pre-interview dinner.
Yes, of course.
I'd almost rather have dinner after.
That's part of it.
Well, haven't really seen anything. Like, have you guys seen anything on how the interview went or is going or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything. All I've been doing back here is finding out that Jamal doesn't know who iconic sports broadcasters are.
That's good.
Jamal! Or nothing.
Didn't know who Hannah Storm was.
Oh.
Robin Roberts wasn't familiar. He said Sal Palantonio sounds familiar.
Okay. Pat Summerall?
Didn't know who Pat Summerall was. Yeah.
Okay.
He knew who Chris Berman was. That was good.
Okay, that I do give him some points for that.
But like some of these people are currently on. Like NBA Today right now is being hosted by Hannah Storm, and this guy doesn't know who she is. Come on.
I mean, everybody doesn't know who everybody is. I feel like I'm looking at like grainy film of Mike LaFleur walking around the Cardinals facility, and then I'm realizing, didn't I just do this 3 years ago with people taking videos of Sean Payton walking around the Cardinals facility?
Yes.
Remember that? So
yeah, you did that.
I guess until we get anything. I mean, I'm not even seeing anything that's like, hey, the interview went great and everybody's happy. Because if he leaves and we get to like Thursday and he's not the head coach, Wolf, then at that point, don't you think somebody else is the front runner?
Yes.
All right.
Somebody else in mind, yes.
What are
You're not going to let him leave the building.
If that's your guy.
If you're sold on him, just like Robert Saleh. The Titans didn't let him leave.
Yeah, and there were reports that he was about to leave to go to Arizona that night, and then later on that night it was like, oh, by the way, the Titans have already hired him as their head coach. I guess the Cardinals can let whoever they want leave because there's only a couple teams left that still need head coaches.
True.
But no, if this is your guy, you want to.
He's walking out of the building. Yeah, enjoy Cleveland.
Also, the grainy footage that you saw, Luke, I believe was from 3 years ago,
I
and
think
it
is,
was
right?
Sean Payton.
I think. I mean, it looks like Payton.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at. Sean Payton.
Is he getting into a vehicle?
Eventually,
Yes.
It takes a while, but
Okay,
yes.
I've seen that.
Yeah. Well, we all watched
I've
it 3
seen
years
that.
ago. It's a nice car.
Of course.
So the regardless of who the coach is, it's sort of it doesn't it alters, but it doesn't necessarily change what their to-do list is.
Okay.
So what do you have at the top of the to-do list? Well, if I have 2 things in particular that are just like right out of the gate, you better figure these out.
Let's go with you first.
All right. Well, first things first. Can you like identify and hire some good assistant coaches?
Oh.
Ideally, if
Okay.
it's going to be Mike LaFleur, some guys with some experience around the league. That Mike LaFleur's still young. Now he's experienced, but he's not experienced as a head coach. So if things start going really good, I don't want an 8-game losing streak to end the season because we don't know how to handle success. And if things start to come off the wheels, I don't want to lose 14 of 15 because we're not prepared for that. So give me some guys with more experience than Mike LaFleur around him. By the way, just a quick side note, like if you look at ASU and how it's working for them, Kenny Dillingham, great college coach. I think we'd all agree. but he's got some guys around him that have been around the college game or just even the pro game for decades that he leans on. It's not rocket science.
Yes, it isn't. Yet at the same time, these are questions that you're going to ask during the interview. Who are you going to hire as your staff, by the way? That's the one thing you want to know. Hey, yeah, by the way, could you give me the fries? Okay, and by the way, who are you going to hire? Like, who would be your coordinators? Who do you think you have a good chance of landing? For me, when I answer these questions, Basinonians, whoever the coach is, what are the 3 biggest things he needs to take care of once he gets the job? Once he gets the job, number 1, establish your culture immediately. Describe the type of player you want and the type of team that you want. You have to do that. Number 2, find a quarterback that fits your culture.
That's number 2 on my list, too. So
that's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, whoever that is, you better start identifying either free agents or draft picks or whatever you're looking for in a quarterback, because once they hire this guy, they don't have a ton of time to find that quarterback.
So number 3 would be show your team who you are. You need to build relationships in the offseason. This, to me, again, there are a lot of things throughout your day that you're going to have to do, and Luke is absolutely correct on this in terms of the order. But to me, you're going to sit around and ask a coach, who are you going to bring in here? That's going to be part of the interview process that I think has to be asked before you hire a guy. After you hire a guy, you've got to say, okay, this is how we're going to play football, and these are the types of players that we need here. And honestly, I think that Monty Ossenfort has got to provide that for a coach a little bit better in terms of culture and buy into a culture and what culture does for a football team. It gives you a clear understanding, an idea as to where you want to go. And to me, it's up to the general manager to go out and get the pieces to bring into that culture.
Yeah.
The kind of culture that a coach wants to build. Because if you're not going to support him doing that, you're in trouble from the get.
Where do you think, well, here, I would also just add as like a 4th thing. Okay, so here, let's say it's Michael Fleur. Okay, you're hired. All right. We've discussed who your assistant coaches are going to be. Like, go get them now, right? I don't want to find out that they're going to Buffalo or something. Like, get them hired now. And then,
well, by the way, I'll need about $10 million to land all these guys.
Hopefully that got discussed before the tip came out at dinner.
Right.
And then and then hopefully you figure out your quarterback situation. At least you have to have a plan. I mean, if you're talking about getting a quarterback, this is going to take place over months, hopefully months and not years. And then I'd be like, here's a phone. Can you call Marv and talk to him and figure out what's going on? Just talk to Marv for a little bit, please.
Yeah.
Just give him some sort of words of inspiration here. But I do think that, beyond all that, you're now in a spot with whoever you hire where, kind of like you were saying, where did things go wrong with Jonathan Gannon? Because if you go back a year, if you go back 1 year,
man,
the Cardinals were 2 games out of first at the end of last season. They were 3-3 against the division last year, and they were 2 games out of first. That's why people thought coming into this season, and not the Cardinals saying this. Like, national people were saying this could be a playoff team to look out for. They were 2 games out of first at the end of last season.
Yes.
So where did things go so wrong?
Yes, where did things go wrong? I think Kyler Murray, of course, and going through the quarterback situation. It wasn't a quarterback controversy. It was a quarterback situation where you literally had your franchise quarterback who was out there and underachieving, for lack of a better way of saying it. Again, I'll say the biggest change with Kyler Murray from what we saw 2 years ago to what we saw this year was throwing the ball from the pocket.
Yeah.
It's not even close. He was checking the ball down an awful lot from the pocket this year and not throwing the ball down the field. He actually had some really good, go back 2 years ago and look at the tape. He had some excellent throws from the pocket down the field. And that, I think, is the biggest difference with Kyler Murray in this offense this year as opposed to what we saw 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not back next year, which I'm with you, I think there was a break behind the scenes. We have to prepare ourselves for potentially really shaky quarterback play. If you go out and draft a guy in year one, there could be some real shaky quarterback play. But if you do hire Mike LaFleur, if you're hiring a guy you're expecting to be an offensive mind, aren't you on some level doing it with the thought of he can help you find his quarterback?
Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt. That's number one. But to me, it is the quarterback situation that really derailed the season with losing more man games than anyone else in the NFL.
And throwing the ball away at the goal line when you're about to beat Tennessee didn't help either. And losing 5 straight one-score games. When we come back, all right, which players are going to have to step up for the Phoenix Suns tonight? We know now there's no Jalen Green or Devin Booker for this game against the Nets. So play around to staring at the Suns next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
That it's going to be like this all year with Jalen Green. Mental or not, that it's going to be very hard to count on Jalen Green in the 2025-26 season because you just don't know if it's going to last and you don't know if he's going to be able to hold up, which is unfair because he's been able to hold up his entire career. But this year, clearly, he's dealing with something that goes beyond that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You know, January, this really surprised me, but January is when smart buyers make their move. And when it comes to new vehicles, I trust Tim Hovick and his team over at Santan Ford, Basinonians. I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense, just straight talk and straightforward approaches. Just great Ford people and great Ford people who do business the right way. That's what I'm for. That's why you need to go to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or the family rigs like the Explorer or the all-new Expedition. That's what the Warrior Queen loves. If you need a little bit more, then Bronco or Mustang might be for you. Find them all. Plus, great people at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per $1,000 for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per $1,000 for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills have. They have promoted offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker and Jalen Green are out for the Suns, while Colin Gillespie is questionable. And ASU Men's Hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, well, it's who or what are you going to be watching for in tonight's Suns-Nets game? I usually go with a specific player, Wolf, which is getting more difficult since nobody's playing tonight for the Suns. No Devin Booker, no Jalen Green. Colin Gillespie is questionable. So I'm going to go with Grayson Allen as the guy to watch.
Yeah.
1 of 11 from 3 on Sunday night against the Heat. They're obviously going to need somebody to step up and have a big scoring game, probably two somebodies, realistically, to win this game tonight. I know Brooklyn's not great, but they can still score. They're still an NBA team, so somebody's going to have to score. Grayson Allen over his last 2 games, 2 of 16 from 3. That's not normal for Grayson Allen. So.
Yeah.
I'm keeping an eye on him because, A, if he goes 1 of 11 from 3 again, they're in real trouble. But this is still a game I think you can win if somebody just gets hot from beyond the arc, and we've seen him do that before. So give me Grace now.
Yeah, that's good. Typically, you do this. You go with a player, and many times I'll go with a part of the game, an element of the game, such as from beyond the arc. I think the Suns shooting 20% in their last game. Everything was contested in that Miami game. Everything was contested. And because of that, I think they're going to have to shoot the 3 so much better than what they did. And hopefully 20% can be improved upon by the Phoenix Suns. I'm looking at beyond the arc.
Well, it feels like in a way we both were in the same area of the game. I mean, I'm talking about Grayson Allen hitting 3s, and you're talking about the Suns hitting 3s. Royce O'Neal was speaking today. We know Royce O'Neal is playing, and he was asked how important this game against Brooklyn suddenly is now for the Phoenix Suns as they get ready to hopefully end the 2-game losing streak. I mean, they don't have a lot of players left for this one, but Royce O'Neal's the sort of guy that you might be looking at and asking him to step up in a fairly big way for the Phoenix Suns as well. And here he is talking about that. Now I don't know what my computer's doing. Everything just froze.
It just went full on psycho.
And I can't play Royce O'Neal audio. So trust me, Royce O'Neal spoke today, but I can't play it.
You can't.
I mean, every game is important. I mean, nobody likes losing, especially 2 in a row. So I think, this one is a big one for us. So we just got to stick to our style of basketball, play the way we're capable, and go out there and get a win.
There it is. Every game is important. And that's the one thing about it. It seems to be understated, I think, for the most part with this team. And it's the culture of this team where every game is valued. Every game is going to be another opportunity to go out and prove who you are as a basketball player and as a team collectively. That's one of the things I really, truly appreciate about this team, and I've talked about it over and over and over again, but the reason why I talk about it, Basin Orleans, is it's not always like that. It isn't, especially at the professional level. where guys are getting paid millions of dollars to go out and perform. Believe it or not, there are guys who, you know what, I'm really, really good at this game. We all know I'm really, really good at this game. And by the way, you're paying me like I'm really, really good at this game. And if you don't have your guard up as an individual, as a human being, you can get complacent really easily when you play professional sports. And to have the desperation and the intensity to be able to go out there and compete the way that you should, night in and night out, very underrated quality to have as an individual and as a team.
They've had it as a team, but I can't imagine that this would be a trap game now. You know, on the schedule, normally, yeah, you'd look and say, okay, we just played Miami. That was a lot. Okay, but, you know, you've got Detroit and Cleveland coming up. Brooklyn. Oh, yeah, Brooklyn at home. Okay, that's what. Not when you're missing your top two scorers, you know, or whatever you want to classify Jalen Green as. Maybe saying he's one of their top two scorers isn't fair to Dylan Brooks or whatever. But the two guys that are supposed to be your top two scorers are not playing tonight. So at that point, you are susceptible to a loss, no matter who you're playing in the NBA. It really is a test, and another test, I would say, for Jordan Ott, who, if he's not the NBA Coach of the Year, he's got to be number 2 on that list right now. He's really been able to navigate a lot this season. He came in as a team with very little expectations externally. He came in specifically with a bunch of people ready to scrutinize him if the team struggled, and on paper they should have. He has thrived. The team has thrived. And he hasn't even had the guy that was supposed to be their biggest free agent, or not free agent, I guess, but off-season acquisition in Jalen Green. Dylan Brooks has been huge, but Jalen Green was supposed to be the biggest part of that trade. And if it wasn't him, then it was supposed to be the draft pick you got, and they haven't really played Malawach yet. So Jordan Ott's been asked to do a lot, and now he's going to be asked to find ways to win games without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. And at a certain point, you're asking a lot of any coach and any roster right now.
Yeah, it really is. It's, you know, once again, Jordan Ott, he definitely was aligned, ladies and gentlemen. He was aligned with Matt Ishbia. He was aligned with Brian Gregory. He was aligned indeed and knew exactly what kind of culture they wanted to install here in Phoenix. And that's what they have done. And you cannot overlook Brian Gregory going out and filling the roster with players who play desperately, players that bring that intensity on a night in and night out basis. Man, it's not just Dylan Brooks. It really isn't. It's Colin Gillespie. Watch him play and the effort he brings. It is a guy like Goody, Jordan Goodwin. Watch him. I mean, we talk about it all the time, but to me, I just appreciate it so much. It's stunning the way this has all come together, and it's the reason why I feel like there's not going to be any letdown whatsoever against the Brooklyn Nets tonight.
Here's Royce O'Neal asked how the offense changes with Devin Booker out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he creates, so much traction on the court, creates everybody, open looks. I think just, having him not out there, I think we just got to play a little faster, play more, just moving the ball, setting screens for each other, getting guys open, attack the basket, kick outs. So I think just a different style of basketball, but, similar to the way he was playing as well, play fast, get open looks, create for one another, and just play our game.
It's one of the few things the Brooklyn Nets actually do better than the Phoenix Suns. They actually move the ball better and get more assists per game than the Suns do. Interesting.
The Suns this season have been successful without Jalen Green. They have not been successful without Devin Booker. And only one of those things is surprising. Right? I mean, you bring in Jalen Green to be a key piece of your team. Even like Houston last year would have probably struggled if they didn't have Jalen Green for some games. Ironically, he didn't miss one game last year or the year before.
Yeah.
But if Houston had to go without Jalen Green last year, the number 2 team in the Western Conference, it would have made an impact. I'm sure it's made an impact on the Suns this season. They just keep winning. But when they don't have Devin Booker, it's I can't believe we're in a position now, not that they have to deal with injuries, but that they are dealing with a recurring injury and just an inability to get their best players on the floor together again this season.
But your expectations for tonight, You expect them to go out and win this game, right?
I do, but it could be close. I think this is. I expect them to win like 55% now because you're missing some good players.
That's good.
Like Brooklyn is an NBA team, and their best players are playing. They're missing one guy, but their best players are playing. All right, when we come back, final segment of the show, we'll go around the NFL because we are now down to just 3 head coach vacancies around the league, and the Cardinals are still one of them, at least for another few minutes. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
spin. Spin.
Text the word
spin
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
They call it the Pro Smile difference, and oh, what a difference it is. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to do your homework. Spend some time researching the different options and places you can have your dental work done. And when you finish, I am certain you will choose Pro Smile. You see, Pro Smile really is different. First, they're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many dental implant centers use regular dentists to do an oral surgery, not Pro Smile. Also, Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab, mills, technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. Most of the places you research will farm much of the work out, which can lead to delays and mistakes, but not at Pro Smile. And with Pro Smile, they understand that you're making an investment in yourself, so they offer incredible finance options, up to 10 years. Because the last thing they want is for cost to hold the customer back. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading.
I think the fan base wanted Saleh.
Robert Saleh was the overwhelming favorite. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final segment of the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Tuesday afternoon. So, maybe we won't know who the Cardinals coach is before we get off the air.
Boy, how about that?
Got about 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Maybe as soon as we get off the air, they'll go ahead and know.
Both predictions for Wolf were wrong.
Okay.
So you had Jalen Green will not be out in before the end of the show, and the Cardinals coach will be hired before the end of the show.
That's
I wrote
right.
both of those down, and you have unless something happens in the next 8 minutes.
That's right.
You're gonna be wrong, Wolf. I'm sorry about that.
That's exactly right. You know what is so good about it, though, Rick? I'm wrong every day of my life, you know? I don't worry about being wrong. I just worry about telling the truth as I know it, period.
You know who needs to be right is the Cardinals with this coaching hire. I mean, as much as we joke about, like, all right, already hire somebody. If you need to wait another 2 weeks to get it right, I'm fine. Just get it right. If you get
it right.
If you think Clint Kubiak's the guy and you got to wait till after the Super Bowl, do what you got to do. Make that hire. I don't think you're going to get scooped by Cleveland at this point, right? So we are down now to just Cleveland, the Raiders, and the Cardinals looking for a head coach. And I got to say, Wolf, even just saying those three teams, it's maybe it doesn't mean anything, but that's like who everybody nationally would have said, oh, here's 10 teams that need coaches. Well, the Cardinals and the Raiders and the Browns will get the leftovers. And I'm not saying that's what happened here, but that's what it's going to look like. They're going to be the last three teams. And I would like the Cardinals to hire a coach before the other two, unless they are convicted inside that Clint Kubiak's the guy and they just have to wait for timing purposes to get him. We'll see. The Bills, I guess, promoted Joe Brady is a better way to put it today. He's going to be their head coach. Here's Courtney Cronin earlier today talking about that move for Buffalo.
Fine, cool. This is exactly what I expected. You were only going to get people for this job that understand how things are done in Buffalo, that knowing Terry Pagula has absolved the GM of any sort of responsibility, any issues with the roster, that's not on the GM who's been the chosen one, who can do no wrong. And it's also not going to be on Josh Allen, because anytime there's questions about Josh Allen and any accountability, it falls on someone else. It's time to talk about the uncomfortable part of that. His lack of accountability for what's going on in these playoff games and all these losses that they've had in trying to reach a Super Bowl. Now that falls on Joe Brady. So if you want to willingly sign up for that, I get it. There's one of 32 jobs. It's Buffalo. You have a good team. You can make it better. But I felt like they were going to go with somebody within the organization because the candidates that they had from outside, there was no through line.
You know what? Please. Can I talk to you for a minute? Whoever this was.
Courtney Cronin.
Yeah, Courtney. Honestly, sit down over here for a minute, please, and be quiet. Josh Allen, did you hear what Josh Allen said after the game?
I feel like Josh Allen takes a lot of heat for that. I feel like Josh Allen has taken.
First of all, I was crying after the game.
Yeah.
And he said, literally, I feel like I let my team down. Is that accountability or not?
And he didn't play well in that game. And if your job is to hand out percentages of blame, Josh Allen would take a lot from that last game. He's also taken heat in some of these losses where it's like, Josh, you only put up 34 against the Chiefs. Why couldn't you stop Tyreek Hill with 13 seconds left?
Yeah.
Not his fault. So I agree with you there. But I will also say I agree with her with the weird dynamic there in Buffalo right now where
Brandon Beane.
Yeah, he's just absolved of everything. Yeah. He gets promoted. And then we're gonna have a press conference to pile on Sean McDermott even more. I'm not sure I would have gone there as a head coach, except Joe Brady's already there.
Yes, no, I'm with you on that. There's no doubt about it. The Brandon Beane and Terry Pagula, that was a little bit odd, that press conference. But there's a lot of people that would say the same thing about Michael Bidwell, of course, and Monty Ossenford. And that press conference there, a lot of people that were sitting there were asking Monty questions.
Yeah.
Remember, direct questions about why Monty was still here and JG was gone.
But
so
Monty didn't
you're
get
always
promoted.
You're always going to, no, I understand.
I
that,
hear what
but
you're saying.
You're always going to get that. Always.
Well,
when you have a split.
Yeah.
And when you have a split, to me, I'm talking about head coach and general manager.
So 7 of these 10 teams have hired head coaches. I mean, I have a pretty clear answer in my mind, but which one of them has the most pressure on them right out of the gate? Because I think it's Joe Brady right out of the gate.
Let's see. Well, yeah, promoted from within.
Yeah.
You didn't even go out there and look for anybody on the outside.
You see all these
just
amazing
said,
players
We're going
Brandon
to
Beane's
promote
bringing in?
you from within, even though we failed. What are you going to do differently to the culture? Boy, that had to be a great answer by Joe Brady.
That's
Whatever
an
Joe
uncomfortable
Brady said,
situation to be in.
what an uncomfortable situation. And they had to ask him that, too. Okay, what are you going to do differently than what Sean did?
Yeah, why are you better than Sean?
Well, you're right. Why? Right?
Right?
Why should we just promote you from within to be our head coach? He must have knocked that out of the park, whatever the answer was on that.
I do want to do you agree Joe Brady's the one with the most pressure right out of the gate? I mean, I guess the only other candidate would be John Harbaugh.
Yeah, no.
It's got to be Brady.
It's definitely Joe Brady.
Mike McCarthy had his introductory press conference with the Steelers earlier today, and it was during our show, so I haven't heard the answer to this question yet, but it's a question you would assume would get asked, right? He was asked if he wants Aaron Rodgers back in Pittsburgh.
In your best case scenario, do you want Aaron Rodgers back as your quarterback next year?
That's nice the way he asked that, right? That was slick. But, I mean, definitely. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. But, I think just like anything, knowing Aaron long enough, going through seasons, I think when players, to see Mel Blunt here, I mean, when guys are up at that stage of their career, they need to step away and decompress. I think that's very important. The game is so emotional, what these men commit to and what they put into it. I think that time away is important, and I have spoken to Aaron, and so that's really where we are there. But I was able to sit back and watch the games. I watched most of the Pittsburgh games on TV, and I thought he was a great asset for the team.
Well, there you have it. Yes. What are you laughing at?
Was there an answer in there?
It was perfect median, wasn't it?
It really was.
That's what he was trying to do.
By the end, he's like, I own a TV and I watched football on it this year. Like, okay.
Okay, what are the facts of that? He owns a television.
And
yes.
he watches football.
There are the facts.
And Aaron Rodgers is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting about the Mike McCarthy hire, Basin Orleans, is he took a year off, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Took a year off, just like Mike Tomlin, and just like, reportedly, Sean McDermott. So, again, I think we're going to see more and more and more of this as the NFL unfolds.
Yeah, especially with a hire like this. It's funny you bring that up. Mike Tomlin totally controls. He's got all the leverage. If he wanted to come back right now, if he was like, you know what, actually, I would really like to coach, I don't know, pick some team that's been underachieving, they would probably be like, yeah, you know what? Sorry, we're going to fire our guy for. If he was like, I have to coach Cincinnati right now, they'd probably find a way to get him over Zach Taylor. But I don't know that Mike McCarthy had that sway, except here we go. He took a year off and he's coaching the Steelers. So there's something to it.
Boy, how about that, though? Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers reunited.
For at least a week.
And it feels so wrong.
Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Going to Booker's injury, and they probably had just played their best minute of basketball the entire season.
Well, I thought Devin Booker was in a flow that I not seen him in a ton this year.
I think he was probably playing his best game of the year.
It felt like it.
Playing his best game of the year on a stretch where the Suns were playing their best basketball of the year. Everything was looking great, and then, of course, everybody's reaction, every Suns fan's reaction was, why can't we have nice things?
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I read that on social media, too.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most beds with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. And all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills have. They have promoted offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker and Jalen Green are out for the Suns, while Colin Gillespie is questionable. And ASU Men's Hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing over there?
I'm
We good?
I'm good. I got a Suns game tonight. I'm going to go to the Suns game, watch them take down the Nets.
I mean, you're not out for tonight's game?
No,
You're not out for tonight's game?
I'm not out.
Are you questionable for tonight's game?
I'm questionable for everything in life. When you get to be my age, which I will be 60 this year, there's a lot that becomes questionable.
That is so not that old.
I'm questionable to get up every morning.
Oh, but stop it. Stop it.
Yeah.
60... What is it? 60's the new 40, right? Like,
it must be. I swear that I can do everything athletically I did when I was in my 20s.
Then what are you complaining about?
I really...
What's this? I'm lucky if I wake up every morning. Come on.
I think I lift as much weights. I run as fast. I jump as high.
See?
I swear I don't feel like I've lost anything.
So basically you're just, poor me for attention and sympathy.
I will say, the first 3 to 4 steps out of bed every morning are a little bit different than they used to be.
Yeah.
It's the ouch, and then you get going and you're okay.
I get that too. I get that too a little bit when I've been sitting around for a while and I haven't gotten up and walked. Everything's a little stiff for a while. But,
yeah.
Okay. Hey, there's 2 old guys complaining about their bodies. Brought to you by nobody here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day before we tell you about stuff you really don't want to hear about, huh?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Where did you go for dinner last night?
We had for dinner last night. Oh, my memory's not very good. Chelsea made chicken cutlets.
Chicken cutlets from
Chelsea
Chelsea
with a side of pasta.
I'm sure it was wonderful.
Yeah.
So you weren't with Mike LaFleur and Michael Bidwell and Monty Austinfort at an undisclosed location?
I was not at the
having
undisclosed.
dinner. No,
I was not at the undisclosed location having dinner. No, I was.
I mean, you and the sources. I thought if there's anybody here at the station who might actually have been at that dinner, it would have been one John Gambadoro.
I usually try to have rooms bugged and stuff like that. That's how it used to
try
be.
to do.
Mm-hmm.
The headline on a website that we both check every now and then, I think, said it all. Mike LaFleur has quickly become the Cardinals' worst-kept secret. He was in town yesterday. Then Albert Breer reported there would be a dinner at an undisclosed location and that he was staying overnight, and then more interviews coming today. I mean, at this point, we don't know for sure that it's going to be him. We did get some news that came down literally as we were handing off the baton between the Wolf and Luke show and the Burns and Gambo show.
This is a process of elimination now. We can eliminate a guy.
Anthony Campanelli has agreed to terms to stay with the Jacksonville Jaguars as their defensive coordinator.
Okay, that's big.
He's not going anywhere, so it's not going to be him. So process of elimination, it's down to Mike LaFleur and Raheem Morris if the reported finalists for the jobs, if that was an accurate report, those are the 2 final guys. I mean, at this point, unless something just went really, really wrong last night or yesterday or today, it's hard to imagine that it's not going to be Mike LaFleur at this point.
Right. I think all signs point to him. It's just a matter of when's it going to be. The Jaguars, they were able to keep their offensive coordinator and Udinski because the Bills moved on and promoted their offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, to replace Sean McDermott as their coach. So, a lot of clarity there and them being able to keep their coordinators. With Campanelli out, I know he's was a hot name for a little while, right? Everybody heard that soundbite, and I love what Vince Marotta said about it on the Bickley and Marotta show when he said, don't get too excited about a soundbite. With these coordinators, and I'm going to say this, you just don't have, like, Raheem Morris. I don't want Raheem Morris as the head coach. Why? He's had 2 stops, he's failed. Like, so to me, I don't want Raheem as the head coach. Defensive coordinator, you could sell me on him as the defensive coordinator. When you're taking a chance on an unproven guy that's never been a head coach, it's just, you know what? There's probably a lot of things you like about the guy. There might be some things you don't like about the guy. So if I look at Mike LaFleur, I think the same thing. I just digging around and just trying to see, the things about him. He might be a good head coach. He might not. I don't know. But I said this yesterday, and I believe this, like the same thing with Jordan Knott. Whoever they decide to hire, and if it is Mike LaFleur, 38 years old, to be the head coach of this football team, you got to give the guy a chance. Yeah. You got to give the guy a chance to build a staff and see what he can do. Yeah. Maybe he is the next great young coach in the league.
There was, if you mentioned Raheem Morris, there was a hiring in the NFL at defensive coordinator by the Washington Commanders. They hired Durante Jones to be their DC. So that's one less defensive coordinator's job that's available. If you are of the mindset that maybe Raheem Morris could come here and be the DC, which I think would be, you mentioned it a second ago, would be a borderline essential part of this agreement. I mean, it doesn't have to happen. I know Anthony Weaver's had multiple interviews with the Cardinals as well. He's the DC of the Miami Dolphins. But I think it sure would be nice to have a guy as respected as Raheem Morris, who I don't want as my head coach, but is a really nice insurance policy, I think, for a coach who's never been a head coach in this league. To have him on your staff, to have him as your defensive coordinator. I think it's a heck of an insurance policy to take out if you're able to do it.
Here's what I think based on just years of doing this. At some point, Campanelli was informed that he wasn't going to get the Cardinals job. And that's why he re-upped with Jacksonville. Right? I think that's probably what happened. So I think the Cardinals are very, very close to being able to, to make their announcement. Maybe it's today or tomorrow. I can't imagine it goes any further. But for Campanelli to interview here twice, and now accept a offer, which there's either two things. Either he interviewed here twice and he has no interest in the job and working for Bidwell, and he says, I just don't want to take this job. Jacksonville's going to pay me more money. Or he was informed that he's not a candidate for the head coaching job anymore. We'll see what happens, but that might have been the case. Might have, after the LaFleur stuff, they might have said, hey, what's going on here? Because Jacksonville wants to keep me. You're a finalist, but you're not going to get the job, and then he re-ups with Jacksonville.
I think your instincts are probably correct on that. In reading the landscape, it wouldn't surprise me if that's exactly how it went down. Now, again, we don't know. We're all sort of, prepared for Lauren to hit that breaking news sounder. Again, not knowing it's going to happen today, but we've already had one head coach that got hired today. Joe, you mentioned Joe Brady getting promoted with the Bills. We're now down to 3 openings in the NFL. I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's to the surprise of nobody that the last 3 jobs that are available are the Raiders, the Cardinals, and the Browns. I mean, just given what we knew about the search at the time and the organizations that were looking for a head coach, I don't think anybody should be shocked that those are the last 3 teams looking.
If you hire somebody that just was eliminated from the playoffs, that's fine. This doesn't mean that the Cardinals were last, and yet if that's the guy they wanted. Right now, Robert Saleh, maybe Robert Saleh was the guy they wanted, and they weren't able to get him. He went somewhere else. So it's possible that 1 or 2 guys that they liked took one of those other jobs. But if they have focused in on, say, LaFleur, right? Like, he wasn't available until now. So if they end up getting him, like, this is the guy we targeted, like, I can live with that. That's fine. That's not a bad indication that the Cardinals did a bad job in the search to me.
One of the big hang-ups about LaFleur is that he didn't call the plays.
Right.
This is Sean McVay from December 8th. He was asked a question about LaFleur filling in for McVay on play calls. Here's what he said.
It didn't surprise me. It just confirmed, how fortunate and grateful I am to have a leader like Mike and a great coaching staff on the offensive side, and really, coaching staff in general, that, guys just, they do a great job within their roles. And then if they're asked to step up, all they do is just answer the bell and take it to another level. And so, in a lot of instances, because of the approach that we're typically accustomed to taking on Saturday leading into Sunday, I missed a large portion of that, whether it's dialogue in the walkthroughs, dialogue with Matthew in terms of how we categorize, how we want to be able to call the game. And we were able to kind of, do that collectively. Normally I'm the one that's kind of got the direct communication. Mike ended up having that yesterday because of some of the things that I missed, and he did a phenomenal job.
Was that because Sean McVay became a dad, right? Like, okay, his wife was pregnant, they had the baby, and that's okay. And I believe that was before the Cardinals game, right? Was that the Cardinals game? In which the Rams scored 45 points.
Yeah, they had one of the best offensive days that the Rams ever had.
Yes.
Was that game. That was one of the best games they've ever had.
Maybe that was the day Michael Bidwell was like, on second thought, that might be my next head coach right over there.
A couple things that stood out to me, and I'll just say them quickly. Since he became the coordinator, running back Kyron Williams was a day 3 draft pick as a rookie. He's an all-pro. He's recorded 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons in his 3 years as the starter. So do you want to give him credit for that? You possibly could. Here's another thing. They've gotten maximum production from Tyler Higbee and Colby Parkinson. Parkinson set a franchise record for single-season touchdowns as a tight end. Okay, I might like that because now you get to work with the best tight end in the game in Trey McBride. And it says the success comes from the Rams' 13 personnel. 13 personnel. So could you possibly see them having a 3 tight end set? That will help with the running game quite a bit. And it gives, McBride other options. It gives, whoever the quarterback is, other options besides Trey McBride at tight end. So that's interesting to me as well. Yeah, the lack of play calling, that's one thing. Another thing I was looking at, too, is, if he became the head coach, could he hire, they've got a guy that's their passing game coordinator with the Rams, Nate Scheelhaus.
I think it was
Scheelhaus. ILL, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's the Illinois guy?
He was an Illinois quarterback for years.
Okay. Well, they're saying he might bring him with him to be the offensive coordinator. He was the passing game. So if that happens.
And not to cut you off, he interviewed for a couple of head coaching jobs
and didn't
as well.
Get it. Right.
Steelers and.
He interviewed with the Browns yesterday, and he's interviewed with the Bills yesterday, but obviously didn't get it.
And he didn't get those. Yeah.
Yes. So if you were able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? You get 2 of their offensive minds to come over. That could really, not that it hurts the Rams, but it really helps you, and it would help. It would help LaFleur a whole lot to have that confidence in a guy that he knows.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something really big. We would love to have you climbing with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and me. It's the Arizona Sports team as we are raising critical funds for the special needs community. Ron and I will both be out at the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text the word hike to 620-620. Learn more and sign up today. The Western Conference is constantly in flux. The Suns are back below the play-in line, and now they're going to have to win tonight without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. We'll give you the latest. Stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
It seems like most of the guys they're looking at are defensive guys and leader of men, former head coach, right?
Yeah.
I think you have a good little mix right now, but it'll be interesting to see who they land on.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board.
John Harbaugh is in the building as the Giants' new head coach.
The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15 plus years in business, and still family owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Wolf. How will the depleted Suns fare against a struggling Nets team? We'll be reacting to the game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
A big shout out to our audience in Sun Lakes joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. Appreciate you out there in Sun Lakes for listening to the Burns and Gambo Show. The Brooklyn Nets have one of the worst records in the NBA as of right now. They are 12-32 for a 273 win percentage.
Yeah, all they're thinking about is DeBonsa, Peterson, Booza, the Nets. They're like, give me that lottery pick, baby.
That's true.
Yeah,
it is true. They are one of the few. I'd have to look and see how many teams are like openly, actively, yeah, we're tanking. We're not trying to win basketball games.
Brooklyn.
It's a heck of a lottery for those three guys. Brooklyn certainly is one of them. It calls to mind how much of a challenge tonight will be for the Phoenix Suns, because in theory, even with the news that we're about to deliver, the Suns shouldn't struggle at home against the Brooklyn Nets.
No.
But Devin Booker, as we know, has already been ruled out. Jalen Green was questionable last night. He has been ruled out. And now Colin Gillespie is showing up on the injured report as questionable with, I believe, a hand injury. Was it a hand injury? Okay, I could be wrong on that, but I thought that's what it was.
Still got another hand. Come on.
It's a right hand. It's a shooting hand.
So just pass the ball with your left hand. Listen, this needs to be a big Dylan Brooks game for me. This needs to be when Dylan Brooks has to go for 25 or 30. Grayson Allen has to have a good game. The Nets are not trying to win basketball games. You have to understand. They've had they're 12-32. There's only two teams that have a worse winning percentage than they do. Mm-hmm. So they're in the spot right now to where they've lost 13 out of their past 15 games. They're within 2 games of the Wizards, who have the worst win percentage in the league. The Wizards are 10-34, and then Indiana is the only other team that is kind of in that one game ahead of them. So they're 2 games back of the Wizards, 1 game back of Indiana for what would be the worst loss.
That's in the East.
In the East.
In the East. The Kings and the Pelicans are both kind of hovering around the same record. Kings are 12-35. The Pelicans are 12-30. But I get what you're saying.
6 losses by at least 16 points this month. The Nets have 6 losses by at least 16 points. They've got a 5-game losing streak. It started with a 22-point loss to the Bills. They were embarrassed by the Knicks, in which they got outscored 120-66. They scored 66 points in a basketball game when they lost to the Knicks. It was the second worst loss in franchise history. And then they got embarrassed by the Clippers the other night. They lost 126-89. 126. They are not trying to win a basketball game.
No.
They are not trying to win games. The players may try, but the coaches and the owners know they've got to get one of those picks. The BYU kid, the Kansas kid, the Duke kid. That's what the goal is for the Nets, is to get one of those great players.
Yeah, and so, again, in theory, a night like tonight where the team is now just about anybody else in the league, and I would be legitimately worried about the Suns' chances of winning this game, all right? And so I think tonight will be a little bit of a tell for us on how they might be able to navigate this a little bit, right? Because if they win comfortably tonight, or if they win, period, then you go, okay, you start identifying the teams coming up in the next week or two that are like the Brooklyn Nets that they can get wins against. If they struggle against Brooklyn, that might be a real telltale sign of how hard these next couple of weeks
dire
could
the next
be.
couple of weeks could be, sure.
Right, like if it's a game going into the fourth quarter, and it's a tooth and nail kind of affair, then you start looking ahead to the schedule and you start wondering, when can they get Jalen Green back? When can they get Devin Booker back? Because as far as blatantly winnable games go between now and the All-Star break, this is it.
This is it.
This is the one. All of the other ones with no Book and potentially no Green become highly, highly questionable. This is really the only one you've got between now and the All-Star break.
I think this is a very, very important game. You avoid the 3-game losing streak. You avoid the 3-game losing streak because you lost to Atlanta and Miami. You get this win. You're back up to you're 28-19. You're 9 games over 500 at 28-19.
Yep.
And you just, again, every win you get is just buying time until you get Book back.
Yes.
So you get one here. You still one somewhere else. Like, do I think that they're going to lose to Detroit and Cleveland and the Clippers and then Portland and then Golden State? No, I think they'll find a way to win one of those games, especially if they can get Jalen Green back. But, you have to win this one because you don't want this 2-game losing streak to then turn into a 5 or a 6-game losing streak.
Royce O'Neal from today's shoot-around on how important this game against Brooklyn is.
Every game is important. Nobody likes losing, especially 2 in a row. So I think, this one is a big one for us. So we just got to stick to our style of basketball, play the way we're capable, and go out there and get a win.
Yeah, it's the Suns right now, and this is how in flux this whole thing is going to be. And this isn't a Booker thing, and this isn't a Green thing. This is the West right now. So the last time we looked at the standings, the Suns were in 5th. They're back down to 7th right now after the Timberwolves won last night, the Lakers won last night. I think the Rockets won last night too. So the Suns, and here's where I would just, knowing the importance of getting these guys back as soon as you possibly can. Okay, right now it's a fairly comfortable lead the Suns have. In the loss column, they've got a 5-game lead over the LA Clippers. They've got a 5-game lead over the Trailblazers. That's a lot, but that's not a lot. The way
the Clippers are playing?
Yeah, with the way the Clippers are playing.
What the hell happened to them? You know what happened? Bradley Beal got hurt. They don't have him anymore. All of a sudden, hey, guess what? You're playing with Bradley Beal, you can't win a game. And now Bradley Beal's gone, and now all of a sudden they can't lose a game. The Clippers are playing out of their minds right now.
They are. And so, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being an alarmist here. But a 5-game lead in the loss column, it's fine. It's plenty.
You don't want it to be 3.
But the minute,
2.
And that's the number. The minute it gets down to 3, that's where you start getting a little queasy, right? Like a little, it's getting a little tight, because then you're looking at the difference between the top of the play-in and the bottom of the play-in, and then it changes the whole equation for you. So if
you got to be a play-in team, you want to be that 7th team.
Yeah.
You get a home game, and then if you lose, you get another home game and a chance to move on.
You just got to win one.
Yeah.
You just got to win one of 2, and you're going to move on. Now, obviously, we know how long Booker's going to be out. We hope it's not any longer. He's going to be reevaluated in a week. Devin Booker, it's no boot on the ankle, was walking. What that means for him coming back. The X factor here in all of this is Green. It's Green, and it's like you suggested yesterday. Is it in his head a little bit? Does he need to be convinced that he's okay and that he's not going to run the risk of re-injuring it? Can he fill the void of Devin Booker while Devin Booker? And these are all questions we don't know answers to because Jalen Green is still very new to all of us Suns fans. We have a history with Devin Booker. We know how long he's going to be out and how hard he's going to push to get back and all of that stuff. We don't really know Jalen Green that much. And I'm not questioning his desire to come back. I'm just saying that if it is a mental thing and he has to be talked into it, the sooner the better, just to see if he can carry the load a little bit while Booker's out.
The Suns have two great players that can score the basketball, Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Either's playing tonight. And when those guys don't play, when you don't have one of them, now, all of a sudden, you look at a team that you say, okay, this is more of a three-point shooting team than anything else.
Yeah.
This is more of Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, and getting up a bunch of threes. So it's different when if you have one of those prolific scorers, you should be fine. When you're without both of them, you don't know. But again, the Suns are trying to win basketball games. The Nets aren't. So it'll be an interesting game tonight. They played last week. The Suns were up by 15 early, and then the Nets came back and made a game of it. Mm-hmm. But at one point, the Nets in December had the top defense in the NBA, and now they're 20-something. Because they literally have stopped playing.
You said it best. This is a big Dillon Brooks game.
I think so.
This is a big Dillon Brooks game.
I think
Grayson Allen to a lesser extent, but this is a big Dillon Brooks game. The Western Conference, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, U of A remains undefeated. Got a little crazy there at the end. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings. I think that it just feels to me, and again, this might mean nothing, but the idea when it hit yesterday that Mike LaFleur is coming to interview on Arizona on Monday and Tuesday. It's the fact that they listed 2 days in the thing just kind of felt like they're rolling out more of a red carpet for this guy. And again, I'm not reporting fact, it's perception. And it seems to me that this is the guy they want. And if this is the guy they want, get it done.
Yeah.
Don't let him leave.
Could happen today.
Mm-hmm.
Could happen tomorrow.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, I said before, and I truly mean this, I don't feel like age has affected me in many ways. I can still do everything athletically that I used to be able to do when I was younger. I don't feel like I've lost anything. I think I run as fast and jump as high and lift as much and all of those things. Now, obviously, as your body changes, you get older, your body does change. So don't let age beat you. It's why I use M-Drive every single day. It's a high-performance supplement for men. Their products are gluten-free, non-GMO, free of fillers and additives. It's got clinically tested ingredients. It's backed by a 60-day money-back guarantee and manufactured in the USA. Premium quality products. You got to find which M-Drive is right for you. If you want to lose a little bit of weight and you're an active person, I highly recommend M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's one of their top sellers. Did you know that M-Drive is the #1 men's selling health brand in Sprouts? Yes, #1. From their hair products to their supplements, M-Drive is #1 in Sprouts. Which supplement is best for you? Find out. Go online right now and save 20% at mdriveformen.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most beds with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to see why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt's been a name Arizonans trust with the experience, selection, and offers to prove it. Right now, score a $1,000 trade bonus on a remaining 2025 Ford Ranger on approved credit. Or get $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle. Or get an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing on approved credit. Their founder, Tex Earnhardt, used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Includes Jeep Conquest Cash or Toyota Conquest Cash for qualified customers. $0 security deposit, APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, $599 top fee. See dealer details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills have. They have promoted offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker and Jalen Green are out for the Suns, while Colin Gillespie is questionable. And ASU Men's Hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Jalen Green rejoin the Suns? Will they get up and win a basketball game tonight? We'll cover the Suns tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So in the final minute, 12 seconds of that game last night, I need a grip factor check. How were you gripping? Were you like a 6? Were you like a 7? Scale of 1 to 10, how grippy were you last night, U of A fan over there?
I was almost losing my mind because some of the calls were atrocious. But then Pete couldn't hit a free throw, and Burries fouled AJ with a flagrant 1, so it was 2 shots in the ball. And then they hit 2 threes, and all of a sudden, what was a comfortable, like they were blowing them out. Arizona was blowing BYU out. That's one of the best atmospheres for a game, 18,000 people, and they were just kicking their ass in that basketball game. And then my son walked out of his room and he's going into the kitchen. Oh, U of A's up by 12. I go, yeah, I got this. Like a minute and a half left. This game's over. And then all of a sudden, BYU's got the ball with a chance to win the game with 11 seconds left. And then Jaden Brantley does a good job of getting the ball on his hand on the ball. That right drove. And then Burries ended up blocking the shot. Look, I thought some of the calls were atrocious against U of A. It's like every call was going against them. But Burries can't have that flagrant. Pete missed 3 free throws. One of them was a lane violation, so he got another one. He still missed 3 free throws. So part of that was Karchenkov turned the ball over under the basket. He grabbed the rebound, and he got it taken away from him. So they just played really sloppy in the last 60 to 70 seconds. Outside of that, They were fantastic. They were crushing BYU.
Yeah, they were. And defensively, I mean, especially in the first half, they were just on like lockdown against BYU. This is Burries after the game on the Scott Van Pelt Sports Center.
It's a big focus. We emphasize that all day in practice. Honestly, our defense leads to our offense, and when we can shut the other team down, then they have nothing else to do. And when they give us their best shot, and it's not working, then that's all they can do. So we just keep going from that.
But I'm gonna submit to you and every other college basketball fan out there, U of A fan or not, that what happened in the last minute and 11 seconds of that game, or whatever exactly it was, I think is probably the best thing that could have happened to U of A, to be honest with you.
Get pressured a little bit.
Just because that is a very March-like thing that's going to happen. When you get to March and you're one and done, you're facing elimination, whether you're in the Sweet 16 or later, a team is going to go on a run like that, and you're going to have to hold steady. You're going to have to hang on. You're going to have to hold steady. You're going to have to make plays. You're going to have to weather the storm a little bit, because I guarantee you, at some point in time, they're not going to beat everybody in March by 17 points, right? Like, it just doesn't work that way. And so when they have that run that they've got to withstand, I think this might be a game that they'll look back on and draw a little experience from it. I told you I got this big chat group with a bunch of friends of mine. Some of them went to ASU, some of them went to U of A, and they were all kind of chatting. And one of them said, "This is a big March game for U of A. This is a big, like, they kind of passed that test. Hostile environment, crowds against you, everything's going against you, and they found a way to survive." I think you can apply that in March when it comes time for that.
It's crazy. This program's been around for 120 years, and this is only the second time they've ever been 21-0. Second time in program history. They really shut down DeBanza. They shut him down. A.J. DeBanza he did nothing in that game. Matter of fact, he didn't even touch the ball on the last possession. When they had to have it, when the game was on the line, it was Wright that drove the lane. They didn't even give it to A.J. He had 24 points, but on 24 shots. It was his worst shooting game of his college career. He was terrible. So U of A is physical. They can dominate with Krivas and Awaka inside with their physicality with those guys, and then they were getting out in transition, and they were running. They were just beating the hell out of BYU. And I was nervous about that game going in. I thought it might be a schedule loss and a tough game for them, but they won it. They found a way to win it. Would have been better if they won by 12 or 15. I kind of agree with you. You know what? Play some of these tight games.
No, they
play some of these tight games.
Need this. They need this. If they're, because now, okay, they're one win away from, they're tied with the best start in the history of the program.
Yes.
They're 1 win away. Their next game is Saturday in Tempe against Bobby Hurley and ASU. They win that game. It's officially the best start in the history of U of A basketball. Okay, go back and look at that team that they're tied with right now.
Made it to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, and lost to Wisconsin.
Right.
And look, it's 25 years and counting since they've been to a Final Four.
I know.
And
I know.
this is the team that if it doesn't happen now, if it doesn't happen with a team that's been, 7 weeks number one in the country?
7 weeks.
21-0 on the season. I mean,
People think they could lose and they'd still be number one in the country.
And they might. They potentially could. But it's getting to the point now where it doesn't, and we've talked about this before with this basketball team, the way they're going to be judged is by a totally different standard than whether they're number one on January 27th. Yep. No offense. Nobody cares if they're number one on January 27th.
Have to get to a Final Four.
They have to.
Have to get to a Final Four.
And if they don't, it's going to be the same way we felt about the last U of A basketball team that got off to this big of a start and lost to Wisconsin. It's just going to go down
Brandon Ashley could jump through the building. It's my Bill Walton. That was Brandon Ashley's team.
You got to do the late Bill Walton better than that. I mean, come on.
Danny Ainge could jump through the building. The Arizona Wildcats are undefeated and number one in the country.
Oh, no. I
That's not good?
Well, Laura, I see. This is another moment where I just wish you'd turn on your microphone just so we can see your face.
My son Luke played for the
Please
great Luke
stop.
Olson.
That is a disgrace to Bill Walton.
T.J. McConnell.
Also, you're providing too many contextual points. You need to be talking about your surroundings and the trees.
The stars and the trees and the Mother Earth and the Aurora Borealis and the gods in the heaven.
When I went to sleep and I took my gummies last last night.
Come on.
I woke up and I saw stars.
Now you're just
No, we've course corrected too far.
Yeah, now you've gone too
okay.
far. Now it's just gone the other way. So
right.
a really good win for them last night. Burry's talked about the tough upcoming schedule they have because it is tough.
It prepares us great, honestly, because, our schedule from November prepared us from now, and our schedule for February is going to prepare us for March. But we just one game at a time, just one game at a time.
You're right, though. Like, I'm very excited about this team. You know how much I like U of A basketball. They got to get to the Final Four.
Have to.
Like, you cannot lose before the Final Four.
It's just
you can't.
But in that same text group, I'll tell you that there's one in particular. His name is Pete, who is a huge ASU basketball fan, and like we tease him all the time because he likes to throw the double whammy jinx on everything by saying this team is great, this team is great. And about halfway through the first half last night, he's like, this team is great. And someone's like, yeah, you're just trying to jinx. He goes, no, I'm being serious. This team is great.
It's the best team I've seen them have.
They're really, really good.
Since the team that won it all, this is the best team.
And we joke in there that, they'll give me permission to say things in the chat on the air. And it's like that's even the ASU fans are like, they're not rooting for U of A, but they recognize how special this group is when you're a program like U of A. And let's be honest, the Blue Bloods don't go 25 years without being in the Final Four, right? Like, and you want to be known as a Blue Blood in this sport, you can't go 3 decades without being in the Final Four. And so it's just that's going to be the pressure that's going to be on in March.
After they won it all, they made it to another final, and they lost to Duke.
That was the last time they were in the Final Four.
Right.
They
had
the
with Lute, they won it all. The year they beat the 3 number ones.
Yep.
And then a couple of years later, they were back in the championship game again. And they had the 2 back-to-back Elite 8 performances. But you're right. Listen, do I think you have to win it all? No, but you got to get to a Final Four. You got to cut down the nets.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, are there any lessons the Arizona Cardinals can learn from the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks? We'll see if there are next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
caddy. Caddy.
Text the word
caddy
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has treated customers the right way. They do business the right way. They put customers first. They give back to the community. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, they make maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling you a vehicle. It's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995. Over 100 F-150s in stock to choose from. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Right here's Lauren with today's poll question of the day. Haven't seen it. Don't know what it's about. It's going to be a big surprise for all of us. What are we asking the people today, Lauren?
Well, it's about something that we were discussing off air. So I just thought, all right, let's ask the listeners what they think. Our off-air discussion was, when will the Arizona Cardinals hire their next head coach?
Okay. Heidi asked me on the newsroom a second ago. Is it going to be today? Is it going to be today? I'm like,
People are on edge around here. We are just
right.
They're on edge. They're on edge.
It's gonna happen
because you really can't put that miserable, awful season in the past until they hire a new coach and we can start moving forward.
Gambo for the win.
What he said.
Good night, everybody.
Gambo for the win. Because, no, he's right.
Yeah.
Because the minute they hire Mike LaFleur, that begins the process of cleansing last year from our souls. Because
Yes.
last year was hard. I didn't realize how hard last year was. And we're going to talk about Dan Bickley's column.
One of my most miserable years covering sports in Arizona.
And we all felt it living it, but then just reading about it in, past tense, as I did in Bickley's column, like, God, it was an awful year.
I think what made it even worse was coming off of the Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Mike Budenholzer sons. Budenholzer was at the game last night, the U of A game. Coming off of that Suns season last year, into which was an utter disaster to not even make the play-in with and then you go into the Cardinals. It was the worst year we've ever had. It was the worst single season of sports we've ever had, in my opinion.
So, what are our choices for when this is going to happen?
Yeah, here are your options. Today.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
The end of this week.
All right.
Or next week.
It's down to today or tomorrow.
I'll go tomorrow. Today's half over, so I'll go tomorrow.
Put me down for today. Put me down for today. Put me down for that breaking news sounder going off at some point while we're on the air today.
There has been a head coaching hire while we've been on the air.
Yes.
Brian Dable became the OC of the Titans.
Yes.
So.
Contingent on him getting the Raiders job, which no one thinks he's going to get. But yeah,
exactly.
He's, yeah.
Yes.
Put me down for today.
Today is leading the way with 49% of the vote. 20% going with next week.
What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 18% going with tomorrow, and 12% going with the end of this week.
It's today or tomorrow.
I'm doing it.
I will say you could really read into who you think it's going to be, given that you just name dropped Mike LaFleur. Whenever they're going to hire him next.
Yeah.
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 Well, Campanelli's out. He's out, so it's down to what, Raheem Morris or LaFleur?
Mike LaFleur. That's what we think. All right. That's the poll question. Thank you, Lauren. I guess I shouldn't assume that it's going to be Mike LaFleur. I don't know. It just seems like he's in town yesterday, you're having dinner, or you're interviewing again today. It certainly
You've had more
seems like this
success
is
with
the guy.
offensive guys than defensive guys. Raheem Morris has had 2 shots as being an NFL head coach. I don't think he moves the needle. LaFleur is a relative unknown, but I think people could get somewhat excited about it.
I was curious about how you were going to react to this story I found today, because I don't know how you reacted because we haven't talked about it.
I thought it was interesting.
It was on ESPN.com. Super Bowl teams off-season lessons. 4 things you can learn from the teams that made it to the Super Bowl.
Number 1
this year.
stood out to me a little bit. Go ahead.
Number 1, front offices can spend their way to a Super Bowl.
Projected 2026 NFL cap space. The Titans have $100 million. That's the high. The Chiefs are minus 55. That's the low. Obviously, they got to fix that. And the Cardinals come in at $35 million, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th best.
Okay.
So upper, like the 11th best. They have $35 million in cap space to spend right now. Now, there's always ways to circumvent the cap. There's real money and there's cap money. I say it all the time. You got to be able to spend real money and you could circumvent the cap. But they're not in a terrible spot. They're not in the negatives, and they're not at $5 or $10 million. They're at $35 million.
And I believe, I don't know if that graphic that you have there counts the cap space they could create.
No, it doesn't.
There are paths for them to create more cap space than that.
Yes.
I believe almost double the cap space.
A lot of guys
that
they could cut.
Patriots spent the most in free agency last year, $364 million, and basically hit on every single guy they spent money on. I mean, they were, including Milton Williams, the guy that we were talking about.
Milton Williams was great for them.
Fantastic for them.
Yeah, defensively, they went out and they addressed their defense.
Stephon Diggs has been very good for them.
Yes.
Seattle, 4th in the NFL in the spending rankings last year in
Which
free
is
agency.
Crazy because Seattle still has $77 million of cap space
And
this year.
most of
and
that-
the Patriots have 38. Both of those teams have more money than the Cardinals.
Most of that was tied up in Sam Darnold, but these are 2 teams that spent a lot, and obviously you got to get it right. Number 2, the middle class of quarterback contracts is a viable way to succeed. In other words, Sam Darnold, who's not making a lot, but who's also not some rookie making nothing, is kind of right in the sweet spot. Now, the author of this, I think it was Ben Solak on ESPN, kind of pointed out that for you to succeed with the middle-class salaried quarterback,
The rest of your roster better be good.
the rest of your roster's got to be airtight. Your defense has to be great. Your receivers have to be great. Your offensive line has to be fantastic, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, we've said it before. You mentioned Trent Dilfer went to a Super Bowl and Rex Grossman went to a Super Bowl. Like, there's been a lot of mediocre quarterbacks that have gone to a Super Bowls because their teams were stacked. Their teams were loaded. I still think, like, for sustained success, you know, I wouldn't bet on Sam Darnold being back in the Super Bowl next year or even Drake May. But for sustained success, you've got to go get that stud. That's the way you do it. The Josh Allen, the Patrick Mahomes, you got to go get that stud. Not that Allen's been to a Super Bowl, but he gives you a chance every year.
Clearly, an elite quarterback gives you a little bit more margin for error than a middle class quarterback contract guy does. Lesson number 3: It's okay to hire defensive minded head coaches or CEO head coaches. That chasing, this one applies to the Cardinals specifically. If it is Mike LaFleur, his argument is that while the Sean McVay coaching tree is great, the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree is great, Mike McDonald is a defensive genius who could have been some top executive at KMPG if he chose to. Have you ever heard that story about him?
No.
Like, he decided to get into coaching because he loved it. He apparently was a brilliant, I believe, financial analyst who turned down the opportunity.
Okay, I have heard it.
To have like some big corporate job at KMPG, which is a financial advisory firm, I believe, and he decided to go into coaching.
He could be
instead.
handling your 401k right now.
He could be
giving you advice.
He could be.
Mike, can we set up a meeting? I got a Zoom call. I just want to go over my 401k with you.
Whereas Vrabel, on the other hand, is like the ultimate CEO coach. I mean, he's got a defensive background, but he very much delegates to Josh McDaniel, his defensive coordinator, who's dealing with cancer. So they, instead of taking it back from the defensive coordinator, he turned it over to the next guy down the line. Like, he's very much of a delegatory coach when it comes to responsibilities.
That's what Gannon was trying to do here, though.
It was.
I'm going to delegate to Petzing. I'm going to delegate to Rollis, and I'm not going to interfere with their play calling.
In some ways, lesson number 3 is an exact reflection of what the Cardinals failed at this year. Because they hired a defensive coach, they hired a CEO, and it failed. Like, they tried this.
Because they hired the wrong guy.
And it failed. They hired the wrong guy.
Maybe down the road, Gannon will be a better head coach, but he wasn't a good head coach here. Now, part of it is, did you have the right team? They suffered a lot of injuries this year. Either way, it got away from them very quickly.
Lesson number 4.
Okay.
Teams should be chasing explosive plays. That even one
totally agree with
Rashid Shaheed catch
difference
can
maker
change
in a
the
game.
whole thing.
Well, because the majority of these games are all close one-score games. Both of these games this week were one-score games. And the Bears lost last week, one-score game. Like, these games are close. And so one explosive play to Rashid, could be the difference in the game, right? I mean, that first play of the game, like, they got him from New Orleans. What did they even give up for him with New Orleans? I don't even remember.
It was a 4th and a 5th?
A 4th and a 5th.
I think.
To go get a guy that made one of the biggest plays of the game. So, like, yeah, you got to chase those guys. Look, I mean, I'm going to go back a long ways here. I go back to my days of playing Tecmo Bowl. And my God.
Back in the day when I played Tecmo Bowl.
Willie Gault was unfreaking believable. Willie Gault, like, he could run by all of those guys on Tecmo Bowl.
4th and a 5th.
There were 2 burners on Tecmo Bowl. There was another guy, Ronaldo Nehemiah, I think was the other guy on Tecmo Bowl. Come on, Tecmo Bowl fans. I think those are the 2. Like, you always wanted those guys. I'll take that team because it was Willie Gault and Ronaldo Nehemiah. 2 burners. They were great at Tecmo Bowl.
I do wonder how the Cardinals are going to prioritize finding. I mean, there's a lot of things the Cardinals need, but a field-stretching, game-changing, explosive play dude. I mean, they don't. Marvin Harrison,
no speed. Fitz had no speed, but with Fitz, they always had guys, right? You had John Brown, who was an explosive player. Who was the other guy? Real explosive, smaller guy. Oh, he was so fast. His name's mistaken me, but John Brown was a burner.
Yeah.
They had a real. It's gonna kill me. I'm gonna have to look this up. But go ahead.
now you got me trying to figure out who you're talking about.
They had one really big burner. I'm gonna have to, and I can't remember the guy's name, but I'll think about it.
From how long ago?
10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
J.J. Nelson.
Oh, J.J. Nelson.
J.J. Nelson. Yeah, I knew the year. J.J. Nelson was a burner.
Yeah,
he was a burner. Like, he was fast. So but there's a difference between having fast guys and having guys that are fast and good. You got to be able to catch the football.
And having a quarterback who can get the ball downfield to those guys. That
instead of checking it down all the time.
That kind of helps too.
That matters a little bit, sure.
Or a running back who can break an explosive play every now and then, which
J.J. Nelson. That was the guy I was thinking about.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the next Cardinals head coach, whomever he may be, has more than just one thing to fix. So where do you start? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And I always say to people out there, like, hey, the sooner you can start with a guy like Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, the better off you're going to be. Compounding interest, having your money grow over time, having the right financial plan, and having the right retirement plan. But for those of you that are 50 and above, and like you've got a 401k, you've got a Roth IRA, you got some money in high yield savings accounts, but you just don't have a plan, this is a great time to get a free portfolio review, because now you're getting to the point where you kind of like, okay, I've saved some money. I've got it in different areas, but I don't know how to make it all work. I don't know, like, what do I take out first? How much can I take out and comfortably live off of? And that's where a guy like Stuart Willis comes in and can help you make the right decisions, give you the plan, put it all together for you so you know exactly how long your money will last, how much you could take out each year, the things that you want to do. So I do think from 50 and above is a great time to call Stuart Willis right now at 602-877-PLAN and let him go to work for you and put together a financial plan and a retirement plan. That number again is 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling, every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have not hired their next head coach, but the Buffalo Bills have. They have promoted offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Brooklyn Nets. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Devin Booker and Jalen Green are out for the Suns, while Colin Gillespie is questionable. And ASU Men's Hoops is in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off for that one is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value when you start any testosterone program, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
I'm going to read now from Dan Bickley's column on ArizonaSports.com today, because this is what we're talking about here in this segment. Quote, injuries, incompetence from a coaching staff we thought we trusted, historically tough division, in-season divorce with a polarizing quarterback, the worst loss in franchise history, the most losses in franchise history, a fan base dealing with an existential crisis and turning hard on the owner. There is no head coach on the market who can solve all of their problems. That guy was Sean Payton, and he came and went 3 years ago. But Mike LaFleur would represent a small victory and a step forward. So would Anthony Campanelli. Either candidate would bring a sense of renewal and a reason for hope, close quote.
He's right. It's not a one-year fix, which is why I think we're going to probably play that Bidwell cut a whole lot, because Bidwell talked about turning it around in 1 year. He wants to be the Patriots. The Patriots were 4-13 2 years in a row, and now they're in the Super Bowl. He sees that, and he wants that. I don't blame him for wanting it, but like that is not the norm. The norm is you've got to build it. You've got to turn over the roster. A new coach is going to want to turn over the roster. We talked about LaFleur and the 3 tight end sets, the 13 personnel they ran in the Rams. Like, okay, now you got to make sure you have the right personnel to run the offense that he may want to run. So, some of the guys that Monty has brought in for Gannon may not be the right fit for the next head coach, which means you have to turn the roster over a little bit. You've got to get rid of guys that you kind of like, but they don't really fit the system and the scheme of whoever the new offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator and head coach is. But there is a lot, like, it's like that. There's a lot of holes in this ship, right? I mean, you can't just plug one and be like, okay, I got it. I got choke. The dam broke this year. The freaking dam broke. I get busted. Like the ship went down hard. I think that there's a lot of work to be done. I'm not a quick fix guy. I don't believe in the quick fix for this organization. I think it's got to be over time, and they got to do it the right way. It's almost why I'm imploring the Phoenix Suns not to go do something stupid. Don't do something stupid. Take the little gain, take the gains this year.
Yeah.
Take the victories. Get to the playoffs. Get some extra revenue in. Don't add all this salary, and now you're gonna be punished by it with a repeat offender. Like, get out of that. Just get out of that. Duck under the tax and save yourself. Don't do anything stupid. So, like if the Phoenix Suns got to the play-in, got out of the play-in, is to say they were the 7th seed.
Okay.
They won their first game. They got out of the play-in, and then they lost in the first round. That's fine. It's a great building block.
Great building block.
It's a great building block.
Tremendous success.
And I'm saying that the Cardinals, they have to be patient with their approach because there's too many holes to fix.
Yeah, and I do sense that externally what Michael said about wanting to compete next year, not that it's going to be held against him, but I imagine we're going to be hearing that quote and playing that quote and seeing those words quite a bit over the next few months as like, is this the standard? Because there is, you know what I mean? Like
I was just thinking, if somebody predicts the Cardinals are going to be the worst defense in the league next year, Michael Bidwell tweeting out, "You want to bet?"
like Matt
Istria did
with Bill Simmons.
You're going to be wrong.
Yeah, but that's where like whenever they introduce their next head coach, and whether it's Mike LaFleur or Raheem Morris or whomever, and again, we're all just kind of wait and think, and we don't know. I can't emphasize this enough. We don't know when this announcement is going to come down. It just feels like we're kind of getting into that zone where it feels like it could be any minute, any day now. When it happens, how he envisions the future of this is going to be really important. Does he want Kyler Murray to be his quarterback? Does he want to start over? Does he believe in him? Is the support lukewarm? Does he play the game when describing how he feels about Kyler Murray, knowing they might try to trade him? And we'll talk about trading Kyler Murray a little bit. I think the key in this whole thing, though, about you're being patient. I think the key to the whole patience thing is Monty Ossenfort and how comfortable he feels in being allowed to be patient, because we heard it. We saw the press conference when they fired Jonathan Gannon. He was under fire. He was under fire for why him and not you? Why is he gone and you're still here? If he feels like he's under pressure to win this year or else, then they might make irresponsible moves in an attempt to get somewhere they can't go. But if he feels like he's got a couple of years still to be able to build this the right way, then maybe they will look at it as like a 2-year kind of build out. Knowing their fans, there's not a lot of patience there, but I think it all comes back to Monty Ossenfort and how much pressure he is under to deliver a winner in year 4 of his regime? Because if he is,
okay,
I don't know if the patience that you're looking for is going to happen.
History. Steve Keim hired Wilkes. He fired him right away, brought in Cliff, and there was this slow rise, and they got the team to the playoffs. They got to the playoffs. They got slaughtered by the Rams, but they got there. They had success. It was building. So, is Michael going to want to see progress? See, and here's where we differ. I might be in the minority. I am, if I can't get like that quarterback, I'm willing to punt on next season to get myself in a position to draft a good quarterback. Now, if you could sell Michael on that, listen, there's no good quarterbacks in this draft. The only one is Mendoza. He's going number 1. I don't like Carson Beck. I don't like Nussmeier. I don't like any of the quarterbacks that are out there. But next year's class is going to be phenomenal. We have a chance, if we're bottom 5, to get one of those guys. I would absolutely sell out next season to get myself one of those guys and feel like I've got that next great quarterback. I would. Now, I don't know if Michael would do that. I think Michael's promise to the fans, I don't know if he wants a promise, but he said he wants to turn it around in 1 year.
But that gets back to my point about Monty. Can Monty afford to do that? Can Monty afford to have
sell it,
a 4-13 season where, hey, we're punting on this year entirely to go get the quarterback next year, given that his job should have been just as much as in jeopardy as Jonathan Gannon's was? I don't know. I don't know if he can afford that 4-13 season that may or may not land them the quarterback. They had an even worse season this year, and the quarterback class was so bad they can't even get one at 3.
Is he tied to the next coach? Like, do you think they would fire the GM after 1 year and then bring in a new GM for a coach that's been here for a year already?
I don't think so, but I also know the fan base, I believe, holds Monty Ossenfort equally as responsible for what's gone down the last 3 years.
There's just not enough great players on this roster. And I think some of that's because of injuries, but it's devoid of top-end talent.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, and this
roster's devoid of top-end talent.
Part of the reason why we're here right now. Now, the counter-argument is that the coaching staff didn't do a good enough job developing the talent that Monty, and we'll find that out this year when there's a new coach that are coaching the players that Monty selected.
Use the Suns as an example. Look how much they've developed guys like Oso. Well, he was terrible under Budenholzer last year. Now all of a sudden he's a vital part of the Suns because they developed them.
Right.
New staff comes in and develop guys.
I just don't know if Monty and the new coach can go to Michael and say, hey, our plan is to go 4-13, and fingers crossed we're going to get a quarterback a year from now. You know, I don't know if Monty gets to keep his job if that's what they do. I don't know if that's what Michael wants to hear. I don't know if Michael can, Michael, this is a big year for him and them, right? And I think what you said at the beginning of the segment resonates the most with me. Progress. Is progress, okay, maybe not a Super Bowl season or even a playoff season, but an 8-win season might not get you the quarterback you want. But it will also show the fan base that you're making progress towards being something better than you were.
The only thing
does that not matter at all?
Yeah, it does. The only thing that does matter. If you can go from 3 wins to I'll even say 7. If you can go from 3 wins to 7, that's progress. You have double the amount of wins.
But you're not getting the quarterback that way, unless you trade up to do it.
Right.
But you're not getting the quarterback.
But that might be the compromise here. Listen, we're going to try to win football games and not be a bottom 5 team. But we are going to sacrifice the future. We're going to give up 3 freaking first-round picks or whatever it takes to go get a top guy. There's going to be some team picking in the top 10 that is not going to need a quarterback, and we're going to target that team. And if we have to give up capital to get it, we're going to give up the best package possible and sell out to get that guy. That could be the compromise.
That could be the way you do it, potentially, to have your cake and eat it too. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, after I remind you of the 38th annual Arizona Renaissance Festival. Hear ye, hear ye. Storms back in Arizona on January 31st. Joust on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all of the royal details and for your chance to win tickets. God, I feel so cheap. When we come back on the
hear ye.
I just did that for them. Could Giannis
with regality, good sir.
See, now you bitch, you are I can see you dressing like
a knight of the royal armor.
Or like your King Henry, right? Like walking around with a turkey drumstick and wearing the costume at the Renaissance Festival.
I was a former high school thespian myself.
And talking just like that. I see. I think that's why you make me say, hear ye, and joust.
If it makes you feel better, I didn't write the copy, so I just want you to sell it.
But you deliver it very well.
Ham it up.
Yeah. Could Giannis affect the trade market for the Phoenix Suns? Why is he coming here? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakushonis, steps Steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates. Gives to Brooks, right wing for three. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I want everybody watching on YouTube right now to take a look at Gambo's hair, because Gambo just went to V's barbershop today. And I want everybody watching on YouTube to take a look at my hair, because I need to go to V's barbershop sometime very soon, and maybe like the next week and a half or so. We both have very, very strong feelings about V's and why that's the place you should go, and that's why we go there. That's why I've been going there since day one. Gambo has as well. V's barbershop, when it comes to being able to trust and feel good about the job that's going to be done when you walk in there, there is nobody better than V's barbershop. You walk in, you feel good because it's V's. You walk out, you're feeling better because you got exactly the haircut you came there for. You walk back to your car, you point the rearview mirror right, you look at the haircut. How many times have you gone to a place to get your haircut, you look at yourself in the rearview mirror and you think, yeah, no, I can't wait for that to grow out. Never happens at V's. Doesn't happen. It won't happen to you. You're going to get a great haircut. Absolutely. So the next time you need a great haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment at V's.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. And all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll talk a lot of NFL football, the latest on the Cardinals coaching search, and our weekly chat with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This kid raised in the 80s would love you to tip jar a flock of seagulls I ran. Please. Close my eyes.
I'm going to agree with
video.
that. Yeah.
Still see the video.
With the white hair.
The white hair and all the mirrors and like the spinning
Yeah.
camera and all the mirrors and lights and everything. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Also in one of my favorite movies,
Which was?
La La Land.
Oh, yeah, when he's playing the song and Emma Stone is dancing along, right? Like when
Yeah,
he's in
you
the band.
remember that scene, right, Gambo?
I didn't know who Emma Stone was until you guys
kidding.
told me she's like a
okay.
local actress.
But as we've said, she's she's like a 2-time Academy Award winning actress. She's a little more than just a local actress. But yeah, you like musicals. I'm still shocked you haven't seen La La Land.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
I do like musicals.
I like the sound of music.
I mean, there's nothing. It's just
I like Grease.
There's nothing like political about it. There's nothing controversial about it. It's just a sweet, romantic musical movie about.
What's her name? Emma what?
Emma Stone.
Stone.
Emma Stone.
She's up for another Oscar this year.
I really don't know if I've ever watched anything she was in.
And then,
Amazing Spider-Man.
Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone are in it.
The Curse, Poor Things, Bleed, Saturday, Cruella. I haven't. Zombieland. Honestly,
she's so good in Zombieland. Okay, that's fine.
Maya and Marty. There's nothing that she's been in that I've watched.
If you like musicals, see La La Land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, she was in iCarly, 2012.
She was? One
episode in iCarly. I might have seen that with one of my kids.
That one up.
No, I mean, I'm looking at her whole IMDb. I don't know any of the movies. I've never watched any of the movies she's in. She might be a great actress. I don't know her.
If you didn't like musicals, I would say don't see La La Land.
La La Land.
If you like them, you should. I don't like musicals, and I really like La La Land. I really don't like musicals.
And it's got Ryan Gosling in it.
Yeah, he's the lead. Yeah, it's good fun.
I liked him from Remember the Titans.
He's done a few things since
Papedian,
then, but yes,
Papedian.
he's done a few
I
things
can't
since
cover
then.
him, Coach. I can't cover him.
So
too fast for me, Papedian.
Why are we thinking? Here's Mark J. Spears yesterday, who thinks that Giannis Antetokounmpo has played his last game with the Milwaukee Bucks. I'll let him explain.
I think he's played his last game, Bucks uniform.
Do you?
Yeah, whether it's...
what makes you say that?
I mean, because there's so much benefit for him not playing. One, you could make a trade for him now and get that piece, a generational piece, maybe the number 1 pick and the number 2 pick. You play them and they win, it just pushes back their potential pick further. So to me, it benefits them to sit him and
see what's out there.
But as this relates to the Suns, there's a theory out there, and maybe this is your theory or maybe this is someone else's theory, that because he's hurt, that the holdup on the Giannis market might be holding up the Suns market. Is that basically the long and the short of it?
That's what some people were saying. Like, things could really free up depending on all the pieces that get moved in a Giannis deal. So I was just, I was tracking down something today, which we'll get to in a second, about a rumor about the Suns that was out there, which we'll get to in a second. But one of the things it said, if the Knicks could get Giannis, they could move on from Bridges, which could lead to Jeremy Grant being ditched by the Blazers, and the trade effect could have the Suns maybe getting Keon Ellis. And so they think there's a trickle-down effect that could happen. And then, with the Warriors and Kuminga and what could happen. So they think the Giannis is not that the Suns could get Giannis, because they can't, but they think that the Giannis thing could have this trickle-down effect in which all these other teams, like, again, if the Knicks get Giannis, could they then trade Mikal Bridges? And then wherever Mikal Bridges goes, could that free up something else? And all of a sudden, you might be in line to get a player that you like.
Yeah, by the way, I irresponsibly teased that Giannis might be coming to the Suns. I was just joking. Giannis is not coming to the Suns, obviously, but I kind of joked about that. So yeah, I don't know. Giannis is hurt right now. He's obviously the big name out there. You never know what can happen at the NBA trade deadline. I believe he said he doesn't want to go, but if the Milwaukee Bucks are going nowhere and kind of they're spinning their wheels. Now, the trade deadline is a week from Thursday, so we're 9 days away from the trade deadline. Yeah. There is a rumored trade out there that you cannot shoot down, that you will not shoot down.
I'm not going to shoot it down, but I will say probably not.
The Knicks and the Suns, according to a report from Evan Siddery, the Knicks and the Suns have discussed a swap of Gershon Yabusele for Nick Richards. Suns would also send out Nigel Hayes' veteran minimum salary to a facilitating team in order to duck the luxury tax altogether.
Okay. What I can tell you is that there have been discussions with surrounding these players. There's been a lot of discussions around Nick Richards. So it's not like there's only one or two teams. There's a lot of teams that have interest in trading for Nick Richards. He's a third-string center here, but he is a center. So there have been discussions. I'm going to say it's probably not going to happen, but I can't rule it out. I can't say no. There are sometimes, we infamously or famously, whatever you want to call it, we rule out a lot of stuff that there's nothing to. There's nothing to it. There's no truth to it. And we rule it out. We play Don't Fear the Reaper, and we have fun with it. This is one that I'm not going to rule out, and I'm not going to play Don't Fear the Reaper because I do believe that there's been discussions between the teams, but I will say it's probably not going to happen. I still continue to say that Nick Richards will be dealt because I believe that's the thing that they're working on the most. Could they bring back a player? Yubasele, he's got good size, right? I mean, you take a look at him, and he's third year in the league. He's 6'7", 265 pounds. He plays, he plays, a little bit for the Knicks. He's not a high minute guy.
He's only averaging about 9 minutes per game right now.
So I don't really know how he would fit with Phoenix. It's not like he's a good 3-point shooter. I think he shoots about 30% from three. So I don't really know how much of a fit he is. For the Suns, it really is about really just trying to get under this tax any way that they can do it. They've got to dip under that tax. That's why I don't think they're going to do anything crazy.
Yeah, Yabi, to me...
In Philly, he wasn't bad in Philly.
I was just going to point out, in Philadelphia last year, he played 27 minutes a game. He shot 50% from the floor, 38% from three, averaged about 11 points per game. I remember him playing in the Olympics for Team France. Dude was a baller. I mean, he was one of those players like on the international stage when you're watching Olympic basketball, and Kellen could come in here probably write a book about Yabusele. But one of those players on the international stage that just pops. You look at him and go, why is that dude not in the NBA? That dude should be in the NBA. I remember even after the most recent Olympics, people were like, you got to get that dude back in the NBA. That guy's really, really good. And he did. He had a good year with Philly. He's not had a good year.
He's a power forward.
I would be very intrigued if the Suns were able to take Nick Richards, Nigel Hayes-Davis,
and turning him into Yubasele
and turn it into Yubasele and get under. I would consider that a job well done.
That's why I'm not ruling it out.
I think it's actually a good idea for them to pursue this.
It gives you a power forward, right? It gives you somebody that can play power forward. Now, again, certain matchups may favor him depending on the team you're playing, and they don't have a power forward really. As Fleming develops it, they just really don't have that. So you'd be swapping your third string center for a guy who probably could play some meaningful minutes against certain teams as a power forward. And like I said, we talked about, he was good in Philly. So I believe that there's been discussions between the teams. So no, we're not going to rule it out. Probably not going to happen. But again, not ruling it out to me says there's a possibility.
Do you like it though? Do you like the idea?
I think Nick, sure. You get somebody who could play power forward that gives you an option. Again, I don't think you're playing him 25 minutes a game. I think he's a guy that you play in certain matchups when you're up against a team that has more size than you. Because we've seen, Mark Williams is 24 years old, and I like Mark Williams and Oso, but they're not the most physical players out there. So if you can get a bigger body, it would help.
Okay, it's this is fortuitous timing because I just pulled up Twitter to see what people were talking about.
Okay.
And as I was, it just vanished on me right now. But apparently there is a report from Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated that and Lauren's looking at me on this one, I want to make sure I get this right, that the Warriors have offered up a Kuminga Butler package in order to get Giannis. That was a report that was out there. I saw it on Twitter and then it refreshed, and so it buried it way at the bottom of wherever my feed is.
It's a terrible trade for Milwaukee.
Yeah, that would. There it is.
You've got to get first-round picks.
The Warriors have made it known to the Bucks that they are willing to offer a Jonathan Kuminga, Jimmy Butler headline package with draft picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Sources tell Sports Illustrated's Chris Mannix.
Giannis has to bring you back the maximum packages of first-rounders. You've got to get first-round picks. Jimmy Butler's old, and he's
going to be hurt until next season.
And Kuminga is not as good as people think he is.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. By the way, my apologies. We were supposed to say hello to Fountain Hills. We're a little delayed in saying hi to Fountain Hills. Hi.
Hey, Beck.
Hey, Beck. Speaking of waiting, we're waiting on the Cardinals in their coaching search. We're waiting on the Diamondbacks in this bullpen edition. We've been waiting. Next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Cardinals search for a new head coach continues. Who's going to wear that head coach headset and pace the sidelines for the Cardinals on game day in 2026?
This has been a very quiet process. I don't think you're hearing a lot of leaks. I mean, they've kept it very close to the vest.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job And we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board. The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing, a chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com. or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight downtown. They're looking for a second win in a week plus against the Brooklyn Nets. I should have written that better. That's on me. They'll have to fare without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Both of them have been ruled out for tonight. Colin Gillespie is questionable. He's listed with a right hand sprain. The Nets will be missing Haywood Highsmith, Noah Clowney, and Tyrese Martin. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You could listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then there were 3
teams remaining in the NFL's head coach cycle. The Buffalo Bills, the latest to make the announcement, hiring Joe Brady to be their next head coach. He spent the last couple of seasons as the team's offensive coordinator. He also had an interview for the Arizona Cardinals opening. Speaking of other Cardinals candidates, Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli will be returning to Jacksonville for the 2026 season. That was announced by Jacksonville today. And Arizona State men's basketball looking for a second straight win tonight. They're in Orlando to face UCF. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Anthony Campanile will return to the Jaguars and is out as a Cardinals head coach candidate. Jalen Green remains out for tonight's Suns-Nets game with a hamstring injury. And PFF has Calais Campbell as the Cardinals' top-ranked free agent this offseason. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Lost in the shuffle of the Suns' injuries this past weekend and the conference championship games and the Cardinals coaching search and everything else that's been going on. Pitchers and catchers report in just a couple of weeks. Spring training is almost here. The Diamondbacks still have some work to do, and we'll get everybody kind of caught up on what's going on with their bullpen and things like that. But lost in the shuffle of everything that was going on this weekend was a story about the state of the Diamondbacks bullpen from Nick Picoro, who covers the team for AZ Central in the Arizona Republic. And when Mike Hazen was asked a question about why the Arizona Diamondbacks have not added a late-inning reliever, his exact response, and I quote, I wouldn't have Merrill Kelly.
Yeah,
close
can't
quote.
afford both.
I wouldn't have Merrill Kelly. He said walking into the season with 3 starting pitchers, that would have been a problem. As far as the talent that I have right now at the major league level and sub-major league level, we have a group of really good arms. Some of them are going to emerge as really good bullpen pieces. We don't have a lot of guys ready to step into our rotation. If I had spent $15 million on one of those good bullpen arms in free agency, I wouldn't have Merrill Kelly.
They were never
Close
going
quote.
to. We had reported that all along. They were never going to. The salary from last year's, what was it, $195 million? Look, that team lost a lot of money last year, okay? They probably $50 million they lost last season. And you don't get in the postseason. You don't get those home games, things like that. The payroll was sky high. They probably lost about $50 million. Overall. The payroll is not sustainable like that. They're not going to do that. So the numbers had to come down a little bit. It's not going down $50 million, but it's probably going to go down $15 or $20 million, which puts them right on the verge of where they're at right now. Right now, they're very close to where they need to be. So as I've been reporting, I believe that they will add a reliever, and it will be via trade. And it'll happen relatively soon, that they're going to make a trade for a bullpen arm. And then I think they'll look at that first base situation and see what they can do, whether it's Paul Goldschmidt or somebody else, to come in here and give them a right-handed option. And I think, but I said this last week, the heavy lifting is done, and a lot of people are very upset. You know, I'm just saying most of the heavy lifting's done. Like most of the heavy, they got Arenado, they got Merrill Kelly, they got Soroka, their heavy lifting is done. They, barring some, miraculous trade that comes out of nowhere, their focus right now is on trading from their surplus of depth to go get a major league bullpen arm, and then also going to get a first baseman. After that, I think that they'll feel like, okay, we can go to battle with what we have.
Yeah, first of all, please don't be mad at Gambo. He's just the messenger here. He's.
Yeah, I mentioned that the heavy lifting's done. How can the heavy lifting be? They got Arenado for third. They got a starting pitcher, Merrill Kelly.
Gambo. He's. Mitch,
why is the heavy lifting not? I'm kidding.
I know, it's crazy.
You're gonna yell at Gambo is what you're gonna do? No, I understand it. I totally understand it. And I understand the value of having Merrill Kelly and, kind of banking on your young relievers. I guess I looked at it from a slightly different angle in that it's the realities of the budget in which they're working with right now. And I guess I applied it to a different player, and I applied it to Zach Gallen. Here's another day where Zach Gallen has gone unsigned in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And he's out there, and we don't know how much he's going to ultimately sign for. And I think we've talked about this a couple of times, about this dream that some of us have of Zach coming back on a one-year deal to try to reestablish value with the D-backs, and how it would make sense because the Diamondbacks are the one team that don't have to give up a draft pick to re-sign him, right? Everybody else does. And it makes me wonder, and I've always wondered about the viability of that dream. But it really makes me wonder if such a dream is even possible if the budget is so where Mike Hazen is literally choosing bringing Merrill Kelly back versus signing a closer, which they have desperately needed since Paul Sewald's arm fell off. You know what I mean? Like it's like these are the realities of the budget upon which Mike Hazen is working. I need another starter. I needed Merrill Kelly. We're just going to have to figure it out with our bullpen because of that. And it just makes me think there really isn't room in the budget for a miracle Hail Mary Zach Gallen deal. Now, maybe Ken will surprise us. Maybe the organization will surprise us. And they'll say, you know what? To hell with it. Let's do it. Because sometimes that's Ken, right? Sometimes that's whether it's Corbin Burns or Jordan Montgomery or whatever, sometimes that is his way of just, you know what, let's roll the dice and take a chance and see what we can do. It's the realities of the budget that I took from this story is kind of smacking you right in the face.
That was coming off of a very successful run to the World Series that created all this revenue that they never saw coming. And so they spent that money. Because as I've said all along, they run a cash flow neutral model. The Diamondbacks owners, not just Ken, but the other, they don't take any money. None of them do. Nobody gets a paycheck. Nobody's taking a dime. So
they're going to cash out when they sell, or when the valuation increase of the franchise.
Nobody's pocketing money here. So, but they also don't want to lose $50 million a year.
Yeah.
So that's where I think it becomes. Look, if you can get Goldie for $6 or $7 million. See, that's the other thing. Like if you got Gallen for 20, could you spend another 6 or 7? Because now, okay, think about this. Go get Gallen for 20 and Goldie for 7. You add another 27. You're probably over what you were last year.
You get Gallen for 20, and you say, "Hey, Nolan Arenado, you're our right-handed hitting first baseman." Have you seen the video circulating of him taking grounders over at first? Arenado?
I did not see that. I saw that he was going to play for Puerto Rico.
In the last 48 hours, 72 hours, there's been some video circulating of Nolan Arenado taking grounders, not only at third, but at first. Now, it's expected he's going to play first base for Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic, which is probably why he's taking grounders at first. But there's an alternate reality where the Diamondbacks decide to not go get Paul Goldschmidt, and they just have Arenado as their right-handed hitting first base option to platoon with Pavin Smith.
I don't say it. He's so good defensively.
He is.
You're going to weep him. Hazen was desperate to make this a better defensive team than what they were last year. But this would be cutting off your finger to spite your face. What's that?
Oh, come on. You know this phrase.
Cutting off your face to spite your...
Come on. You know this
Cutting off your hand to...
Come on.
I don't know it. Cutting off your...
Nose to spite your face.
Okay. Cutting off your nose to spite your face. I swear to you, I never played possum with you.
Seems like a bat out of lightning.
I swear to you, I've never once pretended to not. Like, if I don't know it, I don't know it. I knew it was something. Why would you take Arenado, one of the premier third basemen in a game, and play him at first base, which it's not a premier position defensively, and you weaken yourself? I just don't see Hazen doing that. It makes no sense to me.
Well, I mean, first of all, you wouldn't be doing it every game. You'd only be doing it when you're facing left-handed pitching, right? Which is, what, twice a week? Right, where you'd be doing it. It's certainly, it wouldn't be an every game option. And then whenever they bring in a righty, you just move Arenado back over to third, right?
Okay.
Like it wouldn't. I'm just saying there are ways you could manage the game in a platoon-like situation where you're not taking Arenado's bat out of the lineup. You'd move him over to third probably the minute they put in a righty, so you could put Pavin in over at first, and it just gives you an option of, because again, Paul Goldschmidt, I'm reading tweets about how he's preparing to play this year. You know, at some point, he's got to take a deal. It's probably not going to be one that he loves right now. One that has him as a part-time player.
Arizona sports.
Is this it?
Breaking news.
Lauren?
It is not it.
You're going to go Bill Belichick didn't become a first ballot Hall of Famer?
No.
Stupid.
No, who cares about that?
It's just dumb.
Diana Rossini is reporting the Arizona Cardinals interviewed Ron Rivera for their head coaching opening. The interview has already happened. This completely flew under the radar. He currently serves as the GM for Cal football.
Okay.
He was a longtime coach in Carolina that the Cardinals used to go up against quite a bit with some of those marquee games. Some of those playoff games were against the Cardinals with Rivera. Then he went to Washington and had no success. He was out of coaching last year, but this is a two-time coach. I believe he has a losing record as a head coach. He had some success with Carolina, and that one year they went 15-1. He was the coach of that team that went 15-1 with Cam Newton.
Okay, I have a theory on this. I'm going to share it after the break. I have a theory on this. Let's tease it ahead of the break.
President of football operations?
Well, that's okay. We have two theories about this that we're going to share with you next on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Stay with us.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
caddy. Caddy.
Text the word
caddy
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, it's the weather's really nice now, but you know what's going to happen in about 2 to 3 months? We're going to have to start turning our air conditioning on. All right, get through February, get through March. Then you get to April, we start to get some warm weather days, and you maybe turning that AC unit on. By May, it's on all the time, right? May, June, July, August, September, October, into November. Christian Brothers offers a $50 AC inspection right now. $50 AC inspection includes a complete system performance test, safety and efficiency review for the compressor, the coils, and the wiring, tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower the bills. If you need a new AC unit, they carry all the major brands, Trane, Goodman, Bryant, and they've got incredible deals right now to help you get a great AC unit. Lots of great financing offers. You could finance for as little as like $130 a month to get yourself a new AC unit. So if you want a new AC unit or you want to get yours checked out, just call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd. That's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally. And today, those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Diamondbacks add any more pitching before pitchers and catchers report to spring training in exactly 2 weeks? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Costume change. Lucky YouTubers. This should be an incentive for you to subscribe to the Arizona Sports channel at YouTube. Watch the Burns and Gambo show every day, because you never know what crazy blazer John Gambadero is going to borrow from Joe Huizenga of the Chris and Joe show. You never know.
He went with the clueless option today.
He did go with the Alicia Silverstone clueless option. That's a good pull, Mitch. That's a good pull. That seems like very much something that she would wear in that movie. Yeah. 3 straight weeks now. This might be my favorite.
This one, you like this one?
Turn on your microphone, please. Turn on your microphone.
You like this one the best right here?
I think I like this one the best.
Exactly.
Can we get a...
Just for all you in YouTube, if we go to our YouTube channel, you could actually see what we're talking about.
Yes, absolutely. This is, again...
Gambo looks like a game show host. That is from Chazinator.
All you need is one of those long, skinny, like Bob Barker microphones,
Patricia
right?
says they call me Mellow Yellow.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, I think
that says you ain't got no alibi. That's ugly.
I think I like this one the best.
Gambo looks like a game show host from the 70s.
Plus, it kind of matches your blue T-shirt underneath.
Gambo is going to sell some used Datsuns after this. Famously, my dad won a contest, and he won a canary yellow Datsun 710 wagon when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, I had to answer the phone every day. I was
you've told this story. Yeah.
WBLI is going to make me rich. You had to answer the phone like that, or else I used to get the belt. You know, my father beat my ass if I didn't answer the phone like that. But it was so embarrassing. Like, it was so embarrassing. And he won the car.
He won the
it.
car. Yeah,
he
won the car.
Someday, WBLI is going to make me rich, and it was them, and they gave us a car for free.
How about that?
We won a canary yellow Datsun 710
It was
wagon.
the color of that blazer.
It was the color of this blazer.
Blazer. Diana Rossini reported that the Arizona Cardinals interviewed former Carolina Panthers and Washington Commanders head coach Ron Rivera in person for their head coaching vacancy per source. Rivera currently serves as the general manager for Cal football. My thought was defensive coordinator. My thought was, and I know they interviewed him for head coach, but they also interviewed Raheem Morris for head coach. And I still think that at some point, Raheem Morris, if he doesn't get a head coaching job, they could circle back and say, hey, defensive coordinator, what do you think, right? Mm-hmm. Ron Rivera as a defensive coordinator and a head coach for LaFleur to lean on, because he's never done it before, is that a resource that's worth having in the room? You know,
listen, the guy was a 2-time coach of the year. He went 15-1 last year. He was a hell of a coach.
Not last year. One year he went 15.
He went 15-1 1 year.
Yeah, you said
he
last
was a
year.
2-time.
Last year.
Right. Last year he was out of football. He went to Cal to be their like GM. Or whatever it was. 13 years in the NFL, head coaching experience. Got fired by the Commanders. He didn't get another job after that. He didn't even get a look. I wonder if you would bring him in. Now, they said that he interviewed for a head coach, which, I mean, this is an experienced guy that's had a lot of success. He's older, right? You talk about the extremes, right? Like, LaFleur is 38. Rivera's like 65.
Add them up, divide it by 2. It's the average age of a coach in the NFL, right?
So he's an older guy, Rivera, but he's a leader of men. He's a tremendous leader. I think he could be like, if he didn't want to be the head coach, could he be like the Tom Moore type, like the CEO, the president? Like, I'm going to oversee all of the coaches. Monty, you put the roster together. You draft the players. I will oversee the coaching staff and help with that. I wonder, does he want to get back in and coach again? I don't know. He was a good coach. He had a lot of success with the Carolina Panthers.
He did. He really didn't have a lot of success with the Washington franchise at all. He didn't have a single year where he was above 500 in the 4 years that he was the coach there. 7-9, 7-10, 8-1, 4-13. He gets let go. Dan Quinn comes in. He's 63 years old, as you mentioned. He did have a tremendous amount of success with Carolina. We know this firsthand. He was the coach of the Carolina team that destroyed the Cardinals in the NFC Championship game back in the 2015 season. It's an interesting name, and it's an interesting time for the name to come out. You know, here we are. We feel like on the doorstep. And again, we don't know. We're assuming, but we feel like we're on the doorstep of a Mike LaFleur hire. And when Lauren hit the breaking news sounder, we were both like, okay, here we go. Time to tear up the show sheet, talk about Mike LaFleur the rest of the day, and instead it was this.
When he got the job at Cal, he was like in charge of oversight of the whole program.
Well, that's what, GM's in.
Right. So
that's the new role in college football now, where a lot of these great programs, ASU is basically using the restructuring with Kenny's new contract to get themselves a GM to kind of help oversee. It's hard being a coach in college football today without a GM. So maybe he's decided that job's not cut out for him. He doesn't want to be a GM. And I'm just speculating. I don't know Ron Rivera from a hole in the wall. But maybe he's decided that job is too much like a retirement gig for him. He misses being in the trenches. He misses coaching football players. He feels like he still has something to add. Now, the hang up here is that he interviewed for the head coaching job. I do not want Ron Rivera to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Period, end of story. No, thank you. No, thank you. But as a defensive coordinator, we could talk about that. We could definitely talk about that.
That would be just, he's made so much money as a head coach. He was a head coach for so long. That would be just, I love the game and I want to coach.
Yeah.
I just love the game.
Yeah.
And I need head coaching money. I just love the game and I want to be a coach again.
Does he have any overlap with LaFleur?
He was I remember him as the Bears defensive coordinator before he became a head coach. But I don't remember what years that was. But I remember he was the defensive coordinator with the Bears. I'm going to say no. There can't be, because he's been a head coach for the same amount of time LaFleur's been in a game. I'm going to say there's no.
Yeah,
there's no layover.
I was wondering if LaFleur had spent any time with the Commanders, but he didn't. LaFleur's been with the Falcons, the 49ers, the Jets, and the Rams. He's never spent any time coaching a team where Rivera was. But again, it's just an odd time to float it, and I certainly. I certainly hope this isn't some kind of a leverage play or something when it comes to LaFleur. I mean, if negotiations, want to leak something like this and make them think, hey, if you don't take the job, we're going to go pivot to Ron Rivera. Don't like using that. I hope that's not what this is. I hope what this is like a real exploration of again, I keep calling it an insurance policy. I think that's what I like about Raheem Morris coming in as the defensive coordinator of the Cardinals. If he doesn't get the head coaching job, I like the idea of an insurance policy for a first-time head coach to kind of, again, but you brought this up yesterday. Mike LaFleur has to have the ability to pick his own defensive coordinator. He cannot have it chosen for him. He's got to. If you're starting off on that step, you're starting off on the wrong foot with your relationship with your new coach. You have to, if you can't trust him to pick a DC, you can't trust him to be the coach of your franchise. So you can't pick one.
He's been in the NFL for 30. This isn't like Kingsbury. He's been in a league for a long time.
12 years. I know he's young.
He can put together a staff.
He can put together a staff.
The year that Carolina lost the Super Bowl to Denver, that's the year they battered the Cardinals, right? That's when they beat the hell out of the Cardinals in the playoffs?
Yes.
That was the year they went 15-1?
Yes.
And they lost to the Broncos?
They lost to the Broncos.
But then they beat the hell out of the Cardinals. I'm going to look that up, but they beat the hell out of the Cardinals.
Yeah, well, that was the game the Cardinals had 7 turnovers in that game. Carson Palmer and the Cardinals had 7 turnovers in the NFC Championship game. They got battered that day. I don't know. It's an interesting wrinkle. Certainly not what we were expecting on the other side of a breaking news sound effect, but the day is young here on Burns and Gambo. Actually, it's not. It's 4 o'clock. It's time for the reset. Gambo's going to wear that coat the rest of the show. 4 o'clock resets next on Burns and Gambo.
Nice coat.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at PatsRun.org.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-7098.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-7098. That's 800-575-7098.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, SweetJames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight downtown. They're looking for a second win in a week plus against the Brooklyn Nets. They will have to fare without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Both of them have been ruled out. Colin Gillespie is questionable. He's listed with a right hand sprain. The Nets will be missing Haywood Highsmith, Noah Clowney, and Tyrese Martin. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then there were 3 teams remaining in the NFL's head coach cycle. The Buffalo Bills announced the hiring of Joe Brady to be their next head coach. He spent the last couple of seasons as their offensive coordinator. He also had an interview for the Arizona Cardinals opening. Speaking of other Cardinals candidates, add another name to the pool. Former Panthers and Commanders head coach Ron Rivera has interviewed for the Cardinals opening. He currently serves as the general manager of Cal football. In addition to that, Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanile, did I say it right? I don't know. He's not coaching here, so I might not have to worry about it anymore. He's going back to Jacksonville for the 26th season. That was announced today. And Arizona State men's basketball is looking for a second straight win tonight. They're in Orlando taking on UCF. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on this Tuesday, and here is Lauren to get us caught up on what's going on in sports. It's the 4 o'clock reset. Lauren, take it away.
All right, we're going to start where we've started for basically 3 weeks, which is
Here's
the
latest on
Cardinals
the
head
Cardinals coaching search. Yeah.
Yay! I can't spice it up anymore, guys.
No,
I can't.
Just hire a coach already.
Just here it is. Do with it what you want.
All right, well, here's the info that we do know. Mike LaFleur interviewed with the Cardinals over a 2-day period this week that ended with him having a nice dinner with the Cardinals at an undisclosed location that Gambo also did not attend. He was eating chicken cutlets and
I had
pasta.
chicken cutlets and pasta.
I'm sure Chelsea makes a mean chicken.
I had to watch the U of A game.
Hey, Mike, Monty, Mike.
Guys, I'm not
I
available.
appreciate the invite. I got a college basketball game I got to watch. I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, fair enough. Because we all thought he might get hired today. But then Diana Rossini, about 20 minutes ago, threw a real curveball in this one, saying the Arizona Cardinals interviewed former Carolina Panthers and Washington Commanders head coach Ron Rivera in person for their head coaching vacancy. He currently serves as the GM for Cal football.
It's an intriguing name, but he's older. He's 64 years old,
64,
I think.
65, yeah.
He's had a lot of success with Carolina. He went to Washington. He didn't have success there. He's been out of football, the NFL for a year, but he went back to his alma mater where he's a star player, and he was their GM, overseeing everything. I don't like him as the head coach, but I would like him as the defensive coordinator, or if you want to hire a CEO type or just have a Tom Moore type, just to be around that you could bounce ideas off of. If you got a 38-year-old coach, I would love to have Ron Rivera with him with some capacity to help him through his first coaching job.
You mentioned a president of football operations. But again, he interviewed for head coach. You say it's a curveball, and I agree. I'm hoping it's a curveball that landed outside the strike zone and was just kind of like you were wasting a pitch. You know what I mean? I hope this has no bearing on who they actually hire as head coach. I agree with Gambo that there are roles Ron Rivera could play in this organization that I'd be very, very happy to see him take. Head coach is not one of them. So we'll see what happens with the Mike LaFleur story. I mean, it's if Schefter said all the vacancies were going to be filled by Wednesday, and not that that was some solemn promise, but I keep thinking something's going to happen with the Cardinals really, really soon. But
that is the biggest curveball in this whole thing, by the way. Out of all the guys that they have reached out to interview or speak with, and it's a long list, this is the biggest, gotcha moment. They did what?
100%.
Ron Rivera, the guy that's out of football, got fired by Washington 2 years. That guy?
People who are watching on the YouTube feed said, look at the look on Burnsy's face. It was a knee buckling curveball that you threw. I mean, it was just what, huh? What? Yeah.
Especially when you think it's a head coaching hire.
Yeah, it's just whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, a name did get knocked off of the Arizona Cardinals list today, and that would be Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanile. He's returning to Jacksonville as their DC. And Bills OC, Joe Brady's agreed to a 5-year deal with the Buffalo Bills to be their new head coach.
Gambo's right. He was probably told he wasn't going to get the gig here in Arizona.
Yeah, so Jacksonville retained both of their coordinators, Udinsky and the offensive guy, and then Campanile. So Udinski, he was, after the Bills decided to go with Brady, he was out. And I imagine at Campanelli was told, and he probably said, listen, I need to know by a certain date because I don't want Jacksonville to go hire somewhere else. I'd like to go back. So you can't drag me along. I need to know by today. And they probably informed him that he was not going to be the head coach of the team, and he re-upped with Jacksonville.
Joe Brady as the new head coach in Buffalo seems fairly uninspiring, given, I understand the success they've had offensively, but if you're really trying to do something different than Sean McDermott, is that really something different? It doesn't. I don't know how much that's going to move the needle for Bills fans, other than he's not Sean McDermott.
Points more towards Sean McDermott being the scapegoat for all of this than
100%.
anything else.
Yep.
And the Titans, they've received a commitment from Brian Daboll to become their OC. That's if Brian Daboll gets another head coaching opportunity with someone else. He could leave for that.
What's that, the Raiders, I think, is the one?
Yes.
Yeah, the Raiders.
Yeah, that's the one he's tied to most heavily. And the Denver Broncos have fired their offensive coordinator, Joe Lombardi, today. And Sean Payton said in his season-ending news conference yesterday that Broncos quarterback Bo Nix has a pre-existing ankle condition that made the fracture almost, quote, inevitable for them.
Really? Interesting. I wonder who the Broncos would go with at OC. I mean, Sean Payton, I would imagine, has a lot of, he might even call the plays there. I don't know for sure. But would they go hire one of the prominent guys? Would they go hire, could we see Cliff and Vance reunited in Denver as a potential OC there? I don't know.
I would say, one, look for connections to Payton throughout his stops, New Orleans especially. And then two, any connections that somebody may have had to Bo Nix.
Okay.
And I've got a longer soundbite for you here. This is Mike McCarthy from his introductory press conference today, where he was asked if he would like Aaron Rodgers back as the Steelers quarterback.
In your best case scenario, do you want Aaron Rodgers back as your quarterback next year?
That's nice the way he asked that, right? That was slick. But I mean, definitely. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. But I think just like anything, knowing Aaron long enough, going through seasons, I think when players, to see Mel Blunt here, I mean, when guys are up at that stage of their career, they need to step away and decompress. I think that's very important. The game is so emotional, what these men commit to and what they put into it. I think that time away is important, and I have spoken to Aaron, and so that's really where we are there. But I was able to sit back and watch the games. I watched most of the Pittsburgh games on TV, and I thought he was a great asset for the team.
That to me is blah, 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 blah. I spoke to Aaron Rodgers, blah, 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 blah.
And he needs time to process.
Yeah.
And
all I took from that was I spoke to Aaron Rodgers, which leads me to believe that Aaron Rodgers might be back.
Quick thing on the Broncos. Peyton brought former passing game coordinator Johnny Morton as a consultant across the team's playoff run, and he also employed Pete Carmichael as a senior offensive assistant. He was the offensive coordinator for the Saints for a long time. So I think one of those two guys could be the way he goes.
Okay.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And over to the NBA, the Suns play the Nets tonight at 7. Both Jalen Green and Devin Booker are out for this one. Colin Gillespie is also questionable with a right hand sprain. The Nets will be without Hayward Highsmith, Noah Clowney, and Tyrese Martin.
Just got to stop that pick and roll between Kenny Anderson and Derek Coleman, and then just watch out for the kick out to Drazen Petrovic so he doesn't knock down some of those. Oh, wait, no, wrong.
I think they might be able to stop that.
Wrong year.
Couldn't have gone with Kyrie, KD, and James Harden.
What about Mookie Blaylock?
Couldn't have gone with either of those guys.
Mike Jaminski?
Look, this is a really bad basketball team, and
they're not trying to win.
That aren't trying to win. I hope tonight isn't that much of a challenge for the Suns, because if tonight's a challenge for the Suns, given how bad Brooklyn is, it's going to be a bad harbinger for how rough this might be without Devin Booker or Jalen Green.
This is a team that's getting
not a hard
blown out of historic proportions. They lost by like 60 to the Knicks the other day. They scored like 66 points, blown out by the Clippers. Like, this is a team that's not even competing. The Nets, they are losing games and not even competitive in these games. So I would expect, even without Booker and Green, that they should be able to win this game.
And in some NCAA news, U of A remains undefeated.
Damn right they do.
They beat BYU 86-83 in that one. Braden Burries had 29 points and 3 steals and a huge block to end the game.
Yeah, well, he needed to come up with that after his flagrant one, which put AJ the Nabansta?
Yeah.
I can never get this kid's name right. They put him to the free throw line. He hit 2, and they gave him the ball, and then they hit another basket. It was just, and that was on Burries, so he had the big block at the end to win it.
Yeah, that was the first home loss for BYU this year, and the first really big Big 12 test for U of A this year. And a little dicey there at the end, but they, for the most part, they passed with flying colors.
They were killing him, and in the final 65 seconds, they fell apart.
Absolutely.
Refs helped with that.
And ASU visits UCF tonight. That game tips off in just under an hour from now. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620. And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Lauren, we do appreciate that. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you of something big that we've got coming up here with Arizona Sports and the Cardinals, Ron Wolfley and I and the Arizona Sports team are raising critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st, and we would love for you to join us. We would love for you to sign up because Wolf and I will both be out there on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620, learn more, and sign up today. When we come back, Kyler Murray's trade value, is it better than we think? We'll talk about it coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals search for a new head coach continues. Who's going to wear that head coach headset and pace the sidelines for the Cardinals on game day in 2026?
The Cardinals, they had in Anthony Campanile, the Jaguars defensive coordinator. I still think they're looking at Raheem Morris, Mike LaFleur.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board. The Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
When it comes to your banking needs, checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, Global Credit Union just does it better. Global Credit Union does it with saving you money in mind so you can save money for the bigger things that you want, the more important things that you want. And this comes through with lower fees, no fees, better interest rates than you can get at the bank. Global members get all of those benefits, and they get a whole lot more than that. You can always talk to a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any question, a person based in the United States, a real person with real answers. You can also have access to direct deposit funds. So, payday, you have direct deposit set up with your employer. Normally, you can't access that money until Friday. Direct deposit funds with Global Credit Union, you can access it up to 3 days in advance. So payday becomes a totally different day if you bank with Global Credit Union. Explore all of the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hovick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading.
I think the fan base wanted Saleh.
Robert Saleh was the overwhelming favorite.
Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Is Mike LaFleur in Tempe right now, talking with the Arizona Cardinals? I mean, that's where the Cardinals' headquarters is, Gambo. It's in Tempe.
Oh, I got you.
That's what I did there. Yeah.
Not for long.
No, not for long.
Eventually, going to move that bad boy.
Be right, kind of over. I'm pointing. Nobody knows where I'm pointing to, but kind of right over there. Yeah, eventually they'll move it. 2028, I think, is when they're thinking that's going to be open. Anyway, the latest on the coaching search. We covered it in the 4 o'clock reset. Mike LaFleur, the presumed leading candidate, though we can't sit here and say we know for sure. We know he's been in town interviewing with the team yesterday. They had dinner last night, again today. There's this kind of sense of anticipation among the fan base that maybe something will happen today or tomorrow, but nobody knows for sure. The Ron Rivera report kind of came out of nowhere. Diana Rossini reporting that he at some point had interviewed for the head coaching job with the Cardinals. We don't even know. She didn't say when, did she? I mean, they didn't give a time frame in terms of whether it was recent or 3 weeks ago or whatever.
Sure.
I mean,
very likely he found out from an agent or somebody that he had interviewed. That's a name. Listen, for whatever reason, right, they're keeping this very clear. You know, when teams, a lot of times you see when they finish an interview with somebody, the team will post it. They'll throw it out there. We just completed an interview with this guy. The Cardinals have done none of that. No. They have really tried to keep this very quiet, their whole process and who they're interviewing and things like that. For what reasons, I don't know. If I was them, I mean, I understand it. You don't want it to get out. You're interviewing all these guys, and these guys take other jobs, and then you feel like, that these guys spurn the Cardinals to go take another job. So, I think that's why they're keeping it very close. But they have not, unlike other teams, been announcing who their interviews have been with.
They did it during the Steve Wilkes cycle. They haven't done it since.
No.
I remember during the Wilkes cycle, they were very transparent about who they're talking to. Hey, we just completed an interview with so-and-so or such and such. They didn't do it during the Cliff cycle. They certainly haven't done it during the Gannon cycle, and they haven't done it during this cycle. At least I believe that's how I remember it to be. Anyway, whoever the new coach is going to be, who the quarterback is going to be is obviously a vital central part to all of those conversations in the interview process. It's a huge part of the arrangement moving forward. A couple of stories out there that I'll be honest with you, I was a little surprised by, because it suggested that the value for Kyler Murray in a trade might be higher than I would have thought. I've long believed that teams would be hesitant to trade for Kyler Murray, knowing that the Cardinals might have to cut him if they want to move on. But you sent a couple of links today to stories suggesting that there might be some real value in a trade for the Cardinals if they go that way.
There was an ESPN story by the guy who covers the team here, Josh Weinfuss. And he said an NFC source believes the starting price for Murray, if Arizona is interested in trading him, could start with the second-round pick. That source believes if the Cardinals can trade Murray, they will. The league source he spoke to believes Murray's market starts with a third-round pick. Their comp was Geno Smith, when he got traded from Seattle to Vegas for a third-round pick. So their sources there, they get second or a third-round pick. Look, if I could trade Kyler Murray and get back a second-round pick, I'm doing it every day that ends in Y. Okay, I am making that trade. I really am. I think it's time to move on from Kyler Murray. I could see one scenario in which he comes back is that you just look at the market and you say, there's nobody out there that's better. And as much as, we want to move on, like we've got all this money committed to him. He's set to earn $29 million. You look at the money, set to earn $29 million, which becomes fully guaranteed on the 5th day of the league year. So I look at the money and I wonder if they could look at the scenarios, the landscape, and say he's better than anything's out that's out there. Let's keep him. I don't know about that, but a lot will depend on who the new coaches that they hire.
As a matter of fact finding here, the $29.8 million, all of which became fully guaranteed on the 5th day of last year, a portion of his salary for 2027 would become guaranteed if he's on the roster the 5th day of the 26th.
The 26th season, right? Okay.
So on day so that's usually, I don't know the exact date. It's going to be on somewhere around March 22nd, March 23rd, somewhere around there. That if Kyler Murray is on the roster for the Cardinals on that day.
So the $29 million was guaranteed last year. So he's guaranteed for that $29 million.
So for this season, his salary is locked in. It's guaranteed. Nothing could be done.
Okay.
$19 million of his salary for next year becomes guaranteed. And when I say next year, I mean the 2027 football season.
Yeah.
Becomes guaranteed if he is on the roster on the 5th day of the league year. So there's your deadline.
So he's not going to be on the roster if you're going to move on from him.
If you're going to move on from him, that's the day.
Yeah, you don't want to have to pay him $20 million to not be a quarterback here.
Yeah, I think, I think some of it, not all of it, but I think a lot of it depends on Mike LaFleur or Raheem Morris or whoever ends up being the next head coach.
Okay, most important decision the organization has to make after they hire their head coach. Is it the decision on Murray?
Yes.
Defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator? What is the number one decision they have to decide?
If are we talking about
I've just hired you to be the head. I'm Monty Ossenford. I just hired you to be the head coach. We're going to sit down now. What's the first thing that we need to discuss?
Chronologically, it's the defensive coordinator.
Okay.
Bigness, it's the quarterback. Like if we're talking about, what the calendar says, you got to hire a DC.
Can I hire you without knowing what I'm going to do at quarterback? Would you take the job without knowing what I'm going to do at quarterback?
I think you take the job with a firm plan from all sides. This is what we're going to do at quarterback. We're going to keep him. We're not going to keep him. We're going to trade him. We're going to cut him. We're going to target this guy or that guy. I don't think if I'm going to be a first-time head coach, can you really take that job and not know what the plan is at quarterback? You might not be able to do what you set out to accomplish, but you've got to
see the game plan.
You have to know whether Kyler Murray's going to be your quarterback or not.
I got to know.
You got to know. It can't be maybe we'll see. No one's taking this job on a we'll see. When it comes to Kyler, you either are or you are not.
I agree.
And that's going to be decided.
Coaching staff is number one, but from a standpoint of player personnel and what they're going to do, Kyler Murray's number two. What would be interesting is what's third. Like, what's the next thing that they've got to decide? Obviously, the draft pick, I would think. What do we want to do with the third pick overall? I mean, that's a big – do we want to trade the pick and get more inventory? This coach is going to look at this roster. Is he going to agree with Monty that there's a lot of talent here? When Monty said that we're in a better place now than we were 3 years ago, is that going to come in and agree to that? Or is he going to say, we should really trade this pick and we need more picks? I need more players for what I want to run, what I want to do.
It's a great question. That's the free agency landscape, who you're going to cut, who you're going to keep, et cetera, et cetera. But certainly chronologically, hiring a DC and rounding out the staff absolutely is – because it's not just the coordinator either. This organization needs to make a commitment to a bigger investment in the overall staff and having experience on the overall staff.
Yeah, somebody on YouTube has said, are they going to pay this coach? I'm like, they don't have to pay the head coach crazy money. He's a rookie head coach. Like, what they need to do is they need to invest more money in the assistant so he can have a great staff.
When we come back, Arizona has already proven to be one of the best college basketball teams this season. Can they go where no U of A team this century has gone before? This is Star Trek. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakushonis, steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates, gives to Brooks right wing for three. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Since 1929, Shane Company has helped millions of customers find their dream engagement ring. I still hand-select every ruby and sapphire center stone, choosing each one for its unique color and life. We're proud to offer the widest selection of beautiful colored gemstones for your engagement ring and fine jewelry. Because a friend wants you to have nothing but the best. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvisi here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now, in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns are back in action tonight downtown. They're looking for a second win in the last week plus against the Brooklyn Nets. They will have to fare without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Both of them have been ruled out for tonight. Colin Gillespie is listed as questionable. He's dealing with a right hand sprain. The Nets will be missing Haywood Highsmith, Noah Clowney, and Tyrese Martin. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then there were 3 teams remaining in the NFL's head coach cycle. The Buffalo Bills, the latest to announce, they have promoted Joe Brady to be their next head coach. He spent the last couple of seasons as the team's offensive coordinator. He had also interviewed for the Cardinals opening, which brings us to a new candidate name in the pool. Former Panthers and Commanders head coach Ron Rivera has interviewed for the Cardinals opening. He's currently serving as the general manager of Cal football. And Arizona State men's basketball is looking for a second straight win tonight. They're in Orlando facing UCF. Tip-off is at 5. Pre-game coverage is starting right now over on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, I want you, Gambo, even though I went there, you noted U of A basketball fan.
How long did you go there for?
I was there for a year and a half. I did my first year and a half at U of A.
Okay.
I was a season ticket holder for U of A basketball.
All right.
The year I transferred to NAU, I had to sell my tickets. They had a lottery to see who got to be in the student section, and I won the lottery. It was the Chris Mills, Sean Rooks, Ed Stokes, Matt Muehlbach, Matt Othick. Yeah, I went to a few of those games and I transferred to NAU. Anyway, I went there. But I'm not as big of a U of A basketball hunk as you are. Explain to me how it can get better than 21-0. How can this get better?
Because they still haven't really put it all together yet. So they're physical. They've got a lot of dominant players. Koa Peak can still play to another level. Burries is only playing like this recently. Like, he did not get off to a good start. This Big 12 schedule is going to test them even more when you start to look at some of the games they've got coming up. So, yeah, they are playing extremely well, right? They're 21-0. This is the best start since the 2013-14 team. That team went 33-5 on the year. They lost as a number 1 seed to Wisconsin in the Elite Eight, and they lost back-to-back. But that team was, Aaron Gordon, T.J. McConnell. That was that team. But there's a feeling like they still haven't played their best basketball yet. Like, they could still even get better. One of the things that's really haunted them, I don't even say haunted because they won all their games, is they don't shoot the three very well. So if they can get to that point, they're defending very well. They're physical. They get out in transition. They can score inside, outside, but they have not been a good three-point shooting team all year long. If some of that develops with Del Orso and Burries and some of these other key players, they might be even more dangerous than they are now.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that part I'll buy. If they can find, I mean, what were they in last night's game?
Well, Burries came out on fire knocking down threes. He had a great game.
For the game from 3, they were 4 of 12. That's it.
What Burries hit?
Burries was 2 of 3.
Okay, so he hit 2
Bradley
or 3
was
early.
2 of 3. I mean, so those two guys combined 4 of 6.
So think about this. They don't even shoot the 3.
No, and that's okay. That's the one part of their overall resume where you could say, aside from some individual players maybe not playing up to their full potential, you could say they could get better. It's the question is, do they need to get better in that regard? And that's now that we're not even into February yet, and I know that the meat of their Big 12 schedule is still coming, and surely there are going to be a couple of losses in there and a couple of setbacks and things like that. But if we're looking ahead,
they're not going undefeated.
No, of course not. No, of course not.
Right.
But if we're looking ahead to the tournament a little bit, it's a question of can they advance far, not being that great of a three-point shooting team? Can they, if they run into a team? I mean,
if they get behind, right?
One of the reasons why BYU got back into that game last night, they were 10 of 20 from the three-point line in the second half. They hit a bunch of threes in the second half, so they were able to get back in it. If they fall behind in a game, can they hit a bunch of threes to get them back into it?
That's the thing. If they're cold and they're not playing well and they get behind by 10 or 12, do they have the guys that can knock down the threes? Now, I think that Burries could be a good three-point shooter. Bradley at times can be. Del Orso's a big key, right? Coming off the bench, he's supposed to be a shooter. If he could shoot the three well off the bench, he'll give them something that they really need. He's been hot and cold. When he's on, and when he's off, he's off. So, this is the best U of A team since the Bibby Miles Simon team that won it all, in my opinion. They're the best team in college basketball right now, but they're still I was reading a story today that said they're still a stage or two away from fully formed. And that point is there's still another level that this team can get to, and they've just, can they get there? Because, man, it's just...
I think it's just the 3 point. I don't know what else they defend like crazy.
They're deep.
They've got great point guard play. They're deep.
Physical.
They're physical. Now, can they run into a team that's bigger than they are? Lauren and I were talking about this before you got here, like a tournament team that matches their physicality but does it with a little more size.
Houston's always been very physical.
Yeah.
That'll be a big game for them when they play Houston.
On the 3-point shooting thing, I'm trying to look up their percentage as a team. Their 3-point,
245th in the country or something, the amount of attempts?
They're 36% 3-point shooting as a team.
Right.
32. I saw this story in the Tucson paper a couple days ago, and I just kind of sat on it, knowing that one day it might come in handy. Today's that day.
Okay.
36% from beyond the arc so far for U of A this year.
Okay.
The last 4 national champions, okay? Florida, 35.6. UConn, 35.8. UConn, 36.3. Kansas, 36.1. They're not that far off.
No.
Now, what might be different is the number of attempts, right? So it becomes a volume thing.
They don't take a lot.
Yeah, did Florida take a lot? And because even though they only shot 30%, they made a lot. You know what I mean? This doesn't take into account volume at all. It's just straight percentage. They don't take a lot. They don't need to. They're shooting 52% from the floor.
They're so good at getting to the basket.
They're so physical. Yeah,
they grab
all the
so
things.
many rebounds. I think attempt-wise, and I'm gonna have to. I'm trying to look this up, but I have to scroll so far down to find Arizona when it comes to attempts. They just don't. They don't attempt a lot of threes. Arizona State's at 198. 198th in attempts, Arizona State. I think the last I saw Arizona was somewhere in the 240s. But again, I would have to double check on that. But they just don't attempt a lot of 3-pointers compared to everybody else in the country.
Look, it's coming, all right? And last night was a little bit of a teaser for it. And quite frankly, outside of the last minute and 11 seconds of the game, Arizona looked vastly superior to BYU in every way, shape, and form. But it's coming. BYU was thought to be the teaser Monday, February 9th, they're at 14th ranked Kansas. Saturday, February 14th, they're home against 11th ranked Texas Tech. Wednesday, the 18th, they're home against BYU. The biggie for me, Saturday, February 21st, they're at Houston.
Yeah.
I think that one's gonna.
That's
the
a
one
huge
I've
game.
had circled for a long, long time. That one is going to test them physically and mentally, especially when they're on the road.
Houston runs and guns, and they're physical, so that's definitely a tough game.
There's another game against Kansas. There's another game. The only game against Iowa State. I mean, in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In the last 8 games, they play number 14, number 11, number 13, number 10, number 14, and number 8 in their last 8 games.
Right.
Their last 8 games they played.
Did they lose 5 games? Probably not. But could they lose 3 games? Yeah, they could lose a Houston game. They could lose a Kansas game. These games are not these are not. They'll probably beat Arizona State again. They'll still be number 1. They've got a lot of days off now, so there's a chance now to really work on some things. They play 1 game over the next 2 weeks, I think. Right.
I saw this crazy story today that when you combine the TV ratings of all of the networks that broadcast college basketball, I mean all of them, the ratings this year, Arizona's been the number 1 team for 7 straight weeks. They're not one of the 10 most watched college basketball teams in the country. It's all of the Blue Bloods outside of Arkansas because of Calipari. Michigan State, Duke, Arkansas, North Carolina, Kentucky, Kansas, UCLA, Indiana, Tennessee, and Wisconsin are the 10 most watched college basketball teams this year. Not U of A.
You know why that is, right?
25 years without a Final Four.
Well, it's also that BYU game tipped off at 9:15 at night on the East Coast.
Well, that's
that BYU people, people aren't watching that game.
UCLA is on the list too. Now they play in the Big Ten, so they play more East Coast games. But I do also think that for all of they're number 1 and they're great this year. I do think U of A has fallen off the national radar a little bit because it's been so long since they've had real sustained March success. I believe that.
Which is crazy because they've beaten Florida and UConn, and they're going everywhere and playing everybody.
You'd think they'd be on this list because of that. You would think.
Who's 10th on the list?
Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think
it surprised me.
I would think Arizona would be a top 10 team to watch for sure.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Super Bowl matchup that's a couple weeks away is officially one of the most not only unlikely matchups in the history of the Super Bowl, one of the most unlikely matchups in any sport ever. That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
caddy. Caddy.
Text the word
caddy
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Manilow said it best, right? I can't smile without you. I can't laugh and I can't sing and find it hard to do anything. You want to be able to smile, which is why I tell you every day about Pro Smile Dental. The great, unbelievable oral surgeons and dentists, Dr. Mehta, Dr. Valangi, Dr. Hassini, the dream team of dentists, of doctors right there at Pro Smile Dental. Locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. I know what you're saying. You're saying, I can't afford it, Gambo. I'd love to fix my smile. I got an awful smile. My teeth are terrible. My gums, I got chipped teeth. I got discolored teeth. I got gaps in. I'd love to fix my smile. I can't afford it. Yeah, you can. Because at Pro Smile Dental, they understand that it's important for you to get that smile fixed so you can go through life and enjoy eating. You'd enjoy smiling. You want to be in photographs. My daughter's getting married in October. I can't imagine not being able to smile at my daughter's wedding. I can't even fathom not being able to smile at my daughter's wedding. That's why Pro Smile Dental offers you 10 years to pay it off. 10 years. You can do 2 years interest free, or you can pay it off over 10 years. Whether it's custom veneers or the All-on-X implants, they can give you a smile makeover that will change your life. Call this number and get a free consult. 1-888-GO-SMILE. 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Moving in Phoenix or the East Valley? Let me tell you, Moving Team 6 makes it easier than you'd ever expect. With their new Mesa facility, they're serving the East Valley with trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, packing and secure climate-controlled storage. They support veterans, train their crews, and every move is handled by full-time, experienced staff. Licensed, insured, and ready to get it done right. Go to movingteam6.com. That's 6 spelled out.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDs. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is back with the never-ending question about the Cardinals and their coaching search.
I want it to be over as much as everyone else.
It's, I really, it doesn't bother me. More than anything, I find myself wondering why. Why is it not done yet? What
are we waiting?
Right. Mike LaFleur was here yesterday and last night and again today. Are you really going to wait to talk to Clint Kubiak? Is that what we're waiting for? Is there another mystery candidate that we don't know about? Gambo said something really, I thought, observational a little bit ago when he said, that they've been so hush-hush about this. They've managed to keep a couple of names secret from just about everybody until they went, surprise, we interviewed Anthony Campanelli. Surprise, we interviewed Ron Rivera, right?
Yeah.
Like, are there other surprises out there that we don't know? And is that part of what's holding this? I don't know.
Well, it's possible. If they've gone dark, which I believe they have, if they've gone dark and they just don't want to let the cat out of the bag on who they're interviewing, they're not publicizing the interviews. They haven't done any media availabilities or press conferences at all through this. Now, this is a very hurt franchise, right? They went 4-3. They went 3-14. They set a franchise record for losses. Things are really bad right now. Things are really tight around there. So, I don't think they want word to get out that, hey, we really liked Robert Saleh, and then Saleh doesn't take the job. He goes to Tennessee. Hey, we really like this guy, and we weren't able to get him. Because they don't want the perception to be that they're hiring their fourth choice.
Yeah.
So that's why I think everything's been so quiet.
Which is a lot of hot air to set up the poll question. What is the poll question? What's
the poll question today is, when will the Arizona Cardinals hire their next head coach? Is it today, as that timer is running out rapidly, tomorrow, end of this week, or next week?
The sun will come out tomorrow. They will hire the next
Bet your
coach.
bottom
I'm gonna
dollar.
go.
As long as tonight counts as tomorrow, or as long as tonight counts as today, I'm gonna stick with my original vote of today.
And today is still leading the way in this poll question with 40% of the vote. 27% now going with tomorrow, 20% going with next week, and 12% going with the end of this week.
All right, Lauren, thanks. We appreciate it. That's Lauren with our poll question here on the Burns and Gambo Show. You can listen here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Hello to our YouTube viewers. If you're watching on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, we appreciate your viewership as well. It is being coined by some as the most unlikely Super Bowl matchup ever. The combined odds preseason of the Patriots meeting the Seahawks in the Super Bowl were 4,800 to 1. The last time there was one that high was the 1999 season. The Kurt Warner-led St. Louis Rams
Titans
and
coming
the
up a
Tennessee
yard short.
Titans preseason 4,500 to 1. This is 4,800 to 1 for New England taking on Seattle.
On a whim, because it was 26 years ago. Do you remember the receiver who came up just short of the goal line on the pass?
Was it
Titans?
Tyson?
Tyson.
Was it Tyson something? For some reason, Tyson is sticking out in my head. I don't know why. I'm probably wrong.
Are you talking about the two involved with the play?
No, the guy who caught the ball and he lunged
Dyson.
for the
Dyson.
Dyson.
Yeah.
Dyson.
He had the miracle run back weeks before.
The Music City Miracle, and so it was him. It was Tyson, not Tyson. Tyson.
I know Mike Jones made the tackle, too. Thanks,
Mike
Mike.
Look at you, Mitch. Don't take Mitch to trivia night. He'll bury you.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Take me, because then I'll help you win.
The Patriots.
You did trade the first overall pick for the 4th and 5th, and you're out of it right now.
Yeah, and in 2 weeks you might be out.
I might be out of it too. Yeah.
What is this doing?
I got one team alive. I would have had two if the Rams would have won.
Yeah, I got the Seahawks. You got the Patriots. The Patriots were 80 to 1 odds to get to the Super Bowl preseason. The Seahawks were 60 to 1. Wow. Okay. I mean,
why?
Why were the Seahawks 61?
Yeah, like what did anybody love about the NFC? Philly, no. Dallas, no. Green Bay, no. Chicago, no.
People love the Rams.
Minnesota?
And the 49ers, I think.
You think so?
I think people love the 49ers. I think they love the 49ers. They love the Rams. They like the Lions. They like the Packers. They like the Eagles. You know what I mean?
There's just too many good teams.
Too many teams where you could say, oh, they're going to be better. Oh, they're going to be better. The Patriots, I totally get. They won 4 games last year.
But it's Drake May against Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert.
No, that's what I mean.
Quarterback
that's why I get that they'd be 80-1.
Right.
I totally understand that. In fact, there was even something in your email about this being one of the most unlikely championship matchups like in any sport. You have to go back.
Yeah.
I'm searching through
I got it right here. It is the unlikeliest matchup of all time based on preseason odds, 6,000 and 8,000. It is the second least likely matchup in major North American sports history after the 91 World Series between the Minnesota Twins and the Atlanta Braves.
That's
The Twins were plus 8,000. The Braves were plus 20,000. And it's actually my favorite World Series because it was the best World Series game. That was Morris against Smoltz. 1-0. Both guys were incredible. It was
Kirby
one of the
Puckett at the wall.
best games I've ever seen in my life. One of the best baseball games I've ever seen was that World Series. Was the 91 World Series Game 7. Incredible.
That's just crazy.
So the second least likely matchup since the 91 World Series is this matchup between Seattle and New England.
I mean, certainly, I guess I'm like overreacting to it because right now it seems so. Oh yeah, it totally makes sense.
You know why?
Drake May's second in the MVP ring, and Seattle was the best team. Blah blah blah.
Because it's a 1 and a 2 seed. There's no surprise here.
Yeah,
it's a 1 and a 2 seed.
It's a 1 and 2 seed.
It's not like the 5 seeds getting in.
Nope.
It's the 1 seed versus the 2 seed. So I think that
you're exactly right.
I think that the regular season, okay, nobody liked these teams. Playoffs, everybody liked these teams. Like you could see it going into the playoffs. Like Seattle and the Rams were probably the favorites, and look, I mean, Denver probably would have won if they had their quarterback or if it didn't snow like crazy. But New England was the 2 seed, for goodness sakes. They were a 2 seed.
Yeah.
And they didn't have to go through Arrowhead Stadium and beat Patrick Mahomes to get there.
This could be the third time in the last 6 years a quarterback wins a Super Bowl in their first season after joining the team. Brady did it with the Bucs in 2020. Stafford did it with the Rams in 21.
Crazy.
Sam Darnold will be the third in 6 years if he done it. Drake May will be the second youngest quarterback to start a Super Bowl. That we know. Mike Vrabel is only the second person to ever reach a Super Bowl as a player and a head coach with the same franchise. Joins Gary Kubiak. He's the only other player who reached the Super Bowl as a player and a head coach with the same franchise. I would have gotten that one. Patriots have allowed the fewest points through 3 playoff games
in a long
in
time.
25 years since
in a
2000.
long time.
Yeah. I mean, look, most people, I don't know where the line is now. I think it opened at like 4.5, 3.5, 4.5. I would imagine it's moved pretty substantially since then. Lauren's gonna, for the degenerates out there. God bless you, degenerates. We're going to look it up for you to see where it's at.
There are certain Super Bowls where look, when the 49ers with Joe Montana were playing Super Bowls, you knew they were going to kick everybody's ass. When the Ravens played the Giants, when Kerry Collins was the quarterback, you knew the Ravens were going to blow them out. When the Bears played the Patriots that year, the Walter Payton, Jim McMahon, you knew the Bears were going to kill them by 100. Like you knew. I don't think that this is. I don't look at Seattle like, they're going to win by 3 touchdowns. This should be a close football game. So my feeling going into the game, like you almost know when the game's going to be blowouts. You almost know they're going to be blowouts. I'm not looking at this game and saying this is going to be a blowout.
Okay.
Are you?
What's the spread? I think it's got blowout potential.
Okay.
I think it's got. I'm not going to guarantee a blowout. I definitely can see the potential for a fairly uninteresting football game. Where's the line at now?
Seattle 4.5.
Okay, 4.5. So it's holding steady.
We just haven't had a lot of blowouts.
Yeah.
Lately.
When we come in the Super Bowl, no, it's been a fairly competitive game as of recently. We thought we had a done deal when it came to the Cardinals' next head coach. Do we still have a done deal when it comes to the Cardinals head coach? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, they do an incredible job of helping people with all of their mortgage situations. You know, in the last 3 years, if you've refinanced and you know, because the rates were just really high and you tried to get it down a little bit, the rates right now are really good. The rates have come down quite a bit. So you can take advantage of that by calling the Lund Mortgage Team and finding out, hey, is there a possibility I could, you know, pay off my house quicker? Or maybe I can go to a 15-year mortgage instead of a 30, or maybe, just maybe, you can save some money, some serious money on your payments. Contact the Lund Mortgage Team. They've been around for over 30 years right here in Arizona. The trusted name in the mortgage industry in Arizona is the Lund Mortgage Team. Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, they're second to none in the industry at what they do. Call them at 623-889-0130 for any and all of your mortgage needs. That's 623-889-0130.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best. Tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. And all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight downtown. They're looking for a second win in the last week plus against these Brooklyn Nets. They will have to fare without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Both of them have been ruled out. Colin Gillespie is questionable. He's listed with a right hand sprain. The Nets will be missing Haywood Highsmith, Noah Clowney, and Tyrese Martin. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Just 3 teams left in need of a new NFL head coach. The Buffalo Bills, the latest to announce their hiring. They have promoted from within. Offensive coordinator Joe Brady, now the head coach. Brady also had previously interviewed for the Arizona Cardinals opening. Speaking of other Cardinals candidates, you can add another name to the pool, as it turns out. Former Panthers and Commanders head coach Ron Rivera has interviewed for the Cardinals opening. He currently serves as the general manager of Cal football. And Arizona State men's basketball looking for a second straight win tonight. They're in Orlando taking on UCF. That game actually just tipped off in Orlando, Florida, but you can listen to all the action right now on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Burns and Gambo.
Cardinals coaching search loading. Cardinals coaching search loading. Wheel is spinning. is that your
my AOL dial-up?
dial-up?
It's my AOL dial-up. Some of us remember those days.
We don't mean to make fun of our guy JV. He does a great job putting those together. But it's, I mean, to be honest with you, it's today, tomorrow, tonight. You know, it does. But I don't know if we knew for sure something was going to have happened by the end of our show today. I kind of had a feeling something might, but it's fine if it happens tomorrow. It's not that big of a deal. It felt like we started today, Gambo, as almost a foregone conclusion, and maybe this was wrong for us to feel this way, a foregone conclusion that Mike LaFleur was going to get the job. They clearly had waited until after this weekend to speak to him. They brought him in almost immediately after the Rams lost to Seattle. I mean, hell, he might have flown straight from Seattle to here for all we know, right? Like, it was very, very quick, keeping him 2 days, coming in Monday, have a conversation. We go out to dinner. We're having another conversation on Tuesday. I mean,
is he still here?
And that's,
if he left, I wonder if they're just not ready to offer him the job. They want to interview other people, or they want to spend like. Here's the thing: Campanelli's out. I really truly believe that because today Campanelli re-upped with the Jaguars as a defensive coordinator. I really think that Campanelli had probably told the Cardinals, like, I have a timeline. Like, I need to know. Mm-hmm. I can't have the Jaguars go hire another coordinator. I need to know because I've got an offer on the table to stay with them. It was probably like, by Tuesday, let me know. And so my gut feeling is that the Cardinals probably informed him that he was not going to get the job.
Yeah.
And so today he re-ups with the Jaguars as defensive coordinator. They keep both their coordinators, offensive and defensive. Now you have Raheem Morris, who you've interviewed, I believe, twice, right?
I believe so, yes.
And now you've got LaFleur, and then the wild card Rivera, who we just found out today had interviewed. We don't know if he's out or not. But if LaFleur was here yesterday and today, and you had interviewed everybody else, and he's the guy, I would think you make the announcement that he's your head coach. If he did leave, if he left here and went somewhere else, then I wonder if they're looking to go in a different direction, or they have somebody else that they want to interview.
And again, we don't know where the Cardinals have been buttoned up really, really tight about this, and so we don't know. So it's probably, honestly, it's probably not fair to a certain extent to speculate. But since that's what we do on Sports Talk Radio, we're going to speculate a little and kind of wonder some of the things, because I was thinking the same thing. Like take Robert Saleh being hired by the Tennessee Titans. He got there. They had a conversation.
Didn't leave.
You're the guy. You're not going anywhere. Well, you're not leaving. Like, we're hiring you. You're not walking out that door until we know you're the head coach. And presumably, if the Cardinals feel that strongly about Mike LaFleur, which, again, is a presumption, we don't know, but presumably if they do, they would have the same sort of
Giants and Harbaugh was very quick
urgency with you're the guy. We don't want you to leave. Here's the offer. Let's go. Let's do this.
Stefanski, same thing.
I believe it was the same
very
thing.
Very quick, very like he's the guy.
So there's no reason to worry about it if he's still here, and they're still having a conversation, and they're still talking about things. Okay, fine. It's just they're dotting I's, crossing T's, whatever, and maybe they make the announcement tonight. Maybe it's tomorrow. But if for whatever reason he left town, without any kind of a deal, now it's like it takes all of our assumptions and presumptions about the Giants, it just blows them all up. But then we really don't know what's going on. And then, as you say, the wild card in all of this is the Ron Rivera thing. Now, the report came from Diana Rossini about 2 hours ago that the Cardinals interviewed Ron Rivera, the former Panthers and Commanders head coach, for the job here. Cam Cox, our buddy over Channel 12, tweeted out it happened weeks ago. So we're just now finding out about it. In our timeline, it's like, oh my God, it just happened. What, did they talk to him yesterday? Cam Cox tweeted out that it happened. Now, what his sources are on this, I don't know, but we both like Cam and trust him. So he's reporting that it was a few weeks ago when they had that conversation. Probably not a serious threat or a thing to worry about. It's just more of a curiosity in my mind than anything else as to why they wanted to talk to Rivera, because it just seems like a very unusual person to talk to about the job.
I don't mind it. I mean, the guy was a two-time coach of the year. He went 15-1 last year, led the team to the Super Bowl where they lost. He didn't have success in Washington, cost him his job. It's not like he's been out for a long time. He's only been out of coaching in the NFL for 1 year. He's just an older guy. Now, the last three coaches they've hired have been guys that have not had prior head coaching experiences, right? Wilkes didn't have it. Kingsbury didn't have it. Gannon didn't have it. Even to some extent, Arians was only an interim. So they've had a history of not hiring experienced coaches, I think Denny Green was the last time they hired like a real experienced coach, right? Unless I'm missing somebody, right?
Denny Green is the last time.
Wisenhunt was a first-time guy. So their MO is that they're going to hire a young, unproven guy and give him an opportunity. Rivera would be complete opposite of that. Saleh, who I'm sure, like, if Saleh wanted to be the head coach here, he would have got the job. Saleh's been a head coach before. That would have been a great hire. I don't know. I mean, I think that going into today, we had three guys on the list. Campanelli stays in Jacksonville, so it seems like it's Raheem Morris or LaFleur. But if you had a great day with LaFleur you had a great dinner last night, you have a great day today, you talk numbers, you figure it out. Now, maybe you've got to go back to agents, you got to negotiate things. There could be it could be that, we like you, you like us, but now we got to negotiate. Because if I'm LaFleur and I look at Gannon's staff, I'm like, I'm not having that happen to me.
Of course.
So I'm interested in your job, but only under these circumstances.
Yes.
So that's a negotiation. That's not because now you go to Monty's got to go to Michael's got to put the number, all of that stuff. Because I am not just taking the job. Oh, great, I'm the head coach. I need to know what my budget is for a staff.
I agree 100%. I would have thought that would have been part of the conversation yesterday and last night over dinner and today, and less of a negotiation. Like this is, and we've talked about this job because it's not a desirable job in the NFL. We've talked about this job many, many times as, hey, I'm interviewing you just as much as you're interviewing me. Because if this doesn't work out, I'll go back to the Rams. I'll be the offensive coordinator, and because I'm in the Sean McVay coaching tree,
I'll get a chance.
I'll get a chance. I'm not
38
going anywhere.
years old.
I'm 38 years old. I'm going to have another opportunity to be a head coach in this league. Not that Mike LaFleur, not that the Cardinals need Mike LaFleur more than he needs them. It's a mutual thing, but it's not like
you got to give him what he needs.
It's not like this is his only option, dude. Like he can be like, on second thought, yeah, I'm good and fine, thanks.
It's what you want and what you need.
Yeah.
You got to give him what he needs to be successful.
And again, we don't know if any of this. We keep talking about this like it's being held up. We don't even know if it's being held up. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday, right? Like it's not even that late in the process or even that late in the day. Your best guess was that it was going to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's just, boy, like all the things you read and all the things you heard today was just, boy, it sure does seem like he's the guy. Sure does seem like he's the one they like. My guess is that he still very much is. Still the guy they like and still the guy they want.
I think by 5:10 in the afternoon, there's not much more to show them.
Yeah.
You get up, you meet, you go to the facilities, you talk roster, you talk cap space, you talk to the owner, you talk to the GM, you talk to a few people. It's at 5:10, like you should be done.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Suns are going to be without Devin Booker. The Suns are going to be without Jalen Green, and they're playing one of the worst teams in the NBA. Timing, baby. Talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Drives into the chest of Yakushonis, steps back and gives it to Royce O'Neal, who penetrates, gives to Brooks right wing for three. That's around the rim and falls. Dylan Brooks gets the shooter's roll.
Suns face the Nets tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here to tell you about Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. They are in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Terrains, Acadias, Canyons, Sierras, Yukons, Sierra Heavy Duties, Hummer EVs, all of it. The best deals you're going to find at Liberty GMC. New year, new ride, go get yours. A Hummer EV, you can lease one at Liberty GMC right now for $7.99 a month. The popular Yukon and Yukon XL models, they're arriving daily. Lease options, $7.99 a month. Liberty GMC is truck country. I'll save up to $12,000 on an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 or 0% financing. And yeah, it's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Diamondbacks add any more pitching before pitchers and catchers report to spring training in exactly 2 weeks? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hello, Wickenburg. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday afternoon.
Wickenburg.
Out in Wickenburg. Wonder how the folks in Wickenburg are reacting to the fact that you can add Colin Gillespie to the list of players who will not play tonight for the Phoenix Suns. Colin Gillespie has been ruled out. Isaiah Livers has been ruled out tonight for the Suns. No Booker, no Green, no Gillespie, no Livers.
Damn. This is a game you need to win this one.
It's a game I'm starting to get a little worried about. Not going to lie to you.
Dylan Brooks.
I'm getting a little worried about it.
They got to have Dylan Brooks have a big game. Listen, it's the players on the Nets, as I said earlier, this Nets team is atrocious. They're terrible. They're one of the three worst teams in the Eastern Conference, one of the 5 worst in the NBA. They're trying to get themselves in a position to get Peterson in the draft or Boozer or the AJ, the Bansta. Did I get his name right? The Bansta?
D. Bansa.
I can't get his name right. I watched the kid play so many times I still can't pronounce his name.
It's you, baby.
Yeah, I know, and I watched them play a bunch of times. I still can't pronounce the kid's name. I watched the whole game last night. I can't pronounce his name. They want to put themselves in a position to get one of those kids. So the Nets are tanking. They're not trying to win basketball games. The coaches are in line with the front office, right? But the players try to win, but there's ways around that. They've been getting shelled in some of their games. They're not even competitive in their games.
Mm-hmm.
But without Booker, without Green, without Colin Gillespie, without 3 of your top 6 players. So this might become a little bit more of a chore for Phoenix.
Yeah, especially because, part of what was such a chore the other night in the loss to Miami was setting up the shooters. Devin Booker is really good at setting up the shooters. Jalen Green creating offense in theory, setting up the shooters. Colin Gillespie, really good at setting up the shooters as a point guard out there. Now, who's... Bouyer's setting up and nothing against Bouye. He's had a nice season. But you know what I mean? It's just the shooters might not have anybody to set them up. And I guess what I'm worried about, and you said this earlier, is that this becomes a very important Dylan Brooks game. And look, this might be a little blasphemous to say. I've had some Dylan Brooks trust issues these last couple of weeks. It's been rough for him. He had a good game the other night against Miami because he over dribbles, he overshoots. He's not much of a passer. He's not really out there setting guys up, right? His assist rates are really, really low.
What he did in the beginning of the season wasn't the norm. It's just that, but we all got mesmerized by how his offensive skill set because we hadn't seen that before. So eventually he was going to drop down to earth and play, but he's a good player, and they're going to need him to score right now. They're going to need Allen. They're going to need Royce to score and Mark Williams. They're going to have to find a way. Because what my fear is, and I've said this a few times, right? They haven't had a losing streak of more than 2 games since they were 1-4 to start this season.
Right.
You lose this game tonight, that's 3, and then 3 could all of a sudden have that snowball effect, and it could turn into 5 or 6.
Yeah.
That's my fear.
That's one of my fears. I got a lot.
Win this one, get back to 9 games over. You buy yourself a little more margin for error.
Suddenly, I have a few fears about tonight's game. I have a fear that there's no real backcourt players who are going to be able to set the shooters up. That's number 1. Number 2, I have a worry that Dylan Brooks is going to shoot the ball 28 times tonight, which is fine if he's making half of his shots or even less than half of his shots. That's fine, but I think he's really going to look to carry the burden of scoring sometimes. That goes the wrong way. I'm worried that if this is any longer with Devin or if this is any longer with Jalen Green, tonight, if you look at the next 2 weeks of the schedule, tonight's the winnable one, right? The other ones are all really questionable. And if we're really going to go big picture here, the Suns lead in the loss column ahead of the teams who are at the bottom of the play-in.
You looking at the Clippers?
It's 5 games. right? Which sounds like it's a nice cushion.
And you play them.
In a week, that could be 3. And if it gets
you play them.
And you play them. You play the Clippers on Sunday. So before you know it, in a blink of an eye, right, depending on how long everyone's out and how they play without those guys, in the blink of an eye, this thing could be a lot more nerve-wracking than we ever would have expected it to be based off of where they were even just like a week ago. That's what I'm worried about.
Listen, I could live with not getting the top 6 seed if you're 7. You know, I don't want to be 8 or 9 or 10. I definitely don't want to be 9 or 10.
You don't want to be 9 or 10.
So I definitely would I would prefer to be 7, you know, get a home court game, win it, and move on. But listen, you know, as long as they get their guys back, even if they go through a downturn right here where they lose 5 games in a row and they get their guys back, we've seen how good this team is.
Yes.
We've seen how good they are.
No question.
So they can right this ship really quickly. I mean, teams go through losing streaks. The Rockets just had a losing streak. Oklahoma City's had a losing streak. It happens. So if the Suns actually, they lose tonight and they lose the next 2, all of a sudden you got a 5-game losing streak and the Clippers were in 3. As long as Green and Booker come back, we know that the Suns are capable of being a really, really good team in the West, and they will right that ship.
There's no doubt. And if there's one thing that's going to keep me sane through all this, it's going to be exactly that. It's like as long as they don't take on too much water and too much damage, they'll be okay because I eventually Devin Booker will be back. It's just that fear that we're going to reevaluate Devin Booker in a week and that a week is going to turn into 2. They've been pretty good with they've been kind of good with their injury estimates. Like with Devin Booker, they said he wasn't going to miss much time, and he didn't. But Grayson Allen has missed a bunch of time this year where it seems like they've not quite been very accurate with when he's going to come back. It's Green. It's the wild card of when do you get him, and how long is he going to stay when you do? And what's it going to look like when he does? Because you're not going to have a chance to evaluate him before the trade deadline, and you're not going to be able to figure any of that stuff out. Again, I'm not trying to sell panic when it comes to the Phoenix Suns. They've built up way too much goodwill for any of that. It's just it's a bad time in the schedule, and it's a bad time on the calendar for you to not have Jalen Green and Devin Booker out there because they play a lot of games in a compressed period of time, and most of them are against really good basketball teams. It's just really bad timing.
Yeah, you know, the last time Green came back, it was like it was a back-to-back with Brooklyn and Philly. And I think a lot of people thought he was going to play the Brooklyn game, and I said it's going to be the Philly game. He's not going to play tonight against Brooklyn. He'll play the Philly game because they felt that they could beat Brooklyn without him. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that now. No Booker, no Gillespie. I would have loved to have Jalen Green tonight so you could have that primary scorer, the guy that's capable of going for 30 or 35 points. Like, it's going to have to be much more of a team effort right now.
Yeah.
And it might have to be, like, it truly might come down to just the three-point shooting.
They'll be jacking them up tonight.
It's going to have to probably come down to that, you know, Allen and Royce, but it's easier to guard those guys when you don't have to guard Booker and Green.
No question about it. Look, bottom line, they need this one tonight bad. And not just to avoid a 3-game losing streak, but because
the Nets are atrocious.
Because the Nets are atrocious, and you just have to take care of business against them.
Yeah, they're losing by 40 and 50 in some of these games. They're getting clobbered.
On Thursday, you got the Pistons. And on Friday, you got the Cavs.
Yep.
And on Sunday, you've got the Clippers. And then after that, you go to Portland for your one road game. They're okay. But then you're starting to fall in the
plays
window.
hard.
They do. They
beat Houston back-to-back. They had the Kevin Durant thing. They beat Houston back-to-back.
The Kevin Durant do-si-do is what they had out there. So we'll see. The game starts at 7 o'clock tonight. But again, Devin Booker, we already knew he was going to be out. Jalen Green went from questionable to out. They ruled him out right before we hit the airwaves at 2 o'clock. Colin Gillespie, they just ruled out with a hand injury. Hopefully that's nothing that costs multiple games either.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And then Isaiah Livers, who's out due to illness. So game starts at 7. We'll see where things go. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo
Show. Maybe we'll see the
show,
rookies tonight.
Maybe
we'll see a little Fleming and maybe a little Malawatch tonight.
They might have to out of necessity.
I'd like to see more Fleming.
They're going to be really thinned out in the top of their rotation.
We might see some Fleming.
Really thinned out. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, the Goldschmidt reunion we're all hoping for. Is it going to happen? We'll talk about it coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
In doing some research on Mike LaFleur, he is described and he's known for his alacrity and his clarity. Now, alacrity is a big fancy word for brisk and cheerful. So if you got somebody who moves fast and is always in a good mood, that qualifies as alacrity.
You just described
that's
me.
you, Vinny. That's you. Yeah.
I am brimming with alacrity.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
True story. Yeah, years ago, I had a scan done because heart disease in my family, heart attacks. I never met my grandfather when he moved to this country with my dad. As a kid, he died right away from a heart attack, so I never met him. So we've always had that in our family. I had a scan done, had the arteries of an 88-year-old man, plaque all over my arteries, completely covered. Thank God I had the scan done because they caught it early. I was able to put on medication that helped me, and now I'm good. I'm good to go because I caught it early. Early detection saves lives, which is why I am offering you right now, you and your spouse, a complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging for free. For free. A coronary artery and heart scan for free. It's a $600 value. You don't have to pay for it. It's yours free when you call 602-755-5003. Look, some things are hereditary. You may feel good, but on your inside there may be some problems because, again, things are hereditary. These early detection can help you from a heart attack, from stroke, from heart disease. 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer. 1 in 3 women will be diagnosed with cancer. And a lot of times it's caught too late. You don't have to let that be you. You can get your imaging done right now, complimentary. Call 602-755-5003. That's 602-755-5003.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight in downtown Phoenix. They're looking for a second win in the past week plus against the Brooklyn Nets. They will have to fare with quite a few on the shelf tonight. Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and most recently, Colin Gillespie and Isaiah Livers. All of them have been ruled out tonight. The Nets will be missing Haywood Highsmith, Noah Clowney, and Tyrese Martin. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Just 3 teams remain in need of hiring a new head coach in the NFL. The Buffalo Bills announced today they have promoted offensive coordinator Joe Brady to be their next head coach. Brady had interviewed previously for the Arizona Cardinals opening, among many others. Speaking of Cardinals coaching candidates, there was another name that was reportedly added to the pool. Former Panthers and Commanders head coach Ron Rivera has interviewed for the Cardinals opening. He currently serves as the general manager of Cal Football. Per Cam Cox of Channel 12 News, this interview reportedly happened weeks prior. And checking in on Arizona State men's basketball, more than halfway through the first half of play in Orlando, Florida, Arizona State has a slim 24-22 lead over UCF. There is 6 minutes to play in the first half. You can listen to the game right now over on ESPN 620 AM or on the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll talk a lot of NFL football, the latest on the Cardinals coaching search, and our weekly chat with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It was a harmless little tweet from, I believe it was John Morosi. Looking forward to having John Morosi back on again. That's always fun when we have him on. He and Gambo start talking to each other in Italian.
I talked to him the other day. We chatted the other day, yeah.
Oh, you talked to John, huh?
Yeah.
How much Italian, how much English?
In texting?
Yeah.
Mostly, I mean, just English.
I wasn't sure if you did like speech to text and you're just like, bravissimo Johnny.
I don't scrive non molto bene in Italiano. I don't write very well in Italian.
Just speak it.
Yeah, I understand it more than anything, and I speak it well. I speak well.
Mm-hmm. Better than you
Parlo
do English.
Italiano molto bene, un po'. Better than my English, sure. I mean, I grew up speaking Italian. I grew up in an all-Italian family. I don't, but I don't write it very well. I guess I could, but I don't write it very well.
That's fine. John Morosi tweeted out that Paul Goldschmidt, at the age of 38, is preparing to play in 2026 despite not having a contract yet. It's an odd way to phrase it. Like, did we think that he wasn't
gonna play?
Did we think that he wasn't?
No, we all knew
he wanted to play. I mean, is this just him or his agent kind of, hey, put my name out there a little bit just to let everyone know that I'm still out here.
I still want to play.
I still want to play.
I still want to play.
Paul Goldschmidt at 38 is preparing to play in 2026 despite not having a contract yet. And then Morosi adds that Goldschmidt posted a 981 OPS against left-handed pitching for the Yankees last season. You know, all the stuff that we've known about him.
Just let everybody know I hit left-handed pitching really well.
Mm-hmm.
I know I want to play every day, but I'll tell you, hey, look, I think the Diamondbacks still have interest in him. I've never heard that they don't. I think price is an issue. I believe they want to pay him about $6 million if they get him. They don't have all the funds. I think there's 2 moves left for the Diamondbacks. I'm anticipating these moves coming down within the next, say, week.
Okay.
One will be that they will trade for a relief pitcher, not sign, but trade for a relief pitcher using their depth, whether it's Barroso or Tawa or Blaze or one of those type of players. I doubt they'll do Blaze, but I'm saying that's all their depth guys. Tawa's probably more Tawa, Barrosa.
Okay.
That type of player. They like
not
Blaze.
that Blaze is untouchable. I just that name kind of wait, what? Blaze?
Yeah, so I think they'll trade for a reliever. I think the focus is on trading. They feel like they can get somebody better trading rather than free agency because the prices are just so crazy. The guys that are available in free agency, a lot of them 37, 38 years old, Tommy Conley and guys like that. And then I think they're going to sign a first baseman, a right-handed first baseman that can, be a platoon guy with Pavin Smith. That's the 2 moves I think. I've said I think the heavy lifting is all done, barring anything dramatic. I think the heavy lifting is done, and they're just going to make those minor moves.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we're all waiting to see what those moves are. I mean, there's no pressure. You still have time. Pitchers and catchers don't report for another couple of weeks and things like that. But if the roster is mostly done, save for adding one more reliever and a Paul Goldschmidt type, or even like a Rhys Hoskins type, I'm thinking of some of the other first basemen that are still out there that you could sign, then the Diamondbacks will. I feel like the Diamondbacks will go to spring with more questions that we've had about them than we've had about them since the World Series year. I feel like we'll know where the flaws are and where the holes are and where our concerns are. Whereas I think last year we felt great about them. Obviously, they had just signed Corbin Burns, right?
Yeah.
And we
anticipated playoffs.
Even though they hadn't signed a closer, we were anticipating fully that this was going to be a playoff team. That Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly was the forefront of a playoff rotation, that they were going to go to the postseason. This will be the most doubt we've had about the Diamondbacks since, quite frankly, the year they went to the World Series with all the holes.
Last year, even with the Puck and the Martinez injuries, what really did them in was just the failures of Joe Mantiply and Kevin Ginkel and Ryan Thompson. And, like, their best relief pitcher was Shelby Miller, who they got off the scrap heap and barely made the run. Like,
no doubt.
That's where it really, like, okay, you lost Puck and Martinez, but as long as Ginkel and Thompson and Mantiply and those guys do their job, but those guys struggled. They had down years. I'm expecting a bounce-back year from Ryan Thompson. He's a good pitcher. I'm expecting a bounce-back year from Kevin Ginkel. If those things happen, then, and if Loaizaga, who's got great stuff, former Yankee, if he could break out of spring training, do well, and earn a spot, their bullpen might be better than we anticipate that it's going to be right now. You need bounce back years.
Yeah, you need bounce back years. It's hard to. That feels more like a hope than a projection, and hope's not much of a strategy. It feels like you're going to be hoping your bullpen is going to be having a bounce back year, or that some of the arms that you acquired last year at the trade deadline are going to be ready to take that jump, or that Drake Jameson is ready to come back and take that jump and that leap.
Sure.
He's a name I always liked.
Me too.
And as a guy who's kind of lurking, and a full season of Andrew Saalfrank, who I thought was really good for them last year when he came back off the gambling suspension, is maybe another name.
I liked Boone's Farm, and they traded him.
They did.
Boone's Farm
Backus got traded to the Philadelphia Phillies. So we'll wait, and we'll see if, I imagine right now it's a staring contest between Goldie trying to get either the playing time he wants or the money he wants, and between the teams that don't want to give it to him and say, no, we think you're a part-time first baseman, or
then you got to decide.
We only want to pay you this or pay you that. And I know you didn't like this idea before, and I'm certainly not saying this could be
Arenado at first.
Yeah. I mean, it is a waste of his glove over at third. I would totally give you that. But given how infrequently you would play a right-handed first baseman against the lefty pitcher, and then how easily you could just slide him over to third when inevitably the lefty pitcher was out of the game and you put Pavin in at first, you're still, it gives you another fallback option. There was video that circulated of Arenado taking grounders over at first. Most people realized it was probably because he was getting ready for the World Baseball Classic, where he's probably going to play first base for Puerto Rico. But there is, if you don't get Goldschmidt, or if you don't get one of the first basemen out there, there's at least the option of him giving you some innings over there. Something that he said he was willing to do.
Okay.
Something the Padres wanted him to do, by the way.
Right.
The Padres were
First base.
We're going to play him over at first base, and they were pursuing him.
But one of the things I liked about signing Goldschmidt and saying, okay, you're not going to get all these at-bats because you're not going to bat against right-handed pitching. Most of the pitchers are righty. You got to get a limited amount of bats. But I loved the ability of, you've got a 3-2 lead, a 4-2 lead in the 7th, 8th inning. Bring Goldschmidt in and let him play the last 3 innings.
Oh, yeah.
At first base.
Totally.
There's no comparison defensively, Pavin Smith and Paul Goldschmidt. So I liked his ability to play a lot of days, even if it's just 2 innings as a defensive replacement.
I do, too. I am not saying I prefer Arenado. I'm just saying, if you need to explore options because you're not going to get Goldie.
Right.
Like if you're trying to figure out, okay, Goldie's asking for too much. He's asking for too much playing time. We're not going to give it to him. What other options do we have? I think it's kind of in case of emergency break glass option, but it's an option that you've got if you want to be able to use it for some of the time that you're out there. I'd much rather they bring in Paul Goldschmidt.
I'm pretty certain there's another couple names out there at first base if they don't work it out with Goldie that they can go get as well.
Reese Hoskins is one of them that I mentioned. He's
I liked him last year, former Philly.
Former Phillies first baseman with Milwaukee. He
big power bat.
Was
great with the Phillies.
12 homers, 43 RBIs last year. In Milwaukee, he was 26 and 82 in terms of the homers and the RBI. I would imagine his splits are probably pretty good against lefties. He's another guy who's out there looking for the job. There are probably others that I don't know about. I just, for whatever reason, I know of him off the top of my head. There are other options. And this is, the thing working in the favor of the Diamondbacks is the calendar. It's coming.
Yeah.
Like, it's coming quick. Today's January 27th. Pitchers and catchers, first pitchers and catchers workout, I think, is on February 10th. First full squad workout is on February 15th. Not a lot of time left.
Ty France is still a free agent.
Okay.
First baseman, right-handed batter.
Okay.
Good defensively.
There are other guys.
Like, there are guys. If people would love a Goldschmidt reunion. If you don't get it, there's other first basemen that they can get that aren't going to cost you a lot of money.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Bill Belichick, Hall of Fame. Easy. Done. Call it a day. Apparently not for some people. That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
caddy. Caddy.
Text the word
caddy
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Dr. Jay Schwartz in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, full-service eye care facility, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. When it comes to vision correction, there is nobody better. Matter of fact, I had a friend of mine text me, hey, can he help me with my dry eye? Absolutely. When I first got to this state, I had a major dry eye problem. I came from a moist climate, and all of a sudden I'm here in the desert, and my eyes were killing me, but Dr. Jay Schwartz helped with a great little procedure. It was very simple to help me with my dry eye. Years later, I had LASIK surgery. Done by Dr. Jay Schwartz. And I say today, one of the best things I've ever done for myself is that LASIK surgery. Now, if you wear glasses and contacts and your vision's always changing, contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. They've got great procedures that could reduce or eliminate your need for glasses and contact lenses. The Evo ICL, the camera inlay, and of course, the LASIK surgery. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the leader when it comes to LASIK surgeries. Over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed right here in Arizona. Call them at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Every year, this is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? Games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Suns basketball taking on the Brooklyn Nets tonight. The game starts at 7. Gambo's packing up. On his way down. He'll be on his way down in a little bit. That game starts at 7 o'clock. No Jalen Green, no Devin Booker, no Colin Gillespie with a hand injury. Huh?
Is it up or down?
Oh.
Am I heading up to the arena or down to the arena?
You're heading down. Because you're going downtown.
Downtown.
We're in uptown. You're heading downtown.
Okay, Petula Clark. Downtown.
I don't even know that.
You don't know
reference.
that song?
No.
Petula Clark, Downtown?
No.
Classic song from the 60s.
Yeah,
That's probably why Burnsy doesn't know it.
Yeah, no, I don't. You guys know it?
I think I know what he's referring to, but only from an episode of Arrested Development.
When you're alone as life is making you lonely, you can always go
that song.
downtown.
Okay, that song. Yeah, I know that song.
Or there's the Little Shop of Horrors one.
Just listen to the music of the traffic in the city.
Gambo will be
downtown.
headed downtown to see the Suns take on the Nets. Again, no Booker, no Green, no Colin Gillespie with a hand injury.
The lights are much brighter
Against one of the worst
there.
teams in the NBA, 7 o'clock tonight. Also on right now, they're approaching halftime. They might already be there by now.
Yeah.
ASU men's basketball is on the road taking on Central Florida in Orlando.
Okay, how they doing?
39-34. ASU is winning.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
39-34.
Bobby Hurley had that big tirade about King, and then they won their next game.
They did.
It beat Cincinnati.
And he talked about that tirade today on the Big Lane Murata show, as a matter of fact. So if you want to hear
Was
that.
it planned?
I didn't hear the interview, but if I want to on my way home, I can listen to it on the Arizona
There you
Sports
go.
app and see what he had to say about that. 39-35, about 3 seconds to go before the first half. That game is on ESPN 620 if you want to listen to it. And that is, unless I'm missing something, that's what's on tonight. The game. Oh, Grand Canyon is in Nevada, taking on Nevada tonight at 8:30 in college basketball.
Nevada taking on Nevada.
No, Grand Canyon is in Nevada, taking on Nevada.
Okay, you said Nevada, Nevada.
I said Nevada. I
You
know.
guys got that, didn't you?
There's a running bit. There's a running bit in this show that Decision Maker and I watched. Veep. Did you ever watch Veep?
Veep.
Where it's Nevada or Nevada, and it was a running joke for like 2 or 3 seasons which way to say it. So that's where that came from. Anyway,
Bill Belichick.
Okay,
this is ridiculous.
It's
just really ridiculous.
This is crazy town.
Right.
Bill Belichick
snubbed
is not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
He won 8 Super Bowls as a coach.
He is not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
People don't like him.
Belichick fell short of the 40 out of 50 votes needed for induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. 4 sources with knowledge told ESPN. Belichick got a call from the Hall of Fame representative last Friday with the news that he wouldn't be inducted. Several sources spoke with the coach over the weekend, described Belichick as puzzled and disappointed. 6 Super Bowls isn't enough? Belichick asked an associate. That's a quote-unquote. 6 Super Bowls isn't enough.
333 victories, second only to Don Shula.
What does a guy have to do?
Yeah.
Well, it's because another associate.
The 50-person voting committee is primarily made up of longtime NFL reporters. And a lot of these guys who didn't vote for Belichick are jokes. I mean, it really is. It's a bunch of jokes. How do you, come on. I mean, you may not like the guy. You may not like the guy. You may not like his politics. You may not like his girlfriend. You may not like him. You may have had to deal with him, and he was a pain in the ass. But come on.
Yeah.
But come on. The guy should be a unanimous Hall of Famer. It's not a question.
I completely agree with you. Here's the wrinkle to the whole story. So it says here in the ESPN story, the Hall's voting committee is composed mostly of veteran NFL reporters, as you mentioned.
Yep.
But also includes football figures such as former GM Bill Polian and former head coach Tony Dungy, both of whom are Hall of Famers. I'm reading directly from the story. Multiple sources told ESPN that Spygate and Deflategate, the twin cheating scandals during the Patriots championship run, came up in deliberations among voters.
Dumb.
A voter who spoke on condition of anonymity said that Bill Polian, an ardent Robert Kraft supporter and former GM of the Bills and the Colts, a chief Patriots rival during their dynasty, told some voters he believed Belichick should wait a year before induction as penance for Spygate, the 2007 cheating scandal that cost the team a first-round draft pick. Roger Goodell also fined the Patriots $500,000 and fined Belichick $250,000. Polian did not respond to a request for comments.
Is he a Hall of Famer or not?
Yes.
I mean, but that's what you vote on. You don't get to determine the punishment. The punishment was already given out. They gave up a draft pick. They gave up draft picks during the Spygate and the Deflategate. So the team was punished. He was punished. Is he a Hall of Famer? Yes or no? You don't get to determine the punishment. I'm not going to vote him in because I think he should have to wait a year. Who are you? It's so ridiculous. It's like the steroid guys in baseball. Either you believe they should be in or they shouldn't be in. And you shouldn't be like, I don't think they should be in now, but I'll vote him in next year. No, stick to your
principles.
Your principles. If you think that the guys that cheated, Bonds, McGuire, Sosa, Clemens should not be in the Hall of Fame, then they shouldn't be in. And if you think they should be. But you don't get to to determine the punishment on. Well, I'm not going to put him in because I want him to be punished for you. That's silly. It's childish.
It's the craziest thing.
Silly.
Belichick is also a finalist with Robert Kraft. The owner and the longtime.
You want to punish him too?
Well, no, apparently
for the massage
not.
parlors?
It is unknown whether Kraft or any other finalists received the necessary vote. So there's a world where Robert Kraft gets in and Bill Belichick doesn't, which is just insanity to me. But it's
listen. When people vote on things if they don't like you. It's crazy, but that's the world we live in. I'm not gonna vote for this guy because I don't like him. Judge people based on what they did, their accomplishments. 6 Super Bowls as a head coach, 2 as a defensive coordinator, second all-time to Don Shula in wins. I mean, this is a no-brainer. And I hate the Patriots. But come on.
Which reminds me, what the hell is going on in your hometown of New York City, by the way?
With what?
Did you see that they lit up the Empire State Building in New England Patriot colors to celebrate the Patriots going to the Super Bowl in New York? And they said, the Empire State
I'm
Building...
not going to comment on New York. You want to comment on Staten Island? Long Island?
Some WFAN host, I don't know which one, lost his mind over it.
It's ridiculous.
What are we doing?
That is so dumb.
Why are we lighting up the Empire State Building in New England Patriot colors? What exactly is going on here?
I could get in a lot of trouble, so I'm not going to say anything.
Probably a good thing that you don't.
I think I'm just going to bite my tongue on this.
You're not going to say anything?
It's absurd.
Probably. You know what? I probably shouldn't have led you down this road.
No, because we hate them. Our whole lives we grew up to hate them. We hated everything about them. I call them the communists.
Yes.
Right?
Apparently.
Oh, I guess, yeah. I call them the communists.
You were lighting them up. Lighting them up.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, Gambo's going to head out of here and go down to the Suns game. That'll be a major talking point tomorrow. And who knows? Maybe we'll have some Cardinals coaching news tomorrow.
I say we do. Or maybe they're going to interview Bill Parcells. I don't know. One or the other.
Maybe we're going to find out from Tom Pelissero that weeks ago.